Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue, Awakening as Black Prince. Lelouch. Someone is shaking me, don't they know I love to sleep? Lelouch. For fuck's sake. Leave me alone. Lelouch. My eyes snapped open, and pain washed over my head as my vision looked blurry. Did someone hit me? What? Oh. You finally recovered. Thank God. A brown-haired boy said to me. He looked relieved. But who the hell is this kid? He does look familiar, not that I put a name to a face. And you are? I asked, very confused, but then I heard my voice, it was childish. Wait. I am a kid. I looked at my hand, and it looked small. And scrawny. Why, you don't remember me? The kid looked devastated. But then another person pulled me to look in the opposite direction. You do remember me, right? I am Kaguya. My name is Kaguya Sumeraji. A bit smaller girl introduced herself. Her name sounds familiar. Lelouch, what happened? They said you got hit on your head. Another girl's voice spoke, and my gaze went to her. I saw a girl in a wheelchair. My eyes widened as I made the connection. My name is Lelouch, and there is one Lelouch that I know who has a relative in a wheelchair. Holy shit. A gulp went down my throat. I need to make sure. My eyes went to the brown-haired kid with green eyes. You are Suzaku, right? Yes. You remembered me. Damn. Thankfully, that hit didn't do anything long-term. The kid rubbed the back of his head. It did, my head still hurt, I replied, trying to balance for a bit and stand up. Lelouch, be careful, the girl in a wheelchair tried to ride over. Relax, Nunali, I am fine. I think I need to rest for a bit. I wobbly tried to stand up. The pair of kids next to me assisted me. I looked at them for a bit. You have my thanks. I then looked at the girl. I recalled her being a noble and quite influential in the future. From what I can recall, in the plot, she will be in politics from a young age and all that stuff. I think I can recall you, Kaguya, I said to the girl as she was waiting for my reply. Her expression was telling me that much. Good to hear, but for now, you need to rest. She replied and then looked at Suzaku. And you need to be punished. I will speak with Todo-sensei. The girl said with a serious voice, making Suzaku panic. I said I was sorry. Sorry. Lelouch only started to practice recently. The girl started to rant. But this was good, I realized where I was in the timeline. That's right, I realized that I was in none other but the world of Code Geass. Inhabiting the body of the protagonist himself. The Black Prince. The 11th Prince, Lelouch v Britannia. This is crazy to say the least. Lelouch, are you okay? The girl in a wheelchair asked, as she noticed that I was not speaking. I am fine, Nunali, it's just that my mind is a mess right now, I said while shaking my head. I need to process all of this, then adjust and think about what to do next. Then you should get some rest. The girl swiftly suggested, her voice full of worry. I will, that's when I know where to go, I said with a wry smile before I looked at the two kids almost butting their heads. Hey, I might remember you too, but can you show me where to go? It might help me remember. I got the pair's attention. Let me do it. Suzaku could mess this up as well. Kaguya swiftly walked over. The girl was able to jab at him along the way. Sure, lead the way. I motioned for the girl to lead, and the black-haired girl swiftly began to walk, motioning to follow her. Futon. Really? I grimaced for a second before trying it out. By this, I didn't care, I just wanted to lie down and think. Ugh, this is not that bad. I was surprised. It seems the floor is not that hard, making it decent enough to lie in this futon thing. After staring at the wooden ceiling for a while, I began to think. Trying to think what happened. Last thing I recall. Images began to flash through my mind, it was like a video. Image by image in great detail. What the? At that moment, I tried to recall other things, and I realized that it was something like eidetic memory. Is this Lelouch? Or is it me? Or both? In my past life, I was an engineer and software programmer. I spend my life making things, starting from rebuilding totaled cars, progressing to computers and software creation. Later on, I ended up making things like fusion reactor, artificial intelligence, gravity, and ion technology. But I can't recall what happened. I went to sleep and boom. Maybe overwork. I do recall having a strict schedule, it couldn't be. Regardless, I frowned and frowned even more before I realized that I had lost everything. I clenched my fist, almost losing myself, but then I took a deep breath and tried to control my rage. No, this is good. Very good. I can continue. This is even better. Doesn't this place have sakuradite? That fancy material. It would accelerate my technology even further. I tried to keep my sanity and not lose my bonkers from losing decades of progress. But it was hard. Before long I was in a fetal position twitching, trying to get over it. It's not easy to lose whole lives' work. Midway, my mind wandered away from research, and my new strategic switch flipped, and I began thinking where I was, what comes next and all that stuff. That's right, the war. Before long, my glorious father will declare war on Japan. I need to use all the time I have to learn from that man. I recalled one of the greatest warriors lives in the Kururoji shrine training Suzaku. Tech is something I have confidence I can build, but martial arts, Kenjutsu, and all the Bushido stuff. That stuff I can only learn from someone who is practicing. Then I guess this is what I will do. After making up my mind, it was much better. I can push all the craziness aside and focus on this. Something has changed in the prince. Kyohiro Todo, the hired instructor for Suzaku, looked at the prince diligently practicing for several hours without a break. At first, he thought that this was an act, as Britannians are known for theatrics, but then several hours passed and a kid of such age would give up. But no such thing happened. The little prince continued to practice his kendo. Take a break, tell me, what happened? The man asked with crossed arms. Lelouch looked at the men. I would say I don't like losing. He replied. I understand that. But to push that much, there should be more. The instructor wasn't buying that so easily. Losing memories has frightened me. That is why I decided that I crush my enemies before they do anything to me. Now that was something he wanted to hear. Good. In that case, let me show you a couple of things, little prince. The man pulled out his kendo sword. Lelouch smiled as he began to pay close attention to the men who in future would be known as the Miracle Men. Kyohiro Todo began to show a couple of sword techniques. The black-haired prince began to learn how to wield the blade. It was not all, as the men instructed on the way of a warrior, then training in general. This was a test as he wanted to see how far the boy would go. But to his surprise, Lelouch was far more driven than Suzaku. As days passed, the prince spent most of his days in the dojo. Meditation, practice, discipline, all of that. Midway, Kyohiro wondered if the prince was planning revenge for what his father did to him. As the drive he was seeing is beyond what one would have when there is fear. But this was not it. This was the soul that was inhabiting Lelouch's body. The inventor and engineer worked towards their goals like a machine. Now this drive was even powerful than the new body he is inhabiting, which is even better. His genius merged with Lelouch's genius, giving him eidetic memory and strategic genius. While his physique is lacking, he is working to overcome it. That is why he is training, practicing sword, discipline, and meditation. While it was hard at the beginning, eventually his body adjusted and began to improve. Though Suzaku was simply better as he was natural at physical activities, the prince was approaching the brown-haired boy. I heard a sound. I stood up and walked over to the window. My eyes went to the sky. What I saw was a huge plane passing by. I guess, even my warnings didn't mean a thing. I did warn them that Charlie will attack regardless, even if Nunnally and I were here. But that's beside the point. After looking at the plane for a second, I dashed over to pick up my dearest sister. My relationship with her is a bit strange. I do try to treat her like a sister, since I never had one in my previous life, but at the same time, it's like having a living doll. I suppose I will have someone to help me in exoskeleton research. I can think about that after I escape this place. With that in mind, I rushed towards where Nunnally was. Lelouch, what is going on? Suzaku asked, as I met him at the halfway point. Britannians, that's what's going on. I exclaimed while running past him. They attacked. The kid looked gobsmacked as he couldn't believe what I told him several times. Duh. Regardless, I passed him and dashed towards my baby sister. Nunnally. We have to hide. Now. I said loudly as she had already noticed the commotion. Lelouch, what is happening? She asked me because the girl doesn't understand the commotion. Our father is having a fit. A fit? The girl looked ever more confused. Britannians invading the country, I replied while grabbing the girl and running away with her in my hands. As we were running away from the shrine, men in black caught up with us. Prince, come with us. Soon enough, we got into a car, and we were taken away. My eyes ended up on Suzaku's as his gaze was full of disbelief and horror. Why is this happening? he asked, trembling in fear. Sakuradite, I replied with a single word. Because of that. Suzaku snapped back. He couldn't believe it was because of some resource. Believe me, they can invade for less. My words made him even more terrified. My little sister, in my arms, hugged me even more. How can you be so calm? Suzaku asked me. Why not? Just trust in your father and his soldiers. My reply made him slowly nod, thinking about something. However, I underestimated how quickly things can get out of control. Especially when a huge empire invades a small island nation. It's pure bullying, advanced technology combined with overwhelming numbers. By the time we arrived in a safe house, more than 27% of Japan was already taken over. And the bulk of the force hadn't even landed yet. It made me question Genbu Kuruji's desire to resist. When odds like that, all I can think of is to hide and build up your tech. Honestly. That's what I will do. As months have passed, I have come up with how I want to progress with all of this. The way I will continue my research and achieve unlimited power is to achieve true freedom. Sure enough, my chance arrived to escape, as my friend Suzaku killed his father, and everything around us crumbled. It was a perfect time to escape. In just a matter of days, we were alone, with no guards or Japanese soldiers to protect us. Lelouch, what will you do? Suzaku asked me as we were among refugees. Honestly, I am a bit mad at my father, I replied with a tired sigh. What will you do? He asked me, a bit worried. Make him regret exiling me, and then making me a war refugee. I expanded on what I meant. You don't look mad. He replied after looking at me closer. Oh, I am absolutely livid, it's that I don't need to show that, do I? I snorted for a second before asking him. And what will you do? I inquired, though I had a general idea. I will change Britannia from inside. He declared with vigor. Good luck then, let's see who first accomplishes that. I crush it under my foot, or you change it before I can do it, I said with a smirk, making him nod with a smile. Well. I wonder if he understands the scale of this promise. Chapter 2, Chapter 1, Moving into Tokyo. They work quickly. My eyes were on a set of buildings getting constructed before my eyes. What is getting constructed? My adorable little sister is asking me. Tokyo, it has been, let me think, 3 weeks, and the whole place already looks different. The city is changing before my very eyes. I see, but where are we going? Nunali asked me, since I hadn't explained it to her. To our last bastion, Nunali. I sagely replied to her question. And that is? You're talking far too cryptically, Lelouch. The girl began to complain. Our last allies, the Ashford family. I clarified to her. Are you sure? She wasn't sure. Very. They are our mother's friends, and it's our mother who helped them to reach the apex of influence in Britannia when she became empress. So, it's natural that they would help us, after all, what they are doing here, the moment Japan was conquered. I asked her in turn. Since you think they will help? I smiled, I've been training her to think, always questions or riddles, making her brain work. Anyway, let's go. I proceeded to walk with the girl on my back. Lelouch. A blonde girl in a red dress nearly slammed into me. Millie. I replied, I had this feeling that it was her. I still have Lelouch's gut feeling. Yep. I can't believe you found us. The girl replied with an odd look. Well, Ashford's name stuck on the gates and all the newspapers had it on the front pages, I explained to her. The newspaper just came out. It was full of propaganda, but there was some decent news, like Ashford's building an academy. It was Grandpa's idea. The blonde then looked at the girl on my back. Is that you, Nunali? The blonde asked the girl on my back. Good day to you, Millie. It has been a while. The girl replied in a courteous tone. It has been a while indeed. The girl smiled as she looked at Lelouch. Let me take care of her. My grandfather wants to speak with you, Lelouch. In that case, here you go. He walked over and gave the girl to the blonde. I noticed how she looked at me from top to bottom. You've been training, didn't you? Millie asked. She was impressed, at least that is what her expression is telling me. You won't believe how much. Nunali began to complain. Haha, did he now? The blonde joked, hearing my little sister complain. Yes. He would spend days in the dojo. The girl said to the older girl in an angry pout. Dojo. It was a word Millie had never heard before. A Japanese name for a place where warriors practice martial arts, I replied before handing my sister over to her. Interesting. She took the girl and then looked at me before motioning in a direction. You can find your grandfather at the construction site. I do apologize, but we don't have many places to rest or sleep, everything is still under construction. The blonde apologized, to which I waved with my hand in dismissal. This is already better than streets. My reply made her sad. I apologize that we didn't arrive sooner. As a family loyal to my family, she was feeling responsible. The most important part is that you arrived in first place, I said with a sigh, making her slightly smile at me. Anyway, I won't keep you waiting, now go. Humph. That brother of mine. He just arrived, but he is already courting you. Noonally complained to Millie. The blonde blushed for a second. You mean he did that before? The blonde asked. Of course he did. He made that Japanese princess flustered all the time. The younger girl complained even more. Oh. Did he now? Emperor's genes, no wonder. The blonde shook her head, she expected that. It was not a surprise. Regardless, she began to ask about their time in Japan. So what did you do? I mean before the invasion. Millie tried to ask, but it came out badly, she still remembered that they had just survived an invasion. We lived in Kururoji Shrine with the president of Japan's family. Lulu got close with his son, Suzaku, and cousin, by name Kagaya Sumareji. As the girl was explaining, Millie was thinking about clothes for Noonally, as she was dirty. I see. So you two lived in a temple of some sort. The blonde motioned for her maid to come over. She began to ask for clothes as Noonally started to talk about her experience in this shrine. Not that there was much to learn, the girl talked about how much Lelouch was training under this scary-sounding person. Well, there were some interesting cultural things, but sadly, it's now conquered and their things are frowned upon by the Holy Britannia Empire. After walking for a bit, I was getting weird stares from construction site workers. Thankfully, no one got in my way, having a visitor's badge helps. Eventually, I spotted my target. A few steps later, I got his attention. The ex-noble's eyes widened when he saw me. My prince, it's good to see that you are well. I can rest with an easy heart. The old man exclaimed in a happy tone. He then looked around, making sure no one heard him say that. This was Reuben Ashford, a key person in my schemes. Yes, well, as you can see, I am in one piece. I looked at myself, a bit dirty and hungry, but I was still alive. I do apologize, my prince, but I could arrive here any sooner, getting into the country was practically impossible with all the restrictions. He explained himself, not that he needed to, as I know what was going on. No need to explain yourself. I waved my hand. He motioned for us to follow as we walked towards several container-like temporary buildings. These are used by construction workers and the site managers. Well, we are still your mother's people, and we swore loyalty to her and her family, which includes you. He clarified before expanding. However, we lost much influence and wealth after her demise. I understand. What are you planning to do, my prince? The Ashford family had asked me. Rebuild, I replied with a single word. Are you planning to find out what happened to Lady Marianne? He asked softly, while looking around. Not in a direct way, pursuing revenge alone is counterproductive, I have my own dreams. Oh. Do tell. The old man was curious. Technology, after seeing what those nightmares can do. I was inspired. Not to mention, these robotics can help my sister walk again. I explained a bit about my general direction. I see, however, Ashford Foundation is no more, I sold it off as my license was revoked. He replied in an apologetic tone. Doesn't matter, I do not need Ashford Foundation, what I need is cover and companies that can get me resources. I clarified to the old man. What I need is a scrapyard, a refinement facility, and a company that could cover in general. I see, such things can be arranged, at the moment Area 11 needs such processing facilities. And I will get a Glasgow in process. I thought to myself, I do need foundational tech, developing from scratch will make me play catch-up, but if I get Glasgow, the game field will be on equal grounds. Then I will begin to arrange things, my prince. No need to rush, get the paperwork done first. Show the crown that you desire to assist in cleaning up and all that stuff. Give them the idea that the Ashford family doesn't want to pursue nightmare technologies. Instead, we want to help soldiers after they have lost limbs and such. This would show us in a positive light. I am impressed, my prince, you thought a lot about this. However, you will be doing something behind, aren't you? I am, after all, an ex-Britannian noble. I showed him a smile that made his expression falter. Indeed, I plan to make a nightmare so powerful that it will bring despair to my dearest father, I explained to him. I see, well. He faltered there a bit. Clearly concerned. Don't worry, it's for the future. For now, we have different things to take care of. At the moment, I only need a laptop. Sigh. Very well. The old man sighed. Like always, the beginning is slow. As the academy is getting constructed, I got my laptop and began to code the operating system from my previous life. My new eidetic memory made it extremely easy. I was able to recall everything to the smallest of details. It made me feel like I was copying information from my previous life. After 3 days, I pressed the enter button, and the rows of text began to run through the screen. The screen turned off and then on. The newly created OS booted itself, and sure enough, I could see a blue screen with a dot. The bedrock has been finished, and I continue to improve the OS. I didn't spend the whole day coding, as apart from my sister, there was a certain blonde girl who got into my life. While she has no guts to act boldly, she does use my sister to initiate her interference. Regardless, I kept my new lifestyle. Constant training keeps my mind sharp. This meant that my life was busy, and before I even realized, the academy was finished, my school life would soon start. But before that. My prince, I believe it's time for you to hide your identity. To keep you safe from Britannia nobles, you need to change your name or at least your surname. The head of the Ashford family breached the subject I was already thinking of doing. Exactly my thoughts. It's hard to meet new people and not tell them my name, I said with a wry smile. It was quite difficult, but it's a good excuse to hide and code in peace. Then do you have any ideas? Reuben Ashford asked as the pair of us were sitting in the recently finished academy's principal's office. I do. From today forth I shall be named Marcus Goldman. May I ask, why? You may. It's very simple. The name Marcus has roots from the Romans, the famous Emperor Marcus Aurelius and his Stoicism, and Marcus Antonius, the famous general who ruled Egypt. Overall, it's a famous Roman name. I see. It's a message to your father. Reuben sighed for a second. Taking a Roman name, Romans were the ones who conquered Britain. Indeed. The origins of this name go all the way to Mars, the Roman god of war. It means that I won't be forgetting what he did. I frowned while saying that. I see. Do remember that my family is attached to you. Marcus. I smirked. My heart skipped a beat. To be called by my old name, oh, it's so good. I have nothing against the Black Prince, but it's a bit too Frenchy sounding. The only thing that I accept from France is hot blonde girls. I won't after all. I am not planning a war, or God forbid rebellion. There are other ways to get back. He smirked. That's what is frightening to me. That I have no idea what to expect. Good, regardless, you can expect a gold standard from me. That's why my new surname is Goldman. With that said, my old name was reborn in the body of an imperial prince. Now the question is, how quickly can I get things running? I wondered for a second. After months of programming, I have a good idea of how backwards the internet and operational systems are. The concept of artificial intelligence does not exist yet. Same with the power of nuclear. If people have no idea about fission, then fusion is an even more foreign concept to them. But this is good, I can use that to get the necessary edge against armies. Chapter 3, Chapter 2, Basement Workshop. This place looks like a villain's base. I can't believe you have this under Ashford Academy. Millie Ashford looked at a very large but empty hall-like room. This was a completely man-made structure, as Tokyo settlement is built on plate-like structures on top of the old Tokyo metropolitan area. That means that the underground for buildings can be quite deep. Hell, if no one noticed, one could even dig into real ground after reaching it. Something Marcus was thinking, maybe at some point, he can use the old metro system and tunnels to move around. Well, I do need it for my research and inventions. Right, you want to make nightmares. The girl commented after looking around. Millie doesn't 100% believe that he could do it. She knows that he is smart, the girl recalled that, but to make nightmare. Without help. Well, that's fantasy to her. Still, she is going to watch his progress. The blonde is curious how far he can go. Eventually, but first I need to build up foundations. Marcus nodded at her. Well, tell me if you need anything. After saying that, she began to walk towards the lift. Marcus can access this place from the secret lift in his living area in the clubhouse in the academy. So it was pretty much a secret lab in one's basement kind of thing. Just like his workshop in his previous life. Only this time my starting point is a bit better. With a smile, he walked over to the only two things in the room, a foldable table and a chair. That's literally all he has in this huge empty hall. From here on, he began his unhinged acceleration with technology. First was money, not hard. With Ashford's giving him a decent amount of money, it was not hard when the stock market only has 3 major places to sell and buy. Nothing like his previous world. After doing some research, he began to move around money and invest in savings accounts that have good interest rates. Not hard either, considering that Ashford's gave him their connections. Marianne might be gone, but there are many who still like her and are loyal to her. With things set in motion, Marcus continued with his programming while waiting for things to develop. Next thing on his radar is AI. Legion needs an essential perk he needs to have. Accelerated calculations are essential for his gravity tech and fusion reactor. One afternoon, the fallen prince was called to meet the principal. Marcus, we just received the rights to collect scrap from the whole Area 11, Reuben said to the fallen prince. Wonderful, I assume we can build them outside the settlement. He asked while taking a sip of his tea. Precisely. Good, then we can hire Japanese, they are essential for this, Marcus said with a pondering look. You do know that it's not that easy to do that. They need to be in the honorary Britannia program to work for the Britannia company. Not work, to sell scrap for us. Oh, I see. Same time, we can wiggle them in and maybe get some part-timers when no one is watching. Marcus is planning to abuse every possible angle, not only use the people for cheap labor, but at the same time give them some hope. Work that pays is better than any work. All he can think is how bad the Britannian system is. It makes him think that he should run for the emperor position just to change this lack of efficiency. Cheap labor is good for business. At the same time, we will be helping the locals and make a good impression with them. It is risky, but I see your point. Reuben was not an idiot. He lived long enough to understand what Lelouch, or in this case, Marcus, is thinking. If he gets insiders in Japanese people, he will be able to access even better resources without attracting Britannians' gaze. That's of course, if they trust him in the first place. However, it's a good route to pursue. Indeed. For now, let's sit back and watch how this will progress. Marcus smiled as he couldn't wait for all of the materials to reach his workshop. And so the next stage has begun. As the flow of scraps began, the refinement of scrap soon began. Meanwhile, Marcus started the learning process for his Legion AI. With his Legion OS in place, robotics, instruments, and software creations can start. The most tiring part was over, and now he can enjoy his most exciting part. But it was only the beginning as they got the contract from the colonial government. That means the Glasgows that are getting decommissioned will go through their scrap company. So these are the Glasgows. Marcus looked at the green machines before him. He kept 3 of them for himself. They were brought over to the Academy's loading bay. It's underground. One of the roads that goes to the Academy goes underground and right under the core buildings. This design choice is good for bringing in food and materials directly to the center of the place, but it's simply an excuse for Marcus to get raw materials for his workshop, as there is a hidden route that takes it directly close to his workshop. Like now, when he got 3 decommissioned Glasgows. They are supposed to go for scrapping, but the Inventor Prince kept them for research and as a source for his future technologies. Not bad, now let's start. After looking for a while, he was able to connect his laptop to the machine. Before long, data had been loaded up to his terminal, and he was able to see logs of this machine. Quite a primitive OS for running this thing. As he read the logs, he ordered his AI. Legion begins data mining. The AI began to download everything from the machine while Marcus was running tests and determining the specifications of this vehicle. I do have to give props for the security of this machine. It's built around survivability. At that moment, he recalled that nightmares started from the cockpit instead of the exoskeleton. With that idea, he checked how the humanoid structure works. Securidite is in joints. Well. That moment, his eyes gleamed as he could finally run some tests on that material. Moments later, he finally saw a notification that the extraction was done and he could begin stripping these Glasgows. But then realized that he was a bit too small for such a work. I guess Legion bots are next. Instead of scraping the 3 machines, he began developing his first robot. The most difficult part was the AI's self-learning. As he already had schematics, he simply copied what he had in his head. His maintenance bots were a thing in his past life. He simply redid them. Millie gawked at the sight before her. She hadn't checked his place for over a month. Then one day she decided to visit Lulu's workshop, where she found 2 nightmares and 1 nightmare getting scrapped by robots. Is that robot building another robot? Her eyes went to one of the corners where parts are being assembled. From her grandfather, she heard that several trucks brought over materials for Marcus, so she came to see what it is. Never did she expect to see this. If he can build these things, then there is a chance he can make a nightmare. Lulu. You are missing too many classes. Millie walked over to Marcus, who looked at her. Her eyes ended up on computer screens. He had 3 monitors, and these monitors were showing a sphere in different stages. Energy. Is he designing a reactor of some sort? I can make them up by doing the necessary exam. At the moment I am at a critical point. He replied without looking at her. The blonde began to pout at him, but then decided to ask. What is this? She asked, curious. A fusion reactor. With how conductive is Securidite, making one of these is child's play. He replied to her. A fusion reactor? Never heard of it. She shook her head. Extreme heat inside this sphere will make molecules bond, creating enormous heat, which pushes the generation of electricity. Since it's sakuradite, it can generate and conduct power several times more than any other metal. Because of this much power, I will be able to make my dream nightmare. He explained, finally turning around and looking at her. She was dressed in a yellow uniform and a black shirt. Oh, nice, is this the new uniform? He asked, finally seeing the promised uniform. Because of Millie and her antics, it took ages for them to decide on a school uniform. Nice, isn't it? She did a spin. Indeed. Though the skirt is a bit too short. He commented on her black skirt. Hey, is Mr. Smartbrains interested? The blonde girl asked with a grin. Of course, my Millie is beautiful. He casually shrugged, making her gawk at him. Why you're... What does that supposed to mean? She exclaimed, confused. What? Your family are my followers, that includes you. As a prince of the Holy Britannian Empire, it means you are mine, isn't it? He replied, making her blush even harder. That's not how it works. She tried to reason, but what he is saying makes no sense. I do, my old man is the emperor, and he makes the rules. You hate your father. Why do you use his name now? Millie puffed angrily. Here he was using his name to get to her. Just a few days later, he complained about the emperor. That's because I can tease you. Obviously. He rolled his eyes, making her realize that he did that on purpose. Why you? At that moment, he stood up and got closer to her, smirking as his hand went to her chin. What? I heard you've been teasing others, so it's only natural as the Prince of Holy Britannian Empire to do the same to you. He said that while leaning forward, making her look to the side. It was a joke. She said with growing blush. It was too close to comfort for her. Why not? You like this, don't you? All the attention. He grabbed his hand around her waist and pulled her ever closer to him. But then Marcus released her, and the blonde scrambled back with a deep blush. I will come to the classes, but I then will expect your attention. He winked at her, but the Ashford heiress was already retreating to the corridor and towards the lift. Seeing how she was running away made the prince chuckle. It was cute how flustered she looked. She can tease others, but she can't take one herself. Regardless, he returned to his work. He was close to designing the fusion reactor. By this point, what he needed was parts, something his scrapyards were working on collecting. His scheme to get the Japanese to help him has worked wonders, as people were bringing all sorts of scraps to him. Not only does it help the environment, but it also gives people a chance to work and earn money that they desperately need. Now that things are on the way and he has made a decent-sized fortune, he can begin his next step. And that is robotics, exoskeleton, and prosthetics research. Once that is in place, he can begin designing the nightmare's frame. He needs actual data to perfect the models. The best way to do that is to collect from people themselves. Let's see. For now, he closed the reactor's files and created another project, which he called Anaheim Robotics. It's a callback to a certain franchise. With the project named, he summoned the files he mined from the Glasgows and took the limbs. He stripped those to the base and began to adjust to the size of the person, and began altering them so that they could fit for human use. It's a bit different, but Glasgows were designed for human use, and their hands move similarly. Though feet are different, because of the land spinner they use for movement. Well, whatever, I can design the alterations after hands are complete. Chapter 4, Chapter 3, Military Contracts. For the next several weeks, Marcus continued his daily schedule, even attending classes. It was that precious monotony that he loved since his first life. But eventually, prototype prosthetics were done, alongside exoskeletons for general use. With all that done, the last touches were made by Marcus before he went to see Ruben, who was waiting for him. How do you want this proceeding? Are you planning to reveal yourself? He asked worried, but then Marcus pulled out a set of blue eye lenses from a small case he had in his pocket. His eyes were now light blue. Not only do I look different from my old self, if I invert my dressing style from my older days, Britannians, even my father would have a hard time believing that it's me. Marcus chuckled, as he was dressed quite basic, something the prince would never do. Behaving in a way that is opposite to what people expect is the best method to hide one's real identity, not to mention that his mannerisms are different from Lelouch's. He has confidence that people won't recognize him. Very good. Now we can proceed without worry. The old man nodded, he was happy that the projects were progressing without any issues. He started to get worried that he was throwing money into a black hole, but his investments began to pay off in a matter of a few short months. So far, the prince's ideas were bully as. Area 11 is full of metal to scrap, not just weapon, but military equipment as well. And that means good money. They are responsible for scraping all of the Glasgows and sending usable materials back to the homeland, where they can be reused for the New Sutherlands. But Marcus got an even better idea, not just reselling the usable parts, but other parts he melted into ingots and sent all the tungsten back, for a price. Military contracts are a good source of business. Precisely, all the preparations are complete, we can begin with our preparations. The pair left the academy complex and took a limo to an arranged meeting with military officials. The place for this meeting was in the Viceroy's palace. Only that the Viceroy is not here yet. In fact, one is not even selected yet. So far, it will be with executives and ministers who were intrigued by what Marcus has prepared. As the limo drove into the Viceroy's government building, Marcus could see new Sutherlands being brought in. Their color is distinctive compared to the green color of Glasgow. Glasgow's followed the old ideology of greenish tank color, it was the generation that was separating from the old style of warfare. That is why Sutherlands are blue. Regardless, they went to a specially prepared hangar, where rows of colonial officials, military industry executives, and imperial officials were waiting for them. After the car stopped, the pair exited the vehicle and walked over to the waiting Britannians. The bunch of people were baffled to see someone as young as Marcus being here. "Mr. Ashford, I assume this is the boy you were talking about?" The Minister of Health asked. He was a bit surprised, not simply because of the boy, but why he was here as well. He got an invitation from the Minister of War. Health and war don't usually go hand in hand. Indeed, this young man here is Marcus Goldman, one of the greatest students my Ashford Foundation has produced. Since we don't make nightmares anymore, my foundation now focuses on education. That's how I stumbled upon this young genius. Reuben spins a tale about Marcus, before looking at the young boy. "Marcus, show them what you have developed." "Thank you, Mr. Ashford." The inventor prince nodded before looking at the gathered people. Behind him, helpers brought over a table full of items that were hidden under a blue cloth. Our holy Britannian Empire is no stranger to conflicts. Thanks to these conflicts, we have the greatest soldiers in the world. But these conflicts produce casualties, it's a natural order. Some of them die in the glory of combat, and some survive with grave wounds and injuries. Injuries are so bad that they remain crippled for life. But this is where my creations come to play. Marcus removed the blue cloth and showed what was on the table. It had robotic hands and legs, some of them even looked like gloves. Our empire already has prosthetics, but... He walked over, took a metal glove, put it on, and then took a piece of wood and squeezed. The wood in his hand ended up being crushed and turned into a pile of wooden scraps. The gathered people sucked in cold air, seeing this. Their boredom was gone, instead, they looked intrigued. Such strength. Incredible. At first I was conflicted to accept your invitation, Reuben, but this is... The government officials were pleased to see that this trip was not for nothing. The only reason such big shots even arrived was for Ashford connections. It was a gamble on the old man's side. He was risking a lot, but it would seem it was paying off. This is not all. Marcus continued. Any soldier who lost a hand or foot, if equipped with one of these, will be reborn and capable of continuing to fight. But it's not just the end. The inventor motioned for one of the helpers. The helper nodded as a few moments later, a new setup was prepared. It was a regular soldier dressed in a bit bulkier military gear. The classic suit these soldiers wear will be equipped with improved joint servomotors. That means that these men can perform longer without rest, as their bodies are lighter, and the best part is that these improvements can help with recoil in weapons. That means they can carry weapons with greater recoil without worry. The group were already salivating, regular troops with heavier weapons. That's an instant sell for them. Not only that, but these prosthetics will help them use regulars and not foreign legion. This will satisfy the nobles. Wonderful. I am convinced. Mr. Goldman and Mr. Ashford, we would like to propose a contract. I assume that you can provide for the entire Britannian military. The Minister of War was already rubbing his hands. He can't wait to bring this before the Prime Minister. Sure, we can organize. The only issue is logistics and resources. Marcus replied with a bright smile. He got them where he wanted. We can arrange such things once contract details are ironed out. The Minister of War shrugged it aside, all he cared about was whether this could be made. The Ministry of Health would like to sign a similar contract with prosthetics, not just for our soldiers but for civilian use as well. Of course. Marcus smiled even more. He was certain this would work, but it was even better than he had imagined. After the meeting and more demonstrations, the pair were returning to the academy. Reuben Ashford was a bit worried after what he saw. Those exoskeleton suits, they look dangerous. I thought you desired to get your revenge against the one who assassinated your mother. The old man asked. But this is like giving more weapons to your enemy. He pointed out one crucial thing from all of this. It's nothing more than bait. These inventions were nothing more than a ticket to get into their market, and allowed me to buy limited products. At the same time, it will lower their guard against Anaheim robotics. Marcus explained as he watched the city under construction. Watching so many solar panels is something of a strange experience for him. He was never a big fan of such an unpredictable power source. Just imagining something like the inability to work because it's cloudy. Crazy. I need to finish my fusion reactor as soon as possible. It means that they are inconsequential in large-scale things. If we were playing chess, I was offering a pawn for the enemy's queen, making the queen move into a position that I had prepared. I see. Then it's fine. The question is, how are we going to provide all those exoskeletons they want and prosthetics? Automated assembly lines, Marcus replied in 3 words. I see that you already have an idea of what to do. So I won't question the rest. Reuben sighed. He had underestimated this boy's strategic thinking. It would seem he inherited both of his parents' abilities. Indeed. You just concentrate on your part, and before you know it, your family will be back among the ranks of nobility. Marcus smiled. So you know. The old man looked a bit surprised to hear that. Millie mentioned something about her mother being annoying. The inventor prince chuckled. Indeed. The old man looked away, sighing. Why did his son need to marry someone like that? The 2 new contracts were swiftly passed and allocated to Anaheim Robotics, a newly formed company that specialized in robotics. Unlike other foundations and corporations, they fill a niche that was not in Britannia. And that is developing support for foot soldiers. Like body armors, exoskeletons are designed for more difficult tasks. If they lose a limb or 2, Anaheim Robotics will design and develop prosthetics. In truth, this was a cover for Marcus so that he could access Britannian resources, as there is an array of metals that are prohibited and are exclusively used for military purposes. It's a consolidation of power and one of the perks of the war machine that is the Britannian military. And now Marcus has access to this sugar. The moment he got his paycheck, which made him a millionaire overnight, he ordered more sakuradite and an array of rare metals like palladium. All of this was to construct his fusion reactor. Soon enough, the name of Anaheim Robotics and Marcus Goldman began to spread through the Britannian people. While impressive, not many were interested. The hype was all about nightmares, not power suits. So while noteworthy, Marcus didn't reach to that spotlight. Instead, all he got was a nod of acknowledgement from the nobility. All they saw was another method to increase the survivability of pure-blood Britannian troops, not to win wars. That's why no one stuck around to learn more about this individual. Which was what Marcus wanted. If he created a weapon, then, well, no doubt he will have a royal on his doorstep by now, but he made a shield, and that's not something they care much about. Sure, they will allocate funds, but that's about it. It's like being a fan of football and joining a basketball club. People will entertain this person for a bit, but that's about it. And so, Marcus' projects continued without a hitch. He got his resources and kept flying under the radar. Before long, all of his required resources arrived at his workshop, and he began to assemble his fusion reactor. With the help of a small army of Legion bots, he finished it in 2 weeks. Well, bots did, and all he did was oversee the construction. Once the assembly was done, Marcus activated the energy gathering function, which means that instead of causing a blackout in the whole settlement, he made the reactor slowly gather all required energy with sakuradite batteries. Almost there, Marcus mumbled under his breath as he watched the core piece of the fusion reactor heat up. The inventor prince was watching the whole thing from behind several layers of glass. The reactor room was a floor below his workshop. Well, more precisely, he slashed his workshop into 2 rooms. Anyway, 4 sakuradite rods send a high amount of energy to collide, to create an atom fusion inside the core of the fusion reactor. So that's how it looks. The inventor turned his head to the side and saw Millie looking at the fusion reactor. Oh, it has been a while, Millie. Marcus laughed, seeing the girl. It had been nearly 3 months since she was in his workshop. Whatever. I have no idea what you will do, so I kept my distance, but my curiosity got the better of me. She explained herself. Yet, you can't keep yourself away. He shook his head in amusement as he watched her stutter and blush. Chapter 5, Chapter 4, Fusion Reactor and Automated Assembly Lines. Chapter. When the fusion reactor came online, another section of his workshop powered on as well. The automated assembly lines turned on and immediately began to work. The first phase was completed. It lasted more than 2 years. What next? Millie asked, as she watched robotics hands do something inside a square room. It was like a miniature factory in there. Legs for my dearest baby sister. Marcus said with crossed arms, I have gathered enough data from all the soldiers who enjoy their new prosthetics. It's time for Nunali to get one. He declared with confidence. I see. I never imagined you would create a company just to give legs to your sister. Millie was very impressed. Her heartbeat skipped for a second, making her blush as she realized something. I am not as kind as you might suggest. I fused 2 things into one as a goal. That's all there is. He shrugged before watching the assembly line finish the lower half of the exoskeleton for his little sister. Even so, you never stopped working. Even when no one believed you could do it. She said, making him confused. Is it? You assume I care what others think. Marcus joked as he wondered what she was getting at. He never cared or had any sort of feelings about other people thinking about his capabilities. Well, I always thought your dreams were impossible, something like delusions. She honestly explained. All Marcus did was laugh. You do realize that no weak-willed person could achieve what I did. What is before you is something no one has completed for a considerable amount of time. As long as 3 superpowers exist, this technology will never appear. He looked back, implying his fusion reactor. Really? She looked surprised. Indeed, people first need to split an atom before they even consider fusing it. What you see is at least 20 to 40 years in future. Her mouth opened for a second before she shook her head. How do you know? Because I study a lot. He smirked while saying that. Right. Millie deadpanned, not asking for details anymore. It turns out she has underestimated him even more than she thought. Could he cause some crazy revolution with all of his stuff? That moment, Millie realized something. He is most likely planning some crazy shit in future. I want a part in it. The girl grabbed his hands and got closer to him. What? He looked confused. What is she talking about? You are planning to fight Britannia with even more advanced nightmares. I want to be part of it. She said with narrowed eyes. No. He shook his head before removing his hands from her hold. His reply saddened her, but then he placed his hands on her shoulders, asking her instead. It's not a fight. Let me ask you this, does a bear fight a chicken? She was confused for a second. No, it's not a fight. Bear hunts the chicken. Precisely, this is not a fight, I won't be fighting them. He leaned forward, and Millie looked frightful when she saw Marcus' purple eyes borderline glow from something akin to madness. I will crush them. They will die from fear and despair in front of power they can't even comprehend. I am not building nightmares. Instead, I am building nightmare killers. Do you understand? I don't need an army, or some sort of rebellion, those are for people who do not possess power and can only rely on a mass of people. He released his hold on her as he looked away and gazed towards the fusion reactor. Give me time and resources, and I shall do something no one else did in the world. He said with a confident voice. Not that Millie was hearing him. She knew something would happen, but this was way too much. The blonde spent months gathering her thoughts, but even that was not enough. These royals are on a completely different plateau. Even so. I have a debt to pay to you. She seriously replied. What debt? You saved me from arranged marriage. What? Your Anaheim robotics was enough to get my mother off my back. Millie sighed. Then good for you. You can do whatever you want now. Marcus smiled at her. It was great news. You think I will accept that? The girl frowned. Like hell she will accept this without paying back. Besides, she doesn't want to go her own way. Especially after hearing and seeing all of this. She motioned around her. He was able to do this in 2 years. What can he do in 5? Or 10? If you want to be part of my little world, you do know that you will be mine. He said seriously without beating around the bush. It's a completely different world, you have a chance to turn around and continue your casual school life. He said with a sigh. No. I want to be part of this. I want to watch over you. Make sure you eat and sleep properly. She crossed her arms and declared her intentions. Fine. Millie Ashford, welcome to real Anaheim. Marcus laughed with happiness. He couldn't believe she would offer herself like that. What's so funny? She pouted at him. It's a laugh of happiness, you silly girl. He got closer before pulling her into a hug. EW. Get a shower, you stink. She pushed him back a bit. All right. He shook his head before walking towards the corridor that led to the metal stairs to his main workshop. The girl sighed before her gaze went to a box, which was the prosthetics for Nunnally. It was already completed. This is getting scary. After showering, Marcus went to collect his newest creation. Unlike heavy-duty exoskeletons, this one was much simpler and less bulky, meant for a girl of a smaller size. You know that you are not opening your eyes on purpose, right? Doctor said that it was a traumatic event. But honestly, my trust in doctors is how far I can throw them. Marcus said to the pair of girls in the room. I might have given you back your legs, but for a blind person, a wheelchair is safer. He commented randomly. Don't be a spoil sport, it's a grand day for Nunnally, Millie commented as she helped the girl to put on her exoskeleton. I have to thank you for doing this for me, Lelouch. His little sister thanked him. Don't mention it. Hey, he made sure countless people tested before making a perfect version for you, Millie said with a grin. The smaller girl smiled, hearing that. Of course. For my sister, things have to be perfect. Marcus scoffed, it was his ego and the prince's. One could say his pride doubled in this regard. Regardless, my dearest little sister, you need to gather your courage and try opening your eyes. Otherwise, these legs will only hurt you when you fall. Marcus sighed. Don't worry, I have a solution. Millie clapped her hands before looking at Marcus. I am going to get Noonally a perfect maid. She will help your sister. The blonde proudly declared. The prince nodded immediately, he couldn't say no to maids. Sure, do that. It will help Noonally to move around. He agreed, he realized that he would have more time now as well. Good, then I will speak to grandfather about this, Millie said while looking at Marcus. Very well. With that said, he was about to return to his workshop. He did what he needed to do. Now that the reactor and its initial preparations are done, he can start focusing on developing his machines. Where do you think you are going? We need to celebrate this. Millie noticed that the prince was about to make a run for it. So she voiced it out. Lelouch, you are not running away, are you? Noonally voiced her complaints. Fine. What do you two want from me now? As he said, the blonde helped Noonally stand up for the first time in years. Amazing. It's like normal legs. I can feel them move. The girl exclaimed with a smile. Of course they are. The sensors in the exoskeleton read electromagnetic pulses coming from your upper spine. And the artificial intelligence in the exoskeleton legs read it and then moves it the way you want. He casually explained that there was no need to be that shocked, it's considered primitive tech by all means. Even so. This is amazing. Let's make this the first trip to the dining room. Let me help you, Noonally. Millie took her by the hand and began to lead her out of the room. Oh okay. As they moved, Marcus let them walk past him as they entered the room. The inventor watched his baby sister walk. He frowned, he wanted her to open her eyes. If she can do that, then he will be able to relax finally. With her being blind like this, she is a far bigger weakness and a greater target on his back. If only she gathered her courage and opened her eyes. A tired sigh escaped from his lips as he followed them. The clubhouse is a big place, almost like a manor on its own. They have entire sections of the building for themselves. Still, Marcus is thinking of buying land and building a place for himself. His eyes ended up on a huge map on the wall in the hallway. His gaze scanned the continents, islands, and the oceans. Eventually, they ended up on islands in the South Pacific, close to the equator. Solomon Islands, isn't it where Orb is situated in Gundam Seed? He walked over to the map and checked it closely. That moment he realized that the Britannia presence in the Pacific is, well, abysmal compared to their land units. Britannia army is mostly built around nightmares, they don't have carrier ships or many huge planes. Apart from the flagship plane, they are nothing like his previous life, where aerial superiority was a thing, at least for now, as he knows that in future there will be airships. This means having a base, headquarters in the Pacific Islands would be abusing their blind spot. He should build it before Britannians develop proper air forces. Are you coming? Millie asked as she turned around and saw him looking at the map. Yeah. Marcus shook his head, pushing this idea aside for now. The inventor prince followed after them, going to the dining room. After that, Millie ordered her maids to bring over some food. As they were waiting for their food, Millie was entertaining Noonally while Marcus was thinking about the course of action. I should start with the frame first, first shrink the reactor, then make the frame, followed by internal components. Then I need to develop thrusters, maybe make the frame transformable, HNN. Lelouch. What is it? Marcus sighed as he looked at the pair who were gazing at him. Even Noonally, who can't see him, as if knowing where he was, gazed at him. What do you think? Think of what? He rolled his eyes. Weren't you listening? Millie rolled her eyes at him as well. Nope, I leave the details to you. He shrugged at her. Sigh. The blonde sighed in resignation. I was saying that Noonally should join the school soon. She repeated what she said a while ago. If this is what she wants. He shrugged. This academy has everything one needs to learn, so you can study to your heart's content. He explained. Indeed. My grandfather made sure Ashford Academy had everything one would want from a learning institution. Millie excitedly said to the pair. Okay, then I want to study here. Noonally said with a smile. Marcus smiled, though it was only there for a moment as he recalled that the girl didn't even consider trying to open her eyes. Sure, it was a Geass command, but still, over the year that memory should have been buried by now, new memories and emotions should have stimulated something. Sigh. Whatever, then I just need to make my overpowered machines to keep her safe, keep cuddling her up. Chapter 6, Chapter 5, God of Sky, Tyrannies. With the fusion reactor online, the rest of things depended on resources, which were flowing in at a decent pace. Thus, failure was not a setback, instead, it was a lesson to learn. It took around a year to shrink a fusion reactor and make it a viable source of energy. Sakuradite played a huge part in how quickly he was able to make it work. Instead of a room-sized thing, it was merely 1 square meter, a power source that emits enough power to power an entire city. After the fusion reactor, it was time to create a frame. First were joints. Based on his prosthetics technology, the explosive power of servomotors combined with Sakuradite, it became something monstrous. With the frame completed, next was the cockpit, which will be placed in the torso. Instead of a regular square used by nightmares, it will be a full-on panoramic sphere, with hologramic support. Holograms were easily replicated, and once again, Sakuradite easily replaced the alloys used in his previous world. It's not fair how much this pink thing can replace. But it makes it easier for him to work, so he might as well abuse it. Once the cockpit was finished, Marcus began to assemble the machine. "So that's your machine?" Millie casually commented, as she was a constant presence in his workshop. "The KK-00 codename Luff. Marcus replied as he was connecting the head unit to the main frame. "A Celtic god." She replied after thinking for a second. "Indeed. A machine as powerful as this one needs a good name," he said with a smile. Though a much different one than Nightmare. She noticed the lack of the ejection thingy she saw in Glasgow. "Because it's not Nightmare," he said with a smirk. "It's a nightmare killer, you can even call it a mobile suit. Just from the fact that it has a different development route," the Inventor Prince explained to her. "I see. Regardless, I am here to tell you that the end-of-the-year party will start soon," the blonde explained. "Right. I guess I will take a shower." "Do that. You've been skipping quite a bit of end-of-year stuff." Millie sighed. She was amazed by how much he was skipping and yet still finishing everything with excellent marks. "I am a bit jealous, how good he is at everything." She even tried Nightmare Simulation, made from the Glasgow cockpit, and he was able to beat all of her scores easily. "It's not fair." After finishing the prototype frame, Marcus began experimenting, walking around inside of it, gathering data. He needs data for thrusters, including where to place them, while also regulating the fusion reactor and determining the amount of power required. His Luff model, while not the prettiest, had no placed limits. That's why he named the machine after the sun god, because it had unfettered sun inside of it. But it was far too dangerous, that is why future models will have shackles. For now, he continued to gather data. Eventually, his AI got enough information and theory, well, not theory for him. Ion technology soon became a reality. Ion thrusters, technology based on electromagnetism, began to be implemented. The sheer force of these thrusters caused him to spend another year pondering how to improve the frame, which was where he discarded tungsten completely, as it was useless in his eyes. This metal is widely used by nightmares, but it's where Marcus began to create a version of his metal that will not only surpass the regular alloy used in nightmares, but will be viable in space use. After all, ion tech is space-worthy, with limitless potential when used next to a fusion reactor. However, this path led him to discover something curious in the waves. Isn't this stuff used by Rakshasa? Marcus realized that his ion tech gets close to the red waves used by that nightmare developer. The difference is based on Sakuradite instead of his pure ion study. New routes of tech development led to the creation of the 01 model, also named Tyrannies, after the Celtic god of sky. The Inventor Prince began to implement even more prototype tech. Weapons, transformable frames, in other words, plane mode. Weapons include a beam rifle, based on plasma technology that derived from ion, and beam sabers, using the same principle as beam rifle technology. These are the most basic technologies of mobile suit tech, or at least that's how he sees it. Once the mech was assembled by the automated assembly lines, it was time for testing. There is a place he wants to see. Marcus changed his clothes for this one. Dressed in a dark purple and black one-piece bodysuit, he put gloves on and took his favorite bladed weapon. A sword became a constant companion. When it became too much, he would take the weapon and lock himself in the dojo, which he built next to his workshop. A couple of hours of meditation and reckless sword swinging would help him cool off. Now, each time he goes for one of his test runs, he takes his sword with him. Once ready, he walked to a machine in plane mode, which was blue and white, the color of the sky. Unlike Luff, which looks like it's built from expensive metals like gold. As he got close to the machine, the underbelly section opened, and he could enter it. Once he climbed in, the hatch closed, the seat readjusted, and the belts locked him in place. Then the monitors that were in a 360-degree view began to power up. It looked like a wave of white particles washed over, and soon enough, he saw the workshop through the cameras. After viewing the holograms, they powered up. Boost up completed. Neural linkage online. Fusion reactor stable. Excess energy is being rerouted to auxiliary batteries. Sign lock-on calibrated. Ion thrusters operational. Life support online. All sections of mobile suit operational and ready. We are all set, sir. All the pop-ups were dismissed with a thought as Marcus' hands went to the control sticks. He got the feel for them as then one of his hands went for the lever. It was for the thrusters. He pushed it forward to the borderline red bar. Beyond that, he needs to remove the limiters. We are all set. Open the doors. Understood. Opening the main doors. In front of the mobile suit, a pair of metal doors began to open. These led directly to Japan's old subway system. The whole place has been explored by him in his KK-00 Luft test runs. He repurposed the familiar sections for himself and even caved in parts of the sections, basically making it part of his territory, with only one exit, making the whole place like his Batcave. Now, he is using it for stealth launches, like this one. Let's go. The machine lifted itself off before moving forward, blasting itself out of the workshop. He didn't hold back his speed as he knew the tunnels like the back of his hand. After a few seconds, his machine was outside. He immediately went up, towards the sky. Once high in the air, he turned around. Since his exit was towards the Pacific, he needed to turn towards mainland Asia. He did that high in the air before, starting to climb even more. The blue plasma from the thrusters got brighter as the reactor began to generate even more power. The climbing speed picked up as the machine soon left the atmosphere and entered the darkness of space. Finally. I missed you. Marcus closed his eyes as he enjoyed the weightlessness. Several moments later, he opened his eyes and began to check the navigation. For that, he had hacked Britannia military servers and downloaded their maps. The thing about this strange era is that the Britannians or any other faction barely utilized space to their advantage. GPS is still in its infancy, and Securidite has messed up the natural flow of technology advancement. Regardless, his machine is invisible to most forms of radio, as it emits an electromagnetic field through ion thrusters. His machine is still visible through heat sensors, but most forms of radios are used by the militaries of the world. Good luck trying to find him. After selecting his destination, he began to fly towards that location. His destination was Eastern Europe, his birthplace. Not this body's birthplace, but his previous ones. The trip wasn't that long as the machine began to enter the atmosphere after less than a 30-minute flight. Thankfully, I included G-force absorbers and the new alloy is holding firm. Marcus thought to himself as the holograms were flashing red, showing the heat outside the machine. Eventually, the flashing and mobile suit shaking ended as he was flying high above the land that should be Western Russia. But, this territory should be Britannia at the moment. Not that he cared, as his gaze went to the Baltic Sea, he began to dive there, moving at rapid speed. After a short burst of speed, his machine was flying around a familiar river basin. It should be around here. His eyes widened as he saw a familiar hill. He accelerated for a second before his widened eyes turned into horror. What he saw were the ruins of a town. His machine unfolded into humanoid form, landing on its feet. He just stood there and watched the ruins of flats, suburban houses, all of which looked like a battlefield had passed through. One could say that it finally hit him home. That he was on Earth, a very familiar Earth, yet it was not his Earth, his true home was gone. Before this, he played along, he was role-playing the exiled prince, thinking of getting revenge for him. Playing his part, paying back the debt for the body. All that stuff, the sense that he owes something to the prince whose body he took over. Yet all that time, part of him hoped that he would be able to see his town. Even if it were a foreign place, it would be his place. Regardless of reality, it was still Earth, and the place was still the same. But now. His eyes twitched. He was about to lose it. Boom. His gaze, like a predator, moved towards the source of the explosion. The machine zoomed in for him. He saw explosions, it was a battlefield. That moment, something inside of him snapped. His mobile suit reacted to him. The 01 Tyrannies jumped and once again folded into a plane and rushed towards the battlefield. Die, you filthy fake nightmare. A Sutherland was dancing through the field with an assault rifle, shredding a weird machine that looked like an imitation of Nightmare. The pilot was disgusted by what he saw as his machine blasted the fake Nightmare apart, causing it to explode. He, alongside his buddies, wanted to continue to advance, but a streak of blue light disintegrated a white and blue Nightmare, causing it to explode. The streak of light was so strong that the pilot of Nightmare didn't even notice when he died. Other Sutherlands stopped and looked at the explosion with shock and horror. Where is it coming from? Boom. The machine blew up before the pilot could finish speaking. The last remaining Sutherland looked around before looking upwards. No way, boom. The three machines were gone as the mech in the air that was floating slowly turned around and looked at the Europea United machines. Who are you? Boom. He then blew up all the other machines, destroying both sides of this conflict. Once they were gone, the blue and white machine with two beam rifles in its hands looked around. Spotting a huge purple moving fortress, the machine rushed towards it without any hesitation. My lord. The commanding officer spoke to the men sitting on the throne. He was dressed in blue noble garbs. There was panic in his eyes as they could see the machine rushing towards them, but it was not on the radar. The man leading the attack was Grand Master of the Holy Order of Raphael, Andrea Farnese. Before he could reply, a blue beam erased the whole top of the G1 base. The next second, the entire moving fortress exploded as the built-in batteries ignited. With the Britannians gone, he turned back as he began to look for the forward base of the Europea United. Chapter 7, Chapter 6, Lelouch. Alarms blared as the forward base of Europea United. The Europeans were confused, as there were no directions. From where did the attack come? As the troops were running around like headless chickens, streaks of blue began to rain from the sky, and all of their Gardmare machines blew up one after another, causing panic to increase exponentially. What the fuck is going on? Who is attacking? And from where? A pale blue uniform-wearing soldier demanded to know. But at that moment, another soldier grabbed him by the shoulders and forced him to look upwards. What he saw was a blue and white humanoid machine with wings. The sections of the wings were separated as they were filled up by blue energy of some sort. What is that thing? Panic gave way to horror as he had never seen anything like this. Was this a new Britannian nightmare? But even for them, this thing looked far too advanced. It was a proper humanoid. Nothing like the Sutherland. God knows. It destroyed Britannian troops and now did the same to ours. But then pure horror happened as the machine opened fire. The sections on the chest were mounted with CIWS, which began to spray bullets. Run! The troops began to scatter, but then the machine stopped after killing half of them. The European troops stopped for a second, as they were curious and terrified at the same time. This time, curiosity won over as they stopped and looked. What they saw was the machine floating down and picking up a blonde-haired girl. With the girl in hand, the machine simply flew away at absurd speed. What is even going on? I don't know what to do anymore. The soldiers began to have panic attacks. Not only were they far from home, but their supplies were scarce, and the support they were getting was minimal. All of those things, combined with this alien-like machine attack that destroyed everything, made them snap from fear and horror. It was like the final straw in a long list of things. Marcus finally snapped from his killing frenzy when he almost killed a beautiful blonde-haired girl. He recalled that Europea United had only one thing that was decent from this embarrassing version of Europe, and that was Lelouch. Someone he nearly killed, by the way. So, without wasting a second, he kidnapped her and took her away. It was quite a small price for Britannia and Europea United to pay to calm his rage. As he landed his mobile suit at a specific derelict suburban house, he got out and took the girl from his mech's hands. The Inventor Prince barged into a quite familiar house, but it was in ruins. There are holes in the brick walls, and the roof is in a bad state. Honestly, it made his body twitch just from looking at it, but first, he prepared a place for the girl to lie down. As she lay in a makeshift bed he made from spare clothing he had, the black-haired prince began to patch her bullet wounds. Thankfully, only her right hand was hit. Even then, the wounds were superficial. However, just doing that made her wake up. Layla's eyes trembled as she gnashed her teeth. Her eyes snapped open as she wondered why it was hurting so much. Don't move. I am in no mood for games. The girl stopped in her tracks. She could feel something cold pointing at her throat. Her eyes finally focused. She could see a blade was pointing at her neck. Realizing her situation, she stiffly nodded, making him pull his sword aside and return to his work on fixing her hand. She looked at him for a bit, wondering who he was, and where she was as well. Eventually, the blonde realized that she had seen him somewhere. You are that Britannian entrepreneur, why are you helping a European soldier? She asked, confused. The girl wondered why, but then she saw the pilot uniform he had. Her eyes went to the other side, through the cracks of the wall, and she could see a nightmare-like machine kneeling on one knee. You are the pilot of that machine. Then why you let me live? She asked, terrified, confused, curious and all sorts of emotions. That was before he touched her wound. Ack. Calm down. He rolled his eyes before returning to his task. After a couple of moments, her breathing calmed down. Fear was replaced by dreadful curiosity. Why then? She asked, not able to control herself. That's because you are the best thing that came out from Europea United, but then again, your roots are not with EU but Britannia, so it's arguable. He shrugged. What are you talking about? She was both confused and terrified. Sigh. Let's go through the whole roster. From government type, that will implode soon thanks to Britannia assault, to how pathetic the war machines you guys have, to many talentless soldiers. Honestly, you are the best thing, like I said. He repeated what he said a moment ago. Why, you are crazy. She said with disbelief. This guy is mental, he glossed her nation like it was something on a paper sheet. I need to be crazy to build something like my tyrannies. Would you build a miniature sun in your basement? He asked in turn. Her words stuck at the tip of her tongue. Precisely, the world belongs to the mad. Every scientist to date was unstable to some degree, from overflowing ego to kinks that would make most promiscuous women blush. They all are in that category. He shrugged as he finished fixing her hand. The blonde looked at his handiwork. He was a meticulous guy, he made sure it was bandaged up to perfection. True. Then why are you here? You are thousands of miles away from your base of operations, unless you are helping the Britannians. Midway, she realized that he attacked both sides. What are you doing? She asked him. I came to see an important town to me, but when I saw it in ruins. She grimaced hearing that. Eastern Europe has been a war zone for several years now. With the front lines shifting almost daily, most of the cities are utterly destroyed. In record time with the new nightmare and nightmare-like machines, no less. I haven't done anything of this sort. I am an officer related to CIC in a military mission. She tried to explain herself. But Marcus simply laughed. His hand went to her the blue uniform, and he pulled on it for a second, making her look where his hand was. The moment you put on this blue uniform, you are carrying the cross of EU soldiers. Or, in layman's terms, you are already responsible for all of it. That's the whole purpose of it. This uniform unifies soldiers, gives them the same purpose, and at the same time, it shares all of the responsibility. Just like I do with mine. He shrugged while saying the last part. She frowned for a second. But then slowly nodded, accepting it. I suppose, when you put it like that. Leila resigned to what he said. So, what are you going to do to me? She asked, accepting that he would eventually do something to her. I am going to keep you. From now on, you are mine. He said with finality in his voice, before standing up and sheathing his katana. So a slave. She frowned. The girl is pretty sure such a thing is banned in Britannia. Don't be ridiculous. You are going to be my follower. That's about it. Isn't it dangerous for you? The girl frowned even more. Isn't he a bit reckless? He doesn't know her. You desire peace, that's why you are in the military. At the same time, you did it to escape what your adopted family is planning. Malcolms took you in because of your Britannian noble blood. Her eyes trembled from shock. How the hell? I know everything about you, that is why you will accept my offer, because I am the key to true world peace. Her gaze hardened. Eventually, looking to the side. Where his machine was waiting for them. My tyrannies has more energy than 50 nightmares put together, the raw punching force without any weapon is 5 times that of any current machine, it can cross the void of space, and cross the whole planet in less than a few hours. And this machine is not even the final model, but a prototype of a prototype. Her eyes widened to absurd levels. That's right. I am planning to terrify everyone into obedience. He said with a smirk. Will that even work? She was on the fence when it came to this solution. It doesn't matter now, does it? You are coming with me, Layla. That's all there is, and if you don't believe, you will see soon enough. As he said that, he offered his hand to her. Your courting skills, for better or worse, require a lot of work. In the end, she took his hand and eventually stood up. Courting? I suppose. I've been spending too much time making my machine, I forgot that you ladies require a softer touch. He chuckled before starting to walk towards the broken doors, with Layla in tow, he didn't let go of her hand. Eventually, they were outside where the machine was waiting for them. The nightmare-like machine's eyes glowed as it activated and soon offered its hand. It can move on its own. Layla commented, wondering how that works. More than that. He replied, not getting into many details. As Marcus got into his seat, he offered her to sit on his lap. You can't be serious. The blonde replied, but he motioned to get in. She closed her eyes for a second. She was already most likely regarded as MIA and most likely would need to explain herself a lot. If people would even believe her tale if she were to escape somehow miraculously. After waiting for another second, she got into the cockpit, and the hatch sealed behind them. Then the monitors around them came alive, and she could see 360 degrees around her. The holograms appeared around the pilot seat, and a male voice began to speak from all directions. Notifications about the machine popped up, they swiftly disappeared, and all that is left is a couple of control sticks, a lever, and pedals. How is one supposed to control this thing with so few controls? Before long, the machine took off as it began to fly upwards, then Marcus moved the right control stick to the middle. Switching to plane mode. The machine midair folded and became a plane before accelerating into the sky. Her eyes began to widen as she realized that the vehicle was not stopping. It kept climbing at absurd speed. Was he serious about space travel? A random idea popped into her mind, as she realized that he was not making up. Before long, she felt weightlessness. The girl began to float up, but Marcus pulled her back in. They were in space. No, wait, we reached this high so quickly. What kind of thrust does this machine have? Layla commented as she ignored the fact that she was getting hugged like that. Ion technology, my machine is invisible to radar because of the magnetic field it has, it's not for show either, as the field lowers the resistance of air exponentially. That makes it move like it was in water. He explained to her. If it's true. Then it can move faster than Sutherland in on land pinners. Marcus chuckled hearing that comparison. Just because my mobile suit is bigger doesn't mean it loses in speed comparison, it's made from a lighter and far more durable alloy. He smirked while saying that. I see. Her eyes looked at the horizon. The girl can see the curvature of the planet. Legion, set next coordinates. Loading coordinates. Calculating route. The girl listened, realizing that even the machine itself is smart. If that is true, then in combat it can assist, too. The blonde began to believe that his plan could be possible, and it only took her less than 5 minutes to be inside one of them. Chapter 8, Chapter 7, Circling the Planet. Where are we going? Layla asked as she saw the machine change directions and move towards a specific location. Inspect resources, resource independence is important. He replied as he pulled her closer. I am thinking support units in the future, like a carrier ship, stuff like that is important, Marcus commented as he saw Tanaris recalibrate, and it would seem it was getting better at orienting in the world. That is true. How many people do you have under your leadership? She asked, being curious. Such a machine should have taken a lot of time to develop. Well, Anaheim Front Company has several hundred employees, but that's about it. Oh, I do have a childhood friend who is trying to take care of my health, but developing machines takes time. He joked while saying the last part. You made this, by yourself? She asked, as fear and disbelief washed over her. If what he is saying is true, then this guy was a savant. She only heard of people like these, who are a bit strange, but they are absolutely insane when it comes to their field of expertise. Yes. But to build something like that is not simple. First you build the infrastructure, make tools and such. It took me over 5 years of development to reach this point. He said that with a serious voice. 5 years is nothing for one person. She exclaimed, trying to process. I guess, I don't have anything to compare to. He shrugged as he kept her from floating away. You know that developing a machine of war, one goes through many tests, designs, and errors. She asked, not believing what she was hearing. Of course. It took me a year to shrink my fusion reactor. I went through thousands of models until I found which one works. Midway, I developed means to accelerate the process. I kept designing, developing, like sharpening a sword. Layla thought that her friend was a genius as she was developing a new model of Nightmare, but compared to this guy, they are realities apart. But they could get along. The girl realized that having more friends could help him be less hardcore. I see. I do have a friend who is developing the next generation of nightmares for the EU. She commented. That's a nice place to be in. He nodded at her. Those Alexanders would help the EU to exist longer. He dropped the ball, he already knew of those machines. Layla's eyes widened. She realized that he already knew about those. They are still in the prototype stage. How do you know? She asked him, concerned that the army was somehow compromised. You will understand once we return to base. He replied as the machine entered autopilot, and he could focus on the blonde in his hands. Fine. By this point, she could only play along and see where this goes. After that, she simply looked at the monitors, enjoying a view that a very small number of people have ever seen. What are your plans? You didn't mention the details. The blonde asked after a while of silence. Because there are none of them. He replied. She turned around and looked at him. We don't need an actual course of action, because when we are big enough, we will be like a celestial object, getting into contact with another object. The heavier they are, the more gravity they create. The same applies to everything, even nations and organizations. Once I have several of these machines, my interests will collide with those of other people, causing a conflict. All I need to do is simply win those collisions. He explained, leaving her speechless for several moments. Yes, but even then you need to be prepared. She reasoned with him. Getting the general idea of what he means. It does make sense. Either fame, wealth, or even a nation's strength, one would attract attention when it becomes a major power or player. But even so, going blindly can backfire. My machine possesses a pseudo-perpetual motion engine. It can fight borderline forever. On top of that, the cockpit is cushioned, meaning that if the machine is under siege from conventional weapons, the pilot won't notice it and could potentially rest in prolonged fights. And the fact that someone could catch up to your machine's power. She reasoned, understanding the general idea of what he is implying. The way the technology is progressing, they won't catch up for many years. How can you be so certain? She asked, curious. Because there is a difference in plateaus of power. For a machine to have access to greater power, a more powerful engine and power source is needed. It's the same as comparing a horse to a car in a speed race. You got the idea, right? He explained that now that autopilot is on, both of his hands are free. That's the sheer difference between nightmares and this machine. Layla ignored the fact that he was partially hugging her. Instead, her brain was trying to understand the sheer gap. She is not an expert, but it's crazy, just how advanced is this thing? And how was he able to build it? There is something that doesn't add up. 5 years are not enough to create a machine like this. Alone no less. Indeed, nightmares are powered by energy fillers. A single filler in this machine would power ion thrusters for a couple of seconds before it would run dry. Just how much energy does it require? She asked. Part of her was terrified to learn the number. Well, in simple terms, you need to heat metal and make it rotate to create an electromagnetic field, and on top of that, you need to cause electricity to turn into controllable plasma that can work like thrust. I see. She pondered for a while. Internally, she came to a conclusion. This guy was not from around her. His tech is far too advanced for this world. It makes no sense for someone to have something leagues ahead. But maybe that's what is needed to end these bloody conflicts. What part do I play in all of this? Layla asked, after a while. The blonde is not stupid, she wants to figure out her boundaries. Since he didn't kill her like the rest, and he confirmed that she is the best thing Europea United has produced, it makes her assume that he has some form of affection towards her. No idea. I saved you without any sort of ulterior motive. I wasn't expecting you on the front lines around Belarus. He honestly replied, beginning to stroke her hair that was over the whole place, thanks to the lack of gravity. Is that so? Her blue eyes gleamed. If we truly have so much power. How about I invite my close friend? Layla suggested. Are you sure? You do realize that it's treason for your friend if she leaves for Anaheim? He replied. True, but she could leave the military. The blonde reasoned. Possible, but you need to ask her first. Internally, she was wondering if this was a good idea. Layla recalled that her friend had a crush on this guy, the guy who helped people with his inventions. But it turns out that it was a front. How would she feel when she would learn this? The blonde ended up looking down. All of a sudden, she had doubts if she should even contact her. I need to think more about this. Sir, we are entering orbit in 3 minutes. Already? Where are we even going? Layla snapped out and looked at Marcus, who was pondering something. South Africa. He replied as a map popped before them. I will do a flyby to check if mines are in use or not. I can't buy resources from Britannia all the time, they could question me about where they are going. He explained to her as he pulled her closer. Now, come here. Re-entry into the atmosphere can be a bit bumpy. The blonde XEU officer slowly nodded as he hugged her with one hand. Sure enough, the surroundings turned red as Tyrannies began to shake. Layla gulped nervously. Re-entering a planet is something one shouldn't do so recklessly, but this only shows how absurd the technology of this machine is. After a few moments, the shaking stopped as the mobile suit had successfully entered Earth's atmosphere, and they were ready to continue with the trip. As the mobile suit descended closer to the ground, the blonde could finally see the sights. This was the first time she was on the old continent. Never did I imagine that when I woke up this morning, I would be in Africa. She casually commented when she saw how different the trees and the mountains were. She is used to darker colors for mountains and dirt, but here it was a lighter color. It was a completely different climate from what she learned in the academy. As someone who was in a military academy, she learned about the dangers of fighting in different climates, especially warm ones like this one. Diseases are the leading cause of death in the military. Regardless, she watched what Marcus was doing here. Sure enough, she saw his machine take pictures of the place before flying to a different site. In a mere couple of hours, with the speed of the machine, they flew around the whole of southern Africa, except for the Congo Basin and the Sahara. Then they went to space. Such a mode of traveling is a bit something she will need to get used to. Robotics hands took Tyrannies and took it away behind a glass wall. Inside a glass container, small drones were cleaning the machine that had just returned from circling the planet. The blonde girl who was finally out of the cockpit looked around the underground base. Her hunch just got confirmed, the technology she was looking at was way beyond what she was imagining. After seeing this place, I was wondering just what you are. she asked, her gaze on him. And what would I get from revealing that? Marcus asked her. He was smiling at her. Well, I will be following you, no. There should be fewer barriers between us. Besides, it's not fair that you know everything about me, but I don't. Layla sighed, almost pouting at him. The girl crossed her arms in annoyance. True. I can reveal something to you. He motioned for her to follow him. The pair walked away from the armory corner, and Marcus took a seat in his chair and pulled out a small box and opened it. He then brought his fingers to his eyes, removed his contact lenses and looked at her. One of Layla's eyebrows went up. She realized that he was not blue-eyed but purple-eyed. But what does this mean? Let me formally introduce myself, Layla von Bresno. Her whole body shivered when she heard her old family name. My name is Lelouch von Britannia, the 11th prince. He smirked while saying that. That was something I wasn't expecting to hear today. Her lips twitched. Here she was, her parents had escaped from Britannia, but now she was serving a literal prince. This day is crazy. From going to space twice, then visiting Africa, to leaving the EU army for a Britannia prince. The girl massaged her forehead. She had heard enough for one day. Yes. He chuckled seeing her like that. She should take it easy with all those questions. For a second, she pondered about this prince. Wait. Weren't you exiled to Japan? Her eyes widened as she realized what this meant. The emperor attacked Japan when the country had 2 of his children. That means not only was this prince a hostage, but he most likely ended up as a war refugee. That one crazy experience. Is this the reason why he became like this? Revenge can be one serious motivator. So, you want to get revenge on your old family? She asked, worried for a bit. Revenge is like fire, it can burn brightly and can consume everything, but after it burns its course, there is nothing left. Chapter 9, Chapter 8, Bringing a Girl Home. Revenge. Well, in a way, I will. Marcus replied. He was a bit cryptic. You royals never do it simply. Layla shook her head. She was expecting something similar. Well, after what happened to me and my sister, you could say that I would shout something like, I will destroy Britannia, and all that stuff. I was expecting that, yes. She nodded, playing along. But what I will do is crush the whole empire with overwhelming might. Layla wanted to comment on how the empire is around 1/3 of the whole world, and it has the most advanced military in the entire world. But after seeing what his machine can do, she is no longer on the Britannian side in this very specific conflict. She is leaning towards the prince's technological prowess. So you want to crush your father's empire, how do you even do that? Fly to their military bases and blow them up. She joked, but then midway she realized that he can do that, and most likely be successful in doing that. I don't need to do any of that. He shook his head. This is Japan, the only place in the whole world that surrendered to Britannia. And what does that suppose to mean? Layla frowned. It means that this land is a full bed of rebels and insurrections, and my dearest brother is incapable of handling them. So you are going to use them in some way? The blonde nodded, realizing what he meant. Indeed. I will simply join the fun, along the way, make Britannians terrified of the idea of even going to a conflict in fear of the mysterious machine joining the conflict and destroying their military assets. Playing with the prey. I see. The blonde realized what this vengeful prince was thinking. And what should I do? My prince. The girl playfully bowed, expecting him to be annoyed. She does want to get back at him. He shot her, and then kidnapped her from the army. One thing is that she should be pissed, but that didn't manifest from the sheer terror and awe she had for his talent and creations. One thing is for sure, she should be careful. But it doesn't mean she can't bite back from time to time. No need to be so coy with me, Layla. Though I do find you more beautiful when you try to play like that. His response made her blush. The girl got flustered for a second, but then she coughed into her fist, controlling herself. I was not. You do realize that you shot me and then kidnapped me. At the very least, I should try to beat you up. She showed him an angry look. Yes, that is why I patched you up and took you away from suffering. He replied, making her stop for a second. Think over his words. I suppose. She realized that she doesn't need to answer now to Malcolm's family. Her arranged marriage no longer exists. In the end. The only issue is my new boss is a bit insane. She replied, still snappy at him. I take that as a compliment. No sane man would build a miniature sun under his house. He chuckled, making her look around, looking for something. Interested, aren't you? Follow me. He got up and motioned for her to follow him. Layla followed him as they went one floor below. Her eyes widened as she saw robots. These machines were working on an array of things. That moment, she realized how he was able to build his machines. He simply made robots. Impressive, isn't it? On your right, behind that black wall, is an automated assembly lines, a miniature factory and a forge. It's where things get assembled, it's where my machine was built. He explained to her as he saw her watching it. I see, and that light over there. I assume it's the reactor. She saw a bright light coming from a window at the end of the corridor. Indeed, follow me. He began to walk towards the source, and the girl followed, slowly starting to feel a growing trepidation. Will she see a small sun? Or it's something from science fiction she read in the academy, with her friend Anna, who got inspired to pursue robotics. When they arrived at the window, it was too bright, so Marcus handed her goggles that were hanging on the wall. Once she put it on, she saw 4 pink rods holding a ball of fire. Around this fireball, there was a ring that was rotating. Even if she can feel the heat, just looking at this makes her start sweating. How much energy is this thing generating? She asked him after staring at it for a while. I do not know the limit, as that's exactly what these bots are trying to figure out. Sakuradite is quite the material, it still finds ways to surprise me. He chuckled, making her slowly nod. It is a revolutionary material, I can guess it's because of this material that you can advance so quickly in your technology. Indeed. Though I can do all the same without Sakuradite. HN. She nodded, realizing this was the clue she needed. That is fascinating. But how were you able to do all this? In mere 5 years. I find it very hard to believe. Layla said with a sigh. Interesting, isn't it? He smirked as he saw her take off the goggles and look at him. It is, but at the same time, it makes me a bit terrified about what you can do. While it was very fascinating to her, it was concerning as well. Indeed. Now that we are reaching this subject, I have an idea what your job will be in Anaheim. Oh. You are going to be my assistant and secretary. I always wanted a beautiful girl next to me all the time. He joked while turning around and walking towards the stairs. Assistant. Layla frowned. This was well. You perv. She exclaimed, with red cheeks. Oh, please. I am a healthy male, it shouldn't be a surprise that I want you around. Besides, you will be a great barrier for me in school. School? You can't be serious. I already graduated. Layla aced her school and academy, skipping years just to get into the army and away from the Malkal family. Now she is going back. To Britannia school no less. It's not about graduating, as my secretary and assistant, I will be paying you, on top of paid holidays. I do, however, expect holidays to be with me. She looked at him for a second before shaking her head. I will think about those holidays. I still didn't get over this. She showed him her wrapped hand. Let me get you a doctor. He sighed. That hand needs checkups. I think it's fine. She looked at her hand. It was a good job. At the very least, she knows that he is feeling guilty, can't say about all those dead soldiers on both sides. No, I will see my doctor. Someone I trust with my health. He shook his head before taking her other hand. Come, let me show you my place, you will find it fascinating. She looked at him, her curiosity was piqued. What does he mean by that? School. You live in school. Her eyes were wide as she looked through the window before her was a fancy-looking school. Not only that, but under the clubhouse is his workshop. The very same workshop that had a miniature sun. What if something cracks or malfunctions? The center of the explosion would be all of the school kids. This guy is extremely reckless. You do know that what you do is absurdly reckless. You have a literal sun under this building. She hissed, worried if anything would happen, it could blow up. He smiled hearing that, but then he realized that she was a solution to one of his newest projects. That is why I made you my assistant. You have brains to help me with something. His smile morphed into a bloodthirsty grin. What? She was worried even to hear it. You will help me to build a base in one of the islands in the Pacific, preferably close to the equator. Layla looked at him as if he were speaking gibberish. How am I supposed to do that? The blonde inquired, she had no idea where even to start. My tech, I will provide you with technology, what you will need to do is logistics, figure out if Britannians have presence there, crunch those numbers, geological studies and stuff. I can provide materials, manpower, transportation, what you need to do is make those materials turn into buildings on the island. His explanation made her relax immediately. If that's the case, I can do it. She replied with a stiff nod. While she was nervous, it was not beyond her capabilities. Organizing, observing and issuing orders is something she is good at. Wonderful. I assume you will take the miniature sun away from your workshop? She asked, hopeful that he would agree. Maybe. We will see how it will progress. We can plan, but plans usually don't progress as we envisioned. He sighed, recalling all the times his plans failed, mostly when it came to tech. I do want you to remove that thing from the school. Do that for me, please. He looked at her for a second. It would seem the blonde beauty before him was starting to move her weight. If you want to have me around without me glaring at you, then you will do this small request. Marcus chuckled after hearing her request. We are not even married yet, and you are already making such requests. He rolled his eyes before sighing. Fine, I can do that. But only after my base in the Pacific gets online. Powering these reactors is like feeding a black hole. The girl blushed hard for a second before taking a deep breath. How can he speak so bluntly? Very well. Good. At least he can be reasoned with. Layla commented to herself. This was a good sign to her. Maybe she can lower that insanity level he had. Time will tell. Millie puffed her cheeks as she saw a blonde girl getting her whole arm checked. Who is the girl? She asked, with a frown, getting annoyed. Layla, a girl I got from Europea United. He replied with crossed arms. And? She motioned with a hand to continue. And what? The blonde rolled her eyes at him before sighing in resignation. And? Explain more. The girl exclaimed, a bit angrier. What? I found her gorgeous, so I picked her up, since you're running away all the time. Marcus clarified to her, making Millie puff even more before walking away. Can't you not say that with such a blunt tone? Layla, whose arm is getting checked by a smirking doctor who was enjoying the show between Prince and the girls. Do apologize, but I practiced martial arts and swordsmanship, speaking bluntly is a side effect. He shrugged, making her sigh as she realized that he would embarrass her a lot. Whatever. After a while, the doctor was done with the checkup and was putting on new bandages. He looked at Marcus. The wounds will heal, there are no complications, you did well, my prince, in patching them immediately. The man closed his bag as he explained to the inventor prince. Good, that is a relief. Marcus nodded after hearing that. He was relieved that there were no complications. Well, the bullets that are in his machine are designed and forged at home. So he knows that they don't have any bacteria, even if those shots are simple grazes. Yes. Now, if you excuse me, I have other things to do. The man respectfully bowed before leaving. Marcus looked at Layla, who inspected her hand. It would seem everything is fine. He said with a smile. Yes. She stood up and looked at him, there was a certain expression on her face. I wonder, who is the girl who ran away? The blonde asked about the other blonde. It was interesting, as Layla and Millie are blondes, so she wonders if he has a thing for blonde girls. Chapter 10, Chapter 9, Taming the Blonde Assistant. Now that everything was done, it was getting late, and Layla was feeling like hitting the sack. The girl even wondered if traveling across the world had finally caught up to her, as she felt tired. Where will I be sleeping? The blonde asked Marcus as she noticed that it was a room for one guy. Here. He got into his office chair. This is your room. She replied, starting to get uncomfortable. Indeed. Do you think the school clubhouse has a guest room? He joked, before motioning to get into bed. So sleep here, I have things to do, so that I will be working. He moved to face his computer screen, which turned on by itself. The girl didn't say anything as she watched him go through a familiar motion. Before long, he forgot about her even existing, and instead, he was drawing something. Did he just start designing? Her mouth slowly opened as she saw a shape take form. Is that a plane? Regardless, she started feeling silly just standing there. Her eyes went to the bed. It started to look quite inviting. Whatever. The girl grimaced as she ended up moving to the bed. Then all of a sudden, a fresh t-shirt ended up landing on the bed. You can use that as your sleepwear. He said, looking at her for a second. Fine. The blonde sighed as she took the t-shirt before walking to the bathroom next door. In the bathroom, she changed out of her military uniform and walked back to the room, where the lights were off and instead a night sky projector was on. It was dark, but not pitch black, it was good enough to sleep and, at the same time, it was good enough to move around in case one needs to. The girl looked around. This was the first time she saw something like this. She wondered if it's a Britannia thing, because Europea United doesn't have such an item. Regardless, she sneaked into the bed and tried to sleep, but the bedsheet smelled like him. And her brain started to wander towards that direction. Her gaze went to him. With the angle she had, the girl watched him look very serious. It was like he was in his little world. Layla watched him, and the girl realized that there was no stopping. This guy, a few hours ago, laid waste to Britannia and Europea United forces, took pictures of the African continent, and now he is at home, continuing to work like nothing has happened. After calming down, she realized that it was humbling to her. This guy was on a completely different level when it comes to his drive. Is this what one needs to create those things? Regardless, she just looked at him before she realized that she was staring. Then she shook her head as she realized that she was developing something right here. Stupid Layla. He literally kidnapped you from your army. You can't do that. Yet, she can't stop doing that. Regardless, after a while, her eyes closed and she drifted off to sleep with the sound of the computer hum in the background. HN. The blonde girl's eyes snapped open as she realized that she had dozed off. She slowly moved into a sitting position and looked around. It was still dark, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? The blonde realized that he was gone. Her eyes went to the bookshelf, where the lift to his workshop is located. Did he return to his workshop? The girl frowned. The guy should be tired, yet. Why am I worrying about him? Her frown deepened before she got up, found her slippers and walked to the bookshelf. She looked around, trying to figure out how to access the lift. There should be a button or some sort of mechanism to open the doors. Before she gave up, the doors opened on their own. Should be the AI. The girl walked into the lift that took her down to the workshop level. Once there, she saw a similar view, only a more prominent night sky projector and holograms all over the place. It looked like he was putting together a puzzle that was his plane. You know. It's late, and you should get some sleep. She said with crossed arms. You should sleep instead. Once morning, I will take over. He said to her. That moment she realized that he was not going to sleep because of her taking over his bed, an excuse to continue to work. You, sigh. Just come with me to the bed. The girl sighed, ending up accepting these strange circumstances. Don't you own a successful business? The amount of money should be enough to own a decent-sized estate, the girl reasoned, not understanding his fascination with living in a clubhouse. Most of the money I earn is to keep my junkyards running. He replied. Junkyards. Yep, I pay Japanese to bring me metals and so on, the same metals I use for building and research. He explained before expanding on this. Not only is the income not that high for my Anaheim business front, as I give prosthetics to soldiers dirt cheap. Layla nodded before frowning at him. And yet, you slaughtered those soldiers without care. Quite the hypocrisy. The girl replied with crossed arms. That's what humans are. It should be obvious that we act in our own best interests at that moment. For example, you surrendered yourself to me, instead of fighting to the death. That's different. She countered. Not at all, I was at my weakest when I was taking care of you. My sword was away, you could have disabled me and taken my weapon, and then of my machine, you could have been a hero. Marcus explained a hypothetical scenario to the girl, who had several expressions going through her mind. As if. I would attack someone who is taking care of me. Besides, I doubt I could steal something like your advanced machine that has self-awareness. Layla countered, she has the decency not to attack someone who is taking care of her. Maybe. But that's you getting the best of your situation. You didn't care about your status in the military when I was taking you away. At that moment, all you cared about was survival, not your principles. He shrugged, making her feel that he drove a nail into her theory. Principle is great and all that stuff. But it only works when you're comfortable in your situation and are in control. He shrugged at her, calling him a hypocrite, when she is one as well. Fine. Layla huffed, not liking the idea that he got her on ropes, especially when she is wearing his t-shirt and is sleeping in his bed. Now come with me, we are going to sleep. She motioned for him to come with her. Sure. His voice made her grimace, he sounded like he was going to enjoy this. We can share the bed, but no touching. She replied with an embarrassed look. All I can promise are hugs. He smiled, making her look away with even redder cheeks. Damn him and his bluntness. Can't he see that he is making her question her life choices? A short elevator trip, they were back in his room, and the blonde girl got into his bed and moved close to the wall, making space for Marcus, who ended up in the bed and quickly pulled her for a hug and then closed his eyes and started to snooze. Layla, who turned stiff like a statue for a second, wondered if he would do something else, but to her surprise, he was already sleeping just a couple of minutes into this. This guy. He has no self-preservation or something. She wondered if this was the case, because they only met today, but he is already acting like that. Isn't he afraid that she could plan a long-term revenge? After all, he shot her and then kidnapped her. Yet. Ugh. He makes no sense, and it just makes her want to know more about him. It may annoy her, but in turn, it makes her more curious. The guy is like sweet poison to her mind, the longer she is around, the harder it is for her to imagine how she could escape. Layla looked at Marcus, or more precisely, his little sister. Now she knew why he wanted to crush the Britannian Empire and, more precisely, his father. She recalled what happened to the Empress, now that she witnessed firsthand that his sister got broken legs and couldn't see. On top of all that, he was exiled to Japan and then attacked the said country. It made her blood boil, and it's not even her family. It only makes her distaste for the empire grow. The brown-haired little sister of the prince could tell that there was something else with her brother. Nunnally, this is Layla, she is my new assistant and secretary. She is very special to me. Marcus said with a grin. Layla grimaced when she heard that. Can't he not do that? What about Millie? Nunnally was confused, she thought that the other blonde girl was his special. No idea, she keeps running away from me, that is why I got Layla. He shook his head. That's because you are constantly teasing her. Nunnally pouted, she had heard many times about this from Millie. Layla looked at Marcus. So he is not only blunt but can tease to the point that a girl runs away. Well, I call it the counter-tease as she is ruthless in school. The Inventor Prince replied, he is well prepared for this conflict. Please, Miss Layla, I apologize for my big brother's sassiness, he is a bit weird. Marcus rolled his eyes when he heard Nunnally apologizing for him. It's fine, and call me Layla, we will be seeing each other a lot. The blonde smiled, turns out his little sister is sweet. Nothing like her brother. Oh, wow, your accent, where are you from? Nunnally curiously asked. Europe. Europe. Big brother, how did you? The girl asked him. Flying with my new toy. He replied with a shrug. I see, please, I want to remind you that he can be a workaholic, his inventions speak for themselves. The girl explained to Layla. The blonde smiled, but her smile was strained. If only this sweet girl knew what her brother had built. I know, I already saw his workshop and was picked up by him. Oh, I see. I have never been to his workshop. The girl pouted at her brother. I told you to try opening your eyes, Nunnally. It has been years, if you can see it, it will be much better for you. He rolled his eyes, making the blonde look at the younger girl. Now she was curious, why? Anyway, Siko take my sister to school, I shall do that as well, once I get a uniform for Layla. The maid who was standing behind Nunnally bowed and began to assist the girl with her daily walking exercises. The exoskeleton of her legs makes them work, strengthening her leg muscles. Layla finally noticed the smooth-looking prosthetics the girl had on her legs. Her eyes perked up, she now knew why he made Anaheim make prosthetics and those exoskeletons. It's related to his sisters. He truly is a weird guy. She smiled while thinking about that. She isn't blind, then she doesn't open her eyes. The blonde asked after seeing the pair leave. Trauma, after seeing Mother's corpse, she couldn't open her eyes anymore. Marcus narrowed his eyes while saying that. I see, that should have been a traumatic experience. Layla had a sorrowful look, she had a familiar experience with her birth family as well. Indeed, but she has to overcome it and open her eyes, considering I fixed her broken legs already, it's more dangerous now to walk instead of using a wheelchair. The Inventor Prince sighed, it's getting depressing for him, as his tech can't help here. Chapter 11, Chapter 10, Conflict of Blondes. Layla looked at the full-length mirror in front of her. She was dressed in a yellow school uniform with a black skirt. The skirt is too short. The girl complained. Her best friend already complained that Layla's skirt was too short before, but this is even worse. Complain to Millie, she is the one who designs them. Marcus shrugged, he found them sexy, so he ain't complaining. Humph, it's too revealing. Do you like that someone would gaze at me like that? She quickly began to use that card. Yes. The moment she sees something she doesn't like, she would tell him that she is his, and would someone want to gaze at his girl? That's right, he got triggered when she puts it like that. I know you are playing me, but it is working. He sighed, pulling out his flip phone. He opened it and contacted the management of the academy. A very short conversation later, he got her a different skirt. I am not playing you, we are already sharing the same bed. By Britannia and Europea standards, we should be getting married. She said with a smirk. The more he wants to cuddle her, the more it's going to cost in something called responsibility. Good to know that I can hug you anytime I want. He replied with a similar smirk, making her smirk drop. A few minutes later, a staffer brought a new set of skirts. Layla went over and chose one of a similar size to her original military one. Thank you. The girl thanked the lady before walking away to change. Once she was done, she walked over and showed herself to him. Well. Gorgeous as always. HN. She nodded, accepting his praise a bit easier this time around. As the pair were walking to the class, Marcus' gaze ended up on a red-haired girl who looked quite meek and sickly, or at least she tried to pretend to be one. Already looking for another girl? Layla commented, seeing him watching the red-haired girl. No, she looks like a new face. He replied. So the king needs to see who the new serf is to serve in your territory. Layla joked, it's still a novel experience for the girl to be in a Britannia school. Just yesterday, she was on the Eastern European front managing the army. Today she is in Area 11, attending school for rich Britannians. However, it was a bite from Layla. His pretty version of modern Joan of Arc is jealous, how cute. No need for you to be jealous, just compare how far I needed to go to get you. Marcus chuckled, he finds her jealousy amusing. In most literal sense. He clarified, making her stop and frown. At the same time, she felt that she was a bit petty, something she rarely does. Regardless, let's get to the class, I need to show my beautiful fiancée to my classmates. The Inventor Prince's words made her stop in her tracks and look at him. What? She pulled a bit away from him and blushed like a tomato. See? I can do that, do. He winked at her, getting back at the previous comment. The blonde's facial expressions went through an array of emotions. Stopping at a resignation. She can't do this, he is far too blunt and she is far too inexperienced in this combat. Just don't embarrass me, too much. The girl said in a resigned tone. I won't, they will only know what they need to know. He said as they arrived at the class. By this point, they were in second period. Due to all the details they had to attend to, they ended up skipping the first class. Great. The girl sarcastically replied as Marcus knocked on the door, and the Inventor's homeroom teacher opened it soon enough. The expression on the homeroom teacher's face told Layla that the teacher was not the happiest to see the prince. I suppose this is the new student. Come in, you are late. Apologies, we had things to do before we were ready, Marcus replied, making the teacher roll her eyes. Clearly not the first time she was hearing his excuses. Right. She motioned for them to get in. Layla followed Marcus' lead as she got in front of the class. What she saw was exactly how it was in her old school. Boys were gawking, and girls looked jealous. Today, we have a transfer student. Introduce yourself. The teacher asked as she spoke to the students. Right. Layla nodded before looking at the gathered crowd. Here we go again. She took a deep breath before speaking. I am Leila Malkel, currently working for Anaheim Robotics for Marcus Goldman. I am transferring here to stay closer to my boss as his assistant. The girl smoothly said her purpose for being here. No. A blue-haired teen exclaimed in horror. Goldman. I can't believe it. You already have Prez's heart, yet you bring another to the school. The guy complained while throwing a fit. Can't help it, your Prez is running away from me like a scared cat, Marcus replied, shrugging without care. Lies. While the blue-haired teen was borderline crying, the rest of them were gawking at the girl for a simple reason. Everyone loved her accent. Damn. That accent. Is she from Europe? The guys were jealous of the guy who walked to his seat in the meantime. Enough chit-chat, Miss Malkel, please take a seat in the empty seat provided. The homeroom teacher got snappy from all of the comments. Yes, teacher. The blonde girl nodded as she followed her instructions. As I recall, Grand Duke, you answer directly to His Majesty. Why do you call me? A blonde man smoothly answered the call from the Grand Duke of Valais. This is because I have something that is for your eyes or His Majesty's eyes only. Oh. The blonde man slightly leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. 3 days ago, in the middle of a skirmish at the Belarus border with the EU, our Holy Order of Raphael was destroyed by an unidentified flying object. This thing not only attacked us, but destroyed the entire advancing European army. The only reason that I know anything about this is because one of our Sutherlands joined the fight late because it was going through its last maintenance checkups. This Sutherland was able to record what happened before it retreated from sheer fear it was feeling towards this object. After explaining, the blonde man received the footage on his computer. He began to check the video. What he saw was a blurry blue and white machine shooting blue beams at Sutherlands. All it took was one shot, and the machines blew up. No. The explosion came after, the beam melted the frame, damaging the energy filler, that is what caused the explosion. The blonde man rewatched the whole video several times, trying to figure out what this thing is. Why is the machine so blurry? According to the pilot, it was not blurry to him, most likely it's the same interference that is causing it to be invisible to the radar. Invisible to the radar. What fascinating technology. The blonde man stroked his chin, already thinking about how he could get to use such a technology. I will forward this to Camelot, my scientist division, and I will inform His Majesty of this matter at the earliest possible. Contact me if this object returns as soon as possible and gather as much data as possible. I will, Prime Minister. However, we lack sufficient manpower after the fall of the Holy Order of Raphael. In that case, I will send an extra supply of Sutherlands, for the ones Britannia lost against this object. The blonde man promised more help, this was an opportunity for him as well to gain some strange technology if this object could be captured. My thanks, Prince Schneasel. With a small bow, the Grand Duke finished the call. Once the communication ended, the prince leaned into the chair's cushioning and began to think about this phenomenon. Is it another great power that they will need to compete with? Regardless, he slowly stood up and decided to arrange a meeting with his father. His hobbies are taking more and more of his time. The Prime Minister of the Empire frowned as he was disappointed with his father. All that talk about Darwinism, and yet he is getting consumed by some old relics. Maybe this phenomenon will get him back to reason. With that in mind, he began to arrange a meeting. Blue Eyes gazed at the light purple as a pair of blondes were in Marcus' workshop doing their homework. Is there a reason why you two are doing homework here? Marcus, who was experimenting on the superstructure of his transporter plane, had to ask as he was feeling growing tensions in the air. I need to be here because you could leave again and bring another girl from half across the world again. Millie commented angrily like a lioness. And isn't it a good thing? The more I have, the more time you would have to yourself and your school shenanigans. He commented as his gaze went to her. His reply made her pout like a hamster. It's not that I am running away from you. It's that you are more blunt than a hammer. Layla nodded to those words. And? How is it bad? You know how I feel. He shrugged. Ugh, a girl's heart is a delicate thing. Millie replied, and Layla nodded as well. And my words delicately engulf that heart of yours and take it away. What is your point? He sighed, getting annoyed with the unnecessary complexities. You realize how embarrassing this is? The prince rubbed his hair from frustration. Space travel is easier than your weirdness. It's not weird. Okay. She huffed for a second. I think it's not the bluntness, it's that Marcus is stealing your thunder, Layla commented as she had her pen close to her lips. The girl had been observing the student council president for a couple of days now. Marcus looked at his Joan of Arc and smiled. It would seem the greatest strategist of the EU picked what's wrong with Millie. It makes sense as I tease her back for all the shenanigans she does. The inventor prince sagely nodded while commenting on that. Millie ended up burying her head in her hands. I thought so. I thought she would be more annoyed that we share a bed. Layla leisurely dropped that piece of information. I am. Millie returned with force. Yet, you run away before making your point. The blonde smirked while saying that. She was certain that Millie is terrified of Marcus teasing as he is like a steel, never gets bothered, it's like his pride is so thick that it's like a second layer of skin. Ugh. The student council president groaned as she looked down at the table. Honestly, it's fine. Just don't add me to your totalitarian regime-related games. Marcus motioned to her that he was allowing her to do her shenanigans. Okay. Yep, I will have Layla with me while you can have those games. He grinned, making her narrow her eyes. I don't have any say in this. Layla looked at Marcus. You can choose to be part of her silly games, or you can stay with me while we cuddle. His honest reply made her cheeks heat up for a second. Over the days they were together, they often did cuddle hugs. He made her sit on his lap while he hugged, and then they had dinner together. It was like in those romance books, they were like a couple. You know what? Millie got their attention back. I won't do them anymore. I will do only regular celebrations and occasional games. All of a sudden, the blonde student council president got serious. Sure, but I will have my cuddles. The prince nonchalantly shrugged. He didn't care, he still needs to design his plane. Chapter 12, Chapter 11, A Knight Joins the Prince. A cylindrical thruster emitted blue plasma, releasing pulses of power in a systematic succession in a controlled environment. Legion bots observed the new thrusters and continued testing the latest piece of technology. Is this the thruster you drew a week ago when you brought me here? Layla asked as she gazed at the creation behind a glass wall. I did promise that I would get you means for transportation and manpower, Marcus replied with crossed arms. His gaze went to the side where miniature models of the plane were also being tested. The design phase has been finished, all that is left is assembly and testing to ensure it functions properly. Once the bedrock model is finished, they can begin working on improving it. That's absurd. I never imagined technology could be completed at such speed. I did spend years developing infrastructure. I would be disappointed if it took years to build something. He shrugged at her. Humph. You still haven't told me what I will be doing for Anaheim. Millie, who was sticking around this time, asked Marcus. She is now at her tsundere phase. You never gave me a chance, you silly girl. Marcus looked at her with an eye roll. Well, I am here now. She crossed her arms. Yeah, somehow. I suppose I can give you a job in front of the Anaheim. PR. Or maybe the face of the company. You are pretty enough. The inventor prince pondered out loud. And will I get a nightmare? She looked at Tyrannies and Luff behind the glass wall on the other side of the workshop. Nightmare. You want to fight? He asked, surprised. Well, I want to help. She puffed her impressive chest. Same, I want to pull my weight. Besides, these things are so powerful that I could be anywhere in the world. Layla chipped in. She wants to help and, at the same time, make something out of Anaheim, like getting more people into the company and turning it into a superpower that could stop all the wars. She had time to think, and the best way to use these godly machines is to crush all the opposition, make people incapable of wanting war. Something Marcus said himself, he will crush his enemies, and she concluded that it was the best solution. Bring peace through might. HM. You want to run away from me, Layla? The prince questioned her. Don't misunderstand me, what I am saying is that this power can allow me to interfere in any conflict around the globe. She tried to explain herself with a growing blush. Is that right? Well, these machines are powered by my AI. They will bring you back to me either way. He shrugged, making the pair look at him. You won't give girls some freedom? Millie complained. Depends on the definition of freedom. He shrugged. If I miss my cuddles, then it's not debatable. The prince replied with a dead serious tone. Millie looked at Layla. She can't believe she is hearing that. This European blonde turned the prince into a hugs-obsessed idiot. Well, that's the thing, hugging girls is great, especially for a guy who was obsessed with medals most of his life. It's like walking through a desert the whole time and then finding an oasis for the first time in life. After he hugged Layla properly, he ended up liking it a lot. Well, that means that if I return by evening for those cuddles, I am free to do whatever I want for the rest of the day. The modern version of Joan of Arc reasoned, understanding the parameters of this mission. Yeah, I guess. Marcus slowly nodded. She got it right. Then I want one. In the end, Layla wanted one. She was never one to be a pilot. Her aptitude test was not the highest, but in one of these machines. She doubts she needs great reaction time when it's that powerful. Me too. Millie joined. He looked at them, both looked eager. He stared for a bit before sighing in resignation. Fine. Both of you will be spending time in simulations. I will be using the data to develop machines for you too. Understood. Layla nodded as she looked at a spherical piece of equipment not far from the machine stored behind a glass wall. This should be the cockpit simulator. Great. Then we should start. Millie got excited, something new for her to do. Do that, the more you practice, the faster these machines can be developed for you. He nodded at their enthusiasm. As the pair were learning to pilot Marcus mobile suits, the inventor prince returned to his work. Designing new weapons, he already had beam rifles and beam sabers, the other weapons he needed to add to the arsenal were a large beam. At first, he was thinking of a particle cannon, but then on the other side, a positron cannon was an option too. Both can be very destructive, so in the end, he did a coin toss, and the positron cannon won, and soon enough, Marcus began to develop the weapon. It was not hard, he already had all the fundamentals. The energy, the technology to accelerate through electricity, and emissions of all these technologies were already in use. Sir, we have a development. A view from one of the cameras appeared before him, it was one of his junkyards. He can see Japanese rebels trying to steal some of his refined metal. I can't move out with one of my KK units. If Marcus appears in Tyrannies, he would not doubt attract the Empire's attention. With a groan, he rubbed his head, flipping like that in Eastern Europe was a stupid thing to do. But then again, he got Layla out of it. Right, I need a knight. A smirk appeared on his lips. It was time to use his status as prince to get some people. In the government's building in Tokyo settlement, the soldiers were relaxing. With Prince Clovis as their viceroy, most of them are relaxed as their superior is quite lax, but there are a few who are quite serious about their jobs. One of them is a frustrated Margrave, Jeremiah Gottwald, a knight, who, before the death of the Empress Marianne, was part of her royal guard. Someone who had high standards, these soldiers were pathetic. Regardless, before he started his day, his phone rang with a message. Without releasing a sound, he checked the content of this message. What you are looking for is not far, are you interested in meeting your Empress son? His eyes widened as he reread this message a bunch of times. Lady Marianne's son. Prince Lelouch. He gawked at this, but then he swiftly composed and responded to the text. The Margrave needs to be sure. After a few moments, another message popped up. There are enemies among Britannia ranks, in high positions, who desire the Empress and her children's deaths. Among them are the special forces, thus, discreet actions are needed. Jeremiah gulped down when he read the text. It made sense why he heard nothing about the prince or the princess. It was as if they were gone from the face of the earth. Soon after coordinates were sent over, the knight couldn't hide his excitement. Finally. A purpose. The men discreetly left the government building and went to the outskirts of the settlement, in the old Tokyo ghettos. The Margrave made sure he was armed, as he needed to be cautious. This could be some sort of setup. At the same time, he understood the situation. If the Empire tries to kill the prince and the princess, they need to hide among the 11 population. After a while, he arrived at a junkyard, a processing place for materials that the Britannian Empire could reuse. He walked around, seeing a bunch of honorary Britannians that are working here. Mountains of junk, from metal to plastic, even occasional Glasgow can be seen among this junk. But what got his attention is the drive among these people. They do look motivated. I wonder what is going on in this place. The man looked around. He looked quite out of place even with his coat. Regardless, he walked further back in a derelict building where smelters were. He pulled out his phone and checked the directions. He walked further, eventually coming out in a. This looks like. His eyes widened as he realized that this was the underground subway system. It runs through the whole of Japan. Genius, as expected from the prince. In his biased view, this was a genius move by the prince who used to play chess and beat most of the nobility and the royals. After walking for a bit, he found the door he was looking for. He slowly opened. This was some sort of maintenance room back when the railway was in use. But now, it was a derelict room, full of abandoned control consoles, cables, and all other stuff that the knight had no idea what it did. Not that he paid much attention there, as his eyes were on the person sitting at the prepared table. It has been a while. The person at the table spoke. You must be the one who messaged me. Tell me where Prince Lelouch and Princess Nunali are. He demanded, but then his eyes adjusted to the surroundings. He noticed the face of the person sitting at the table. You are that prosthetics and body armor inventor. He was confused. Why would he be here? But then, he looked closer. The chin, the face, that gaze, he would never forget. Oh, of course. How could I forget? My prince. The men dropped to one knee. Margrave Jeremiah Gottwald is at your service, my prince. It has been years. This one has been looking for you. The knight was ecstatic to find one of the Empress's children. Good that you remember. Marcus stood up and walked over to the kneeling knight. There is a reason that we are meeting like this. He began to explain. In your message, you said that you are in danger. The knight replied. I was, not anymore. However, secrecy is needed as the special forces are the ones responsible for this. Jeremiah gasped in disbelief. The one who is responsible for my mother's death is someone very high in the chain of command. Most likely jealous that the emperor had such a close relationship with my mother. The look of realization dawned on the knight. Regardless, the question is if you are ready to follow me. Yes. Jeremiah Gottwald is at your service. The man replied with an honest tone. Good. In that case, follow me, I will reveal to you what I have been doing and what my ultimate goal is. Marcus motioned for him to follow. The pair left the maintenance room and walked deeper into the subway system. The inventor has been using this to travel around Tokyo. It's the most secure way, and no one can follow him. I have been delving into technology for the majority of my time since my exile. Anaheim Robotics is a cover for my research into nightmare killers. Nightmare killers. The knight looked at him, confused. You will understand once you see them. The knight nodded as they walked through the tunnel, arriving at another door. These doors led to stairs to higher levels. My prince, I assume Marcus Goldman is your cover name. Yes, in public, call me by this name. Marcus nodded as they arrived at another section. Jeremiah was surprised by how well the prince knew these tunnels. After a while, they arrived at recently built foundations. This should be where Tokyo settlement is built upon. Sure enough, to the knight's surprise, they took another set of stairs, which should not exist. As this could be a backdoor to the Tokyo settlement, Britannians would never allow it. Once they arrived at the newly built foundations of the settlement, they were in front of wide double metal doors. Big enough for nightmares, if not bigger machines to pass. Jeremiah noticed that, while they took stairs and walked through the tunnels, they were all connected, meaning that the entire route is connected and big enough for big machines to move through it. Genius. The prince is using the old city like his tunnels, no one would ever know about this. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, Goddess of Victory, Andraste. Jeremiah Gottwald gawked at the machines behind the glass wall. They were larger than nightmares. More imposing. The sheer presence they emitted, he couldn't explain. His soldier instincts are telling him that these nightmare killers are far more powerful than any Sutherland. My prince. What you are looking at is KK-00 Luff. My first ever machine. The test bed for future mobile suits. Mobile suit. Is this the name you are calling it? Indeed. Where nightmare is built around the cockpit, these are built around a fusion reactor, a miniature sun in their chests. Miniature, sun. The man needed a double take to make sure he was hearing the words right. Precisely, I am building one-man army, not a machine for one soldier. These machines are meant to eliminate empires, not participate in simple conflicts. Marcus explained. The man was dumbfounded. My prince. I wouldn't dare, but how? It takes many skilled engineers, technicians, and scientists to make the current Sutherlands. Yet, these. I tell with every fiber of my being, they are far superior to any machine Britannia military has produced. The prince smirked for a bit before getting comfortable in his seat. The secret is the scale and the purpose of your machine. He began to explain why he designed them like that. When Glasgow was designed, it had a simple purpose, and that was to dominate the area against slowly moving armor. And it did. When it was deployed, a single Glasgow could dance around a slowly moving tank. It was its purpose. After Glasgow's reveal, it was only a matter of time till other nations would develop their nightmares. That's where Sutherland comes, successor to Glasgow, an anti-nightmare machine. Both of these machines have a simple reason for existing. One removes the tanks, and the other one removes fellow nightmares. Marcus explained, getting his point across. Then, these were designed to dominate the entire battlefield. Jeremiah realized the scale of this one. To dominate against the entire empire. He corrected him. Even then, it's not true. I built it with the intention of making us closer to the space. Space. The knight looked confused. Observe. With a hand motion, a hologram appeared. This hologram showed Tanaris launching and flying up and up. Reaching space itself. Incredible, it can reach the edge of the world. Such power. My goal is domination. While I haven't forgiven my father for failing to protect my mother, I am still a Britannian prince. What disappoints me is my father's narrow view. He wants to rule this little rock. I want to rule everything. Britannia's flag should be on every soil in this solar system. After they capitulate and surrender to my will. The last part, he said to himself. That's why my machines exist. Marcus finished his little speech. Yes. My prince. I, Jeremiah Gottwald, shall assist you in any way I can. The knight was pumped. It has been years since he followed someone who had this much passion. Not just passion but the ability to make it happen. With these machines, his prince has reached the very stars he used to watch when he was just a boy. Truly a glorious moment for the Margrave. Good, then we have to start from the smallest of steps. All of a sudden, Marcus got serious, and his knight followed suit. To build my machines and infrastructure, I have created a supply line. The scrapyard you pass through is one of several I have around Area 11. The issue is that these rebels began to get bold, stealing high-quality material I need. I can't use my machines yet. This is why I need you and your followers to deal with them. Your people go on patrols, arrange something for me. Marcus issued his first order to his knight. It shall be done. My prince. They will suffer for crossing you. I never imagined His Highness had supply lines like these. Scrapyards. From a prince? No one in the homeland would believe me if I told them. Not that I would. This is glorious. I, Jeremiah Gottwald, shall fulfill my prince's orders to the latter. Good. In the meantime, they began to gather loyal people, the ones you trust. Only the ones you trust. To them, you can reveal about my situation and if they wish to follow me. Those who follow shall be rewarded with upgrades to machines they could only dream about. Of course. I know a few who could join you. The knight perked up, he had an idea who would follow his prince. Good, do be careful, because there will be a chance that we will be fighting the Britannians themselves. Jeremiah stiffly nodded at the prince. However, you should remember that Britannian only value the strong. My father believes that wholeheartedly. Marcus smirked while saying that. He knows his royal father is using his Darwinism to push the agenda, he can do it as well. If these misguided special forces soldiers come at us, my mobile suits will traumatize them. I will keep that in mind. If anyone gets in your way to dominate the stars themselves, I shall crush them. The knight declared with a heated look. Good. Then let me prepare some devices so that we can stay in touch. Some of my tech can bypass Britannian security. Marcus checked his computer, selecting a couple of things, then transferring them to a flash drive. Once the transfer is complete, he handed it over to the knight. This is my AI's port. Install it in the government building's mainframe. Once you do that, you can add it to your computer. My AI will assist you everywhere technology is present. You can even add to your Sutherland. All of my technology is assisted by this, especially my mobile suits. While Sutherland doesn't have many perks, my AI can assist with energy control. Marcus explained as Jeremiah looked at the flash drive. Understood, I will do it the moment I return to the barracks. The man pocketed the drive in his inner pocket. Good. Next is a phone that can reach me. The prince pulled out a blue flip phone and handed it over to him. You can use this phone anywhere. It's an upgraded version of the regular one. It has a superior battery among many other things. The best part is that it has encrypted phone calls. You don't need to worry that anyone can track back to you or eavesdrop on the calls. The inventor prince explained the perks, making the knight inspect the phone. It looked normal until he opened it and noticed a bigger screen and an unfamiliar operating system. You can voice command it to make it easier, Marcus explained after noticing the confusion. I understand. The knight stiffly nodded. Good. Then once you install Legion on your computer, you will get all the information you need about these pesky rebels. Consider it done, my prince. The man once more bowed to his prince. Good, my AI Legion will inform you how you can arrange a meeting with me in the future. The prince nodded with a small smile. He can get this done. After finishing the meeting, Marcus showed the way outside, eventually exiting through the tunnel exit on the outskirts of the old Tokyo metro system. Layla watched things progress with interest. Watching the plane getting assembled is one thing, but it's another to see him gain followers. Part of her is a bit worried since he is getting Britannians, but he is a prince, so. Still. The blonde girl was pondering a more active role. Well, she is already his assistant, but she needs something better to make sure he doesn't abuse the power he created. The power he has and the power he can make is something that can easily corrupt a person. She considers herself a positive influence in his life. However, the girl started to feel that their relationship was stagnating. They've been sleeping in a single bed for over a week, and nothing has happened. Those cuddles and date-like dinners are great. She is starting to feel that it's not enough. What the hell, I am thinking. At the same time, Layla started to feel that Millie is becoming a threat. Turns out that she helped her enemy. It was stupid of her to do that. The blonde frowned as she blew up a Sutherland in the simulation. Speaking of simulations. As her simulations continue, her fighting style is improving. New weapons are being developed to fit her style slowly. She is becoming a specialist in field control. The newest addition to her system was something called funnels. Not only that her machine, which started as KK-00 is slowly becoming something else, as in a recent simulation, she got wings like KK-01 Tyrannies, but these wings were not normal, as the feathers are like daggers that detach and fly according to her intent. They can form shields and attack separately or become flying projectiles that act like knives. Before long, Layla could face entire armies. It made her feel unstoppable. Several times she has faced Britannia on purpose. In all of those simulations, they were like bugs to her. Not a single time did their weapons even work on her. It was pointless. It made her understand what Marcus meant by crushing the enemy, not destroying but crushing, making them feel powerless, so that they could stop resisting and accept their defeat. However, what she feared, among other things, was that one of the future pilots could get corrupted and turn on Marcus, causing a huge battle or even war. Or Marcus turning on its own pilots because he got power-hungry or worse. She did hear something about space domination. To dominate stars, one needs to conquer the planet first. That means world conquest. The simulation for your future mobile suit model is complete. Legion stopped the simulation after Layla blew up tens of machines without even noticing. She was simply pressing the shoot button and using her neural link to corner the machines before blowing them up. I see. I wish to continue to practice. Why don't you increase the difficulty and improve enemy machines? Give some of Marcus' technologies. Understood, improving Britannia nightmares. Before long, Layla's cockpit flared with warning symbols. It was the first time anything like that happened, as she needed to dodge incoming Sutherlands that could fly. While she was able to blow up several, before long, she was surrounded and eventually needed to try much harder. Even if her machine was still superior, she was overwhelmed with numbers. That's where her funnels came to help her. However, in the end, she was defeated. But this is what she wanted. Real challenge and ability to get better. As she got out of the simulation cockpit, the girl stretched. She got stiff from several hours of training. Her eyes eventually ended up on screens in the main workshop. For once, it was not the new Blackbird plane but a new, never-seen mobile suit. She walked over and inspected it. KK-11 Andraste, those wings. Layla noticed the machine. Those wings were funnels she was using in simulations. This is my machine. She gawked at the design. It looked different from Luff or Tyrannies. It was more feminine, with a slimmer frame, and on top of that, it had completely different coloring and aesthetics. Oh, you're finally done. I am almost done with the mobile suit design. Marcus noticed Layla leave the simulation cockpit. Did you design it already? The blonde was impressed. She was certain that she didn't spend that much time inside the simulation. Yep, I already had a design specific for you all this time. Now I had the chance to implement it. He said with a smile. His reply made her eyes widen. All of a sudden, she felt her heartbeat accelerate. She got flustered. And no way. The girl shook her head, trying to get over her flustered state. She didn't expect that getting such a personalized machine would make her this flustered. No, it's that smile. Once more, she shook her head, trying to get over it. Are you okay? You look quite red. Marcus got closer, making her take a step back. I am fine. Just surprised. That's all. She tried to explain herself. Chapter 14, Chapter 13, Creating a Response Team. Layla is an honest and kind girl, so it's very hard for her to accept such a machine. Her angry side told her that she should take it without hassle because he kidnapped her and nearly got killed. But after seeing these machines' abilities and raw power, she wasn't sure anymore. Her honest side is bleeding, she wants to pay back somehow. After watching the designs coming together and then the funnel system being tested so rigorously, she couldn't take it anymore. Layla. Marcus asked, seeing her acting strangely. I don't think I can keep this up. She said while biting her lower lip. What are you talking about? He asked her, confused, but then she grabbed his collar and pulled him closer before kissing him on the lips. She narrowed her eyes, making sure she kissed him hard, but then her eyes widened as he grabbed her ass and pulled her up in turn. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he took her to his seat. Once in his seat, they continued to kiss for a while. However, the kissing session had to end as they needed to breathe. I wasn't expecting that you would go on a fence like that. Marcus joked as his hands were still on her perfectly shaped bum. You were waiting for me to go on a fence. She replied, realizing that he didn't do anything to her, apart from hugs and cuddles on purpose. Maybe after all, I already kidnapped you. Hey, so you feeling guilty? She leaned closer, lying on his chest, quite close to his face. Maybe. Regardless, I am giving up. She got a bit more serious while saying that. Giving up? On what? He asked, confused again. Isn't it obvious? I was trying to resist, think of ways to, somehow show my fangs. She rolled her eyes, getting embarrassed, as it started to sound bad. In her head, it was far better. When it comes from her mouth, she sounds like a small girl trying to be naughty. But. I realized that my arsenal of weapons is nothing compared to yours. She said that while looking away. Her explanation caused him to chuckle, he found it amusing. I am serious. You think it's easy to forgive for getting shot and kidnapped? She puffed her cheeks. Oh, I know, that is why I am treating you like a princess. Debatable. She puffed for a second. But then she returned to leaning into his chest. The girl is feeling better now after surrendering. If you think. His hands finally moved from her bum as he hugged her properly and started to relax. How long are you two going to stay like this? Millie, who just left her simulation, looked annoyed. Those two began to get all touchy. And the attention she was getting is slowly shrinking. She noticed that recently. As much as we want, Marcus replied as he moved and kissed the blonde in his hands. Millie's pounding increased as she couldn't believe he kissed Layla. She was with him most of her childhood. Are you sure? Legion finished collecting data for my machine. The blonde puffed her chest proudly. Now that is interesting. He pulled back from Layla. You should check what Legion designed for her. The blonde in his hands replied, she was curious what Millie could pilot. If you insist. Marcus sighed. He just started to enjoy the cuddly girl in his hands. We can cuddle as much as you want in the bed. She whispered into his ear. Indeed. With that said, he moved, standing up and letting Layla stand, who took a couple of steps to the side. Millie frowned, wondering what Layla just said to him to motivate him like that. Marcus moved to his computer, ignoring Millie's stares. He checked the data that Legion just gathered. Sniper. You. The Inventor Prince looked at the girl, he needed a double take. He never imagined that this girl would like blowing things up from a distance. What? I realized that I like to one-shot one-kill my enemies. Especially with a high-caliber weapon. Millie did a pistol with her fingers, doing a shooting motion at Marcus. I see. He checked the data on the sniper rifle designed by Legion, which Millie used in simulation. That's some impressive range. Marcus' eyes widened a bit. He realized that Legion needed to upgrade its system twice to adjust to the range. That was some impressive shooting. Praise me more. Millie puffed even more. I will, because of you. Legion needed to update itself, design a new weapon and improve some of its technologies. Really? Indeed. Weapons were not something I delved into much. Mobile suits took most of the time, only now we are improving our destructive capabilities. Marcus explained as he updated other systems with new data. Tyrannies and Andraste are getting a new targeting OS as well. Then I helped the cause. The girl felt even more proud. Indeed, it turns out that you can help and not run away. Gah. What's that supposed to mean? Millie felt offended. She can easily help. Not with tech, sure. But she is quite social. She could find some talented people. Marcus didn't reply, as he was already busy checking the new data. He was fascinated by what Legion self-developed through the simulation done by Millie. Layla's simulation already gave him fascinating data in the form of funnel technology, which is an augmented version of a neural interface that was developed through his prosthetics technology. It appears that his modern version of Joan of Arc is talented in spatial awareness and calculations of angles, which is the factor that allows the usage of funnels. Layla assisted in the development of a stronger neural interface, and this is vital in the mobile suit's fluid movement. Regardless, getting more pilots was a great development that will allow him to develop stronger machines. As Marcus was developing machines for the pair of blondes, his knight had already installed the backdoor in the government systems and was already organizing a patrol to deal with the rebels. The Margrave has called 2 people whom he could trust. Villetta, Kuel. Good, there is something I wish to speak with you too. Jeremiah looked at 2 people who arrived to meet him. One was a chocolate-skinned beauty with silvery blue hair, and the other was a man with short brown hair and blue eyes. Both of them were in their mid-20s, and both of them were part of his pure-blood faction. A faction he created, and it will come in handy to help his prince. What can we do for you, my lord? Both of them were quite respectful, as Jeremiah was a talented and great nightmare pilot. You 2 might have heard of Anaheim Robotics. The knight asked the 2. Of course. The pair nodded at the question. Of course they knew. It's a company that is keeping Britannia soldiers safe and limiting the number of outsiders they need in the army. For purebloods, it's an important company. I spoke with their representative. They help Area 11 in several ways. One of them is by recycling our old nightmares and keeping them away from the terrorists' hands. However, recently, these terrorists have become bold and started stealing high-grade refined metals from Anaheim refineries. The representative would have gone to the viceroy, but I think we can help them, don't you think? In return, Anaheim could personalize our Sutherlands with their LIMS technology, improving them, making them as good as Gloucester's if not better. The pair got pumped up by the reward. Dealing with rebel scum. With their Sutherlands. That's easy work. I am in. So am I. The pair got excited, making Jeremiah grin. My prince, once we are done, there won't be any scum in your way. Good, then I shall fill out a deployment request. The commanders only need to know the basics that we are going on patrol to hunt some terrorists down. The knight smiled, making the 2 smile back. The details don't need to be spread. Before long, 3 machines launched from the government barracks. They were rushing towards one of the junkyards. From there, they would track the route of their retreat and use known data about the terrorists in the area. While Viceroy Clovis is lax when it comes to terrorists, when they poke long enough, the prince does respond. As long as his quality time is not interrupted, he doesn't care, but when it is, he doesn't mind deploying his entire garrison. This is what the trio abuses, the prince's lax nature. The trio swiftly arrived at one of the known terrorist spots. The immediate gunfire tells them that they are in the right place. These stupid 11s are not even trying to hide. Kuel exclaimed as he opened fire and began to spray bullets without hesitation. His mounted guns on the nightmare frame were enough to punch through concrete and hit the terrorists that are hiding behind the walls. Don't get carried away, Kuel. We need to find out if they are the ones who stole the high-grade metals. Right. But ending these filthy terrorists is not against the mission. Indeed. We need to show them that stealing from Britannians is not a wise thing to do. Jeremiah exclaimed as he and Villetta joined in the slaughter. Before long, after spraying bullets for a good minute, the ammo has ended. The whole area turned quiet. Spread out and look for survivors. The trio moved out and began to scan the area with their fax spheres, looking for any survivors. I can't find anything. It looks like they are dead. Same here, my lord. The lady of the group replied. Same here. Begin to look for stolen materials. The trio continued to look, and Jeremiah began to look frustrated. Will his first mission for his prince be a failure? This can't be happening. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and jumped out of his Sutherland with sword in hand. A gun would be more effective, but he is confident in his combat skills. Though he did have a pistol, but he was a traditional knight. He walked into a damaged building that he believes is the command center. He found some radio equipment, maps, and some primitive guns used by the old Japanese military. Using gunpowder. So primitive. Since Sakuradite became mainstream material, everything uses electricity, including guns, but not these people. After looking around, he found some fascinating documents, or more like receipts. They were hired by even bigger terrorist groups. Is it Liberation Front? He sneered, those are the remnants of the army who hide in a mountain. Regardless, this is not a complete failure. I learned what happened to my prince's resources. The knight checked everything before returning to his nightmare. How was it? Did you find anything? Kuehl asked Jeremiah. The resources are gone, but there is a trail. It would seem they were taken to a bigger terrorist group. The Margrave replied, sounding frustrated. Does that mean we won't be getting those upgrades? Valletta asked, a bit disappointed. Having a superior machine is something few have. Only higher-ranking members of nobility have customized machines. There is none in Area 11 to her knowledge who has a custom nightmare. Nothing is yet lost. We can follow the trail and figure out where these resources went, too. Jeremiah seriously replied. The pair nodded. They are feeling the same way. It's an opportunity that they can't miss. They will try all the angles they can before giving up. Yes. But for now, we need to return. Our nightmares are running out of energy and ammo. Valletta remained that small detail. Yes, I know. The knight nodded. He pulled out his phone and messaged his prince. Marcus replied a few moments later. This development is something he expected. High-grade metal is good for military installations like defenses, and if someone has a forge they could use to make barrels for cannons. So there are many uses for the metal. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Preparing to Teach a Lesson. I see. It does make sense. Marcus rubbed his chin as he had just ended a call with Jeremiah. The knight apologized for being useless, but he was far from worthless. I might need to reveal my hand if they continue this. I need those metals more than these idiots and their short-term goals. Marcus was building an interstellar empire while these fools were trying to get their country back without hope of keeping it. What are you going to do? Layla asked as she was snuggling in his lap. Go full frenzy. I will need to slaughter everyone if I leave with my tyrannies. He said with a frown. If they are full-size ex-military, they should possess weapons strong enough to damage Sutherland's. The blonde reasoned. Of course, Glasgow and Sutherland have the same durability, made from the same metal. Even Lancelot is the same, they didn't improve on frame durability at all. Marcus said that part to himself. As far as I know, it never was improved. The girl replied as she pondered for a while. Indeed. Then what does Andraste made out? She asked, now that she realized, her machine can leave the atmosphere and then re-enter at will. The metal it's made of should be something else. A carbon alloy made from manipulated atoms. Ion thrusters are far too strong for any material found on Earth. The girl looked at him, her eyes were full of disbelief. What he just said means that the material used in those machines is not even found on Earth. But then it made sense. The power source is a miniature sun, which means that material needed to contain such heat should be out of this world. Then I assume none of the weapons produced by nightmares could ever dream of damaging them. She realized that it was the case midway. Indeed. You should have figured that out by now. One would never know in these simulations. Maybe Legion was going easy on me. She tried to complain. Don't be silly, my AI was using all of the latest data to simulate the fight. He replied to her before standing up with her in his hands. Let's go to sleep, I need to figure out how to deal with these terrorists trying to leech on me. Marcus frowned, these pests were trying his patience. Okay. Well, do you trust them? The Inventor Prince asked his knight over the phone call. You could show them your abilities first. That could serve as an example, before you show your status as prince. Infighting between Britannians is nothing new. Marcus stroked his chin. True. Very well. Bring them to my Anaheim factory. The prince decided to do it. It shall be done. Sure enough, the next day, Marcus and Layla were in the Anaheim factory. The blonde's eyes were wide as saucers as she watched the automation happening in the whole factory. There were robots everywhere. She saw one guy watching the whole thing. The one who is working here is an Ashford Foundation person. Someone we could trust with the factory. He explained to her as they were walking through the factory. They arrived at the loading bay where Sutherland's pieces were waiting. These were custom-made arms, improving the machine's limb movement. I see. She nodded before looking at the parts. Isn't this one-time upgrade, if the limbs break? The girl realized what this means. They would come back to me, yes. Devious. She replied with an impressed and a bit cautious look. Just so. He did a dismissive motion with his hand as he looked at the loading bay doors. Her gaze went to the doors as well, and soon enough they opened and 3 Sutherlands were waiting on the other side. Sir. We have arrived as you have requested. Jeremiah is trying to play it off as if he is not Marcus Knight. Good, then park your nightmares closer to the robotic hands. He motioned towards large metal hands, which were used to load materials, but that's just a designation. He can alter those since they are powered by his Legion AI. Understood. As the machines got parked, 3 people popped out of them. Marcus's eyes ended up on them. To his surprise, one of them was a woman he recalls from the show. Oh my, those pilot suits are something else. One thing I can forgive, Father, is that you know how to design pilot suits, or in this case, approve them. On one thing, he agreed with his old man, was the uniforms for the females. Sir, there are my subordinates, Valletta Nu and Kuel Sorisi, both of whom are talented pilots. The pair saluted him, delighted to meet the genius behind most advanced prosthetics and exoskeleton armor tech in the world. Indeed. It's good to meet you too. He nodded before he looked at their machines. While I can't give you weapons, the mobility and efficiency enhancement will make your machine superior to any other Sutherland around. As he said that, the robotic hands began to work. The trio listened to him before they saw the robotic hands dismantle their machines in a matter of moments. The pilots raised their hands towards their mechs, looking horrified. Their newest, state-of-the-art machines, reduced to parts like that. These upgrades will include the latest servomotor technology developed by Anaheim, including neural interface. He explained that previous parts were set aside and new ones were added. At the same time, their machines got an OS makeover. Not something as sophisticated as Legion OS, but an improved, power-efficient software. I never imagined actual robots. Villeta commented as she was baffled why such a tech is not used throughout the whole empire. Anaheim creations, they are what is allowing us to keep up with Britannia's demand for military. Otherwise, I would need to recruit questionable people in Area 11. His reply made the two nod, both of them are from a pure-blood faction, so what Marcus is saying is what they want to hear. Machines are far better than 11s who don't want to obey their betters. These robots will do what their master tells them. Kuel snared with crossed arms. Indeed, now let me show you what neural interface does. It's based on the same technology that allows people to move prosthetic limbs. The trio followed Marcus while Layla stayed at the back. She watched the other 2 Sutherlands getting assembled. Here she was close to the Britannian military. A small sigh escaped from her lips. It still takes time to get used to that racism. Thankfully, she is away from all of that in the academy. Otherwise, she will get snappy if she needs to listen to that all the time. Though I am surprised how well Marcus makes them eat from his hand. Since she knows the purpose of these upgrades, all these interactions make her understand how well Marcus can act. Acting is coming naturally to him. No wonder, Emperor's genes. After a while, the trio got back into their Sutherlands and began to test the upgrades. Amazing the reaction speed. Kuel and Villeta tried to move around, making a couple of complicated moves before stopping. Good. Now, on the other objective that you 3 need to do. Marcus walked over, and the Sutherlands stopped close to him. Last night, another of my refinery plants got attacked. The Inventor Prince spoke with a serious tone. I want you to teach these thieves a lesson. Leave this to us, sir. Kuel said in an excited tone. Good, if you can do that, I will leave some spare parts for your improved Sutherlands. Marcus enticed them more, making them excited to work with him. We won't disappoint you, sir. The pair were excited to help, not to mention Jeremiah, whose loyalty was on fire. The knight has finally found his true master. The next day, Marcus was listening to Jeremiah giving him another report about the next raid the trio had on the terrorists. As expected, it's a major group, flexing its resources. The Inventor Prince compared the documents which were retrieved from both terrorist bases. They were similar. Sadly, none of these papers had any clue who was behind all of this. I need more clues. He frowned before sending a message to his scrapyard managers. Instead of funneling money to buy more rare minerals, he shall invest in the security of his scrapyards. Cameras are one thing, but listening devices are another. Criminals love bragging, they could drop a hint about who is behind this. With that in mind, Marcus sent a message to Jeremiah, saying that next time, they need to capture the leader. The head terrorist should have an idea of what is going on. I guess, I should create some support tech. His eyes went from the pictures of documents to his design window. He began to draw concept art for listening drones. At the same time, I need a radio tower of some sort. He immediately thought of the Viceroy's government building. With that in mind, he checked his new backdoor entrance to the main computer of the government building. Oh my. Coda research data is right here, for Viceroy's eyes only. Marcus hummed for a second before easily breaking the encryption and checking the files. My oh my, so cruel, Clovis. The Inventor Prince checked some of the videos of a green-haired girl getting tortured and experimented on by a bunch of different methods. So primitive. The more he watched, the more he was disgusted by his half-brother. Eventually, he stopped checking as the Viceroy got nothing of value from these stupid experiments. Instead, he tagged the location of the research base. He can rescue the witch later, for now, he needs to secure his resources. His base and greater access to space are far more important to him. The first was to create a secondary profile user on this computer. It's something quite easy to do, given the software's limitations on these computers. It's what happens when society is not capital-driven. The software is decent, but it's not good enough for someone who has AI-driven operational software and far complex code. Once he had a secondary user, he began to lay down the foundations for his network. Before long, he had a basic network for his drones to operate on by piggybacking on the Britannia network. Next was to iron out the concept art and begin the testing and assembling phase. "You should rest," a soothing voice said from the side as blonde hair dropped into his vision. "The accent, he won't mix it up with anyone." "I will, once I know who has the balls to steal from me." Marcus' patience is running low. His hands were already twitching to rain plasma on these wannable freedom fighters. Oh, he has inherited Lelouch's rage, and it's slowly starting to pick up steam. It shouldn't be that surprising, you have such high-profile sites in ghettos. People want your riches. Riches? Don't be silly, all of my money is rerouted to acquiring more materials. I am even stingy with our dates. I see. Something shifted in the blonde. "I want to join you then." She sat down on his lap. "I want to join this mission, in Andraste, I need a test run." Marcus didn't expect that she would take this that personally. "Since I have a boyfriend now. I think I should get a proper date, but if these fools are stealing from us. I am feeling a bit annoyed." Her "annoyed" came out with a thick accent. There was some venom there. He didn't expect that she would be that triggered. Normally, she won't, but her frustration has been piling up, and simulations are not that great to release the stress she was feeling from blowing up machines. It doesn't help that she is feeling extremely involved in Marcus' business. "In that case, I can arrange a launch." The Inventor Prince realized that he could utilize a camera blackout throughout the entire Area 11 now. He has access to all of the systems. My oh my. A small grin began to surface on his face. Chapter 16, Chapter 15, Locating Thieves. Marcus prepared the first rotor motors and connected them to an electric board before adding a battery. But on the first try, the whole thing spun out of control and slammed into one of the walls. "Too much power," he replied, and Layla looked at the whole thing curiously. She didn't see him test new things like that. The next test was around an hour later with a different setup. This time around, the platform was flying, but the controls were difficult. So, after another half an hour, the rotor configuration had changed, and Marcus had more control. After a couple more tests, the foundations were finished and the next thing was to cover the frame, cameras, and audio recording features. In a matter of minutes, the assembly lines were online, and the creation of drones started. Before long, Marcus was already developing a drone carrier, a grander version of a flying drone that works like a recharging station and storage unit. It was like a box with two wings with a rotor in each wing, or at least the initial design, as successor models had similar looks to KK units. Plasma wings, ion thrusters, futuristic design with weaved armor at the molecular level that the KK units have. Layla wondered if he was keeping himself to some sort of standard. Like, will he not release this technology until he is satisfied, even if, midway, he will suffer certain losses? Her hunch was right, as he didn't deploy his drones and 2 more times his resources were stolen, and according to his knight, these crooks got better. Jeremiah and his 2 followers, who turned into more followers, as most purebloods have heard about the knight's missions. Who doesn't want upgrades? Who doesn't wish to do what makes purebloods pureblood? Showing superiority to lesser race. The guys joined in on the fun. Especially now that Marcus has access to the government computer, he can create orders now, even make deployments. Obviously, he can't make big moves without repercussions. Once it could work, but several times in a row it could end badly for him. Even the biggest retard would realize that the system is buggy. That is why, for now, he is abusing the lesser systems and deploying purebloods for patrols as their presence in ghettos is weakening. Well, he prepared several excuses that wouldn't be questioned, especially when Clovis himself deployed them. That's why he loves absolute monarchy like this. When it works, it works. Not many dare to question Prince when he is viceroy. Not when such an assignment is a small thing. However, even if he could deploy nightmares like this, these rebels learned new tricks that disappear with his medals. Cameras don't help as they get destroyed, even barbed fences got wrecked as these rebels started using Glasgows to steal and run away into the underground tunnels. After a couple more days and more losses, Marcus was finally done. "Sir, bait is set." "Good, then let's get to it," Marcus replied as he put on pilot's gloves and checked his shoes, then inspected his katana, which he kept in perfect condition. As he was getting ready, a soothing voice from the back got his attention. "What do you think?" Layla asked him. She was a bit shy. He turned around and looked at her. He saw Layla dressed in a blue and yellow skin-tight bodysuit, highlighting her curves and assets, while her hair was done into 2 ponytails. Oh, gorgeous. The inventor's price replied, he was taking in her curves. She was gorgeous. It's not fair that I can't join. Meanwhile, an annoyed voice said from the side. Millie had puffy cheeks as her mobile suit was not ready. Her suit's name is Flydies, named after the Celtic god of archery, not a major god. Marcus wanted to name it after the god of the afterlife, but its name is Dun, almost sounds like Dom, a Zion mobile suit, not something he is quite fond of. He prefers Gundams since his machines have similarities to Gundams. Your mech is still being built. Instead of wasting time waiting, you should rest. Marcus' eyes went away from the modern Joan of Arc and on Millie, who was waiting there with crossed arms. Humph, I can give support as it is. I can be like a comms officer. Watch what the government is doing. She puffed her chest, proud of her idea. The fallen prince looked at her for a second. That is a good idea. He nodded at her suggestion, then looked at his computer. You can use my computer for this mission. Okay, the girl strolled to his computer and sat down in his chair. She looked around, trying to understand the setup of this computer. As she was trying to figure out, Marcus' eyes were back on Layla, who slightly smirked at him. She got closer. Can't stop staring at me. She teased for a bit, but it only led to him pulling her closer, his hand wrapped around her waist. Indeed, now come, follow me. He pulled her to the glass wall. Behind the wall, the platforms moved, and the glass opened, and the machine came out. Layla's eyes glittered as she saw a blue and yellow machine drop on one knee and offer a hand to stand on. This is Andraste, the goddess of war. The girl mumbled under her breath as she gazed at this machine. KK-11 Andraste. A machine built specifically for your style of fighting. There is no other machine like this in the world, and it will never be, because it was perfectly customized just for Layla. The girl, for a second, turned to the side and looked at him. Trying to smooth talk me? She joked. By this point, there was no need for that anymore. I will always do that. He shrugged, not caring about the whole thing about her surrendering to him. He still loves flirting with her and doing all those cuddles. Good. She leaned forward and kissed him for a second before jumping on the mech's hand, and the machine lifted her and brought her closer to the cockpit. The blonde girl got into her seat, and the very next moment realized that it was identical to the simulations she had done. It made sense, since it was identical to KK-01 Tyrannies, to some extent. But that one had a movable control stick between the plane and humanoid modes. But back then, she didn't pay much attention, only now does she pay extra attention to the difference between her model and Marcus. As the mech scanned the pilot, it powered up, adding her biometrics as primary user. After notification windows were dismissed, the girl was ready to go. Layla looked at Marcus, who was watching his girl board her mobile suit. Ready to go? He asked her. Yes. Good, then the doors are opening for you. The inventor prince pointed at the double metal doors that opened for the girl. The blonde looked at the doors, wondering if she could fly through the tunnel. Use autopilot if you don't want to fly through the tunnels yourself. He already knew that she would be nervous at this point. Layla was quite cute, as she had already racked a considerable amount of hours just flying and fighting, but she is still nervous when it comes to real flying. No, I will do it. With that said, Andraste's thrusters glowed as the machine lifted up and began to fly slowly towards the exit of the workshop. Marcus shook his head as he walked over, and his Tyrannies walked out with emotion. The humanoid machine folded into its plane mode. The inventor prince strolled to his machine and got into the cockpit. The hatch locked itself as the belt automatically held him in place. The security system scanned him before the screens turned on and showed OS booting up. With a thought, he dismissed the notifications, pushed the lever forward, and then accelerated, leaving the workshop and moving through the tunnels towards the exit. After he left the workshop, he activated the drone carrier. A huge plane-shaped drone that carries 25 smaller drones. His plane is a prototype, a good test run for his upcoming mobile suit carrier, Blackbird. Both of them have experimental tech. The plane has larger thrusters, a more complex version of the fusion reactor that is linked to the plane's core systems. Alongside a different frame, smaller bot workers inside a plane that maintain drones. It's quite a bit of experimental tech, but he is confident they will work to an acceptable level. As he left the tunnels, he rushed into the sky. Moments later, another plane left the tunnel as well. It was a dull white plane without windows. The plane followed Marcus, and the two machines arrived at an acceptable height above the Japanese islands. Before long, sections of the drone plane hull opened and smaller triangle-shaped drones poured out, and began to descend to a specific area where Marcus' bait was taken away. Damn. Another great haul. Black-painted Glasgows rushed through destroyed streets towards the mountains in southern Japan. These Glasgows would move through specific routes, to drop idiotic Britannians who would fail their scheme once more. Or at least in their heads, their plan was perfect. After passing the derelict city, they jumped into tunnels and began to rush towards their base. Yeah, that fool continues to operate his scrapyards outside his little city. Easy pickings for us. The freedom fighters grinned. Sure, these guy got a fancy fence with barbed wires, but it's pointless against their freshly restored Glasgows. If we continue like this, Kyoto House would invest in us even more. The pilots continued to talk about their success via comms that were already hacked. Through that excitement, they didn't notice a small echo in their conversations. After leaving the tunnels, the 4 Glasgows rushed towards the mountain base. Once the machines were inside, they were greeted by guys who were wearing white bandanas with Japan's flag. Holy shit. That's quite a catch. This could be around 50 kilos of high-grade titanium. The leader whistled, seeing the catch. He could sell this to get another batch of Glasgows. His calculations come from all the previous catches of titanium he stole. The guy has no idea why Anaheim needs this metal. As far as he is aware, they use forms of carbon. It could be that Anaheim is making more than just exoskeletons and prosthetics. This could be said to be a high-grade military resource used in warships and defenses. It could be that they are stealing material that Anaheim is selling to the military-industrial complex. Now that idea caused the leader to feel a cold chill pass through his back. Do you hear that? One of the freedom fighters stopped smiling and looked around. A buzz. Bees. Everyone looked around. The sound got louder. Then a booming voice spread through the whole place as the ceiling exploded, and white small-like planes poured in and surrounded the entire base of theirs. No one is going to sell anything. Especially my metal. A dark purple and black humanoid machine descended from the sky like a deity. What are you? The guys panicked as they quickly realized that they were cornered. Behind this machine, another one descended, causing these guys to despair. 2 of these things. What the hell? Why, you can take these crates. The leader swiftly offered the loot back. Snort. Do you think this will quench my anger? You pests delayed my plans for weeks. Then. Die. The crazy bastards pulled out weapons like rifles, Molotov cocktails, pistols, grenade launchers, and rocket launchers. They all were trigger-happy. Explosions, sounds of bullets and sounds of glass shattering spread through the whole base of the freedom fighters. After the smoke and frenzy settled down, the sounds of rotor didn't stop. Several drones did drop from the sky, as rockets and grenades took them out. But the attacks that went towards the humanoid machines. There was not a single scratch on them. Is your hissy fit over? Can we decide how you all are going to die? Chapter 17, Chapter 16, Aftermath. What are these machines made of? The rebels panicked as they turned pale. The dark purple machine pointed one of the rifles at the boss and pressed the trigger. A blue beam erased the leader of the group. There was nothing left. Only a scorch mark. This caused a chain reaction as the rest of the rebels began to panic as they tried to escape. But the machine next to Marcus moved, the feminine mobile suit's wings moved, and segments removed themselves and turned into smaller feather-like constructs that rushed to intercept and destroy escaping rebels. Before long, the sounds of beams and screams spread through the whole area. Marcus was speechless when he saw that. He was on the fence when it came to Layla pulling something like that. After all, she was his Joan of Arc. A good girl, but what he saw here was a bit different. I guess a woman's wrath transcends such things. He commented to himself as he was thinking about using his drones to self-destruct with these guys. But it was of no need. Layla took care of them with her funnels. They are all dealt with. No one will know that we were here. Layla's picture appeared on the screen. Indeed, I was thinking of using the self-destruct function on the drones. But this is fine as well. Marcus replied as he sent word to Jeremiah to collect his metal. Waste of resources. My machine was designed to deal with this kind of thing. As she said that, the funnels returned to her. I am more concerned to know what they did to get on your bad side. He asked, a bit concerned. Layla smiled, seeing his worried expression. Interfered in my life. After seeing that your technology is what will bring true peace, this kind of sacrifice means nothing. The girl replied with a smile at him. So she saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Marcus recalled that Layla is like Lelouch, not him, but the original. Once she made up her mind, she would pursue it ruthlessly. That is, if she found that route. I see. Well, we are done here. Marcus' mobile suit looked around. The 4 Glasgows were scrap metal by this point, as people tried to board the machine, but it was destroyed before the freedom fighters could even get close. Can we fly around? There is a place that I wish to see. The girl asked as she looked hopeful. Sure. Marcus' finger went to holograms before him as he pressed on solid buttons, ordering his drones to return to the carrier and then return to the workshop for repairs and upgrades. Where do you want to go? He asked as the triangle-shaped plane-like machines flew out through the open ceiling, leaving the pair behind. Alps. She said, hoping that he won't flip. Hold. You two are going on a date or something. Millie's face popped up on their screens. What if I do? Layla rolled her eyes. Sure, I was thinking of flying around to relax. The Inventor Prince nodded at her request. He was thinking of flying just to relax. He built these machines, so might as well use them. Great. Then let's go. The Andraste began to ascend, the machine's thrusters glowed with greater intensity as the mobile suit rushed into the sky. Marcus smiled, seeing her having fun. He followed as his tyrannies folded into a plane and rushed after her. The pair swiftly left the atmosphere. Layla looked at the Earth from space. It made her smile a bit, simply gazing at the blue marble, making her resolve even stronger. The Inventor Prince joined a few seconds later. Doesn't beat any view that I know, he said to her. Yes. I wonder how many people saw this with their own eyes. She wondered for a second. The girl recalled a short space race with EU before it just ended like that. A short competition to put a flag on the moon. Britannians were the first ones to do it, that much is given with their absurd drive. But then, it was quiet on space exploration, the last frontier was forgotten. Now, however, it was a different thing. Marcus single-handedly is bringing it back with what one would expect from a Britannian prince. Only this time, this frontier won't be forgotten. It will become a common-day occurrence. The prince declared with steel in his voice as he began to check a route to the Alps. Do you have a specific place you want to visit? He asked her as he located the mountains in Europe. One moment. A couple of seconds later, she sent him a place she wants to visit. All right, let's go. The pair of machines began to rush towards the location Layla had selected. Sometimes overeagerness could cost one his sanity. That's what happened. Some of the members of the Purist faction were eager to please their new boss. Working for Anaheim and being in the military is a lucrative deal for the nobles who serve in the army. Money is not an issue for them, what they seek is recognition and status. Anaheim improves their machines, better machines mean more chances to be promoted, and promotion is what they seek. But what half of them saw from a distance made their world turn upside down. Strange flying machines, absurd destructive power. Their fax spheres couldn't pick these machines up, only a regular camera could display them, but the images were blurry. Such unknown made them scared. What the hell? Jeremiah. What is that? Kuehl was losing his marbles, he didn't care about rank and status anymore. He was scared shitless. Even the men who saw these machines up close was left speechless. The sheer destructive force they can bring to the table. Leveling a mountain with a rifle. What the hell? That's stronger than a battleship's main cannon. We need to talk. He seriously said, making the rest of them calm down for a bit. It would seem Jeremiah knows something. A couple of moments later, the knight took them aside. Everyone left their nightmares and waited for the Margrave to talk. The machines you see are called mobile suits. Who made them? They are far greater than anything Britannia has created to this day. Kuehl asked. He looked stressed. Just recalling them flying and using weapons that can erase mountain tops. It's made him terrified. They are made by His Highness, the 11th Prince, Lelouch v Britannia. The whole group looked shocked, they gazed at each other before looking at Jeremiah. The 11th Prince. Wasn't he exiled? Yes. The knight nodded in response. The reason I am explaining to you all is that I am His Highness Knight. When he was in exile, and Britannia attacked, special forces attacked him and the princess. I can assume that someone in His Majesty's circle has betrayed him and killed the Empress consort, as we all know he loved Empress Marianne. The knight explained to them. The group started to wonder about the whole plot. This is the reason why the prince took an alias and created Anaheim Robotics. A cover to develop those machines. Kuehl realized what was going on. Indeed. You all have the opportunity now to serve 11th Prince. There is no other prince who has such advanced technologies. And his goals are not simple either. The group perked up, serving the prince. It's a common tradition in Britannia that when the emperor dies, a bloodbath begins for the throne. Everyone has power bases. The current second prince and second princess are the best candidates to ascend to the throne. But, they didn't expect something like this to exist. A prince who develops advanced machines capable of such power. Even a small group with those machines could threaten Britannia. You want us to follow the 11th Prince? Kuehl asked. Indeed, you already know what technology he can produce, your Sutherland received basic upgrades, you could get far better things. Maybe, even a fully customized machine. At that moment, all the pilots gulped down. Feeling like it's a great opportunity, excitement was slowly starting to build up. For now, we simply follow Viceroy's commands until our prince needs us. Jeremiah declared, and the pilots, with motivated steps, rushed back into their Sutherlands. The group continued forward into the destroyed base carved into the mountain's interior. What they found inside made them stop for a second. It was a sea of corpses. While the Britannians are used to corpses, it comes with the profession, but what they saw was diced-up bodies, burned to ashes, only a leg or a hand was left. The whole scene was a reminder of what those two machines could do. What kind of technology did His Highness create? These were terrorists with weapons, yet they were killed instantaneously. The purest pilots observed how these people died. The way the corpses were lying, it looked like they were trying to fight, and then the next moment, all of them were killed. A method that can kill all of them at once, it was like there were many of these attackers. Each of those machines has a specification. As far as I can tell, His Highness developed a machine for his female associate. Jeremiah wasn't sure about the relationship between those, so he is being cautious about how he is calling their relationship. I see. The guys were wondering if he makes machines for his girls. What about knights? If they are to become his official knights, wouldn't he make powerful mechs to defend his honor? An exciting idea for the purest faction pilots. After inspecting the aftermath, the knights began to clean up, removing the crates with high-grade metal, collecting the broken Glasgows as the metal can be reused and then setting fire to the corpses. It took a while, but the place was cleaned up and the knights left with the loot. In the Alps, overlooking sprawling grasslands, the pair were looking at the sunset. The pair attacked the rebels in the middle of the night, but in Western Europe, it was sunset. The best time to relax and enjoy the view was when Marcus had his blonde girl in his lap, gazing at the orange and red clouds. The pair of machines was kneeling around them, keeping the cold air from reaching them. Is this what you wanted to see? He asked her as he was hugging Layla. Yes. She slowly nodded, enjoying the scenery. I lived in Paris most of my life. I remember, some of the time before, but it was always the city life. That was until I joined the military, but even then, all I saw were European plains. Never the mountains. She said with a satisfied voice. The height we are at reminds me of freedom, away from all of the problems. She said while looking down at the sprawling grasslands and a few patches of forests in the distance. Yes, I know that feeling very well. That is why I love technology. To me, technology is like magic to a wizard. It can solve all of my problems and grant me true freedom. He said with a confident tone, making her think. Do you truly think we can achieve your dream? She asked, this time she was asking seriously, wondering if he was not speaking nonsense. Space travel. Placing humans, people on different worlds, making humanity a multiplanetary species. To her, it was a wild fantasy. People can't come together on one world, yet he wants humans to achieve multiplanetary status. It's not that we can or can't. I will simply build, and build, and build, until I have what I want. If regular people want to come with me, it's fine. If they don't, it's fine as well. I will simply make more people. His reply was not a brag. He was 100% certain he would do it. Make people. For a second, she blushed. Is he planning to make a huge harem and impregnate all of them? She believes that. After all, he was the son of a man who had over 100 children. Of course. Genetics are not different from regular programming. I can make people at some point if I need humans to colonize a planet. Oh. It was worse than she had imagined. Chapter 18, Chapter 17, Gaining More Followers. A group of Sutherlands dropped to one knee when two machines descended from the sky. Your Highness. We are at your command. When Marcus saw this scene before him, he knew that Jeremiah had told them that he was the 11th prince. Well, it is to be expected. I am not trying very hard to hide my true identity. Well, this was unexpected, Layla commented from her machine. The girl wasn't expecting the reveal of his identity so soon. As the mechs landed in Anaheim's factory's backyard, the pilots of Sutherland's were waiting for him. Jeremiah specifically told him that there are some things to discuss. Well, things happen. He said with a sigh as he left the cockpit. Tirani's hand moved over to the cockpit area as he could stand on the machine's palm. The mech lowered him to the ground. Sure enough, the Sutherland pilots didn't hesitate as they followed his lead and left their machines. They all swiftly lined up before him, and leading the front was Jeremiah. I assume that you told them about me. Marcus commented with a knowing tone. It was a great chance, my prince. The awe of your mobile suits, it made me realize that it would be a great opportunity to gain followers. His knight explained to him. He looked at the gathered group. They all looked nervous, wondering what the prince would say. Since this is the case. The inventor prince took a step forward. His inherited charisma surged as he began to speak. I want you all to understand something. Following me means that you will face the Britannians on the battlefield. My enemy is someone from the high echelons of Britannian nobility. Someone who can hire Britannian special forces. If you all can agree to this, then by all means. You can follow me. We don't mind, Your Highness. To these guys, the most important thing is following a strong leader. if they are strong, riches and status will follow. Regardless of the era, if they have machines for mounts or wield bronze weapons, people would want the same thing, and that is wealth or status. For these purists who are descended from pure-blood Britannians, they want nobility status. If they follow a prince who is extremely talented like this, they will have what they want. Is that so? Then follow me. He turned around and walked back to his Tyrannies. The mech picked him up, and the prince was back in the cockpit. Follow me to my workshop, and we shall iron out the details. You boys and girls are signing your lives, just remember that. I am, after all, my father's son. The pilots gulped nervously, but the prince's knight could only grin from excitement. Finally, as Tyrannies folded into the plane, it began to fly towards a specific location, and the pilots scrambled to follow him. They needed to get into their machines first. The other machine didn't wait either. Quickly. Don't waste your time. Jeremiah exclaimed as his Sutherland powered up and they rushed to their machines. Before long, their machines were following a blue streak of light. The purists gawked at the things in the workshop. Robots, holograms, experimental tech, they have no idea what it is. This was what they were expecting after seeing the machines, but being this close caused them to get out of character and gawk like small kids. First, Marcus got into his chair as it turned around and allowed the inventor to speak to his new followers. My goals. A hologram manifested behind him, showing Earth. This symbolism made everyone know what he meant. He was truly his father's son. Prince Lelouch desires Earth. That means world domination. I desire to claim this world as mine. But it's only the beginning. What I truly want is this. The hologram zoomed out from Earth and showed the solar system, but it continued to zoom out, revealing the entire Milky Way galaxy. My prince. Marcus didn't stop as he showed a hologram of the KK-01 Tyrannies mobile suit. This is KK-01 Tyrannies, it's equipped to fly through the void of emptiness. The sheer gap between Sutherland and Tyrannies is that one is at the interstellar age, and the other is built at a time when a machine can't even fly. The group lost their voice. They tried to reason that the prince's goal was absurd. I already have the entire infrastructure set up. All I need is to gather resources and build my base. Once the base is set, I will start building my space infrastructure and send resources down to the planet's surface. It's not the matter if I can, but when. The new group gulped down what they were hearing was sci-fi. Only Marcus Knight was grinning like a silly person, he was ready for this. All of you shall be my knights. I expect loyalty. Marcus got serious. What I am doing is bringing in a new age, an interstellar age, nothing happening on Earth at the moment compares to my mission to put humanity on other planets. He spoke while standing up. That means all of you have a chance to leave an eternal mark on an interstellar empire. Continents, planets, and even solar systems can be named after you, that is what you are joining. On the other hand, if my trust is broken, I will know that, since my artificial intelligence is already embedded in Britannia systems. He smiled, making them feel a chill pass through their bodies. However, it only lasted for a second as they all felt excitement wash over them. It was a grand mission. The group started to feel pride swell, they were like the explorers who discovered the Americas. But on a greater scale. Forget a new continent. They will be knights to the Emperor, who will rule space itself. At the moment, all of them dropped to one knee. The group began to swear their allegiance. Good. Then let's start with upgrades to your machines. Marcus looked at the group of Sutherlands that took up a considerable amount of space in his workshop. Around Mt. Fuji, there is a set of houses built in the old Japanese style, which were the 6 houses of Kyoto. The remnants of the old Japanese government that are responsible for. Several influential families that survived the invasion by surrendering to Britannia never gave up on the hope that they could gain independence. Their plan from the beginning was to support rebel groups throughout Japan. Give them money and even nightmares, like restored Glasgow's. But even they felt for the trick concerning Anaheim, assuming that it was a Britannian military scrapyard. These plutocrats and industrialists decided to support rebels in attacking these so that they could utilize resources that Britannia is not aware of that they had. It was a scheme to gain more resources for the independence movement. But what they were considered was that it could have been something far grander than a simple Britannian scrapyard dedicated to the military. 6 people were drinking tea while discussing recent happenings in Japan. The remnant samurai cell has stopped responding. One of them said. I thought Clovis didn't interfere with cells that are far from Tokyo settlement. Another one responded. It was not Clovis. A girl replied, she was quite young, the only female in the group. Dressed in a traditional kimono, she had long, free-falling black hair and green eyes. Observers said that it was 2 machines that were nothing like Britannian nightmares. They can fly and wield weaponry beyond observers' understanding. She repeated what was written in her report. Makes no sense. Who provoked such an enemy? And more advanced than Sutherland's? Impossible, we need better observers. A bald man said while shaking his head. My people don't make up things. The girl got snappy before sharing something else. Besides, this machine was exactly like the one that caused the collapse of the Eastern European front line. She quite smugly dropped this bombshell. The Eastern European front line is somewhat of a mystery, it can cause people to wonder if magic is real. The whole event made no sense. At one moment, the war rages on, the next moment, people are terrified shitless, running away from a monster, the next moment, almost all soldiers are dead. It doesn't help that the machine is not visible on the radar. It can't be properly photographed either. Then what is it doing here? Half of the world away. The leader of the group replied as his tone was heavy, and worry was visible in his eyes. No idea. I am simply reporting what I was given. The black-haired girl took a sip of her tea after promptly replying. The group continued with their daily meeting. That was until one of the black-suited bodyguards rushed into the room. "Yes, sir." The bodyguard looked at the old bald man. "We have a problem." "What kind of problem?" The old man raised his eyebrows as he looked at his security. "A flying machine landed in the backyard." The sweaty guard replied. He was worried! Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Everyone got on the edge. That machine is in their yard. What is going on? How does it look like? The bald man asked, even more worried. Dark purple, with black parts, it has some sort of wings that emit blue energy light. Everyone's breathing heavy in the room. It was evident that they were worried. Shouldn't we go and check? The only girl in the room asked. She had the most courage compared to the room full of geezers. Fine. Let's go. Eventually, all of them stood up and walked through the doors into the corridor and then outside, where a machine was just standing there. But then, their eyes ended up on another machine, which was floating there, observing what was going on. 6 houses of Kyoto. It has been a while. Machine's words perked up. Has it been a while? Did they meet somewhere? The cockpit hatch opened as the machine's hand moved, assisting the pilot to exit the mobile suit and then lowering him down. You are Marcus Goldman. It was immediately clear why those rebels were blown up. They stole from him. Never did they in their wildest dreams think that Anaheim had such machines. Indeed. But we met before. He smirked while looking at them. Kagaya, who was staring at him, finally realized something. Why, you are Lelouch. I am sure of it. The girl clapped her hands. After shamelessly staring at him, she made the connection. Well, well. So you do remember me, Princess Kagaya. He smiled at her, making her blush. Kagaya is fine. And no need to call me princess or anything. She waved her hands, fighting her embarrassment. So you are alive. The bald man, Taizo Kirihara, acknowledged that he remembered the prince, he had met him before. I assume you took the identity of Marcus Goldman, the genius prosthetics inventor, and created Anaheim Robotics, to build these. The man's gaze went to the machine that was kneeling on one leg. Is it for the revenge? Eventually, he asked, making the other 5 look at the fallen prince. Among other things. I will figure out who did it. It's only a matter of time. Taizo Kirihara expected him to seethe in anger to get revenge, but such a nonchalant reaction only made him feel fear. The scariest people are the unhinged ones. I see. I am here to discuss my resources, which your freedom fighters have been confiscating. The inventor prince smiled while saying that. Please, come with us, we can discuss these things inside. The old man motioned for him to come with him and have some tea. Very well. He nodded before looking at the other machine still in the air. Land, Layla. Join me for a cup of tea. Moments later, the other machine landed, and a blonde girl came out. Seeing the girl, the black-haired girl puffed her cheeks. The blonde girl was beautiful and well-developed. The feminine machine lowered the girl as Marcus took her hand and began to walk towards the Japanese-style house. The bald man looked at the pair and then at the machines. He is wondering if the exiled prince was willing to fight for Japan's freedom. After all, the Japanese never treated him badly. Chapter 19, Chapter 18, Code R. I have to apologize for the behavior of the freedom fighters. They were gathering resources for us. Taizo Kirihara said in an apologetic tone. I know. It took me a while to figure out. But I got an idea after several robberies. As Marcus replied, the blonde girl next to him took the offered cup and gave it to him, then she took one for herself and cuddled up next to him, listening to their conversation. We can pay you back for all the lost resources. Kagaya chipped in, trying to please him. The old men next to her nodded stiffly. We can discuss that after. After all, we have a common goal. Marcus sipped his tea after mentioning that. Britannia. Taizo Kirihara promptly mentioned the common goal. Part of it. He narrowed his eyes. You have other plans. I assume you want to ascend to your father's throne. We could help you, but there would be a price. Taizo smoothly talked towards the direction he wanted. If you assume that Japan can regain its independence, then you are sadly mistaken. Japan is sitting on the biggest gold mine in the world. Even if somehow magically your freedom fighters push out Britannian forces, there is the Chinese Federation that wants your Sakuradite. And then Britannia will return. Japan doesn't have the manpower or technology to resist either of these. Such a situation will lead to your country becoming a battleground of two superpowers, just like how Eastern Europe has become. Layla looked curious as she saw him get angry suddenly. The girl wonders what kind of connection he has with Eastern Europe. Even so, people of Japan desire to fight. The old man sighed, as he already knew that. Since you started this conversation, do you have an alternative solution? Kagaya asked him as her green eyes gazed at him, almost like digging into his soul. I do. My desire is to unify the entire world so that we can proceed to the next stage of humanity. Marcus replied as he swirled the tea inside his cup. I already developed technology for space industries, my mobile suits are proof of that. No power on Earth can resist their power. Is that so? If you desire for us to join you, then we need some sort of proof of what you are saying. Taizo replied. I understand your reasons, but your time is ticking, people are joining my cause, and by the time you think that you are ready, the most important positions will be taken by other people. And if you think that Sakuradite is enough, space is full of resources ready for mining. Marcus shrugged when he said the last part. Such development takes time. The inventor prince scoffed as he pulled out a thin device and placed it on the ground. A hologram manifested above the device, showing several designs. I already possess ion technology thrusters, which allow interstellar flight, reaching Mars or Venus in mere days. Not to mention the asteroid belt that is full of rich minerals. The exiled prince showcased Legion bots, fusion reactors, mobile suits, Blackbird, and assembly line designs. It was an advertising move. Like I said. Once my space industry is up, Earth's production will look insignificant. He reminded us that space doesn't have a limited amount of space. The old man was feeling pressured. This brat is nothing like Clovis. I expected him to be consumed by anger and revenge. I have built my mobile suits with minimum assistance, the rest was purely robotic manpower. In space, everything is different. As Marcus was explaining, Layla was looking at him. The girl was curious, how does he know so much about space? The difference between years and how much experience he has is far too wide. That has made Layla and now Kagaya interested. My Sumeragi family will join you, Prince Lelouch. Kagaya smiled at him. From the very beginning, she was planning to help. Her move made other leaders of their houses a bit hesitant. What would await the people of Japan under your rule? Taizo asked directly, no more games. For starters, you can forget the number system, it's counterproductive. What you can expect is a merit-based system. I do not care who you are, as long as you work hard, you will achieve great things. One thing you should be aware of is that lesser jobs will no longer exist. That means no forced labor, my machines are better than any human could do. He shrugged, making them a bit relaxed. It is hard to listen to Britannians, after all, they are conquered by Britannians. Like I said, you have my support, my prince. Kagaya smiled at him. Fine. You have my support as well. All right. You have my. One by one, Kyoto houses have fallen under Marcus rule. Taizo and the rest looked at how the pair of machines stood up and began to fly. The pair of mobile suits turned around and accelerated away at absurd speed, one of them even transformed into a plane midway. It would seem our fates are entwined, Kagaya commented to herself. For a while, she thought that she wouldn't see her Prince Charming. But turns out he is more than a capable fighter, but a genius when it comes to technology. At least we don't need to worry about being discovered anymore. They will work with Anaheim, and Anaheim is a legitimate company. And in process surrendered the idea of free Japan, Taizo said with a frown. Like Prince said. Free Japan wasn't possible. Other countries will fight for our Sakuradite. Kagaya was already on Marcus' side. True. But I had this hope that we could do it. The old man sighed. And I do believe it's better if Marcus unites the entire world and then focuses on space. Kagaya replied as she looked at the sky. Her eyes glistered for a second. She was excited for the future. As long as we can keep our traditions and culture. The old man looked away as he began to walk towards his house. He needs to process this development. The whole stealing episode turned into a favorable situation for Marcus as he acquired 6 houses of Kyoto. While NAC, the company that is the 6 houses of Kyoto, answer to Britannia, they have a decent amount of freedom. Something that Marcus began to abuse, he began to trade with them. Exoskeletons for laborers in the mines, in turn, they provide him with a decent amount of sakuradite. Then he began to invest in other industries where robotics was needed. Just like that, Clovis Area 11 began to prosper, the economy started to grow, and the viceroy himself had no idea what was going on. All he knew was that Anaheim had become his golden goose, so he began to ease on the taxes, making Anaheim even more powerful. Before long, Anaheim makes all of robotics exempt from anything related to war in Japan. All that expansion around Japan allowed him to access all the needed materials to finish the Blackbird. Sir, we have a development. Marcus was enjoying his girl's company, but after he started getting calls and visits from Kaguya, Layla's behavior changed a bit. She became even clingier. What is it? He moved his head and looked towards a screen. A break-in. Layla commented as she saw. Japanese stealing an orb of some sort. This orb looked like a mine used to sink ships. Code our facility, interesting. Marcus moved away from Layla's lap and stood up. Why don't we explore a city for a bit? He suggested to her with a smile. One of her eyebrows went up. She was not a stupid girl, she already knew that he wanted something from this situation. Fine. But you will owe me a real date. She flicked her long hair before standing up and walking towards the wardrobe to change her clothes. Great. Then I shall prepare our mode of transportation. With that said, he went over and picked up a jacket and his sword. You seriously taking a sword outside? She asked in disbelief. My new bike has a slot just for the weapon. He winked at her before walking to the stored electric bike. The newly built lift will take him right to the garage. Is that so? I wonder what this is all about, Layla mumbled to herself, wondering what the hell was going on. As Marcus was waiting for Layla, he took his phone and called his knight. My prince. Just in time, we are getting deployed. Any instructions? The capsule that these rebels stole contains a girl who has unique abilities. These rebels think that this capsule is a chemical weapon. What do you wish for us to do? For now, follow Viceroy's orders. I shall join you in a bit. Marcus pulled out a hollow projector and checked how it was progressing. They are taking the route around Shinjuku just like in canon. But we are over a year early. Did Kyoto ceasing all of support make them this desperate? The prince wondered if his actions had already caused such a ripple effect. Well, whatever. He hoped to use his knowledge to increase his chances of success, but no plan is perfect. Understood. We shall proceed as you instructed us. After that, the call ended, as Marcus saw Layla walk over. She was dressed in black stockings, a short skirt and a jumper. Wow, you look gorgeous. Please, this is basic. She showed him that she was in running shoes. I have no idea what we will do, so I dressed for high mobility. She explained herself, making Marcus smile as he offered her a helmet. We are going to watch, and maybe be part of something fascinating. He scripturally explained, making her sigh. Each time that happens, you change something fundamentally. Layla pointed it out with an eye roll. Change what? He teased her, making the girl snort at his question. Oh, please. The last 2 times led you to gain Britannia nightmare pilots and Kyoto House. So stop pretending. She explained before putting her helmet on. Oh, that. I guess you are right. You girls make a scene from so many things that I don't know what to think anymore. He shrugged before putting his helmet on and then getting on the bike. The girl followed him, and she got on the seat behind him before hugging him from behind. She put her weight by leaning into him, making it a proper hug. With that done, they left the academy grounds and rushed towards the location where the terrorist was going with their truck. Marcus follows them with his HUD in the helmet. Seeing all of the actions with his backdoor entrance into the government systems. After taking some detours because of roadblocks, the Inventor Prince ended up driving his bike to the top of the car park at one of the tall buildings in the outskirts of the Tokyo settlement and close to Shinjuku Ghetto. It's a full-on operation. Layla jumped from the bike and looked at what was happening before her on the elevated highway. Sutherlands were facing a red Glasgow. Yes. Marcus placed an earpiece in his ear and contacted the Sutherlands, fighting the red Glasgow. Jeremiah, the pilot of that Glasgow, let her live. Understood. Why? Isn't this person a terrorist? The exiled prince showed his phone and who was in a Glasgow. It was a red-haired girl. That girl. Colin Stadfeld. Layla even knew her name. You know her? Marcus asked curiously. After you paid attention to her, I wanted to figure out. Turns out she was pretending, but to think that she was a terrorist. Freedom fighter. The Inventor Prince corrected her, making her snort. What she does is not what a freedom fighter would do. The girl took off her helmet and looked at the action before her. A desperate freedom fighter, to be more exact. As Marcus corrected her, he saw Jeremiah destroy Glasgow, making it lose all its limbs before rushing towards where the truck drove off. Time to see how this game will play out. Marcus never truly had a proper plan. He doesn't need to, as things play out either way. Soon, his mobile suits will make a grand appearance. Chapter 20, Chapter 19, First Public Appearance. I hope we won't join this in casual clothes and a motorcycle, Layla commented as she saw Britannia literally deploy their entire garrison. Don't be ridiculous, do you think I will allow anything to happen to you? He shook his head as he motioned to the sky. She followed his gaze and narrowed her eyes. Is that? The girl mumbled as she saw familiar forms in the sky. Our mobile suits. Yep, and Millie is taking her position for sniping at the moment. He placed his helmet back on his head. I see. The girl sighed in relief. For some reason, she thought he would be reckless, but it would seem he is careful enough when she is around. The girl put on her helmet and jumped on the bike, and the pair rushed out of the car park and towards where the truck was rushing. The bike jumped off the highway, into a construction site, and into the tunnels. Be careful. There could be soldiers here. Layla whispered into his ear. I know. I follow deployments. His HUD follows the live feed of this mission. Good. The pair eventually arrived at the place where the truck crashed into a huge boulder. Marcus jumped off the back and rushed into the truck. Marcus, what is in this truck that makes you this reckless? Layla followed him as she got into the truck as well. My brother's secrets. This little pet project of my dearest brother is so secret that he is even trying to hide from my old man. He declared with glee. Layla slowly nodded. If this is true, they can use this to deal with Clovis. But if they do that, then Britannia could send someone competent who could lead to the reveal of Anaheim's true nature. As they saw the capsule, Marcus walked over and found the button that would open it. Wait, isn't it a bit? When the capsule opened, Layla's eyes widened, grew wide with shock, as she got flashbacks. Drowning, a woman with green hair rescues her from a frozen lake, then she touches her, and something happens. Something happened to her related to some special power. The next thing she knew, she was with the Malkel family. I know her. The blonde replied, confused and uncertain. Hold it right there. A soldier interrupted them. The pair looked at this man. Get away from that pod. It's dangerous. The men said as he got serious. But then the soldier saw a green-haired girl in Layla's hands. A girl. But the command said it was poison gas. As Marcus moved, the soldier got trigger-happy and tried to jump on the exiled prince. But it wasn't that easy, as Marcus spent years training. If he is not inventing or cuddling with Layla, he is training. The soldier stumbled as he nearly face-planted as the inventor prince sidestepped and put his foot in the soldier's way. However, the soldier reacted swiftly as the pair began to spar. A couple of exchanges and the soldier gawked as he realized something. Lelouch. But the next second, the prince's expression morphs into worry as he grabs Layla and the green-haired girl, and the next moment, the truck explodes. Thankfully, all of them left it before any explosion could happen. Lelouch. What are you doing here? The soldier removed his helmet and revealed himself to be Suzaku Kuroji. Finding out my brother's dirty little secret, Marcus replied as he looked at kneeling Layla, who had the green-haired girl in her hands. All I knew in the briefing is that it was poison gas. I never considered a girl. Suzaku was confused. Before the conversation could continue, they were interrupted by men dressed in red uniforms. What is this? Soldier, why are you not following orders? Suzaku swiftly rushed over to the leading soldier. Sir, the reports were wrong, it's not poison gas. The brown-haired teen said to his superior officer. Is that so? The man, who looked more like a criminal than an officer, pulled out a gun and gave an order to Suzaku that made him freeze in that spot. These two witnessed a government secret, kill them for me. He ordered with a bloodthirsty grin. Suzaku looked shocked. He looked at the gun and Lelouch, standing at the back. Sorry, sir, but I can't do that. Disobeying a direct order from your superior? As expected from an 11, you are not needed here then. With a lazy tone, the leader of the Royal Guard swirled his gun before pointing at Suzaku's chest. Die. Bang. Suzaku's eyes widened as he never expected that in 100 years. With a thud, he dropped to the ground. The leader then looked at Marcus and the two girls. I will be taking that girl from your hands now. With a bloodthirsty grin, the criminal-looking Royal Guard and his minions walked towards Lelouch and Layla. How about no? Millie, if you would. Huh. The Royal Guards looked confused, but a blue beam slammed into the red-dressed men horizontally, erasing their upper halves. There was no explosion, simply a deadly light show that ended the whole group. With a thud, the entire group of Royal Guards dropped to the ground, they were all dead. Layla's eyes trembled. This was the first time she observed how deadly the beam rifle was from so close. And so, they are gone, Marcus commented as he turned around and looked at his girl. Aren't you going to check your friend? She asked him. Friend is a strong word, but you are right. The inventor prince sighed. He needed to see if Suzaku was alive. He walked over and checked Suzaku's pulse. It would seem he is okay. He had something in his chest that blocked the shot. He replied to the blonde after inspecting him. I see, then what now? Layla looked at the green-haired girl in her hands. I am sending over our mobile suits. Knowing Clovis, he will want to hide everything under a rug. Marcus replied to her question, and he showed her a strained smile. Hide under a rug. You mean, he will destroy the whole area? She stumbled, trying to stand up, but the girl in her hands was unconscious. The inventor prince walked over and easily picked the green-haired girl up in his hands. Indeed. But we will need to see that in person. If he does that, then we shall intervene. I think it's time for us to reveal ourselves. Once we deal with Clovis and Jeremiah takes over as temporary viceroy, we will have a couple of days to prepare for the next viceroy. He explained to her their next course of action. And then? She asked, understanding that it could work. It was a hastily created plan, but it was still a plan. Depends on who it is. He looked at her, his gaze was a pondering one. I am certain you have an idea who it is. Layla stood up, dusting herself off before looking at him for an answer to her question. Of course. It would be my dearest sister, but that depends on how Clovis dies. Marcus replied as he moved his hand and pressed on his earpiece. Send us our machines. He requests their rides. You have a lot of sisters, who are you hinting at? Layla rolled her eyes when he said dearest sister, it could be 1 out of 100. Cornelia, who else is a decent fighter in my extended family? He rolled his eyes. Her. The Witch of Britannia. Layla grimaced. She had heard of her. Thankfully, she was never on the front line when it comes to Witch of Britannia. As far as she is aware, Cornelia is a great military commander who has never lost a battle so far. Indeed. But Cornelia is a military commander, not a politician or economist. I doubt she could see through my company's true purpose. He reasoned. At the same time, watching how their machines were descending. Even so, Anaheim is too big. She could potentially come to see you. Would you think she will figure out your identity? Maybe, but there is another alternative. And that is? Layla asked as she saw her Andraste land before her. Euphemia, my other dearest sister. He replied with a smirk. Right. I will withhold my ideas, because you have too many family members and a bunch of variables. She sighed as she walked over, and her mech picked her up. Indeed, that is why overwhelming power is the best. He winked at her before entering his Tyranni's mobile suit and getting comfortable in his seat with the green-haired girl in his hands. He perked her up, making sure she was comfortable. As he did that, his machine powered up, and he began to fly towards where the battlefield would happen soon. Marcus noticed on the map that Command Base G1 is moving towards Shinjuku Ghetto. A large chunk of Sutherlands is joining the fray. Most of them are part of his group. He could see that via his map. These units are dark purple while Clovis troops are blue. His surprise attack would destroy Clovis troops if he were to make a move. Jeremiah, I shall begin my attack. Understood. Should we assist? His knight's face appeared on the screen. He looked at his prince, not the girl he was holding in his hands. The man was professional enough to ignore such things. No. Let's keep your allegiance a secret for now. I shall, however, fry your Sutherlands, so be ready. Orders understood, we shall retreat. With that said, Marcus and Layla descended on the battlefield. Millie, prepare to join if you want. I will cover your back. This position is far too good to lose. A blonde girl's face appeared on the screen. Is this the one Clovis experimented on? Millie was smart enough to understand what happened. She read the code or project. The girl had some strange abilities, and Clovis tried to acquire similar powers for himself. Yes. Continue to observe the battlefield. Okay. Then let's begin. Marcus grinned as he opened fire at the closest enemy Nightmare. What is that thing? Ack. H5 has been ejected. Red-dressed officer with a worried look as he just saw the IFF of Nightmare disappear from the battlefield map. It can fly. J9 had been ejected as well. Another Sutherland was taken out. Communications from Nightmare spread through G1 command base, as officers looked nervous. Do we have visual on the enemy machine? A fat man asked the officers. It doesn't have an IFF signature, and no radio signals are coming from this thing. We can't see it on our radars. And a visual. The fat man was getting impatient. I think we do. One of the operators showed a zoom view of this thing. What they saw was a dark purple machine with secondary black color shooting beams at nightmares. One shot, one disabled machine. There are two of them. Another display in G1 showed a blue and yellow machine floating with large wings. These wings had detachable parts that turned into weapons, effortlessly shredding any opposition. What are these things? Clovis was getting nervous. Did father learn that I had this green-haired girl and now send his special machines to deal with me? The viceroy of Area 11 was getting cold feet all of a sudden. My lord. Half of our forces just ejected. They reported that their machines just fried. What? Half of them. Clovis turned pale as he shrank in his throne. This situation just turned from bad to ugly. Did I get you at a bad time, Viceroy? A nerd face appeared on the screen. What do you want? Don't you see that we have something going on here? The fat man exclaimed with anger as his face was full of worry. That's why I offer my help. Can't it do it? Can your thing do it? Clovis asked with a hopeful look. Please, your highness, call him Lancelot. The nerd smiled while saying that. Chapter 21, Chapter 20, Difference in Technology. Are you sure you want me to pilot your machine? Suzaku, dressed in a white pilot suit, asked the pair about it. One was a lanky-looking nerd named Lloyd Asplund, who was an earl, not that he cares, as this man was a scientist and nightmare engineer. The other individual was a beautiful lady and Lloyd's assistant. Her name is Cecile Crumey. She is a fellow engineer and scientist as well. However, not as a loose cannon like Lloyd, who only cares for nightmares. Of course. Just look at your compatibility rating. The nerd scientist nearly glided to the brown-haired teen's side and showed him a laptop with percentages in it. It showed the compatibility rating, and Suzaku was at 94%. Still, isn't it your creation? What if I break it? He was a bit nervous, this machine looked expensive. Well, then I will have to kill you. Lloyd plainly said, but Cecile, next to him, pulled the scientist by the ear. Ignore him, Suzaku. She said, in annoyance, while looking at Lloyd before gazing at the teen with a smile. Lancelot was built to be used in a fight. It's a prototype that needs combat experience and data so that we can improve it further. The lady explained in a gentle voice, making Suzaku slowly nod. These two are polar opposites. I understand, then I will try my best. He got serious before thinking about his current situation. If he becomes a test pilot for this experimental machine, he can begin climbing the promotion ladder and towards his goal of changing Britannia from within. Just you wait, Lelouch. I will find you. I hope nothing has happened to you at that place. Suzaku recalled Lloyd's words, all the royal guards have melted and burned away, their tops were missing. Like a hot knife sliced their upper body halves away. On top of that, he is not Lelouch anymore. The soldier recalled that face and look on the TV screen. He is certain. Lelouch is now Marcus Goldman, a genius inventor of prosthetics and exoskeleton technology and the CEO of Anaheim Robotics. Wonderful, then start reading the manual, you don't have much time. Lloyd swiftly recovered as he handed over a book to the teen. The engineer was already ready. He knew Suzaku would pilot his Lancelot. Please hurry and get into Lancelot, Suzaku. Cecile reminded him that he didn't have much time. All right. The brown-haired soldier rushed to the machine. Marcus hummed as he pressed a trigger, and a blue beam slammed into Sutherland's lower half, melting the legs away. The damage caused a reaction as the cockpit was ejected from the frame. 24. The inventor counted his streak. Why hello there. He looked to his side and saw Yellow Eyes looking at him. She didn't respond, instead, she was looking at him. So, to get a reaction, his right hand went from one of the control sticks and went to her cheeks. He poked it. What are you doing? The girl finally responded, her tone was hostile, clearly not liking what he had just done. Isn't IR obvious? I am poking your cheek. He rolled his eyes at her question. Why? Don't you have better things to do? She replied, ignoring his pokes. Before he can reply, his A.I notified him. Sir, Z1 Lancelot has joined the battle. It's moving towards your location. It would seem I do have other things to do. He chuckled a bit before getting her to sit comfortably in his lap. The girl frowned. She was confused. Why was he like that? What is going on? Hold on. Someone wants to fight me. As he said that, the girl looked at him, then at the screen. She was curious, what is this machine? She doesn't even know how she escaped from the lab. Was he the one who rescued her? But why? Does he know her? As she was confused, the girl watched what would happen next. What is this thing? The screen. The enemy nightmare is blurry for some reason. Suzaku said via radio to the control. Let me see. The nerd scientist checked the direct video footage. Interesting. It's like there is some sort of force field that is causing such a reaction, Cecile commented as she was also looking at the video. I will take it down regardless. The brown-haired teen jumped as his Harkins launched at the machine. There was a contact, but the Harkins, which should have cut the flying machine, simply bounced off. Is this supposed to do something? The machine spoke. According to my data, this machine is the next-generation prototype. So far, I have not seen any improvements. The beam rifle pointed at Suzaku as he grimaced for a second, launching himself away from the beam rifle's range. But the enemy machine's hand moved after him, as it ignored physics. Fast. How can it move so fast in the air? Suzaku's thoughts raced fast as he tried to think of a way to get close. He has no other weapons but Harkins. However, this machine rushed after him, getting very close, and suddenly, a blue energy sword moved towards him. I can't dodge it in time. Suzaku moved just enough, the very last second, as the vertical slash went through one of his hands, slicing off Lancelot's limb. The alarms flared inside Lancelot's cockpit as he tried to get some distance, but then the other hand of the machine moved, and a blue beam shredded one of Lancelot's legs. Shit. He got me. The white machine was about to collapse, but then Suzaku used the Harkins to try to move away from the enemy. The idea was to move like a monkey through the derelict buildings. But the flying machine was already next to him. What is with this speed? Suzaku paled as a kick slammed him into the ground, and the nightmare ended up lying on his back. Inside the cockpit, the brown-haired teen grimaced as he felt like shit. He might not have been shot before in the tunnel, but he has a huge bruise on his side. And now he is getting thrown around like a toy. No. My baby. How dare you to treat my Lancelot like this? Lloyd was pulling his hair as he couldn't believe his Lancelot was being treated like this. Incredible, I have never seen anything like this. On the other hand, Cecile was checking the data she was getting from Lancelot. What? Lloyd stopped all of a sudden and checked Cecile's computer screen. The reader inside Lancelot is showing me something weird. She showed the diagrams. Electromagnetic interference? He asked, fixing his glasses. Yes. It's like this machine had a magnetic field on its own. Like a planet? Lloyd questioned, only planets or suns with active cores have magnetic fields. Probably. Cecile replied, wondering the same thing. The pair were awed by this development, as they even ignored Lancelot getting dismantled. But then, the video stopped as the consoles lost connection with Lancelot. Lloyd's eyes widened as his expression morphed into horror. No. Lancelot. The guy realized that his machine was out. Marcus looked at the pile of parts that was the white machine. The only thing intact was the cockpit. You are one sadistic man. Is there a reason why you did all of this? The girl in his hands commented. I am an engineer and inventor, figuring out how things work is part of my job description. He explained his reasons. Right. She sighed. But that sadistic grin says otherwise. The green-haired girl pointed that out. Snort. It's called enjoying the end result of hard work, my dear. Don't call me that. She frowned before asking. What do you mean by that? Regardless, she asked. What I mean is that I worked for this for more than 6 years. He looked at her before poking her cheek. Sleepless nights, headaches, tiredness. All of that is worth it when the most advanced nightmare in the world is beneath my feet. It means that the machine that I created is leagues above anything Britannia could produce. He explained to her before Tyranny's hand moved to the cockpit. Slowly he opened it and looked at Suzaku, who was out cold. And just like that, my prize has been acquired, Marcus said with a smile, before connecting to Jeremiah. Collect my loot, keep the pilot alive, or more like place him somewhere safe so that he can leave once he wakes up. Understood. Is there a reason why you kept him alive? The girl asked. And why not? He is a talented pilot. The only issue is that his machine was primitive. If he had something at my level, it would be a different tale. So, you acknowledging your limitations? She asked, very curious. Of course. He scoffed at her. My talent is to build. If I see a mountain in my path, I will build something to overcome it. In other words, you will build yourself and overcome your father's empire. The girl reasoned. Indeed, my dear. He poked her cheek, once more. You won't ask how I know your identity? The green-haired girl asked, very curious. Aren't you afraid I will tell people? She asked, moving her head to the side. Not at all. For one, you need to be away from me to speak to someone. Second, you need to have the means to do that. For the third, I won't allow that, now that you are mine. Is that right? She hummed, wondering what was going on in his head. Relax, and let me do my thing. He smiled before leaning forward and whispering into her ear. You do want to get back at the men who did all those experiments on you, right? Her eyes widened for a second before a sadistic glint took over. If you can do that, then I will be very grateful. Her tone got softer all of a sudden. I will, because that is what we are doing now, Marcus said before he contacted Leila and Millie. Do you need to hold her like that? Layla asked, her eyes a bit narrowed. Oh my, Layla, this newcomer will take your spot as favorite. Millie joked, as she found this amusing. Can we skip this? The Inventor Prince sighed. It was a tired one. The pair didn't comment further as they waited for his command. We are proceeding to G1 to take out Clovis. Are you sure? Clovis is your brother, Lelouch. Millie asked with a worried tone. I am not the one doing it. He replied while looking at the girl in his hands. You letting me do it? She looked surprised. Do you want to, though? I can make him disappear in different ways. He shrugged. He is standing in my way for galactic conquest. One thing is certain, I need him gone for my knight to take over as temporary viceroy. I see, then you leave him to me. The girl in his lap asked to be sure. Indeed. Good, very good. You don't need to worry about what I will do to him. Her smile sent shivers down Layla and Millie as they were afraid for Clovis. In that case, let's proceed. Marcus stroked her long green hair. There are 3 of those machines. One of the officers responded with horror as he saw machines rushing towards them from a distance. They saw the 2 originals, but then all of a sudden the third one appeared. A green and white model with a huge rifle. Most likely a sniper. Just thinking that something like that exists makes them feel chills. How are they supposed to fight it? What is the range of this thing? Another one. Clovis nearly passed out. Where are my nightmares? The viceroy roared with a terrified look. Shit makes no sense anymore. He lost his entire garrison in a matter of minutes. How is he supposed to fight now? Nothing makes sense. More chapters, Chapter 94 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, Getting Her Revenge. Hi. Prince Clovis squawked as he was about to run away from his throne and outside G1 command base. His troops were beaten. The only thing he has left are old tanks and infantry. They are not useful in defending him, as they are far away. So he tried to run away, but his followers even left him first. Before he could even leave the CIC room, the doors sealed and left him alone in CIC. I command you to open the doors. How dare you? I am your viceroy. I will hang you for this. Clovis banged the door, trying to get someone to open it for him. But then he turned stiff as the sound of shattering glass and the smell of burning metal caused him to slowly turn around. He saw a beam saber cut open the bridge section, and a mech assisted a couple of people to enter the CIC through the newly created entrance. It was a black-haired teen and a familiar green-haired girl. Why you? Clovis looked at them, and he recognized the black-haired guy as well. Marcus Goldman. Why you are the pilot of that machine? I am disappointed that you don't recognize your own brother, Clovis. Marcus shook his head as he removed his blue eye contacts. It took a couple of moments for the viceroy to put a name to a face. Lelouch. You look so different, I barely recognize you. Clovis chuckled as he all of a sudden became all friendly, as if those machines behind the window no longer existed. Before he could even get close, the green-haired girl next to Lelouch grabbed the black-haired exiled prince's sheathed sword and pulled it out of the scabbard and pointed at Clovis. Lelouch. Instead of saying anything to the green-haired girl, since he knows she won't listen, considering all the things Clovis did over the years, he hopes his brother will reason with the girl. I am disappointed in you, Clovis. Really? Experimenting on people? Are you out of your mind? Marcus shook his head. This blonde half-brother of his is a retard. Why you don't understand? She is immortal. She can't killed. Do you have any idea what we could do with such power? Clovis was taking a step back as the girl with a sword was walking towards him. You are a moron. You assume that such a thing is difficult to achieve. Marcus shook his head as he walked forward. The green-haired girl stopped and looked at him. What is he even talking about? Just from the top of my head, I have at least 3 forms of immortality I could achieve without torturing someone. The Inventor Prince snorted in disgust. What are you talking about? Clovis looked confused, forgetting his situation for a second. Fool. I am the one who built these machines. He pointed at the machine behind him. These can fly through space. I will use them to conquer space itself. Do you think something like immortality is something hard to achieve? It's a fundamental step in a ladder that I am stepping on. Genetics at the base is an organic code that can be programmed. There are hoops that one needs to step through to program it, obviously, but then again, since you went for a barbaric method of torture, then I doubt you even understand half of my words. Marcus snorted in disgust, remembering that the blonde guy before him is as dumb as a brick. I know, just continue what you were intending to do. Marcus waved his hand and motioned for the green-haired girl to continue with her revenge. Wait. We are still blood. You can't do that. Clovis was feeling terrified of what was to come to him. I am not doing anything, Clovis. Stop her. Why you can't allow her to kill me? The guy dropped on his ass as he began to backpedal away from the grinning girl. Like how you tried to kill her. Oh come on, when you take someone's life, be ready not to complain when you are about to lose your own. That's why I built machines, you should have done the same thing. At least this way you could have protected yourself. Marcus shook his head again as he turned around and walked back to his mobile suit. What followed next were screams and pleas to spare him. All I can say is that power built by oneself is superior to any given one. He thought about Geass and how it twists people. At least when one builds power on their own, they deserve it, as they put effort and time into it. What Clovis wanted was to become immortal and eternally young. These kinds of things will never conclude well in the end. After a couple of moments, the girl returned. She looked like she was bathed in blood. If you think that I will allow you to enter my machine when you are soaked in blood, then you are mistaken. His hand went under his seat. A section opened, and he pulled out a box of wet wipes. He threw it at the girl who was standing at the edge. She was barely able to understand what was going on, almost dropping the box, but then she realized what this was. Are you serious? Only one thing came to her mind at such a time. Was he serious? Deadly, now clean yourself. He motioned just to do it. Fine. With an annoyed grunt, she began to wipe off Clovis' blood. Midway, Marcus got his sword back and began to meticulously clean it before storing it in sheath. I am surprised that you don't care that I took your sibling's life. She said that while wiping off the blood from her hair. I do have what one calls a bottom line. He snorted while saying that. Clovis was a lost cause. He had no part in my future. If he salivated like that from something as basic as immortality, then he will betray me for less. Immortality is not basic. There are only two beings in the world who have what you just described. She said with an assured tone. For now, yes. However, I haven't started delving into biology that much. He stroked his chin, thinking that he should start delving into that. Mobile suits are great, but he was still flesh and blood, quite vulnerable. It will be hard to survive once he starts space exploration and development. Your confidence is commendable, but for years, no one could figure out my immortality. She smiled for a second, her smile was a bit mocking. The girl has heard this many times from numerous people. To her, it was like a song on repeat. That's because people lacked a point of reference. A starting point. Just like how people said that deep-sea exploration was pointless, as they had no way of knowing how to do it until they discovered the compass. She shrugged, hearing that. Time will tell, just like for the past 500 years. Regardless of what they say or would do. She will see it one way or another. Once she was clean, the girl walked over inside the cockpit, handing over the remaining tissues to him. Satisfied? The green-haired girl asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Now come over. He motioned for her to get back into her spot. She didn't hesitate and got on his lap. Before long, the machine's thrusters turned on and Tyrannies began to ascend. He pointed the beam rifles at the G1 and opened fire. Moments later, it exploded into a ball of flames. Marcus didn't hesitate and killed everyone in the area, making sure no one could have seen him. At the same time, his AI is on the watch for anyone uploading anything on the internet or government computers. Is it over? I assume Clovis is no more. Layla appeared on the screen. She frowned when she saw the green-haired girl. The green-haired girl in question looked at her. Her yellow eyes gazed at hers. I know you, but where? But then she realized something. That's right. In France. To think that the Geass she gave to the girl back then will be here. Fate works in strange ways. He is gone. Marcus looked at the girl in his hands. He realized that she got very comfortable, and really quickly. You didn't tell me your name yet. He asked her. One of her eyebrows went up. I guess I didn't. You can call me CC. C.C. Is that a code? Well, it doesn't matter. He shrugged, making her a bit annoyed by how nonchalant he was. It's like he expected that from her. It makes her feel that he is seeing through her. And that is annoying. How could he? She lived hundreds of his lifetimes. Regardless, she will watch him, and might as well give him Geass. If he wants immortality that much, she can give it to him. Ha. Let's see how he will deal with that. Her cynical side surged, now she wants to see how he will fail. If he is that confident in his abilities. Yes. Anyway, Cece got her revenge for torturing her. Marcus said to Layla. Is that so? He was your brother. The blonde mentioned that. Indeed, he was. I have many of those back in Pendragon. He rolled his eyes. Right, we will talk once we are back at base. With that said, the conversation was over, and the three machines returned to the base. Cece watched as one after another they were stored in a special place behind a wall. They are maintained by machines. A lot of machines. After looking around, she noticed that this place was far more advanced than the Geass Order, which should be the most advanced place in the whole world. With all of their fancy technologies and research, but then again, she hasn't been there for years, and this place develops different things. I know you. Layla walked over as soon as Marcus and that girl were out of the machine. Instead of saying anything, Cece's forehead glowed, and Layla's left eye reacted. It morphed into a blue bird symbol before shifting into a red symbol. Fascinating. You never activated your Geass before. That is impressive. What did you do to me? Layla covered her eye. Nudged you a little. The green-haired girl shrugged nonchalantly before curiously smiling. I do wonder what your ability is. What are you talking about? The blonde began to get nervous. By this point, the ruckus attracted Marcus and Millie. The fellow blonde was telling Marcus how well her KK-21 flight eyes worked. What is going on? The pair walked over to them. She did something to me, Layla said as she looked at Marcus. There was eye contact, and that moment the blonde stopped in her tracks, she began to understand. Marcus, his desires, his ambition, why he is trying so hard, why he desires space so much. It was similar to her. She wanted freedom and power to live the way she wants to live. For Layla, just being away from the Malkal family was her goal. But Marcus. He was someone from a different league, he doesn't just want to achieve space travel and become the ruler of space, but he wants to drag entire humanity with him. It's like an theater act for him. He will drag everyone into it and make sure they experience the whole thing. Now that she connected to him, the girl understood him, at a deep level. Now do you understand? I was serious, wasn't I? I desire to leave monuments through space. To show the true glory of achieving greatness. Just like how Alexander wanted to see Oceanus. Marcus spoke directly to her, it was as if they were connected. Him doing that spooked her, as she closed her eyes and the connection ended. The girl stumbled a bit before refocusing. She was in shock. What was that? Well. What did you get? Cece got closer, wanting to hear what the girl's ability is. Chapter 23, Chapter 22, Deeper Connection. What was that? Why was I in Marcus' head? Layla asked Cece. Her voice was anxious, feeling like a monster now. Oh. Is that right? You can read his mind. The green-haired girl hummed. Sounds about right to her. No. I can understand him. The blonde looked at her hand. What she sensed was hardcore. A human should not have such a strong desire. But, she liked it. It makes her feel that she can trust him to achieve what he wants, which in turn helps her achieve her goal. Oh, empathy, interesting. What is this? Geass, I gave you Geass all those years ago. A power of king, a power like no other, it will lead you to a path of solitude. She won't be alone, you silly girl. Marcus scoffed as he walked over. Layla will be with me for all eternity. He rolled his eyes at the absurdity he was hearing from Cece, is that so? Cece looked a bit jealous after hearing that. How can you say that with such a straight face? The blonde exclaimed, blushing a storm. I am saying a simple truth. Now, Cece, I assume you have a reason to be in Area 11. Marcus asked her. That's a secret. The girl smiled at him. All right. He shrugged at her before taking Layla's hand. Let's go, it has been a long day. We should rest. The blonde nodded back as they began to walk towards the stairs. That guy. Cece was annoyed. She expected more emotions from him. Like, for example, feeling annoyed with her. He rescued her and helped her get revenge and all that stuff. Yet, he didn't bother asking other questions. It's as if he already knows everything about her. At least show me where I can sleep. She complained and walked after them. Sure enough, the trio was in the elevator that took them to Marcus's room. When Cece saw the bed, she didn't hesitate and got into the bed, not caring whose bed it was. Layla was about to say something, but she decided not to. Instead, she grabbed Marcus' hand and took him somewhere else. The Inventor Prince wondered what the girl was thinking. He can tell she was channeling jealousy since he brought over the witch. This is The exiled prince noticed that Layla took him to the shower. Shower. You take one with me, right? She asked him, hopefully. The prince's eyebrow went up. His Joan of Arc would always chicken out at the last moment. Trying to seduce him, but then running away. After all, they've been sleeping in the same bed for months. Marcus would get handy with her, but it would always lead to her running away. If you won't run away from me. He teased her, making her frown, as her hands went to her clothes. As if wanting to prove something, she began to strip. Before long, she was in her undies. Sadly for her, it didn't mean a thing just because she was in underwear, as he had seen her before in this kind of setup. But then, with a healthy blush, she removed her bra and panties. Come, let's shower, it has been a long day. With a blush, she walked into the shower and turned it on. When Marcus saw that, he shook his head. First, the girl read his emotions like an open book, then decided it was time to get naughty. Her actions were unpredictable to him. Since you asked. He chuckled for a second before undressing and sneaking into the shower. His hand swiftly went through her curves, causing her to twitch for a second. Then he pulled her closer as his hands wrapped around her waist, before moving upwards and squeezing her considerable breasts. Marcus began to fondle and play with her nipples. His teasing started to affect the blonde as she softly began to moan. The girl pushed her ass back and made contact with his rock-hard cock. Someone is ready. The beauty in his hands commented as she started to feel horny. Indeed. With that said, he pulled back and turned her around, making her lean against the bathroom wall. All of that water falling on her made her look even sexier than she normally is. Well, to Marcus, his darling new age Joan of Arc was always gorgeous. But now. He grabbed one of her legs and lifted it, before getting closer and pointing his cock at her special place entrance. Then he stroked the tip through her pussy lips, teasing her even more. Layla grimaced for a second before her mouth opened and a groan escaped her lips as she felt his thing slipping into her tender cave and sinking deeper into her wet folds. As weird as it sounds, that new power she got allowed her to make up her mind and stop running away. With a powerful smack, he was fully inside of her. At that moment, the blonde wrapped her hands around his neck and pushed herself forward, making her special place to take even more of his tool. The girl smirked at him, whispering into her ear. Now, you can't escape from me. She teased him, but this tease made his hands move on her bum, squeezing those cheeks before pulling her in. Layla's eyes widened as she grimaced, her eyes turned teary. Stupid, it's my first time, be a bit gentler. The blonde complained that her voice was pouty. Of course, if this is what you want. He whispered back before kissing his lovely girl. She answered in a heated fashion, rubbing herself against him. She was on fire and horny for more love. Before long, her hips began to move, trying to make him move in turn. Not that he waited, as sure enough, he began to move her on his pole. At first, he did it slowly, but Layla was not that patient, her legs coiled around his waist as she began to move and assist on her own. The girl didn't hesitate as the lewd coupling sound spread through the bathroom. Going faster and faster until the pair groaned and passionate moans escaped from their mouths. Once the round was done, a make-out session followed, then the pair began to wash up in the water. Washing up each other's backs, then Marcus washed her hair, and the blonde did the same. Eventually, they ended up in a bathtub. The girl was between his legs, leaning against him, using him like a pillow. Are you sure it's okay? What's okay? He asked her back, wondering what she was thinking about. Clovis, he was your brother. She asked the same thing CC asked. Oh, that. Marcus sighed. Here we go again. He might be my half-brother, but the number of siblings about whom I truly cared I can count on one hand, he replied in a tired voice. I spent some time with him before I was exiled. The only sibling I cared for apart from Nunnally was Euphemia, which is about it. You can say it's a human thing. If I didn't spend enough time with someone, it's hard to care. Well, if you don't trust me, you can use your new powers on me. She turned around a bit and looked at him. You don't think it's strange? That I have such supernatural powers? She asked, hoping not to see a terrified look. But what she saw, or more like experienced, was a hug. Nope, it only makes you more attractive to me. Is that so? She activated her power and looked at him. Their minds merged, making Layla realize that he was serious. Her power makes him even more attracted to her, and then she reads his emotions when it comes to Clovis. Once again, she discovered his statement was true, he didn't lie. Marcus was a bit sad and disappointed with what he had to do to Clovis. But, in exiled Prince's mind, he was a lost cause after what he did to CC. His half-brother passed a bottom line in Marcus' books. That is why he left Clovis' fate in CC's hands. If she wanted him to live, then so be it. But her choice was torture, to death, then it's fine with him as well. I see. Her eyes stopped glowing. Layla was not the only one who read his emotions, Marcus did as well. You do know that our emotions mold into one. He whispered into her ear. His comment made her cheeks heat up. Why, you should have said so. She complained. Nope. Now I know how my darling Layla is feeling about me. He hugged her even more, placing his chin on her right shoulder. Stupid, you can't play with girls' emotions like that. Yes. But no cards are off the table when you employ supernatural powers to read emotions. He reasoned with her, making her stop complaining. He was right. It was cheating, but this power allowed Layla to fully understand her man and his reasons. Turns out he is crazy enough to kidnap her from across the world because he found her beautiful and hot. The question is if he is like his father, a womanizer who will have a harem. But then she remembered that green-haired girl with strange powers. What do you think about these powers? She asked all of a sudden. Which side do you want to hear? Side. The blonde was confused. There are sides to this. Indeed, you are privileged enough to hear sides to this. Privileged. The girl was even more confused. She considered using her power again just to understand what he was saying. Indeed. I can tell you what I am thinking, a hypothesis, a possible historical link to such powers, all that stuff. After all, you are my girl and will get the best answers. Oh. Layla blushed as she realized what he meant. This guy was a legitimate scientist. Then tell me what you think. She asked him. Very curious what he is thinking. I think that it works like a tree and a seed. He bluntly said to her. How did you come to this conclusion? She was even more curious, wanting to hear more. It's how nothing works on her, she is immortal and eternally young, while you only have a lesser power of some sort. I assume that this power will grow, like a new muscle that will eventually reach a critical point. The question is, will it become like her power? Time will tell. Layla's eyes trembled. Will she become immortal like that girl? Honestly, it was a terrifying idea. Relax, I will be with you till the end of the cosmos itself. The blonde girl giggled, hearing that. Instead of worrying about that, she was worried about Marcus' unnatural desire to be in space. If it's true, then it is a bonus, he will be reckless in the future even more. I suppose, to find out, I need to use it. She suggested after pondering for a few moments. Indeed, but to take your time. Rome wasn't built in a single day. True. I will need to speak with that woman. Layla got serious when she mentioned that woman. She is feeling danger radiating from that immortal woman. Unlike Millie, she is feeling danger from this green-haired girl. Do that. I might as well ask that power from her. He pondered on the perks of this power, and at the same time, he could research it as well. Why you will? She asked, quite concerned if he would get this power. Of course. I am a scientist and an engineer, and I am someone who would open Pandora's box. As crazy as it sounds, I would want to figure out the content of that box. Right. Stupid of me to ask if you would want this power. She deadpanned for a second before deciding that it was time to get out of the bathtub. So where are we going to sleep? As she got up, she ignored Marcus' gaze and instead asked the question. Chapter 24, Chapter 23, Colonial Government Takeover. Meanwhile. Lloyd, sorry for, well. Suzaku tried to come up with words. But honestly, what can he say? He broke the only 7th-generation nightmare. But what could he possibly do? That machine. Just thinking about it, how it moves. It's okay. You were dealing with an alien machine after all. The nerd scientist laughed while dismissively waving his hand. Alien. You mean, as if from a different world? The brown-haired teen was baffled, trying to be on the same page in this conversation. Indeed. Cecile got his attention. I've been trying to combine images to create a proper image of this nightmare-like machine. She showed them a neatly recreated image of the machine that faced Suzaku on the computer screen, which was a decent 3D image. It's exactly like what I saw. Or some of it, because it was strange, when I am a distance away, the machine becomes blurry, but once I am close, I can see it properly. The pilot explained what he experienced. That's because we believe this machine is generating some sort of electromagnetic field that disrupts technology, Lloyd explained with a raised finger. Like a planet. He clarified what that could mean. Or a sun. Cecile chipped in with a smile. If this is true. Suzaku looked at them both. Then this machine's output is on a completely different level compared to Lancelot. Lloyd sighs. He couldn't believe he was beaten in this category. I see. Even better than Lancelot. But. When the brown-haired pilot got into the machine, he felt that he finally had true power. That he could start his journey to change Britannia from within. Indeed. First, we will fix Lancelot, then we will delve into the battle data. The nerd scientist pushed his glasses up before grinning at Suzaku. Prepare yourself, since you helped to break it down like that, you will help me put it back together. His eyes gleamed with mirth. Sure. I mean, after breaking it like that. I thought I would lose my job. Suzaku was relieved. Even after his catastrophic first launch, he would keep on piloting Lancelot. Relax, you are the best devicer we've got. Lloyd patted his shoulder for a second. For now, we need to deal with the death of the Viceroy, you too. Cecile reminded them about that. What is going to happen? Suzaku, for now, shoved aside the alien machine. That. Lloyd pointed at the TV. On the screen was Jeremiah with his Purist faction, which had taken over the government. We of the Purist faction shall take over until the new Viceroy is chosen by His Majesty. The Margrave proudly declared with his huge number of followers. It was like an army itself. That is a huge amount of soldiers. Suzaku is surprised to see them. It wasn't a joke, this Jeremiah was popular. Purists, well, hard to call them purists, I call them the private army of Anaheim. Lloyd joked. Well, it was an inner army joke, which only a few could understand. Anaheim. The pilot exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't the company made by Lelouch? Indeed. The robotics they made is, well, far better than I have imagined. The nerd replied that he wasn't eager to proclaim that someone better at making military frames for nightmares exists. He still can't accept that those custom-made Sutherlands have better robotics than Lancelot. Cecile joked, but Lloyd began to throw a fit. They don't. My Lancelot has pure saccharide joints. Do you understand the sheer explosive power of my nightmare? The nerd was defending itself. And yet, Marcus Goldman can achieve 70% of that with regular metal alloys. Cecile pointed that out. Who cares? Why would you want that anyway? The engineer of Lancelot puffed his cheeks like a spoiled brat. Cheaper, that's why. Cecile got a counterattack ready. Anyway, what about Anaheim and these purists? Suzaku wanted to know the details. To put it simply, Anaheim customizes their Sutherlands, in turn, they assist in Anaheim's defenses outside Tokyo settlement. That is why I am calling it a private army. My guess is that Anaheim told them to grab power so that nothing could happen to Anaheim's resources at the moment. Lloyd reasoned. He was not wrong. It was in Marcus' interest to protect his scrapyards, but there was a more sinister plot to expand his assets to the colonial government before Cornelia came here. The poor witch of Britannia has no idea what is waiting for her. The princess is quite busy at the moment. After all, they killed Clovis a year early. And just like that, it could take weeks, if not months, until the change happens. Or something else could happen entirely. Is that so? Lelouch is not staying still, that's for sure, and I should not be idle either. Suzaku got serious all of a sudden. He needs to keep up with Lelouch's pace. As he thought about it, he watched the speech given by Jeremiah about machines that took the life of Clovis, how it was an offense to Britannia and how they will do everything in their power to find who is responsible and put those individuals to justice. Until then, the knight asked for patience. He does know how to talk. I wonder who prepared his speech. Lloyd wondered as he was drinking his extra sweet coffee. I wonder who we will be getting as Viceroy. Who knows? The nerd shrugged, but then the girl who was building a 3D image of the alien craft saw a notification pop up on her screen. Her eyes widened as shock took over. Lloyd. Prince Schneasel is calling us for a meeting. Cecile exclaimed as she got up and was ready to rush out from the command center and into the barracks, where a huge monitor for communication was waiting for them. Should I go as well? Suzaku got self-conscious, this was the first time meeting a royal. Excluding Lelouch and Nunnally, that is. Yes, you are Lancelot's pilot after all. With that said, the trio rushed out and went to the barracks, where the army allowed them to use the communication center. Sure enough, a blond man's face appeared on screen. Ah, there you are. It's good to see you too. He then noticed a third person. And you must be Suzaku Kururagi, the pilot of Z-01 Lancelot. Suzaku dropped to one knee. He was dressed in a brown engineering corps uniform. Oh, I see. Then you finally got your pilot, Lloyd. The blond man looked satisfied to see that this black hole is finally paying off. Indeed. My prince, Suzaku, can push my Lancelot to the limit. Lloyd smiled before it faded away. I can feel but coming all the way here in Pendragon. The alien craft has completely wrecked it on the battlefield, Cecile responded first, her comment made Lloyd grumpy just mentioning that. Alien. Is it perhaps this? The screen split in half, on one side it was the blonde prince and on the other was a video of a familiar machine utterly wrecking the entire battlefield in Eastern Europe. Yes. Exactly the same. Suzaku responded, he was awed by sheer destructive capability. This thing was raining death from above. It was clear that this machine was holding back against him. Send me all the available data you have on it. He ordered them. Understood, we will send all we acquired from the combat, Cecile replied, making the man nod. Do that. This machine became the most wanted craft in the whole of Britannia after killing my brother. We understand. The trio nodded. I've been working on a 3D model of the machine. Because of its electromagnetic field, this machine is hard to capture in pictures and videos. The engineer lady explained to the prince. Yes, I was wondering why the footage is that bad. Indeed. The machine's power source is nothing like ours. Not only that, but it has a strange propulsion system. It's similar to the jet fighters we discontinued from using. But I'm doubtful about using fossil fuels. I am more inclined that it's using higher forms of solar energy. Lloyd explained his theory. If it's true. Like I said, an alien craft, no one in the world has this kind of technology. Only recently, Sakuradite became mainstream to build something like this. Lloyd stopped midway as he looked in realization. But to do that. He got a glimpse, his brain began to think rapidly. Lloyd. I just realized something. The nerd scientist waved his finger. Oh. That's right. The power source. He clapped his hands as he looked at Cecile. The power source of that thing has to be a miniature sun. Is that even possible? His assistant only joked that it was a planet or a sun. Think about it. He grinned for a second. The heat of those beams, if it's potent like the sun, could melt anything. Even the propulsion it emits could be flames of the sun. Not to mention the material used to contain such a thing. If it's true, then such a machine would technically have an infinite amount of energy. Prince Schneasel reasoned as he realized what kind of opponent this could be. How is one supposed to fight the sun itself? Indeed. In that case, continue your development of Lancelot, and fight this machine as many times as necessary if you are gaining new data. Just be careful. We want to gain data, not destroy our resources. Of course, my prince. Cecile smiled. Then, I shall be waiting for the data. With that said, the conversation has ended, and Lloyd, like a torpedo, dashed out from the meeting room. He wants to double-check the data and begin developing countermeasures against this machine. So far, he needs some sort of material that is anti-melting and anti-heat. But developing anything like that, he needs a new and different alloy altogether. Tungsten is useless. He already saw how weak and fragile it is against this alien craft. Like a crazy man, he was digging into this new information. Suzaku and Cecile finally caught up to him. The Lancelot pilot finally saw the mad face of the scientist who made his nightmare. It has been a while since Lloyd was like that. The assistant looked surprised to see that. Is it fine? The brown-haired teen asked with concern. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. He just found something groundbreaking, and it will take a while for him to digest this information. She smiled at him, saying that it was okay. I see. I guess to build something like Lancelot, one needs a bit of crazy. Suzaku internally wryly smiled. We should begin with Lancelot's rebuild. Cecile looked at the pile of white and golden nightmare parts. The Z-01 Lancelot was literally a pile of scrap metal, extremely valuable scrap metal that is. Right. The newly promoted Lancelot pilot first needs to put his Lancelot together. The death of Clovis has sent ripples through the whole world. A Britannian royal was killed inside Area 11, not by terrorists or freedom fighters, but by a mysterious machine or machines. There are no photos of other machines, but survivors and witnesses talk. There was some footage of this machine online. While it was scarce, it was circulating through social media. Even curious people began to join in to figure out what it was supposed to look like. In the meantime, Prince Schneasel got his data. The prince's eyes gleamed as he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. This technology, if I could get access to it, I could finally achieve the peace I desired so much. The blonde prince has his version of peace that he desires. For it to happen, he needs overwhelming power. That is why he is funding Camelot and all of its crazy endeavors. But even they lack what this machine can do. Generation 7th Nightmare, turned into scrap metal. We haven't even stepped into this generation properly, yet it's already obsolete. Prince Schneasel frowned. While he wanted to put his hands on this machine, the opposite does exist. He is nervous. What does this machine want? Where does it come from? Who are its creators? My prince, Princess Cornelia, is calling you. She says she wants details on Clovis' death. The prince's assistant notified him. I see. Well, we can't let the princess wait, now can we? The blonde chuckled as he closed the windows with all the data and reorganized his thoughts. Chapter 25, Chapter 24, Cornering the Red Queen. Layla's eyes fluttered open, and the first thing she noticed was that she was sleeping on Marcus. She moved her head, and the first thing she noticed was that they were sleeping. Is this the relaxation room? Then she recalled that Marcus used his assembly line to create a bed for them, which was put in the relaxation room in the workshop. She always said no to that. He would never leave his workshop as if he had a bed in the workshop. But now that the green-haired girl stole their bed. Well. After looking around, her gaze went back to Marcus. Her finger poked his nose. HNN, no dot. She poked again. HNNN. She poked again. And again. What is it? My gorgeous Layla dot. He spoke in a lazy tone. Her cheeks blushed for a second, but then she calmed herself. It's morning, why don't you attend school with me today? She asked him, before gently snuggling. The girl used to snuggle with him anyway, but it was like a revelation to her. What would happen if she snuggled and asked for things at the same time? Would that lead to? Sure. Oh, so it does work like that. Just like that, he got up with her in his hands. Layla swiftly adjusted, realizing that she had no clothes here. The only thing she had was a t-shirt she had confiscated from Marcus. Leaving the relaxation room and the first thing I see is prototype technology and nightmare killers. The sheer difference in scenery is scary. Switching to advanced technology from a pool table, beanbags, and table games made her stop for a bit. Yet, it was natural for the inventor who kept carrying her. I can walk by myself. Of course, you can, but I want to carry you. He replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Fine. As they took the lift, they soon found themselves back in his room. They found the green-haired woman sitting on the bed, hugging her legs. Oh, you're back. I am hungry. She replied in a lazy tone. Marcus looked at her as he lowered Layla. The girl could not stand now since it was a carpeted floor. Sure. Let me change first. He nodded. The guy accepted her request without complaining, making Cece wonder why he was like that. On one hand, he is super proud. She heard his speech in G1 about technology and immortality being a stepping stone. But now, she asked and... Her eyes widened for a second before she frowned. Is it pity? That makes her annoyed. What is with this guy? He only met her a day ago, but he can play with her like that. She doesn't need his pity. Was he aware of her existence to some extent? If he's that. And Layla, you can go dress up, I will go and make breakfast. She stopped for a second and looked at him. Her eyes were huge. You are going to cook? The blonde asked in disbelief. The only thing you used to cook with was welding tools and non-metal. She tried to understand if she was speaking with the same person. I can cook, if not the best cooks around here. He winked at her before smiling at Cece. The girl's frown got even greater. She looked even more annoyed. What is that supposed to mean? I see. He gently kissed the blonde and sent her away to dress up, while he went to the kitchen. Cece followed after him. She wonders what is going on. Something is happening here. She lived long enough to see patterns in people. The patterns are not here. His behavior doesn't match what she should be seeing. What is going on with Marianne's son? Regardless, she soon forgot about that as delicious food was served to her. By this point, Layla and his little sister were there, and they wanted to know when Lelouch was cooking. Big brother, since when do you cook? Noonally asked. She was concerned about how well he cooked. Since when don't I? You know it's not different from what I usually do. The ingredients differ, but the rest is the same. You comparing technology development to cooking? Layla was baffled. Either he was nuts or so good that things were the same to him. I do. It's the same stuff, now try. He motioned to eat. Sure enough, Layla began to eat, and so did Cece. The blonde became depressed the moment she tasted it. The food was European, something she is familiar with, and it depressed her because of how good it was. She could complain that she is bad at cooking because she never had the chance to learn. And this guy should be in a similar situation. He was a prince, royalty. Raised in luxury, even here, in this academy, he has maids who cook for him, yet, he can cook better than they can. What is going on? Sadly, Layla has no idea that Marcus spent years practicing cooking when he got tired of science. All he did was throw himself into the kitchen like a madman, practicing until he was as good as any world-class chef. Simple. Big brother, from now on, you will be cooking breakfast for me. Noonally exclaimed. Her maid, Sayako, could barely keep up cleaning the girl as his brown-haired sibling was in an eating frenzy. Sure. Marcus sighed. Well, Newton's third law, all actions have equal or opposite reactions. That includes basic stuff like trying to show off, which leads to consequences. I don't think using Newton here helps. He pondered for a second before accepting this small request. I will cook, just remember I am a busy guy. He explained to her. Don't worry, Nunnally, I will make sure he cooks for you as much as possible. Layla smiled at the girl, making the younger sister smile back. Sounds good. The younger girl happily agreed, and Marcus used that opportunity to make it even better. Indeed, we can start practicing cooking together, Layla. He looked at his darling. The blonde looked back at him, and there was a bit of worry in her eyes. The girl's smile was gone. Instead, she looked nervous. I never cooked before. We have to start from somewhere, don't worry, I will help you all the way. He took her hand and gently explained. The pair looked like lovebirds, making Nunnally frown a little. She noticed that they were even closer now, but then this new girl appeared here as well. And then there is Millie, her brother is, in fact, making a harem like their father. The school day was cancelled for a national day of mourning. The death of a Britannian prince was unheard of in recent memory. Many have forgotten the bloody civil wars for the thrones. For the Britannians, it was a day of sadness, as in Pendragon, there was a huge gathering of people in the royal palace where the emperor was giving another speech full of Darwinism. Is this what he should be saying in time like this? Layla, next to Marcus, commented. She was a bit unsettled by how hardcore the emperor was even at the time, like this. He is the emperor, he can say whatever he wants. That's what it means to be the monarch. Marcus replied with a nonchalant shrug. Right, and you agree with that? She deadpanned for a second before asking him. Depends on the angle. Darwin's theory does exist to some extent. I do believe there are some other factors involved as well. So you do agree? Not quite. There should be a balance. He replied with another shrug. Swinging in one direction would lead one open in another. That is why Britannia would eventually implode. He clarified to her. I see, wasn't expecting you to say that about your birth country. Layla was surprised, especially when it came from the prince himself. I am full of surprises. He chuckles as the speeches about Clovis continued. After that, everyone had a day off. Though not all people were enjoying this free time. Who were those machines? And what happened to those Sutherlands? A crimson-haired girl was walking back home. She was confused about yesterday. Nothing made sense to her. Britannians had the chance to kill her, but they didn't. Then the whole thing turned strange, and half of the machines stopped working. Right before her eyes, Sutherland stopped responding, and then those machines descended. Like deities, they ended the fight, with overwhelming power. It was nothing like she had ever seen before. She is certain those were not nightmares, they don't have land spinners or even the regular cockpits. Regardless, she was feeling powerless. And then there is him. Her gaze went to Marcus Goldman, a Britannian rich boy. He was a literal movie character to Colin. A genius inventor who made a fortune by himself, while still in school. Then he brought over a gorgeous foreign girl with an accent that melts all of the Britannians. She even heard from these boys that they want peace as soon as possible, or conquer the EU just so that they could go to the EU, and get some girls with this accent. These guys were so detached from reality that Colin couldn't believe they were in the same school. Regardless, she snorted when she saw Marcus sitting on the bench with that blonde girl on his lap. It was annoying. Annoying that she can't be mad at him. The reason is that this guy employs a lot of Japanese, even the ones who don't want to be honorary Britannians. In other words, he is hiring illegals and paying decent wages nonetheless. It's thanks to him that her people are not starving and living in decent conditions. But then their gaze met, and he smiled at her. This smile made her feel a chill pass through. She wondered what was going on. Then he moved, making the girl who was on his lap stand. He walked over to her, and the blonde followed after him. I saw you before. We are in the same class. Colin pretended to be meek as she was talking softly. Not that. He leaned closer to her and whispered. I mean that truck that carried the poison gas, you were sitting in the passenger seat before piloting at Glasgow. He gently whispered. She turned pale when she heard that. Then he pulled back and looked at her face. Why, you are making this up. She stuttered while thinking of how to get away from this situation. But all he did was smile at her, making her even more terrified. Her mind flipped, and now she wondered how he knew that. She was wearing a disguise back then. How? His smile turned into a smirk. You just sold it, Colin Stotfeld. He joked, and Colin looked around. She couldn't jump on him in the middle of school grounds. Follow me. He motioned for her to follow. The crimson-haired girl gnashed her teeth. What now? She silently followed him as they ended up in the academy clubhouse. What do you want from me? And how do you know? She asked him. Did you wonder why you are still alive? He asked her, as he sat down in a chair, Behind him, the blonde girl was standing and watching the whole thing. It was obvious that she was not just a pretty face, but his follower. There was something more going on here. It was you. Colin realized that it was Marcus' orders that she was still alive. Indeed. I instructed Jeremiah to let you live. He casually revealed that. Why? She asked with a frown. Because you could keep up against Custom Sutherland in badly maintained Glasgow. It means you are a talented pilot. He explained to her. You want me to pilot for Britannia? She immediately got angry. Don't be ridiculous. I want you to pilot for me. Marcus scoffed before clarifying. Chapter 26, Chapter 25, Recruiting the Red Queen. Pilot, for you. She looked confused. I thought you didn't make nightmares. Anaheim makes robotics, exoskeletons, prosthetics. Colin was confused. Indeed. You see. Anaheim has two faces. Like you and me. Colin's eyes widened. She was a bit concerned. What does he mean? She is feeling that she is at a huge crossroads. What do you mean? Please, don't pretend. My guess is that one of your parents is Japanese and you are fighting for Japan's freedom. He leisurely discerned her identity. Her eyes trembled. This guy's perception was insane. At least to Colin, she has no idea that he knows her very well. Yes. You are right. My mother is Japanese. She sighed. Let me be very clear, I fight for Japan's freedom. The girl proudly proclaimed for what she is fighting. Then you should stop. Marcus ruthlessly slammed her reason for fighting. Because Kyoto houses belong to me. Haven't you wondered why they stopped supporting you all? He questioned her about whether she noticed that particular detail. Cold shock washed over her. Why you? What did you do? Colin thought that he did something to them. They follow my goal. He shrugged, ignoring her outburst. Simply put, Japan can't regain its independence. Why? She swiftly got agitated. For Layla, it was a bit amusing. This Colin was like fire, and Marcus was like water. One was easily agitated, while the other was opposite, calm like a pond. Well, think for a second. He started his explanation. What will happen next if you magically defeat all of Britannia's troops and expel them from Japan? They will come back. The crimson-haired reasoned. This was something she knew already. That is the least of your worries. Have you seen what happens when a bleeding animal is left in the wilderness? Others will attack. I get it. Colin got grumpy. Japan has the biggest deposits of sakuradite in the world. Simple as that. Britannians and the Chinese Federation will turn this land into a battlefield, and your people will suffer as they are in the middle of it. Then what should we do? Let them walk over us. Take our identity away. Our culture. She angrily gnashed her teeth, trembling with fury. Like I said. Follow me. He reminded her. And what will that do? She stopped for a second. He didn't explain what he was doing. Well, to Kyoto House I promise that they will be able to call themselves Japanese, practice their traditions and enjoy their culture. But. Colin narrowed her eyes. There has to be something else. Like the rest of the world, they will have to follow me. And if they don't? She asked, getting a bit confrontational. Then they will live in fear for the rest of their lives. The one who answered was the blonde girl. Why is that? Haven't you yet figured it out? The blonde sighed. She feels that she needs to explain what is what to a dumb girl. Why would Kyoto Houses join him? What kind of power does he have so that a group as rebellious as Kyoto House is following him? She asked the crimson-haired girl. Colin still doesn't grasp. Unbelievable. Layla shook her head, making Colin blush. She doesn't get it. Okay. In that case, follow me. Marcus stood up as he motioned to the girl to follow him. Are you sure? Layla asked, worried about this girl. She won't betray us, right? Colin. After all, you want to see the day you can call yourself Japanese. The girl narrowed her eyes. This was a threat. If she betrays him, he will make her disappear, she is certain of that. Yeah. Relax, while my goal is world domination, it's only the first step. He chuckled while saying that. Do you realize how insane that sounds? Colin exclaimed in shock. Doesn't he hear himself? Unbelievable. This guy is nuts. The pair walked to a bookshelf, and Marcus pulled out his phone and pressed a couple of buttons. Then, out of nowhere, the bookshelf opened and revealed a lift. Come, let me bring you to a supervillain's lair. All of a sudden, Colin felt like she had stepped into the pits of Devil himself. A gulp escaped from her lips, still, she was a courageous one. So after a small hesitation, she stepped in, and the lift doors closed. This lift took them down. When the doors opened, Colin saw a corridor. The trio walked to the end, and the crimson-haired girl's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she saw at the other end. Those machines. She gawked at them. There were 4 of them behind a glass wall. You are the one who made them. Colin finally realized. How could she have made a connection? These things are monsters. Making exoskeletons or prosthetics is believable, but these. She never put them together. Indeed. Meet KK-00 Luff, KK-01 Tyrannies, KK-11 Andraste, and KK-21 Flydies. Marcus introduced her to his machines. Beautiful, aren't they? I began developing them close to 6 years ago. He smiled proudly while explaining to her. Her gaze went to him. Her eyes were trembling, she had flashbacks of their destructive power. Until this day, she considered these machines to be some sort of deities, or aliens, but not something a fellow classmate of hers had made them. How? He is a genius. The blonde on Marcus' other side replied. That's crazy. Not even a genius can make something like that. Colin reasoned. And you know what a genius can and can't do? Layla asked with a raised eyebrow. Her answer made Colin stop in her tracks. Now that you know. I want you to join me. Marcus got the crimson-haired girl's attention. Her eyes went back to the machines. You said you want world domination, what will you do? Like I said. He walked over to his computer and turned on the holograms. A hologram of Galaxy appeared in the middle of the workshop. The crimson-haired girl looked at the visual effects before her. My goals are to put humans on every planet throughout the galaxy. To achieve our destiny. In front of this, conflicts on Earth are nothing compared to this. Why, you are crazy, is this even possible? Colin is going crazy from hearing this. It is. For the technology one have developed. He switched the holograms and showed her his preparation for this expansion. My mobile suits are powered by a fusion reactor. In simple terms, these reactors are miniature suns that generate a practically infinite amount of energy. This workshop has one. He showed images of a fusion reactor, then he switched to other tech, like ion technology that allows them to fly huge swaths of space in a small amount of time. Then, there are alloys for machines, followed by artificial intelligence, and Legion bots for rapid construction and manufacture. This guy had all of it, and by this point, the girl started to laugh, not from happiness but from sheer disbelief at what she was seeing before her. Wow, you broke her. A lazy voice said from the side. It was CC who just left the relaxation room. But I am impressed, you have developed all of this. CC started to consider that VV gave him a Geass related to technology because of what she saw before her. Of course. Didn't I tell you already? Stepping stones. He scoffed, making her frown for a bit. It was not empty bragging. This guy has substance. Is that so? Then maybe you are interested in making a contract with me. She smiled, her smile was a bit evil. A contract. Well, a witch wants to strike a questionable deal. Not questionable, I give you power and you fulfill one of my wishes. She shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant. Is that so? Your stereotypes usually come with baggage. Considering I have no idea about your roots or the true nature of your power. He explained, making the green-haired girl stare at him. He is good. Doesn't easily fall for easy power. CC pondered how to approach this later. By this point, Colin looked at the newcomer. She recovered a bit. This girl, Colin, is the poison gas you have stolen from that research facility. What? Don't call me that. CC frowned when she heard how he called her. Well, you're calling yourself by first letters. That's simply put like chemical reactions. He shrugged at her, joking at her name. The witch narrowed her eyes at him. Wait, what is going on? Why was there a girl in that capsule? Colin was very confused. The reason why Clovis was killed was that he was doing human experiments in that facility. I got CC out of that capsule and asked if she wanted revenge. She agreed, and now we don't have Viceroy. He gave Colin a crash course on what happened yesterday. Why? She has abilities, you can call her a legit witch. Marcus sagely nodded. You are asking for a beat down. Don't just say things like that. CC exclaimed in an annoyed tone. Oh, please. I rescued you, and now you are mine. He shrugged. You. The bluntness the witch was receiving caused her to reel back. You still don't understand. Marcus shook his head at her belief that she could run away. In a matter of a year or so, even now, I could leave Earth and build a base in space. In a matter of days, my mobile suit and Legion bots would overrun the planet's surface. So tell me, CC, my witch, where could you run? Those yellow gold eyes stared at him. You are even more annoying than your father. Girls don't like it when choices are taken from them. She borderline pouted at him. Marcus scoffed at her reply, but enjoyed that look she was giving him. On the contrary, your heart is beating fast, and I don't need to check it. The Inventor Prince replied, before looking at Colin, who was pale when she heard his intentions. So how is it going to be, Colin? Do you want to be part of something that will change Earth and the entire galaxy? If you are good enough, your people could get a whole planet for themselves. Not just a small chain of islands that they can call their home. The crimson-haired girl snapped out and looked at him. You would do that? She asked, gawking at him. Of course. Why not? All I want is for you guys to follow me. Help me and I help you. He smiled at her, and his honest words touched her. Maybe it was the sheer possibilities, the technologies he has, or that confidence. Maybe all of them, but her heart skipped a beat. I guess I would accept this, not that there is other choice. Colin got flustered as one of her hands fiddled with her crimson hair. However, what about my fellow freedom fighters? The girl immediately recalled her group. Depends. You do need to explain to them in detail what they are getting. It won't be as simple as resisting Britannia. There could even be a chance that you will be fighting your own people. Colin's face sank as she slowly nodded at him. Remember, these choices are not easy, but in the end, we will have the entire cosmos before us. The crimson-haired girl shook her head. What she is hearing is absurd. It was silly because of how fresh it was in her mind. That is maybe, but the choices you make in between, that's what matters, Lelouch, CC said from the side. Lelouch. Colin looked at him. He shrugged back. My real name, Colin. The Inventor Prince explained before looking at the witch. That is why I utilize overwhelming power. A lesson I learned from history, something you should have learned long ago. He countered back at her, making the green-haired girl frown. What is that supposed to mean? She asked, getting a bit annoyed. Nothing, by this point, you lived long enough you could have been Empress CC of countless empires throughout history, but you never were. As if I wanted something like that. She replied, annoyed even more. Precisely why you should have done it. To find what you've been looking for. He rolled her eyes, making her shut up. More chapters, chapter 95 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 27, chapter 26, The God of Strength, Dagda. Not everyone is like you, Britannia royals. CC dropped a bombshell as Colin looked at Marcus with wide eyes. The exiled prince raised his hands in defeat as he pulled out an eye contact case and removed his blue eye contact before storing them away. You are a Britannian prince. The crimson-haired girl gawked at him. Exiled, you might have heard of me, Lelouch 6 Britannia, the 11th prince. The girl still gawked at him before snapping out. So is all of this to impress your daddy? She got a bit angry. Impress? For exiling me? For being an asshole? Do you even hear that is coming out of your mouth? Now Marcus got angry. No, I shall crush his empire with an even greater one. Before my creation, his will be insignificant. His reply made her take a step back. Okay. She is not used to how intense this guy can be. Maybe that is why he was able to build those things. Good, that you understand. He relaxed a bit before looking at CC. No, you are simply upset that someone gave you something you can't get rid of. Your reaction is a natural one. Just look at Colin. Instead of getting over and accepting it, you've been brooding for years. He explained to her. The green-haired girl turned around, walked into the room, and closed the doors behind her. Is it wise to provoke her like that? Layla asked, and she was a bit worried. She has no idea of this witch's limits. Having her so close to their power base is dangerous. And what do you by that? Colin got snappy as she narrowed her eyes at him. You will be annoyed for following me for a considerable amount of time. Girls are emotional beings. So when it doesn't go how you want, females get snappy. Like that witch. He pointed at the room. She was like that for centuries. Seriously. She is a real witch. Not in a literal sense. Her character is that of a witch. She revealed my identity on purpose to make me suffer. He shrugged while mentioning the last part. As if she would damage me like that. I see, but then how is she that old? Colin asked. Strange powers, she has some sort of mark that gives her immortality and eternal youth. She can share it, but this power awakens like some strange power. Now that he mentioned that, he walked back to his table and checked the drawers. Soon enough, he pulled out several green hairs he had in a glass tube. I guess I will start biology soon. Legion, order the entire biology curriculum for PhD and equivalent doctorate levels. Which part of biology, sir? Hearing a synthetic voice speak from all sides made Colin a bit jumpy. That's the virtual butler of the workshop. The artificial intelligence that runs all of the machines and robots. Marcus calls him the Legion. Layla explained to the jumpy Colin. So man-made person of some sort. Honestly, the crimson-haired girl should watch more sci-fi movies because she struggles to catch up with what is happening around her. A program so advanced it's self-aware. Oh. If he can make things like that, then his goals are not in the realms of fantasies. Anyway. After sending a couple of messages, he was back with Colin and Layla. I want you to jump into one of the simulators. He pointed at spheres on the side. Inside these spheres, you will run a combat simulation in a Bedrock KK unit. Legion will gather data once we have sufficient data. Then we can develop a machine just for you. A custom model. She looked with wide eyes at him. Indeed. Everything will be tailored for you. He said with a smile, making her blush. Damn this guy, he already has a European girl, yet he is doing this to me. But then she realized this guy was of royal blood. No wonder. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I see, then I shall start now. She snapped out before pumping herself up. Layla assists her if she doesn't understand anything, Marcus instructed his darling. All right. She nodded before looking back at him. What will you do? Finish the Blackbird project and make space for the next one. As he said that, holograms came to life around him. He began to put things together, as basically everything has been tested separately, all that is left is putting things together. His drone carrier is fully functioning, so he already has a flying frame model that he can use. I see. Layla got nervous. He was getting close to finishing his big plane. That means he will be traveling to the islands in the Pacific, where he will begin building his true base, her new job. Well, it was her idea to leave the base under the academy, so she should not be complaining about what he will do. As he was focusing on his work, Colin looked at Layla. So, what should I do? The crimson-haired girl asked the blonde. It was the first time she was talking with her like that. Follow me. Layla motioned for her to follow. The pair walked to the spheres on the side. Inside these, you will experience what it means to pilot a KK unit. What does KK mean? Colin asked Layla. The naming was very specific, so she asked. It means nightmare killer. The answer got the girl a bit spooked. A machine meant to end nightmares, it was not what she was expecting. She was expecting a bit more classic military naming. Once you're inside one, Legion will test you for preferences. Like ranged or melee, once he finds what you like, he will begin developing a customized machine just for you. The blonde explained to Colin as they arrived at the closest sphere. The moment they got close, a section opened for the new pilot. The crimson-haired girl looked at the sphere, wondering how this even works. Good luck. Marcus sees something worthwhile in you, so don't disappoint him. With that said, Layla walked away. Right. With that said, she walked in, and what she saw was a seat with control sticks. That's it. Regardless, she sat down in the seat. The moment she did, the whole thing reacted. The seat adjusted to her size and height, the entrance closed, and the screens turned on. Then holograms manifested around her. I see, these are like monitoring consoles. Instead of oil or energy levels, she has the reactor stability and how much the machine is tapping into borderline limitless power that it can use. Now it made sense. Regardless, she didn't expect a complete 360 view. After looking around, she was ready, and the capsule knew. We shall begin with Bedrock Model 00 Luff. From there, we will figure out what your preference is. As the AI said that the surroundings shifted, she quickly figured out that she was now inside a machine, and before her were Sutherlands. An army of Sutherlands. WO. The girl scrambled as the machines opened fire. She was able to dodge a decent amount of enemy fire. But it was a new machine with unknown controls and no idea of its specs, but her natural instincts took over, and she got out. Those gunshots did nothing. Colin swiftly noticed that those rifles were useless against her. So she switched to attack. A casual shot of a beam rifle erased Sutherland's upper part. The girl's eyes trembled at such a sight. What power! She swiftly switched to a beam saber and began to slaughter Sutherlands, who tried to attack her. After several kills, Colin overcame her excitement and began to feel that something was lacking. The feeling of completely overpowering her enemy began to dissipate. She lacked something. The next thing she did was to use brute force. The girl holstered all of her weapons and began to beat up these nightmares. It was far different from using a beam rifle or saber. Yes. When a fist connects with an enemy, she feels a rush of excitement. Just like that, she found her calling. To destroy enemies from up close. Meanwhile, outside the sphere, Layla was watching the girl's progress. She is good. Better than any of us. The girl compared Colin's parameters with the other three. None of them match this crimson-haired girl's natural instincts. But that's about it. No tactics, no foresight. This girl was good at fighting, a perfect ace combatant and nothing more. I suppose this fills up the roster. Marcus is the commander, I take the role of field control, Millie is the sniper, and Colin is the vanguard. As she pondered, Legion reacted and began to adjust the machine for Colin. Designing the next KK for the crimson-haired girl. After another 7 hours, it was getting late, and Marcus terminated Colin's session. What's going on? I was having a good time. The girl poked her head out of the sphere. It's late. You should be going home soon. Marcus walked over. Oh, right. She wasn't happy to hear that. She left the sphere and looked at him. We are midway through designing the machine. He looked at the big screen, and she followed his gaze. Her eyes widened as she saw the model pieces. The hands of the machine looked longer than the other four, the fingers had claws. It was a brute style of mobile suit. KK-31 Dagda. A melee-type mobile suit. I have started developing specific technology for its hands. It will use a microwave style of damage. Microwave. Like the ones we use to heat up food. She was confused. What can a microwave do? Yes and no. A microwave is basically a sound wave at a specific frequency. This is similar, Dagda will use frequency waves upon collision to vibrate the enemy mech. It would shred enemy machines. Oh, I like the sound of that. Indeed. Legion picked up your desire for more carnage, so he suggested this. All I needed to do was find a way to make it happen. He shrugged, internally surprised that Colin would reach a point that the AI found it worth naming a machine Dagda, one of the most famous Celtic gods. And you just did. She bit, deadpanned, how easy he made it sound. Yes, well, how else can you get a more destructive punch? Just watch a superhero move 1 or 2, and you will see supersonic punches. All I needed to do was find something similar. So what did I do? Waves, sound waves, and something similar. Since I had all the energy I needed from the fusion reactor, I came up with a microwave-style damage dealing. He explained to her. It doesn't sound easy. She deadpanned even more. Yes, well, I do have eidetic memory, I can recall at a moment's notice what I could need. That explains a lot. All of a sudden, it made sense. I guess. Anyway, now the next thing. He shelved his perk for a bit and moved to another topic. Your public persona. Colin Stadfeld, you need to join a club, the student council will help you with our activities. I guess. I never cared much about my student life. You should, good grades help you skip classes, and people will associate you less with bad activities. You are an expert at this, aren't you? She was surprised, the girl never considered that. There was a reason after all. She hates her Britannian heritage. Indeed. It's human nature, Colin. When you are a top student, no one would imagine that you are part of an organization that tries to take over the world. He said with a straight face, making her lips twitch. She tried very hard not to laugh. Yes. I see your point. I will try to do that. She replied, trying to sound serious. Good, then I shall contact Millie, she will organize your admission into the student council. He nodded before motioning to follow him. He still needs to give her some gadgets, like a new phone. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, The Nuke Girl, Nina. Colin finally returned home, she had no energy to deal with her adopted mother's comments. Instead, she ignored her and went to her room. The moment she got into bed, she spent a couple of moments resting before she scooped her old phone out and called a specific number. After a couple of beeps, she got connected. It's me. The girl started the conversation. Where have you been? You forgot to call in. A guy on the other side of the line complained. Busy. Colin sighed before rolling over on her back. I have been recruited. The crimson-haired girl dropped the piece of news. Recruited? To where? To join something very big. Can you tell more? The guy asked. Not much. It's that this organization took over Kyoto House, they won't help any freedom fighters anymore. Colin dropped the news, and the guy on the other side of the line suddenly got quiet. Are you certain about it? The voice dropped, it was clear to Colin that he was shocked to hear that. She was in the same boat, still is. Yes. Very, the boss himself of this organization told me. The girl's voice changed, there was a hint of fear. Ogi, his influence and power, and technology level is something that boggles my mind. I see. For a second, none of them talked. But then the guy on the other side of the line asked. Can they fight Britannia? Can they help us regain freedom? When Colin heard that, her lips trembled. She realized that Ogie sounded just like her. Ogie, remember what we saw at the battlefield? She got a flashback of the power of those machines. Those things are made to destroy entire nations, Colin whispered into the phone. Thankfully, Area 11's comms are under Legion's control, and no one is listening to what the girl is speaking. You mean? Yes, those. I got invited by the leader to pilot one of them. So, you can help us. All of a sudden, he got happy. Doubtful, Ogie. His goal is total world domination. Colin recalled Marcus aka Lelouch 6 Britannia's grandiose declaration of galactic domination. It made her shiver a bit. What are you going to do? Ogie's voice was full of distress. Join them. I will try to assist you guys in some way. While I can't promise freedom for Japan, I do know that we will be able to practice our tradition and culture. That much he promised to Kyoto House and me. I see. If that is the case, there is not much we can do. He sighed in resignation. I know. I will contact you when I have more information. Millie sighed as she saw the message she got from Marcus. It would seem Colin is the next mobile suit pilot. What a surprise. A thin smile appeared on her lips. It took her years to get closer to Marcus, to get to the point that he would open up to her. But then all of a sudden, he brought a European girl, and now Colin. A supposedly sickly girl who is not sickly, but natural at mobile suit piloting. Just great. Madam President, are you okay? An orange-haired girl asked the blonde. Surely. I am fine. Don't worry. The girl smiled back before shaking her head. Just got news that Colin Stotfeld is joining our student council. Since she is sickly, she can't do anything else, Millie explained, playing along with the story. Oh, I don't know much about her. She missed a lot of classes. The orange-haired girl replied as she was doing paperwork. And where is Marcus? It's a day off. He shouldn't be in Anaheim at the moment, right? It's a national holiday. He should help us with the council stuff. The girl growled from annoyance. He is most likely with Layla, doing things. Millie spoke in a suggestive tone, making the girl blush on the other side of the table. And you are fine with that? Shirley asked her. Oh. Don't worry about me. I will get back at him at some point. The blonde chuckled before getting serious. And you? You've been gazing at him. The girl got self-conscious. The moment she heard that comment from Millie. I am not interested in a womanizer. Is he trying to copy His Majesty? Shirley stuttered, complaining about the vice president of student council. Maybe. They are related after all. The blonde said that to herself before realizing that one individual was missing. By the way, where is Nina? Millie realized that the nerd girl was not around. Oh, she is away, busy on a project. Shirley casually replied. I see. Millie slowly nodded. She had been paying close attention to this girl. Well, to all of them. The blonde Ashford is, after all, part of the Anaheim company and is getting paid already. She is part of human resources and is looking for talent in the school. Nina is one of them. She showed great intelligence when it comes to computers and science. With that in mind, she sent a message to the AI. Legion began its surveillance to make sure nothing happened to the nerdy girl. After all, Nina is a bit too curious. As Marcus was finalizing the assembly of the Blackbird, his AI announced something that made him pause. Sir, a priority person has been located entering ghettos. Huh. A hologram window appeared before him, and he saw a green-haired girl with glasses entering the ghettos. Is she mad? What the hell? He exclaimed before ordering his AI. Send out the drones for assistance. I will go in person. Marcus was nervous and elated. He might be able to secure his nuclear asset early. You are now spying on girls? Cece asked out of nowhere. She was the only one who was not doing something. Millie is doing her school things, and Layla is working in logistics now that the plane is almost done. Colin is practicing inside the sphere that leaves the witch. Only interesting ones. He replied, before explaining in detail. This girl is studying something that opens up doors to my technology. If I take her under my wing, the world will be delayed in finding out about my tech. He talked about the importance of this girl. Ah, makes sense. Well, good luck then. She waved her hand before returning to her pizza. The girl learned that she can get unlimited food from the assembly line. Ever since then, she has been living in the workshop. Don't get overweight. I don't like when my girls get fat. Cece waved her hand at him, as if she was getting that. Not that she cares, as she can't change physically. Marcus sighed before looking at the screen. Even nerdy girls can look sexy. With that in mind, he decided to be the girl's Black Knight. He grabbed his jacket and katana before taking his bike to one of the elevators that led to the outside. Once out, he got on and rushed out at top speed. Dark green-haired girl stumbled back as a group of gangsters was about to circle her. Stay away from me. I only wanted to ask some questions for a project I've been working on. He, don't worry, girlie, you can ask as much as you want, once you come with us, that is. One of the gangsters cackled as he licked his lips. A cold chill passed through her whole body as she felt like passing out. She has messed up. She didn't imagine this would happen. After all, the Tokyo settlement is extremely secure, the surrounding areas should be the same. Well, she was wrong, and she is about to find out, or not. Buzzing sounds surrounded the area as grayish-white triangle-shaped things surrounded the gangsters. What are these? And no way. The Grey Death. Get away from here. The guys scattered in all directions. The trembling girl stopped as she looked around. She realized that these things were robots of some sort. Before she could ponder what was going on, a bike stopped not far from her. And Marcus. Nina gawked, as she didn't expect him in a million years to rescue her. Yep. Good to see that you are okay, Nina. He smiled at her. That smile caused her heartbeat to go through the roof. Why yes. Thanks to you. All of a sudden, she teared up before rushing at him and going for a hug. It was suddenly that it surprised him. Regardless, he hugged her as she began to cry her heart out. After a while, she calmed down and realized that she was hugging him and that her tears and other stuff were on his jacket. I am sorry. She got self-conscious about what she just did. It's fine. Now, why don't you hop on? He offered her a helmet. Okay. As she got on the bike, his drones left one after another. Moments later, the girl ended up hugging him, her cheeks heated up as she could feel his muscles. Wow, I always thought he was a lean type, but he is lean and muscular. Something in her started to awaken. This rescue made her feel something she had never felt before. Hold on, we are leaving the ghettos. Oh okay. She replied, her voice stuttered, not that Marcus cared, as the pair drove away from the derelict district and into a recently rebuilt area. After driving for a while, he parked his bike in a parking area near the park. As they got off, the girl once again thanked her. It's fine. Come, let's talk. He motioned for her to follow him. The dark green-haired girl shilly smiled as they walked to the bench and sat there. What is it that you want to talk to me? Nina started first. Part of her wondered what those flying things were and why those gangsters called them Grey Death. I wanted to ask if you have decided what you want to do when you graduate. He asked her as he pulled out a bottle of mineral water and offered it to her. When she saw it, she felt thirsty. No idea. I always wanted to work like a scientist or researcher, maybe even an engineer like you. Yep, the girl was attracted to Marcus from the very beginning. She was awed by his talent. One of the reasons why she even went to the ghettos was that she wanted to help them like he does. But to think they planned to do those things to her for no reason. It was crazy. She was terrified. What do you think about joining my Anaheim? His proposal made her face heat up, and she began to get flustered. Do you think I am good enough for your company? She asked. She couldn't believe what she was hearing from him. He smiled at her for a second, making her even more flustered. Believe me, you are more than good enough. The question is, do you want? Why yes. I want to join your company. She smiled brightly, she felt like she had gone from hell to heaven in a single swoop. Wonderful. All of a sudden, he patted her head, making her nearly pass out. Ugh. Warm feeling washed her over, she was close to losing her consciousness from all the fluffiness she was feeling. Then, here is a phone and a temporary employee ID card. Once you are in the building, the ladies will take care of you. Marcus explained to her as he pulled out a brand new phone and a blank white security card. Nina took them with shaky hands, she had a bunch of questions. Don't worry, I will take you there tomorrow myself. He winked at her. That wink caused her to get lightheaded. This is too much. I think I will pass out. The dark green-haired girl gushed internally. This was like an experience from a novel. Oh okay. Good, now why don't we get some food? He asked her, making her gawk at him. Was this a date? Don't worry, it's my treat. He showed her another smile. Sure. With that said, they got up from the seat, the girl grabbed the water bottle and took a sip. She then wondered what to do with it, as she doesn't have enough space. But then Marcus took it and took a sip as well, when she saw that her cheeks exploded deep red. It was an indirect kiss. She was so taken aback that she nearly missed a step and face planted into the ground. Thankfully, Marcus caught her. Are you okay? Why yes, I am fine. She looked at how he was holding her. Nope, this is too much. Chapter 29, Chapter 28, Messing with a Witch. A couple more days had passed since Marcus saved Nina. The nerdy girl is over the moon to work for Anaheim. She is even thinking of dropping out of the academy, but Marcus told her not to rush and take it easy. He is helping her to adjust before he brings her to his true Anaheim. In the meantime, the Blackbird's parts were fully developed, and manufacturing was in finishing phases. How are you going to assemble this? Isn't it bigger than the whole workshop space? Colin asked Marcus as she saw parts of the plane coming from the assembly line. Now she knew where all that metal was going. Marcus was literally using scrap to build his assets. Everything from old stuff used by the Japanese to military scrap discarded by the Britannians is part of this plane. I made extra space. He motioned towards the double doors. Doesn't that lead to the underground tunnels? She learned of the secret entrance to the workshop only recently. It truly made her feel part of the supervillains faction. I expanded, Colin. One of my core traits always was and always will be infrastructure. He explained to her. I would rather lose resources but build an essential foundation before expanding. Like mobile suits. She chipped in midway. Indeed. I could have made something like 7th generation Nightmare years ago, but I did what no one expected, and the same applies here. He clarified to her as they began to walk towards the huge metal doors. On the other side was a big platform. It was a platform for a plane. That's a huge platform. She gawked around before the pieces of the plane were brought over by Legion bots. Indeed now, for the main part. He nodded before motioning for his machines to begin assembly of the parts. Where is your girlfriend? Colin asked him as she noticed that Layla was not around. She only sees her in the evening. At the base site with her, Andraste. Oh, now that you mentioned one of the machines is missing, Colin recalled that the feminine-looking machine was not at the pedestal. Indeed. Her Andraste is great for area control, which includes vegetation. Marcus chuckled at the last part. Those funnels of hers can erase forests and other stuff with little to no difficulty. Oh, I've never seen that machine in action. I only saw glimpses of your tyrannies. You wouldn't because her machine allows her to control small pieces of weaponry with her mind from a distance. Colin looked at him with wide eyes. Damn, that's something I didn't expect. Yep, all of you have distinctive strengths, it's a bonus for me. He smirked while saying that. She nodded midway, and she got a flashback of her group. Yeah, what about mass-produced models? She asked him casually. You want machines for your friends? They do need to accept me as their leader and follow me before we can even consider something like my mobile suits in their hands. He saw through her and what she was thinking. I know. I am simply asking if it is possible. She wondered if that was in the future, a possibility, or is Marcus collecting a harem? AKA only females can pilot his machines. I even considered that. I think I hit my head somewhere. Funny how Colin considers something like that. Maybe. I haven't planned out everything, you know. If I like them enough, it could be a possibility. He shrugged at her. I see your point. Colin nodded with crossed arms. He wasn't as serious as she had expected. That means she has a chance. Maybe if he gets closer to people I know, we could persuade him to give Japan more freedom. The girl giggled to herself and her half-baked idea. While she has no idea which freedom she could ask for, the most important part is that she wants it. Yes, for now, just focus on your training and simulations. Once you have your machine and we get to the next part of the expansion, we can start thinking about filling up empty spots with people I know. He explained to her. I know. She blushed for a second. Realizing that he saw through her like an open book. So that's your newest toy. All of a sudden, a third voice joined the conversation. You left the room. Marcus turned around and looked at her. The witch internally frowned. He hadn't checked on her for days. She might be hundreds of years old, but she was still a girl stuck in late teenage years. She desires attention just like any other female. So it frustrates her that she needs to seek him out. I did. I was bored. So, I decided to explore. She explained to him before getting close to the crimson-haired girl. You do know that you are a female, you can seduce him. By doing so, you could persuade him to let your friends join his organization. The witch offered a timeless suggestion. What? How can you say that? She blushed like a tomato. Oh please. She did a spin for a second. This method has been used for thousands of years and won't get old for many more. Crude. Did it ever work for you? Marcus asked, curious. You shouldn't ask such a question. CC frowned for a second. Why not? I do want to know what is living in my workshop. He shrugged away her complaint. To your information, I lost interest in that a very long time ago. She frowned even more. Hey, you dodged this question twice now. He snorted, making her blush. I did not. My Geass was problematic. You could say I lost interest in love and all of that stuff. She explained with some difficulty. Cece can't believe she needs to explain herself to what she considers a little brat. He shrugged at her explanation, feeling that she was being judged. Why you don't believe me? Cece growled. You are a witch who lived for a very long time. It's hard to believe you didn't try everything by this point. I am still having a hard time believing she is older than me. Colin slowly nodded at Marcus, getting into their conversation. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but I stayed away from relationships because of my immortality. The green-haired witch looked away. It was painful to explain all of that. Is that so? Well, if you say so. He shrugged before returning to his project. Is it that hard to believe what I say? She narrowed her eyes, clearly seeing that he did not believe her. You don't need to explain yourself to me. He replied nonchalantly. Didn't you say that I belong to you? She furrowed her eyebrows further. Indeed. I am keeping you away from my daddy dearest and his empire. He replied. Is that what it means? Maybe, or do you want something more, Cece? He looked back at her, and there was a grin. A grin that told the witch that he got her where he wanted her. The witch actually blushed before turning around and walking away. What just happened? Colin asked, not believing what she was seeing. An ancient witch getting caught lacking. He sagely nodded at Colin. What? Precisely. Our dearest Cece ended up falling for a simple male trick. He shrugged at her. Clearly, all those years, experiences she gained didn't prepare her for a teenager's trick. He tried to explain, but Colin was clueless too. It was obvious that she was not experienced enough to understand. So, Marcus walked over to her and explained. I said to her that she was mine. Her very experienced brain came up with the realization that I wanted her to be my woman. She reluctantly accepted that at some point, but today, I explained to her that it was a simple protection from my father. Oh, wait, so you are not interested in her? Colin was a bit confused. Maybe. She is someone who has been around for a very long time. So she understands higher-level teases like these. It depends on whether she can keep up with me. You are a strange guy. Ultimately, the crimson-haired girl gave up. This guy was on a different planet altogether. I call it character stimulation. She is behaving like everyone around her is bugs or just young brats. I am showing her that she is no different. He clarified to her. Does that mean they are bonding like that? I mean. She is an ancient witch and he is a guy who wants world conquest, no galactic conquest. Colin frowned. Was she watching an absurd form of friendship forming or something like that? Maybe even romance. Maybe. I haven't spent enough time with her to understand what is happening. She replied after thinking it over. Indeed. You will have your chance, Colin. He smiled at her, making her blush a bit. Don't imply such things so casually. She blushed even harder. You do realize that such things apply to you as well. He leaned forward and whispered to her. The girl took a step back, making some space. Why you? What? You are mine as well. He shook his head. I only pilot for you. She tried to explain what was going on. Are you sure? Marcus grinned at her. You will be piloting a machine so advanced, so powerful that people believe it came from God itself, and your response is that I just follow him. Ugh, don't convolute things. Colin's cheeks turned as red as her hair. I am not. I am trying to explain that you are mine. If my AI concluded that you betrayed me, the machine will turn on you, you know that, don't you? He got serious all of a sudden. Her eyes got wide when she heard that. Dagda binds you to me. That mech which gives you ultimate power is what makes you mine. Yeah, but... She tried to think, to the point that she needed to rub her head. Thinking of solutions, but in the end... She is certain that he made her part of his harem, and he did that with a mech of mass destruction. I get it. She sighed before getting closer to him. Be careful, girls can be very jealous beings. She explained in a serious tone, trying to warn him. Indeed, but I am mad enough to do that. He smiled back at her. I thought so. She nodded. He was indeed mad, insane even. Not just anyone places a fusion reactor in an academy or a mobile suit. That's like driving around with a highly explosive bomb. Yep, now follow your mad leader to the plane. He took her hand all of a sudden and began to pull her towards the plane. I can walk by myself. She tried to yank her hand from his hold, but damn, he was strong. I know. He acknowledged that but ignored her attempts as he continued to walk with her onto the plane. The plane was big enough to carry an entire squad of KK units or a huge amount of cargo. For now, Colin ignored that her crazy leader was dragging her. Instead, she looked around. The girl realized it was a huge cargo plane or a carrier of mobile suits. He could have around 20 nightmares in here. She looked around, imagining Sutherland's or Glasgow's stored here. But then they walked past the storage area and into a much smaller corridor. It was like they switched into livable quarters. Since the doors were opened, she saw stuff like a kitchen-like area, followed by bunk beds, relaxing quarters and all that stuff. It's like this plane is meant for long flights. Is this thing meant for long flights? She asked all of a sudden. You never flew far in your simulations? Marcus asked. He was confused for a second. I mean, I did use high speed, but does that apply for this plane? She was confused by the question. What does mobile suit have to do with a plane? It has the same technology, Colin. Ion thrusters, fusion reactor, electromagnetic boosters, this thing will be flying around the solar system. Huh. Her brain stopped for a second. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Layla visiting her friend. Meanwhile. Mistress, I don't think it's wise to leave the location of our assignment. A synthetic female voice said to Layla, who was entering the atmosphere above the Atlantic Ocean and heading towards mainland Europe. It's not our assignment. Marcus didn't give me any of those. I have chosen them myself. The blonde replied as she looked at the green land getting closer. My creator still expects us to work at the site of the future base. And we will, Andraste. The girl replied before pointing out. Besides, if I break the rules, you would turn hostile, right? Yes. Then I am not breaking them. Layla smiled as she watched how the mech was entering the atmosphere. Very well. After a couple of moments, the fire surrounding Andraste ceased as they passed the outer layers of the atmosphere. Adjusting to atmospheric flight. Holograms showed how Andraste's wings shifted, spreading wider to assist in flight in the atmosphere. At the same time, funnels in the wings adjusted for gravity as well. All of that was automatic as Layla only needed to watch. Now let's see where Anna should be working right now. The blonde wasn't surprised that her AI was able to access military databases and find where a friend was working. Weisswolf Castle, they gave her entire castle to work in. Layla's eyebrows went up in surprise. She didn't expect her friend to have not only a castle but an entire dedicated team to work on her nightmare development. Not bad. She was a bit jealous, not that it didn't last more than a second. After all, she was no longer in the military. Andraste descended to the castle. The alarms did flare up, followed by walls rising from the ground. They didn't consider flying machines, did they? She looked around before her AI notified her that the castle was trying to contact her. Mistress, the castle is trying to contact us. However, it's against my programming to allow you to have a direct communication link. Why? Pilot identities are secret, especially in this kind of situation. Ugh, then send a message that I want to speak with Anna Clement, tell her that she promised me a cat. Very well, sending a message. Layla waited for a while, and slowly she started to get nervous. I can meet my friend, right? All of a sudden, she asked her AI. There are no specific prohibitions. While direct communication will lead to you being recorded inside a KK unit. Meeting outside is a different thing entirely. My systems will deny any outside recordings thanks to electromagnetic interference. I see, good to know. She sighed in relief, as soon after, the sensors picked up a moment at the castle door. The camera zoomed in and showed a light pink-haired girl breathing heavily. Her glasses had almost fallen off her nose. She looked like she had run a marathon. Anna. Layla's eyes brightened when she saw her friend. Layla, is that you in that machine? The haggard-looking Anna asked, her voice full of hope. Yes. It's me. The light pink-haired girl's eyes teared up as she took several more steps, but behind her was her staff. They followed their boss. They even grabbed her, not allowing her to get close. I need to speak with her. Can I leave the mobile suit? The blonde asked her AI. Not recommended, mistress. If anything happens to you, there is a 95% chance that I will be terminated. I think we will be fine. With that said, Layla proceeded to exit the machine. As long as there are no records of me or my machine, I am fine, right? Most certainly. I know I am being difficult, but I need to speak with my best friend. Considering that we will be waging war against Europe anyway. Layla frowned mentally. She would rather help her friend to get away before it's too late. I understand, I was designed to help you, that is my duty. The girl smiled when she heard Andraste's reply. She wasn't expecting a full-time AI that could help her. But then again, her men is, well, all she can say is extreme. As the blonde moved out of the cockpit, Her mech assisted her in getting out. Layla. It is you. Anna got out of the hold and dashed over to her friend. Her staff were surprised by how strong the scientist girl was at that moment. Before long, the light pink-haired girl hugged her best friend, whom she had not seen in months. Layla hugged her back. After a while, she pulled back and looked at her. You do look a bit different. The scientist girl commented as she cleaned her tears and fixed her glasses. Her eyes ended up on her neck. Is that a hickey? Anna asked. Her tone was innocent. She was confused, before realizing what this meant. The blonde blushed hard as she looked away for a bit. Why you can say that? What is going on, Layla? You have been declared Kia in the taboo incident. The scientist friend asked in a serious tone. Taboo incident? The Andraste pilot replied with a question of her own before looking at her mech and then at Anna. Can we speak in private? Oh, of course. Anna looked at her team. We need to talk privately. We will use the backyard. The light pink-haired glasses girl said to her staff, who waved their hands to indicate that it was okay with them. Andraste, I will be fine. Can you wait for me? If the backyard is open, I can fly there. The talking machine didn't faze Anna. She quickly replied to the mobile suit. Yes, you can go there. Affirmative, I will meet you there, mistress. With that said, the thrusters ignited and the machine flew off. Layla sighed, seeing that this was working. What is that, nightmare? It looks nothing like I have ever seen. Which country made it? Anna asked her with an excited tone. She was gushing with a giddy look. A very long story. Layla looked nervous as the pair began to walk. Anna was leading, and the blonde was following her. I think we have enough time to talk, yes? The scientist girl asked her. But Layla looked a bit worried. I don't know, maybe. The glasses girl looked at her nervous friend with concern. What is going on? Can't you tell me? I am trying. It started as you say, the taboo incident. When my boyfriend attacked with his machine. He destroyed both sides. He was rampaging through the EU base when he saw me. Boyfriend. Really? Anna was having a hard time believing that, but honestly, not seeing her for months and seeing the flying nightmare made her believe this story. Yeah, as strange as it might sound, he found me attractive and picked me up, took me away, to the other side of the world. Layla sighed while saying that. He kidnapped you. The glasses girl gawked as she realized what this meant. Yes. The blonde replied with a dead serious yes. That's irresponsible and crazy. I know, he didn't care. And as you noticed in the end, I accepted my new situation. She motioned at her pilot suit. So he took you away, in the end, you accepted that he wants you as his girlfriend, he then gave you the machine that brought you here. Anna described the rest using the information she had. Yes, as he is a very scary genius, the technology he makes is decades advanced of anything we have, Layla explained, making the scientist friend of hers get interested. She does want to meet this guy, but at the same time, she is afraid of him. What is his objective? To spread humanity to every single corner of the galaxy and then rule them. The blonde replied with a dead serious tone. But it didn't help as her friend simply looked at her, or more like spaced out. In other words, Anna was so shocked or more like in disbelief, as she was phasing out her friend. I am dead serious. Layla got snappy with an embarrassed blush. It's not that easy to say that with such a straight face. Is that even possible? In the end, Anna refocused and decided to believe this, a bit. My Andraste is capable of interstellar travel. The blonde dropped a bombshell of information. The scientist girl pushed her glasses up. Her eyes were trembling. If what she said is true, then. The glasses girl did some rough math, both EU and Britannia developed some primitive technology for traveling in the void. But anything they did cost them millions and even billions to make, even the most basic means of transportation in space. And if Layla's machine is easily capable of that. Honestly, she can't even place a date when they could catch up to this kind of technology. If all of that is true. Layla, can you honestly tell me how bad the situation is? Anna is smart enough to know where this is going. I can give maybe a year or two before there are no countries left on Earth except one. The blunt reply caused Anna's breathing to hitch as she got nervous. He plans world domination, isn't he? Layla looked away. Now that her friend is asking, she is feeling a bit bad. To think that she is on the side that will cause total war. She always wanted peace. Before peace, there is war, before war, there is peace. Both can't exist without each other, Layla. Andraste's pilot recalled Marcus' words. She never thought he was a philosophical type, as weird as it sounds. Yes. Either way, humanity will be united. Either through fear or military conquest. The blonde explained with a downcast look. He will continue to build, his technologies will make people aware of him, one way or another, there will be a conflict for his technology. The pair walked outside through another set of large castle-style doors. Before them was a pond and a terrace to use next to the water. There was a small mist above the water. It was a gorgeous place to have a military development base. I see. I suppose he is too proud just to give away all of that technology. Anna joked, which made Layla pout as she recalled something. Humph. For a pretty girl, he could give away machines like mine. She complained to her friend. A womanizer. Maybe. I mean, he is using his advanced technology to get a harem. Layla pondered loudly. That's. Anna fixed her glasses, trying to process what she just heard. She had never heard anything like that before. Yes, I know. The blonde looked at Andraste, who was standing next to the terrace. I guess, it makes sense. Technology is the driving force behind many things. The pair ended up sitting at the table in the terrace. Then, what do you want to talk to me, Layla? The light pink-haired girl asked her friend. I would want you to join me. Anna's expression sank. She looked down at her hands on the table. I can't do that, Layla. I have many people depend on me. She explained with a pained smile. I see. I hoped it won't come to this. Layla sighed before looking at Andraste. Many people will die, and you will provide them with advanced technology, Anna, giving them hope to continue the fight. A fight that is pointless, once my boyfriend starts space industries. There won't be any hope for those on the planet's surface. When the blonde explained like that, Anna's eyes trembled, she realized that such a fight would end quickly, and it could be very destructive. I know, but I can't simply leave. The glasses-wearing girl sighed, she was resigned to this fate. I will ask him to spare you and those close to you, Anna. It's the least I can do. With that said, Layla got up and walked to Andraste, who picked her up, and the pair began to fly away. Anna rushed out from the terrace and watched Layla, who was getting away. The girl was still in the mech's hand, watching her friend getting smaller and smaller. No. Layla. Chapter 31, Chapter 30, Visiting Moon. Thepter. I know it's too late to ask this, but do you know how to fly a spaceship? Colin asked, she was feeling a bit uneasy about this. Piloting a nightmare is easy for her, but a huge plane around 150 meters long is a bit. It's a valid point. I mean, maybe. I played enough video games. Marcus replied as he dropped into the pilot seat and began to power the plane. Ugh. The crimson-haired girl got nervous. But she remained in the cockpit and even joined as his second, the co-pilot. Seeing her distressed but sticking around caused Marcus to think that he should not torture the poor girl anymore. I designed this plane to fly with AI assistance, you know. He explained to her as hard-light holograms manifested around him. Not to mention every bolt and piece of metal was designed by me. The inventor prince rolled his eyes as he began to run tests. The thrusters, the flaps, and all of the support systems, as well as instructing the tunnel to open before them. The platform moved as a tunnel opened in front of them. It extended for a considerable distance. The route was glowing red for now. Adjusting surveillance systems, running a temporary blackout. The route turned green as the plane could leave the city. It's a big plane. Will we be able to hide it? Colin asked as she understood that Legion was running interference as a precaution. This leads directly into Tokyo Bay. By the time people realize what is going on, the plane will be high in the air. And back. Nighttime exists. He replied with a shrug. Even so, people talk. There are already local myths around your tech. His new pilot air-quoted myths parts. Ah, the Grey Death. He recalled the gangsters when he rescued Nina. Yep. The crazy one said that freedom fighters provoked some deity by building their base in a holy mountain. That's why Kyoto House is no longer supporting freedom fighters. Colin explained the myth behind Grey Death. Cool. But it doesn't explain the missing mountaintop or melted material inside. He reminded her about the mess he left in the cavern. Not that his knights collected all of the stuff. That's the scary part, according to the myth. After the Grey Death, only scraps left and bits of blood, nothing else. I guess I can accept my first myth. He shrugged, accepting such a thing even if there were questionable details. That shrugging of yours is starting to annoy me. The girl replied with a twitchy smile. Then I will smile at you. Even worse. The girl blushed as he smiled at her. While you are cute to look at, I still need to run some tests. Why don't we visit the moon? He asked her as his hand went to the lever. He pushed it forward as the pair of ion thrusters roared to life. Blue plasma flames began to emit in an O shape. Colin looked around. She felt the power of those things even here at the front. Let's go. He flipped a button at the lever before pressing the handle, and the plane blasted out. 1 second, they were in the tunnel, and the next one, they were above Tokyo Bay before climbing up. Colin, by this point, had her eyes closed. She did that for a decent amount of time, as slowly she opened one and looked at the front. What she saw was blue that was slowly fading away. Leaving Earth in 3, 2, 1, 0. We have left the planet. Adjusting to space. The plane's wings slightly moved as the holograms adjusted to the surroundings. Instead of a horizontal line, the regular planes have. It was an orientation based on stars and celestial bodies. Begin data gathering for space navigation, Marcus instructed his AI as his fingers danced through the holograms. Beginning data gathering. The holograms flashed as the sensors around the ship turned on. The only way to navigate in space is by reading stars. That is what Legion's sensors are doing. So, are we really going to the moon? Colin slowly starts to believe that whatever he says, it will happen. Yep. Aren't you excited about it? How many people stood on the moon's surface? He asked her if there was a purpose for that after all. I think less than 5. Colin isn't that interested in history, especially Britannian history. Indeed, and now we will do that. He nodded at her before ordering his AI for his true destination. Set course for the moon, Legion. Setting course for the moon. The holograms moved, and the course has been set. The map of space appeared before them. Calculating distance. The word calculating appeared on screen for a couple of moments. Calculations complete, ETA 34 minutes. Less than an hour. Isn't it like hundreds of thousands of miles away? Colin gawked at the small numbers. Indeed, and the actual number is 238,000. However, the reason why it takes that long is deceleration. We can reach absurd speeds with ion thrusters, but this plane doesn't have technology for deceleration. Marcus explained to her, before showing a wry smile. You can say my tech is a bit primitive at the moment. If you call this primitive, then the Britannians are monkeys that play with sticks and stones. The girl countered before pulling herself down to the seat and locking in with the belt. She realized she was flying away from the seat thanks to zero gravity. Maybe they are. He laughed at his homeland's expense before he returned to his navigation programming. He already located the major planets, what's left is the orientation of the constellations. Marcus is a bit pissed at how backward space observation is on this Earth. They should invest more in this. One never knows when a civilization-killing asteroid will hit. So, will we be able to take pictures? She asked as the girl realized how boring it was. Just staring at the growing moon. Sure, you can do that. Great. I doubt my friends will believe me if I don't show these pictures. She replied with a bright smile. Marcus smiled at her a bit. It turns out that she can forget her freedom crusade for just a minute. After waiting for another couple of minutes, the girl removed her belt and began floating around, enjoying the zero gravity. We will circle the moon a couple of times before we are slow enough to land properly. Marcus's hands went on the control sticks as he began his maneuvering. Oh great. So we are finally here. The girl replied as she rotated and kicked off from the cockpit ceiling. It was less than an hour. Your patience is lacking. He shook his head, making her blush for a second. We literally are flying to the moon, how do you expect to be patient? She complained back at him. He pondered for a second before nodding. You are right. Now let's see if I got it. One of his hands went through a hard light hologram, checking the moon's surface. Pity that this ball of rock is not rotating, we could slow down even further. He complained as he began landing procedures. Is it? I thought it changes how we see it almost daily. That's because it's flying around Earth, not rotating. He explained to her as his plane began to land close to a crater. Colin realized that she was slowly landing. Oh. With a spin, she was standing on the floor. I feel very light. She commented on this strange development. That's because of the moon's light gravity. He explained as he got up from his seat. And yeah, it is strange. He took a few big steps before taking a couple of smaller ones, playing around with the moon's gravity. Interesting. Marcus smiled a bit. This brings a few memories back. Follow me, we are going to get the suits on. He smiled at her, making her eyes glitter. We are going outside. She hoped for that. Indeed, what else? He motioned for her to follow. The pair used big steps to arrive at the changing room, which was full of lockers. Colin's eyes ended up on familiar letters on the lockers. She could see KK-01, KK-11, KK-21, and KK-31. The girl doesn't even need to check, as she knows her number. When she opened the locker, she saw a red one-piece pilot suit. Will these be enough for Moon? She asked him. He pointed at the helmet before at the squire things charging at the back. The helmets seal your body away from outside, and those blocks there are oxygen units. We can play outside for several hours without care. He explained to her, making her look at him. Play? Are we kids or something? She was a bit embarrassed to hear him say it like that. At this moment we are, and I am not embarrassed to say that. He laughed before grabbing his dark purple and black pilot suit. I guess you as zero gravity. She opened her locker and found a red suit. He knows my colors. Colin was pleased with his choice. The girl took off her suit and went to the changing room. After a quick switch of clothes, she went back to take the helmet. It was the first time she was using something like this. So she wondered if she was doing it right. Turns out it's extremely easy, as there was a click sound and her helmet sealed itself. Marcus, who had finished with his clothes, showed her how to wear them. There are 2 buttons on the side. He pressed one, and the glass protection went down. He then pressed another button, and the glass turned dark, covering her face. The first one is for glass to drop, the second one is to darken it, you can use it to block the sun, and it hides your identity. Both are important. Oh, that is good. The girl's hand went to the right side of the helmet. Her fingers soon found 2 buttons. She played with them for a bit. Figuring out how they work. Got it. We can go now, after figuring out the buttons and checking out her suit, which was similar to the pilot suit used by nightmare pilots, only a bit thicker. The force of the boot's magnet's pull is similar to Earth's, in case you need to use it in a zero-gravity situation and you are close to metal. He showed her where it is. Oh. Colin knelt down to check her boots. After looking around, she found a simple switch of some sort. With a flick of it, there was a feeling of suction of some sort. She could feel a bit heavier, or at least there was a feeling of some sort that she was heavier. Interesting technology, I feel a bit more normal now. The girl walked around for a bit. It was harder to move her legs now as the boots were getting pulled towards the floor. Yes, that's the point. So far, technology is a bit primitive. I lack gravity control, and I need to develop a HUD for the helmets. He explained what was in his bingo book. Gravity technology is something he figured out by accident in his previous life, it's very close to a fusion reactor. The way it works is not that difficult, it only requires an absurd amount of power. Basically, the miniature sun inside the fusion reactor has to spin. Of course, a simple spin is not enough, as gravity is a wave. To make these waves flow, he needs to create specific resonators that could spread through the whole ship, like this one, to simulate Earth's gravity. The same could be applied to the moon or any other celestial object, even gas giants, but that could be used to control gases, like draining Jupiter of its helium. Something he can do later to mass-produce his fusion reactors. Gravity, you can make artificial gravity. Colin looked surprised. She had no idea about the details, but last time she checked, that stuff is something one can't see or even perceive, it's just there. Yeah, I just need to spin you around. He showered her with his fingers. He wouldn't mind feeling her up. No thanks. The girl took a step back with a heavy blush. Marcus laughed, seeing her like that. She is so easy to tease. More chapters, Chapter 96 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Relaxing on a Tropical Island. Whoa, the Earth looks so small. Colin looked at the blue orb in the pitch-black void. It was the Earth, and she was looking at it from the surface of the moon. A dream that she never knew she had. Can you see your homeland from here? Marcus asked her, there was a small smirk on his lips, something Colin couldn't see thanks to their helmets. Are you joking? I can't even make out the continents from here. The girl complained. Precisely, does it make your conflict small? He joked a bit at her expense. His words hurt a little, but they made sense when she was looking at things from the moon. This is only the beginning, Colin. He got her back from her thoughts. I know. You told me already. The world and our conflicts look small when we look at things like that. But isn't it why we should solve them? The crimson-haired girl reasoned. That is why we are piloting nightmare killers, not nightmares. He said while looking at the Earth. Nightmares are for Earthlings over there. We pilot something greater, something much more powerful, and we're the ones who will make this world over there cease with their pathetic fighting because there are far greater things for us to do. He turned away from Earth and looked to the side. He looked towards the Milky Way. The beauty of this never ceases to amaze him. Humanity was always the race of reckless explorers, this here, right now, is not different. You are right about that. Honestly, now that I am here, on the moon, I feel a bit tingly. The girl trembled, feeling shivers of excitement wash over her. Ha! You just experienced real excitement, one of my driving forces, when I made the first robot, fusion reactor, or when love turned on for the first time. It made me grin like a little boy. Marcus went down memory lane, as he had flashbacks of the fusion reactor starting, the birth of a small star in his workshop, or when Luffy's purple eyes glowed for the first time. All of those times, he felt shivers of happiness and excitement. But those pale in comparison to the scale before his eyes. Colin laughed a bit when she heard that. The girl imagined him laughing and giggling like a little kid for making something extremely dangerous. It is dangerous, but the hell, I am on the moon. After gazing at it for a considerable amount of time, with the mind wandering to all sorts of things, the pair began to look around. The girl was thinking of getting some stones as souvenirs. Once she got what she wanted, the pair returned to the plane. It was time to get back to Earth. A burning plane entered the atmosphere high above the Pacific Ocean. After some resistance, the craft has successfully entered the Earth's atmosphere. Ah, this is nice. Colin groaned with satisfaction when she felt Earth's gravity. It feels nice to be grounded like that. We haven't landed yet. Marcus chuckled, seeing her happy like that. It was a bit early. This is nothing. We just returned from space. She dismissively waved her hand. The crimson-haired girl had a boost in confidence, now that she was the first female on the moon. The Inventor Prince shook his head as he looked at the holograms. His legion should be picking up Andraste's location, but there is no communication with one of his KK units. Strange, where is Layla? After descending for a bit, he finally saw the chain of islands he claimed for himself. It was a tropical, smeltering, wet climate, with beautiful azure water and golden beaches. Marcus circled the main island and noticed a missing forest carved out. It looked like a runway, and half of the mountain had no trees. This was proof that Layla was here, but now she is not. I don't see your girlfriend anywhere. Colin noticed that Blonde was not here either. Yeah. From the looks of it, she went somewhere. He replied as his huge plane began to descend and land on the newly carved-out surface. Isn't it a bit dangerous? There is no proper runway here. The crimson-haired girl's eyes slowly grew wider as she realized that they would be landing on makeshift ground. Not really. My Blackbird is not made from cardboard like the usual planes. As he said, the plane touched down and began to dig through the dirt. Colin closed her eyes as she held the belt tightly. Crap 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 crap. She self-chanted as she almost cried, but then the plane stopped. Nothing broke, the front glass didn't break, nothing happened. Oh. Thank God. The girl took a mouthful of air and thanked the creator above. I told you we are fine. Marcus rolled his eyes before checking all of the systems, support systems, landing gear, and the thrusters. Everything was green. He made sure he landed with the slowest speed possible. Crash landings were part of his calculations when he created his Blackbird. Yeah, but you are far too reckless, says the girl who went solo against the Britannian army. The exiled prince rolled his eyes as he got up from his seat and started to walk towards the cockpit doors. Hey. I had no choice back then. Colin puffed her cheeks as she followed after him. Colin covered her eyes from the sun. It was hot. The sun was right above them. They were at the equator, where the planet gets the most of the sun. That means it's hot as hell. The girl then looked around, her eyes ended up on Marcus, who was lazing on the plane's wing, sunbathing. Are you crazy? You are going to get sunburn. She jumped on the wing as the plane landed at an angle that allowed her to reach it. The girl strolled to his side and looked at him. Hey. I hear you. Let me heat up, then we can dive into the water. I want to see you in a bikini. Sadly, I didn't prepare for that. He sounded disappointed, and it took a second for Colin to process that, as his honest voice caused her to mishear what he meant. You perv. What are you thinking? Her cheeks heat up all of a sudden. Perv? Oh, please, it's biology. Do you think I would easily allow another male pilot to pilot my machines? He scoffed. She didn't respond to his words, instead, she blushed even more. See. You are beautiful, very attractive, and eye-pleasing, that is why you would look great in a bikini. He simply explained to her, causing Colin even more embarrassment. You're asking for a beat-up. She blushed hard, clenching her fist. Her whole hand was shaking. Can't take a compliment. He teased her. You already have your European girl. Now you're going after me. Going. You already are mine, Colin. I just took you to the moon on your first date. Tell me who else could do that? He asked with a raised eyebrow. The exiled prince was confused. Did she miss something? This crimson-haired girl was his already. Ugh. She stopped shaking her fist and took a deep breath. Fine, we already had this talk. But don't expect me to accept this whole thing easily. Marcus shook his head while hearing that. Let me repeat myself, who else would take you to space for a date? I get it already. With a blush, she looked away. Now she looks like the unreasonable one. As expected from a Britannian prince. He can flip the script in any situation. Colin got spooked by this guy's ability to spin it into anything he wants and try to seduce her. Damn him. But then, he began to undress. He took off his t-shirt, revealing his naked torso. Her eyes widened as this was unexpected. What the hell is he doing? At that moment, her brain caught up. She was alone, with him, on an uninhabited island. Colin's breathing sharpened. This was bad. What are you doing? She asked with a stuttering voice. Marcus got closer to her, leaning forward. For a second, she thought he would kiss her, but then he whispered into her ear. I am about, take. Is he about to do something to me? A swim. With that said, he began to walk away, and Colin's brain fried on the spot. He put her expectations, fears, and all of that on the apex, and then, it was a lie. Ugh. She snapped out before dashing at him. She wanted to show that she was not a wallflower. But in the last moment, he sidestepped and stuck his leg out. The crimson-haired girl realized she had lost her balance and was about to drop headfirst into the plane's wing. But at that moment, he caught her and then pinned her down. Suddenly, his face was close as his purple eyes were digging into her blue ones. I caught you, Colin. What are you going to do now? He leaned closer and whispered to her. The girl's lips trembled. Now she really fucked up. Your teasing got to me. His new girl replied, a bit nervous now. She hoped that she could make him stop with all these teases that made her heart race and all those strange feelings that started to bubble in her stomach. The thing is, she has no idea how to release all that bubbled up feeling. So, she flips to the only thing she truly is good at, which is fighting. Is it? Well, a news flash, Colin. He got even closer. By this point, the crimson-haired girl gave up. Whatever he does, well, she won't resist. I have a black belt in Aikido and Judo. He dropped the news, making her roll her eyes. Of course, it's another tease, but then he moved in and kissed her neck. Her eyes grew big as she realized that he kissed and then bit her. Ack. After a couple of moments, he pulled back and looked at her with a grin. And now I marked you as mine, Colin. Her hand went to her neck as she realized that he had left a hickey on her neck. D-damn this guy. A heavy blush crept on her cheeks. Shall I mark you even more? He pondered for a bit. As if. Colin grabbed him and pulled him in, then she slammed her lips on him as she began to kiss him hungrily. There is no way she will back down so easily. After all those teases, she will go on the offensive. Sadly, she was not dealing with an average guy. He spent months kissing and cuddling with Layla. Before long, she was sitting on his lap and facing him. Are you satisfied? She placed her finger on his lips. You finally made me do this. The girl whispered to him. Indeed. He squeezed her ass as his hands were on her bum. This squeeze caused her to blush to return with force. We won't be doing that in this place. Her right hand's fingers went on his nose as she squeezed it. Fine. However, I will mark you more. He grinned for a second before lunging forward and attacking her neck. Eep. Stop. Damn it. Better kiss me, you idiot. Colin complained as she had no way of pulling him away. After playing with her for a while, Marcus let her go and then went down from the wing and into the plane. He pulled out his sword and went to cut some wood from the adjacent tropical forest. It was time to fish and get some food, maybe some coconuts. Start a fire. Yeah. Camping until Layla returns. As Marcus was humming to himself and making several strange expressions, Colin was rubbing her neck. She decided that she would get him back at this. Maybe he is afraid of tickling. The crimson-haired girl pondered on what she could do. Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Visiting Zero Base in Person. Layla looked at the island chain below. She spotted a crashed plane, a familiar plane. That idiot. Why did he land before the runway was ready? She accelerated and raced and flew over. Now that she looked closer, the plane looked fine, only that the dirt was dug out. A relieved sigh escaped from her mouth as she began to look for Marcus. She didn't need to look far, and soon enough, she found him relaxing at the beach, a campfire burning not far from his relaxing area. He is sunbathing. The girl realized soon that he was not the only one, as next to him was Colin, who was dressed in a makeshift bikini. Seeing such a sight made Layla realize that she was, indeed, jealous. Wasting my time trying to recruit Anna was stupid on my part. She realized that she had given up territory to Colin. Regardless, her machine flew over and landed not far from the camp. Moments later, Andraste lowered Layla, who walked over. Marcus opened his eyes and looked at his blonde girl. You are late. He commented before pointing his thumb to the side. If you want, you can get some roasted shark. It's not bad, for the next camping trip I will add some spices. The Inventor Prince explained in a lazy tone. It's not bad. Never had shark before, but I approve. Colin added from her side as she was lying on her stomach. I pass for now, and I apologize for my late arrival. I was in Europe, trying to persuade my friend to join. When Marcus hears her tone, he can tell she is sad and angry. So he got up and looked closer at her. His right hand went to his chin, and he made her look at him. Tell me why you are sad. He asked, his tone super serious. It's fine. She tried to look to the side, but he made her look directly at him. You will tell me what's wrong. He repeated, with a bit of force now behind his tone. By this point, Colin realized that something was odd. Fine. My friend denied my request to join us. I know that we will declare war on Europea United at some point. It will make us enemies. I don't want her expertise used against us, to give people false hope that they could possibly be able to fight against us. Layla explained that as she teared up midway. Colin had a small, surprised look, while Marcus stared directly into her eyes as if gazing into her soul. You know that I won't let the whole thing end like this, Layla. He released her before looking away and looking at the endless Pacific Ocean. I think we should forget about this. I should return to my work. The blonde had this sinking feeling that something was about to happen. No. We shall invade Europea United. He declined as she got serious. Wait for a moment. Colin scrambled to her feet. No. I shall crush everyone in my path and show your friend that what she did was stupid. He replied to Layla while dropping his gaze on Colin for a second. But. No one makes my Layla like that. Especially some peanut country that stands between your friend and you. He completely ignored the fact that it was he who kidnapped Layla in the first place. Colin internally deadpanned before shelving this comment entirely. Marcus. It's fine. I mean. Layla tried to reason. But, she realized that it was a losing battle. Marcus waved his hand to motion her to stop. You already showed me how you were feeling. He sharply told her to stop. And now I shall fix where you failed. With that said, he looked at Andraste. Andraste. Fly to the range of my base and tell the main legion to send tyrannies to me. As you command. The mech stood up and her wings spread out before taking off and flying towards Japan at absurd speed. You. Colin finally saw how far he would go. It was crazy. Even Layla looked at him with surprise. Part of her always thought that the taboo accident was a one-time thing where he lost control or something. But it was not. With that said, Marcus began to walk towards the plane. He needs a shower and a change into his pilot suit. Hold it, you can't just fly there and start blowing up things. Colin rushed over and grabbed him. The Inventor Prince stopped and looked at her. Why not? Layla's friend's rejection pushed the plan forward. One way or another, I need to subdue all of the nations around the world. Only that this time it's not just subjugation, but I will show Layla's friend that her not joining us was the wrong choice. Not choosing the best friend over a bunch of unknown people who won't even understand what is going on was the wrong choice. He explained to them in more detail. When Colin heard that, she was speechless for a while. By that point, he got out of the hold and walked towards the plane. It's useless, once he makes up his mind, there is very little we can do to change his opinion. Layla sighed. She had messed up. I should keep my emotions in check, now it's my fault that EU will fall. Or. Layla swiftly went after Marcus, and Colin followed. She wanted to hear what the blonde would say. Marcus, you can just go to Weisswolf Castle and talk with Anna there. There is no need to destroy the entire country. Leia suggested, making Marcus stop for a second. I suppose it's a bit too much with one machine at the moment. He did find this alternative to be better at the moment. Fine. I will do it your way. The pair sighed in relief. They needed to accept the idea that he could do this in the future if he wanted to. With that said, he got into the plane and went to the changing rooms. With the angle the plane was at, it was a bit difficult to get into the locker room, but he did. Sadly, shower in this kind of situation will be impossible. Thankfully. There is an entire ocean outside. So, after grabbing the uniform, he left the plane and went to shower in the Pacific Ocean. After a short amount of time, Andraste returned and landed on the beach, less than 2 minutes later, with a sonic boom. A dark purple plane with bits of black appeared above the island. The plane mid-flight, transformed into its humanoid form and landed on the beach. I don't remember adding aura farming in the programming. His gaze was on the mech. Marcus smiled for a bit as he dried himself before putting on his pilot uniform. I should come with you, Layla spoke to him after thinking for a good 5 minutes. So that you could fold in front of your friend. Fold. Give up in front of a teary face. Leave kidnapping to me. He rolled his eyes at her. You seriously admitted that? Colin gawked. The guy admitted that he was doing that. Duh, I am going to conquer the world, and the whole galaxy, even most likely wage huge intergalactic wars in future. And you seriously are surprised that I admitted the obvious? I am pretty sure what I am doing was normal less than 500 years ago. He rolled his eyes again, this time at Colin. Ugh. Leave your silly morals in the cupboard with your Glasgow, you are going to pilot something that makes the rest of society wonder if gods are real. Ugh. The girl grimaced for another time. Fine, whatever, do your thing. She raised her hands in defeat. It's not her place to question this crazy prince. If he wants to play a villain who steals girls, then it's his choice. I will. In the meantime, get the plane out of the dirt and bring it back to the workshop. Legion should have prepared a decent amount of resources for the initial base construction. He instructed the girls, who reluctantly nodded. They would prefer to go with him. After giving his instructions, he went to Tyranni's, his mobile suit picked him up and assisted him in getting into the cockpit. Aircon is the greatest invention of humanity to date. Marcus closed his eyes and enjoyed the cooler air. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, and the map opened before him. Set course for the Weiss Wolf Castle. I need to speak with Anna Clement. Understood. The mech jumped before transforming into a plane and blasting upwards to space. The trip to leave the planet was quick, and before long, the plane began to descend from the Mediterranean and towards France. Not even half an hour. I do love the ion propulsion system. Sadly, it's not good enough for galactic colonization. The trip to the moon made him realize that the current technology he possesses will allow him to colonize their native solar system, but not solar systems beyond. He needs warp drive or something of that level. Simply because his ion technology doesn't reach the speed of light. And that means he is slow. Compared to Cosmos, advancing to gravity technology is the next step in all of this. As he was thinking about spinning sun models, he noticed the castle before him. A small smirk appeared. Time to show them what happens when they make his girl sad. Sir. It's back. Alarms blared through the castle as the cameras noticed a blurry machine approaching. Is it the boss friend? One of the younger girls asked, as she looked at the screens. No, from what I can make out, it's a bulkier and has different wings. That's the machine from the Taboo incident. The whole group paled as they tried to send a message for help, but the machine opened fire and fried all of the comms. Then the computers started to freeze as all of the monitors changed into laughing skulls. All your base are belong to us. The people who read this were confused. Is this on purpose? Why such wording? This makes no sense. I think the pilot of that thing is making fun of us. One of the higher-up women looked pissed. She was one of Anna's helpers and part of the program Zero. In truth, she was here for the brain raid system the new Alexander will have. A PhD in psychology and studies in personalities and the brain in general is telling her that this pilot likes to mess with people. Yeah. I can gather that much, a fat researcher replied. Before long, the entire place began to shake as their command center was built deep in the castle, but there is a long underground section that leads to this center, as it was built with testing machines in mind. But such a design can be used against them. Simply by having schematics, the alien Lime machine easily blasted through steel doors and flew in and found their center of operations. It only took a few moments as doors to the command center began to melt as the machine's glowing eyes looked inside the center. The younger girl squealed from fear, the fat man dropped from his seat, and the only decently disciplined people were looking at the mech ripping through thick steel doors like it was wet paper. Where is Anna Clement? I have a few words with her. The machine's synthetic voice said as it fully ripped off the tall and thick steel doors and threw them tens of meters away towards the tunnel that leads to the exit. She is busy. Is that so? A beam rifle pointed at them. Then make her not busy, because I am in a bad mood. Hilda, go find Anna. All right. One of the girls scrambled as she rushed to the stairs that led upstairs. Are you going to keep pointing it at us? The woman asked the machine. Why not? I should test some of the modifications I've been installing recently. The mech looked at the rifle, as it began doing something to it, as the barrel began to expand. Can't you not provoke it? The only guy in a military uniform hissed at her. Don't worry, she is far from provoking me. This is more like volunteering in my eyes. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Acquiring a Pinkette. There is no need for any demonstrations. A loud girl's voice stopped Marcus from testing as he looked at a girl dressed in a blue military uniform. She had long, light purple hair and was wearing smart glasses. Her disposition passes as a scientist type quite easily. I am Anna Clement. You've been looking for me, yes. She walked over, standing in front of the mech. She was trying to pass as courageous. But her shaky legs gave her fear away. Yes. I've been looking for you. You made my girl sad. And I don't like that. Marcus pointed his beam rifle at her. Are you talking about Layla? Anna was surprised to hear that he was here because of that. You mean to tell me that you did all this destruction because of that? She couldn't hide her anger. This guy caused damage in the thousands. What else could it possibly be? You never had a boyfriend, now, did you? How can you possibly feel when he would be sad? Well, that is a bit different. The mech shrugged for a second. It looked hilarious, if not for the fact that they were in danger. Girls and boys are a bit different. But my point stands. She is sad, and I am here to fix that. He holstered his beam rifle, it folded under the wing. Jay, just how selfish can you be? You broke into a top-secret military base. What are you talking about? He scoffed at her outburst. 99% of wars waged in history were most of the time cock measurement competitions. He dropped a crass word reply. The young girls blushed hearing that, and even Anna blushed at the crass words being used. Humanity is inherently selfish. That's a fact, not some ideology. It comes from our biology as we are living, breathing life forms, we seek to preserve our lives. Simple as that. So you're telling me something about selfishness is literally quite silly. She was a bit speechless and didn't expect to get verbally beaten down for that. But then again, you are even more selfish. His words caused the entire place to turn silent. Question mark. WW what? She was surprised. That's right. You decided that 1,000, if not 1,000,000 people dying, is a better choice. Her eyes were shaking. What is he talking about? You will continue to develop technology for the EU. You are planning to give them hope, an empty hope that they can resist me. And that is the apex of selfishness. My technology is already at an interstellar level. I can rain asteroids from space. Can you resist that? I didn't mean it like that. Layla asked you to join us, to spare EU. The suffering of hoping to face the impossible. I didn't. Enough. Just say what you want to say. The older woman got in front of Anna. As the light pink-haired girl was having a borderline mental breakdown. You again. I do wonder where you get all that fire, woman. Marcus was surprised by how fearless this chick can be. Do you enjoy torturing women? No, I enjoy pointing out stupidity regardless of gender. He replied to her before moving to the next phase. Here is my ultimatum, you either join us, or I shall level the entirety of the EU military strength. Britannia will conquer you in a matter of days afterwards. Everyone gawked at that proclamation. Are you mad? You would do that? Marcus didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Anna, who stopped shaking and looked at him with wide eyes. You. Fine. I go. The girl passed the woman and walked in front of Tyrannies, looking at him with wide, innocent eyes. Boss, you can't. How are we supposed to develop Alexanders without you? The girls panicked, their lead designer and engineer is about to be kidnapped. That's the thing. You don't. Tyranni's hands went to Anna as he grabbed her before pulling her close and then turning around and blasting through the doors and flying away. Wait. What the? The Zero team looked gobsmacked to see him just leave. Some distance away, close to the Alps, Marcus lowered Anna and got out of the cockpit, and his mech got him down. The pair were face to face for the first time. Anna's reaction was quite wild as her mouth was wide open from shock. She looked at him as if he were an alien who stole the face of someone she knew. Why, you are Marcus Goldman. And no, this can't be true. You're supposed to be a good person. Who helps maimed and. Marcus stared at her as if she were the silliest thing on the planet. I am. And I do make philanthropy. He shook his head. Then why do you do all of this? She is even more confused. Can we drop the whole thing where bad people do bad things and only good guys do good? You are in the military, your expertise helped the EU in killing people more easily. He reminded her of that. His comment caused her to look away. She wasn't that happy to hear that. I know, and I am not happy about that. He walked over to her before getting a bit more serious. I know that you are a bit idealistic, but you must realize that my goal will lead to the unification of the entire planet. This would cause a drop in wars that you dislike, yes. I know. But how many will die in the process? She asked with narrowed eyes. People do not fight something they can't believe is possible to beat. Marcus smiled at her a bit before explaining more. My technology is leaps beyond anything you've been developing, and my machines are still Mark I and second generation in general. Yet, they can beat everything the nations have produced. He reminded her of that. I know. Layla already said that. Anna nodded, already heard that. Indeed. That is why you will be coming with me. So that Layla could stop being sad. I hate when my girl is like that. You are willing to attack countries because your girl is sad. Anna was a bit touched, still. She was mad at him. For all my girls. That is, if they are true, my girls. He sighed while saying that. Now that he thinks about them, he almost got Colin, but then he had to come here. Girls. As in, numerical. Anna was a bit baffled. Why you are not satisfied with one? The light purple-haired scientist girl gawked, getting a bit angry that her best friend was not getting the best treatment. He shrugged at her. I see someone I like, I take it. That includes talented girls. If I see that you are wasting here, I will take you for myself. Like now. Marcus explained to her. What if I don't like that? She challenged him. Cute. You are saying the exact same thing as Layla did. You are similar, it's amusing. He laughed before getting serious. He leaned closer to her and explained in a calm but deadly voice. Living in your current society has made you forget that the rules, morals, and all that little stuff you expect are made by the weak so that everyone could follow them. But in the face of absolute power, none of that matters. At least once in your life, read history books and figure out how empires came to be. You speak of barbarism. Anna replied, not liking this one bit. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't change the fundamental rules of biology. A stronger life form will want to dominate a weaker one. You study bugs, no. Then you already know this, just because we are humans, we are not excluded from that, it's ridiculous to believe that we are not part of it. Yes, I know. I expected better from humanity. She looked away, disappointed. And we are. Your naivete is just too strong. Ugh, how is it my fault? The scientist got even more annoyed. Now it sounds like it's her fault. Because of you, I am here. But, then again, you saved countless lives. EU will surrender quicker without you in their ranks. Marcus explained to her as he motioned for her to come with her. Fine, let's go. Sure enough, the pair walked over and Marcus' machine picked them up. Anna swiftly realized an issue. Where am I going to sit? She asked, concerned. On my lap, where else? He got into his seat and motioned for her to come over. The girl began to blush, this was not in her plans. She won't be sitting on the lap of the person who kidnapped her. Get over here. He motioned for her, and the girl struggled before sighing in resignation. Your brute behavior is not attractive. Marcus chuckled after hearing that. They all say that. But it always has the opposite effect. With a frown, she ended up walking over and sitting down. Marcus adjusted her a bit before taking in her perfume. Not bad. Anna blushed at him before looking away. In the meantime, the machine got up, shifted into plane mode and rushed into the sky. The girl looked curious at how fast this machine was moving, it was far faster than anything she had seen to date. Her eyes slowly widened as she saw the blue skies fade away and turn into darkness. We left the Earth. She began to float slowly, but he grabbed her and held her in place. You are not leaving me, darling. He chuckled as he kept her close. Who are you calling darling? She snapped out and replied with a deep blush. Well, you. I did take you and made you mine. Barbarian. That's the only thing she could say, but her heartbeat got erratic. Someone calling her his had a strange effect on her. Indeed, and princess love their barbarians. He nonchalantly replied. As if. Your brain can say one thing, but your body thinks otherwise, Marcus replied as the holograms around them shifted. He checked the navigation, it would seem the OS is an older version. The new navigation settings are not there yet. The plane should be back at the workshop. I really should make a satellite network of my own. Only in your head. Darling, you are my fifth catch, you all had a similar response. Even a naive and pure boy would see patterns. His reply caused her to blush further, not knowing how to respond to that. I want to see how you can manage all of that. She puffed her cheeks, all of a sudden she accepted that, but now it's switched, how can he manage all of them? Women. Marcus internally shook his head. Thankfully for his eidetic memory, he can overanalyze them. We shall see. Depends on you, ladies. We shall see, you might have technology to back you, but that can change. She tried to warn him. But his reply made her shut up. Indeed, in future you will be even more dependent on my tech. As he said that the mech changed directions and began to fly towards Britannia, he passed it not long after, and it was the Pacific Ocean as he slowly began re-entry sequences and began targeting East Asia and the coastline where Japan is situated. Before long, tyrannies began the entry, turning into a blazing fireball. Anna became clingy as she realized what was happening. It was a bit scary for her. Not that Marcus said a thing. He doesn't mind this clinginess. After a few moments, the mobile suit successfully entered the atmosphere and then began to descend towards Japan. You mean to tell me you are hiding these machines in Japan? In mean Area 11. Japan is fine. I grew up here to some extent, love the people and culture. He replied, enjoying the hugging he was getting. The girl didn't even realize how close she was holding him. All the way to them arriving in the workshop, only then did she realize that she was hugging her kidnapper. This is so embarrassing. Chapter 35, Chapter 34, Solomon Base Construction. In the workshop. As Marcus' machine entered via the gate, the hatch opened, and the first person came out. Layla looked surprised at the sight of her friend coming out of the tyrannies. After her was Marcus, who smiled at his blonde girl. Damn him. Let me guess, he used his barbarian tactics. The blonde swiftly rushed over to her friend. Anna, I am sorry. The girl immediately apologized. Why are you apologizing? Marcus asked her with an eye roll. Because no doubt you kidnapped her. Layla pointed out the obvious. Oh, please. It's a blessing in disguise. He rolled his eyes again. His voice was borderline arrogant, making them frown at him. Or really? I do know that you only care about the ending, not how we get there. But that matters as well. I understand that you desire the unification of the whole planet, but at what cost? Layla huffed at him, feeling annoyed and guilty. Ah, yes. That. You forgot that half of the population is made up of men who would rebel at the first sight of weakness. Let's just hold hands and begin dancing, maybe that would help. He shook his head, and made her a bit embarrassed at his reply. That is why I am building machines at such a level. Marcus walked over to her. That is why they are called nightmare killers. Because nightmares are the greatest invention since the wheel, and I invented something that makes nightmares obsolete. I am telling the entire world that resistance is pointless, accept me or you will cease to exist. He explained to Layla, again. I know, but a bit of compassion. Layla, stop folding in front of your friend. You know that I am very compassionate because of you. If not for you, I would have destroyed all military assets in the EU and Britannia. No. You are truly one strange person, Anna commented as she looked at their interactions. Indeed. I am unique, many dream of world conquest, a few pursue it. He sagely nodded. However, the girls were not that excited. You should be happy. After all, once you are Empress of Cosmos, you can spread your kindness and compassion to all the peasants who desire it in your eyes. By then, my technology will be at the level where food can be printed like paper, and power costs nothing. He shook his head. How they cannot see it yet is beyond him. Anyway, I got your Anna. Keep her safe, maybe she can work on the light side of Anaheim. Make prosthetics and exoskeletons for the maimed and disabled. He patted Anna's head like she was a pet. I am not a pet. She immediately understood how he was treating her. So far, you have proved to me that you are a pet. He replied to her, making her even more annoyed. Layla ignored the pet comment and focused on what he suggested. You should do that, Anna. Work for Anaheim. Didn't you want that since you found it out? The light pink-haired girl blushed as she looked at her friend. How can the blonde reveal things like that? She was embarrassed to reveal it in the first place. Layla. Anna puffed her cheeks at her best friend. I see. Then, Legion will transfer her to Anaheim's robotics division. Understood, sir. Anna blushed even more as she looked at the pair. Both of them are so unreasonable. Enjoy your dream work, away from all the conflicts. All of a sudden, he got serious and patted her head again. Ugh. After the initial testing, Blackbird began its work as a transportation mule for Marcus's projects. Batches of Legion bots, batteries, and parts for the fusion reactor began to be flown over to the island. Things were going smoothly for a while with Jeremiah as viceroy. But those things are ending soon, as Cornelia was declared the new viceroy. Her job as Witch of Britannia ended abruptly. As the Emperor decided that she should focus on developing Area 11 and Schneasel to take over and wage war on the EU. This made Marcus ponder why Area 11 had barely any terrorists or rebels, unlike Black Knights and their activities. By all means, Area 11 is an example of a colony. Yet, they are sending Cornelia, known as a cleaner of enemies. Instead, Schneasel is being sent to the front lines. Is it because the war in the EU is getting stalled? Marcus checked out all of the conflicts around the world. For that, he needed to check online. No wars in the Middle East yet, instead a two-prong attack on the EU. The Inventor Prince wondered if someone had told Charles that Alexanders are being delayed. Regardless, it was not Marcus's business, his base construction is advancing at a rapid pace. He can barely keep up with raw material gathering. In a matter of a few short days, the runway was finished, and digging of the main base began at the barren side of the mountain. To construct the initial foundations, Marcus used Roman-style concrete. Roman-style concrete uses salt water instead of regular water. Since it was an island, there was salt water everywhere. In a matter of hours, concrete blocks were lowered into the construction site. Machinery to assist was custom-made to reflect the needs. Regardless, Marcus swiftly realized he needed more resources than he initially thought. I think I need to double-check those sites in Africa. He thought to himself before someone hugged him while he was sitting in his chair in the student council office. It was not the familiar smell of Layla or even Colin. What are you thinking? Nervous that your big sister is coming to see you? Millie whispered into his ear. Not quite, and you know that Cornelia has no idea I am here. The only one who most likely saw through my disguise is Euphemia. You do know that your disguise is not that great. Millie grinned for a second. That's because we spend much time together, unlike my family. Those princes and princesses couldn't believe I would discard my name and surname, mingle with peasants and practice their things. Marcus explained in a plain voice. When you put it like that. All of a sudden, he moved around and pulled her into his lap. Millie's eyes grew big as soon as she was on his lap. He hugged her. Layla has been busy with Anna. So I lack daily hug energy. He explained to her that he hasn't hugged anyone for a while. I see. Millie tried to push her embarrassment down, but they were in school. It's not a secret that Marcus has a couple of girlfriends, or more like it's a bit vague when it comes to the Ashford heiress. There are all sorts of theories about Millie's situation, not that anyone dared to ask her. Indeed. Though, you have a point. There is someone who could see through my disguise. Marcus slowly made a connection. It's not Cornelia, but Euphemia. Of course. My daddy dearest is the one who is behind this. The inventor prince realized that Charles most likely already knows that CC is with him. Of course, that witch most likely is talking with Marianne and, in turn, Charles. I made sure CC dealt with Clovis. She turned that sissy prince into a begging mess. He is most likely traumatized to the point that he can't reveal a thing. The same can't be said about the witch. So instead you are sending Euphemia, who could pull me out. Marcus smirked a bit. He wonders if he can get those two on his side. It is a bit of an interesting game. Now that they are coming early, he needs to stall. His base is under construction. Soon, he will have infrastructure to refine things on the island. Once that is done, he will be able to bring resources from space to accelerate his construction speed rapidly. Who could see through your disguise? Euphemia. Oh. Millie's smile changed a bit. Wasn't she like your first crush? The girl teased him. Yeah, it was not one-sided, you know. He replied, making her even more curious. Millie loves gossiping. So, she finds this very interesting. Interesting. You royals are something else. Snort. We were kids, especially in that kind of environment. Many of the royals lack the basic emotional maturity, and things like basic parental love are rarer than an oasis in a desert. He explained to her, making her understand him a bit more. The need for hugs part, at least. Does that mean you will reveal yourself to them? Who knows? From the side, it would look as if Millie and Marcus were flirting. It might look like it was. So the only other person in the room, Nina, was clenching her fist in annoyance. In her eyes, Millie was useless to Marcus. Here he was trying to build an impressive company, but this blonde bimbo with huge breasts is getting in the way. After a while, Millie went to do her council president duties, and Nina had her chance. Marcus, can you come over for a moment? She asked him, and the inventor prince strolled over and looked over her shoulder. The girl blushed a bit, but was able to focus. I was working on this project when I noticed these irregularities. The girl showed him that some of the resources don't match. She was doing work for Anaheim while at school. Normally, this kind of thing would be frowned upon everywhere, but this was not a normal school, and Marcus was allowing her to do it on purpose. Oh, I see. So you noticed these? He smiled at her, his response made her eyes widen in surprise. Why, you already knew? Yep. He leaned forward and whispered into her ear. Do you want to know about real Anaheim? My true company? He asked her in a teasing voice. To the girl, it was like a whisper from the devil himself. That. Her whole body trembled from the proximity they were in. Once you know, you won't be able to live a normal life. His vague explanations only made her curiosity spike. Truth to be honest, getting recruited by Anaheim was her dream since she learned about the company. It only made her more excited about it when she was in the same academy as Marcus. It's the reason why she joined the student council in the first place. So she was sold to his whisperings the moment they started. I want to know. Nina replied, her voice was full of longing and curiosity. Even if I want to conquer the world. He replied, His voice was a joking one, but those purple eyes were dead serious. Then you would be the greatest world emperor ever. She replied in an earnest voice, making Marcus slip for a second. This girl is down bad, holy. A down bad girl who can make nuclear weapons, what a holy combo. I see. In that case, I will take you to my workshop, Marcus replied, feeling much better now. He got one of the greatest female scientists of this century. That means less talent for the rest of the world. On top of that, he has Layla and Anna. Those two were the reasons why the EU lasted that long. Now that Zero is literally zero. I should keep these puns for the professionals. Why you will? She asked, excited. The girl is wondering what he is making in his private workshop. She recalled the super advanced humanoid legs, the exoskeleton designs, all of that is on a different level. She personally compared the closest competitor's designs to his, and the difference was like comparing a primitive musket to a modern rifle. Just that makes her excited. Yes. I will show you what I've been making for most of my time as an engineer and designer. He wasn't wrong. Marcus was simply continuing what he had built in his previous life. Though he was not wasting much of it like he did before. However, all those times I watched anime and played games are paying off now. Chapter 36, Chapter 35, Nerdy Girls Making Scary Things. Chapter. Why are we going to the clubhouse? Nina asked him as they entered the considerably sized facilities in their academy's territory. Most of the time, this place is empty, even when it's busy, it's only for a short period after classes. Instead of saying anything, he placed his finger on his lips, motioning her to be quiet. After walking for a bit, they ended up in front of a simple-looking wall. He then pulled out his phone and pressed a couple of buttons. Almost like magic, the wall moved and revealed a corridor. Oh. Marcus motioned to follow her as they walked into the corridor. After a couple of steps, the wall closed on its own. They strolled for a few steps before arriving at a lift. Nina watched everything with bated breath, couldn't wait for the lift to arrive. The Inventor Prince watched how she was acting. The girl looked like she was in her favorite amusement park. Once the lift arrived, they walked out, and a few steps later, the workshop revealed itself to the nerdy girl. Her lower jaw nearly dropped to the floor as she gazed at the machines. TVs. My KK units that will help me conquer the world. Her gaze snapped back at him. He wasn't joking back then. Why you? Indeed. I wasn't joking. Marcus smiled at her. But, what kind of machines are these? She wondered, I've never seen this design before. They look far superior to any nightmares, and taller. Come, follow me. He motioned for her to follow him. He took her to his main workshop and sat down. He then motioned for her to sit down on his lap. The girl only complained for a second before deciding to use this moment. Not every day can she do this. Internally, this was like getting back at Millie and Layla. Once on his lap, holograms surrounded them as he summoned his bedrock model KK-00 Luff, and began to show her what it's all about. Nina only needed a couple of moments to realize that these machines were borderline alien. From the power supply to the material they are built with. Marcus didn't need to show much for the intelligent girl to realize that the man she was sitting on was a genius that this world has never seen before. The tech was with this kind of technology. He finished for her. My dream is to make humanity interstellar. Her eyes widened, glistering when she heard this goal. I will help. Let me help you. She declared, her tone changed, she was no longer down hard, but it was worship. After seeing his real technology, the girl began to see him as something akin to a god. Clearly, all these wars in the world require a new messiah to save the misguided people. Well, that is why I took you in. I know you have a great head on your shoulders. He patted her, making the girl smile silly. She doesn't need much. Then show me what you need me to do. Marcus smiled as he made her stand. The poor girl's smile faltered, she didn't want that to end. But regardless, she followed him with extra spring in her steps. I want you to do some research on atoms. You are good at it. Right. He winked at her. The glasses-wearing girl nearly passed out on the spot. Yes. I've been doing some side research on that particular subject. Nina fiddled with her uniform, realizing that somehow Marcus knew about her side research. Regardless of how this looks, this girl was researching atomic bombs with her laptop, at school. Indeed. Now you can help me achieve my goals. Her eyes brightened. This was like a holy mission to her. I will do my best. She nodded with extra vigor. Great. Then check this out. Marcus showed her the designs he uses for his mobile suits and current planes, then his other ones in fusion reactors. He wants to see if she will crack the formula to make actual miniature suns and make the sun rotate to generate gravity. However, at the same time, this would lead to making the sun extremely heavy. This implies that he needs to improve the method of containment. Oh, wow. So then this is what they are made of, but how do you even make this material? Nina was curious and very intrigued by what she saw. Just from the top of her head, she could find several uses for this unique type of metal. Follow me. He motioned to follow as he would show her the cream of the crop of his workshop, the fusion reactor and the automated assembly lines. Isn't that Nina? What is she doing here? Colin, who just finished another session of combat simulation, noticed the dark green-haired girl walking around Marcus like a little duck following her parent. The more she looked at this, the more she realized that Nina was head over heels for the prince. It was extreme. She decided to follow them from a distance. What she soon realized was that he would employ her. She is that good. Colin was surprised. Never did she imagine this nerdy girl could assist with these technologies. After watching for a bit more, another voice got her spooked. What are you watching? Layla peeked her head from the side. Eek. The pilot girl nearly jumped out of her shoes, but managed to control herself and looked at Layla defensively. Nina, she is here. Oh, her. Layla furrowed her eyebrows. That girl is good. I saw her research, scary. The blonde explained in a few keywords. Scary. What kind of scary? Colin nervously gulped down. Just having Marcus is enough for her, but now there is this nerdy girl. One of her side projects was splitting the atom. And that is. The crimson-haired girl was not that good with science mumbo-jumbo. Simply put. Take one piece and split it into two. The process of that would generate an absurd amount of energy. One can use it to power cities or... Layla explained it in extremely basic terms. Make them into bombs. The pilot girl realized that midway, before her face went through several different expressions. That is scary. Nearly at Marcus level, scary. Colin exclaimed in worry. HNNN. Not quite, but yeah. Layla partially agreed to the assessment. It was partial agreement, as Nina didn't quite understand where she was going with this and lacked the ability to gather resources. She was simply tinkering where Marcus was tinkering and making money to get resources. Though. If they worked together, it could be very scary. The blonde could only hope that it's nothing that destructive. After spending the whole day explaining things to Nina, one could say that the girl caught up to Marcus level when it comes to using the fancy materials at the atomic level. Sadly, this is not something like atomic manipulation, it is far from it. The closest thing would be an atomic arrangement. Her job is to find new arrangements. Something, it would seem, she has a good sense for. It didn't take long for another person to return to his workshop. Right before Marcus, a certain light pink-haired girl with smart glasses was standing before him. Dressed in conservative office dress and smart glasses, she was looking at Inventor Prince. Anna, what can I do for you? Marcus was sitting in his chair, his fingers were in thinking mode. He has been reading biology books and delving into something he had planned for a considerable amount of time. I want to work here. She bluntly replied, and there was a small pout on her lips. Why? Didn't you want to help people? He asked her. Yes. I had time to think, to adjust, and I realized that I could help the most when I am here. The scientist girl tried to explain to him. In other words, you turned around and realized that. He pointed out with a small smirk. Can't we not get into the hole, I told you so, with a smug face. She had the look of annoyance. Of course, I am happy that all you needed was space. And a huge sign. She said that part to herself. While Layla helped, well, it was not that she did it on purpose, but simple visits made her process the scales of this. It doesn't help that there was a literal sun making energy beneath her. Yes. Well, what can I do for you? She asked, pushing her glasses up. With a hand motion, holograms appeared around her. We can start with designs, exoskeleton, to software. Pick your favorite. Her eyes skimmed through the content, a small gulp escaped from her mouth. She could see nightmare-like robotics, followed by an exoskeleton in the style of bugs. Basically, a hard-shell style that could be used for buildings or more like space stations. You have a considerable amount of projects. She commented after looking around. These are just something I selected just for you, Anna. He smiled at her, showing her that he cared. Her cheeks turned a small bit rosy. But then she swiftly controlled herself. I see, in that case, I want to learn about your KK machines, the so-called Celtic gods. Oh. In that case, follow me. He motioned for her to follow him. The pair of them walked towards the middle machine, the first one he had ever assembled. Holograms surrounded them as he began to explain to her. This is KK-00 Luff, my bedrock machine. He explained the foundations of these machines. At first, she was standoffish, trying to see what made them so godly. He only needed to tell her that these machines are literally run by having pseudosuns inside of them, and their propulsion is what is considered sci-fi. Anna lost her walls as her scientist side took over, completely. Can I design one myself? She clapped her hands and looked at him as if praying to accept her request. I suppose. He had a pondering look, as if thinking about the perks of this. His hand went to her cheek and stroked a bit. Are you interested now? He asked, making her eyes bulge as she realized that he had her in his palm. Eating without questioning anything. He is the most dangerous. And my type. In less than a week, she is willing to work for him without hesitation. Why yes, you shouldn't tease a girl like that. Anna pouted at him. It was a fake pout. It's not a tease, I am simply pointing out the obvious. He slightly leaned forward and replied to her previous question. Why don't you design a bedrock model for mass production units? Marcus looked into her eyes while asking. This was pure flirting in Anna's eyes. But she can't resist this. He is wiggling this like a carrot in front of her. She was like a lamb in front of a slaughterhouse, funny how she is like hypnotized walking forward towards this end. Anna even smiled as she slowly nodded with small, rosy cheeks. The girl who hated machines that could assist him in the world conquest is now actively wanting to build for him. I will do it. Good girl. He slowly leaned forward and gently kissed. This kiss was like the last straw, as something snapped in her. All of that crush she had on him before getting kidnapped returned with a force. This was combined with all the fancy technology, the possibilities, excitement, and the security she felt while being in his hands, along with those sweet actions. Before she even realized the girl was breathing heavily. That simple kiss easily turned her on. Sadly, it was the wrong time and place. A bit later, she snapped out and blushed even harder as she placed her hands on her cheeks. What is wrong with me? Take it easy, Anna, and have fun playing with the tech. He gently stroked her cheek before walking back to his seat. Dangerous, very dangerous. Her glasses turned misty as she needed to clean them. She realized that she nearly gave herself to him right here in front of everyone in the middle of the workshop. More chapters, chapter 97 is up. And other stories on my PAT. Chapter 37, Chapter 36, Rating for Resources. With the rapid construction of the Marcus Island base, peculiar needs began to rise that the Inventor Prince didn't perceive before. For example, he needs a lot of sand and other minerals that he can't easily buy in high quantities. Metal and its related submaterials are understandable, since his company is literally called robotics, but other stuff, like different types of sand used for concrete creation. That would raise flags. Because of that, Marcus decided that it was time to improvise. He began to develop a new method for acquiring sand, which was needed for Roman concrete. First, he adjusted the cargo hold so that it could hold something like sand. He was focused too much on hard materials like iron. Then he began developing drilling and excavating technologies. Just like that, days passed, and he got some decent Bedrock Legion bots meant for resource gathering. Sadly, because of that, he was behind schedule. His sisters will be coming to Area 11, and his base is unfinished. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he decided to turn to what all of humanity had done not long ago, and that was raiding. Though he won't be raiding manufacturing factories, he will visit sites directly. Can I come with you? Colin clapped her hands, similarly to how Anna is doing now when she wants something. Your Dagda is not meant for any of these tasks. Marcus replied as he looked at the mech beside Millie's flight eyes. The machine was finished just days ago, and Colin had been biting her nails waiting to use it. Sadly, there are no enemies. How about Britannia? She asked, having a look of realization. What about it? Isn't Siberia a resource-rich land? Metals, concrete, viable sand, all of that should be there. We could gather resources and wreak havoc there. The girl explained, midway, getting even more excited. You are onto something. We need to appear outside of Japan to make outsiders think that my workshop is somewhere else. Marcus slowly nodded. He agrees to her proposal. Very well, we shall invade Britannia for resources. With that said, he looked at his mechs. Load them to Blackbird. Once we are there, we won't use Blackbird for mobile suit storage as the cargo bay is for resources. He explained to her. Meanwhile, the machines left their storage areas and walked to Blackbird. I know. It's fine with me, even if my machine doesn't have cruising mode like yours, it can fly very fast. Colin replied with a smirk on her lips. She has no idea about the differences, but her Dagda is very fast without even folding into a plane. Indeed. Then let's go. I am coming as well. Layla pulled her head away from the computer and looked at them. I am responsible for logistics and resources, remember? The girl reminded them that she is the one who allocates things and reports what one needs. Sure. Though you will need to travel with your Andraste afterwards. I won't because I don't need my machine. The onboard plane's computers are enough for me. As she said, she got up and walked over to him. All of a sudden, she took his hand and began to pull him towards the plane. Ugh. Colin swiftly grabbed his other hand as the trio began to walk towards the plane's platform. The platform is slowly becoming a hangar, with crates and Legion bots for digging, mining, and even excavating. Since they are robots, they don't need to resemble humans. For example, mining ones have much bigger hands that are meant for cutting through rocks, powerful flashlights, a larger selection of cameras, and different sets of vision. While excavators don't have legs at all, caterpillar wheels replace them, and they have a storage of water for turning brittle sand into much easier to control wet sand. With all the preparations complete, the plane took off. In a meeting room on a large plane, a small group of soldiers dressed in magenta, the custom colors of Britannia's uniform, were Cornelia and her closest commanders. They are about to be briefed by the princess, who has decided it is time to share the information she has received. I know the timing is a bit off. But only now I received this information, Prime Minister himself. By Prime Minister, it means the second Prince Schneasel himself. Over the past several months, a strange flying nightmare has appeared on Euro-Britannian's frontline with the EU. This nightmare is nothing we have ever seen before. Cornelia showed them the video of a flying machine effortlessly snipping down Sutherlands at top speeds. The blue energy emitted by the rifle is particularly eye-catching. The weapon used is what we call an energy or a beam. The heat of this blue energy is enough to melt tungsten instantaneously. Tungsten is the alloy that is used to armor all of their nightmares. Now, to the other thing is that you need to know, this machine can leave and enter the atmosphere at will. Gasp. The princesses showed images on the screen of a familiar machine going up and then entering the atmosphere on the other side of the planet. What they were seeing was basically alien technology. I am showing you this because this nightmare has been reported operating in Area 11. And it's the same nightmare that was reported at the Shinjuku Ghetto incident, the machine that took the life of my brother Clovis. Cornelia's voice got icy when she mentioned her sibling's death. Are there any more details? This doesn't help us find out more about this machine. Her knight asked the princess, who showed a bloodthirsty grin, hinting there is. In fact, we have. Not long ago, two machines visited a castle in Europe. This castle was special, they were developing 7th-generation mobile suits. S7th. The officers gawked at this information. Yes. This new machine's pilot is a European. She showed some blurry images, while they couldn't make out her face, but they could make out her hair. It was a blonde girl. According to a spy in this development facility, this girl was a friend of the head researcher and designer. Her name is Anna Clement. Finding out who this friend who has blonde hair is not hard. Soon enough, Cornelia showed the picture of this blonde girl. Her name is Layla Malkal, an ex-Britannian noble, her old family name was Breisgau. The officers heard this surname before. Wasn't there a prominent politician with that name in the EU a while ago? A burly man asked, he recalled something about this. He was assassinated in a rally, the only one who survived that incident was this politician's daughter, Cornelia explained as she was holding all of the information. I see. So she is the lead. We should look for her in Area 11. Princess's knight asked. Precisely. If we follow her, we will know who is the pilot of the other machine. But at that moment, an officer barged in, looking panicky. My princess. Apologies. But we just got word that St. Petersburg is under attack by two unknown machines. Entire city. They are bold. Do we have a direct link to Euro-Britannia? The princess scrambled, and her followers followed. Euro-Britannia is technically a tributary state, but they shared footage with us. The soldier swiftly adjusted the screen and showed a quality video. What they saw was a mess. Red Sutherlands were fighting a crimson-orange and a golden machine that had large hands. This machine was brutal, grabbing Britannia nightmares and ripping them in half by hand, followed by blue beams from the air that were shredding everything in its path. Another model, this one looks close quarters. Princess Knight commented with a worried tone. It was clear by this point that they were not dealing with a single rogue factor, but an entire international organization with unknown motives. How close are we to St. Petersburg? Cornelia asked the soldier. Quite close, there is a reason they contacted us as second princess, your influence is strong in the empire. That's what the Grand Master of St. Michael's order said. Snort. The princess snorted. Now she felt that she needed to assist. Besides, this is an opportunity. Set course for St. Petersburg. We are going to assist the Holy Order of St. Michael. Yes. My princess. The transporters that are close turn them around for support. No one who attacks Britannia will pass without punishment when I am close. Cornelia wants to see these machines in person. Of course, Princess, however the Emperor. Her knight responded with a bit of concern. I know, Guilford, but this is an opportunity we can't pass up. She knew what this meant. If she messes up, the Emperor won't be pleased. He, you guys are so fragile. Colin giggled as she ripped another Sutherland in half. It was strange for her to see red Sutherlands. On top of that, they had this fancy custom job. Her mobile suit was telling her that these guys were a holy order of some sort. Don't get that carried away, Colin. Layla's face appeared on the screen. The blonde showed that they had split up. Marcus was several kilometers away from her. Don't worry. Even if that happens, my Dagda won't disappoint me. I wasn't designed to fail, my mistress. Her mobile suit AI replied. I know. Now let's see how far we can push these Euro Britannians. She grinned as she saw an incoming lancing squad. Wait, they're coloring. Her eyes widened for a second as she looked at their classification. The IFF is telling me that they are regular Britannian military. A casual dig in the databases revealed that they are Britannians, not Euro counterparts. What are they doing here? Updating radio frequencies. Compiling new information. Her eyes widened for a second, and what she saw was another 30 Sutherlands and 5 new models. What are those? A schematic popped up showing a custom machine of some sort. Gloucesters. Night variants. She whispered under her breath. Her eyes ended up on a single machine that was rushing towards Marcus. Princess Cornelia. Colin was surprised, but then her AI showed her the possible route Cornelia's forces had taken before. Since the princess was at war with Euro Britannia in North Africa, the only route she could have taken to arrive in Japan was via Euro Britannian-controlled Anatolia, Russia, and Siberia. In other words, Cornelia's was close either way. Well, the siblings should catch up. She smiled before focusing on the lancing squad before her. You guys never learn, do you? Her Dagda's hand expanded and got longer as red energy surged through the hand before she slammed into the incoming lance. The lance morphed into a blob before the heat went into the nightmare and exploded like a balloon. She just cooked the machine in seconds, not that she stopped with a single attack as she danced around the nightmares with her taller and bulkier machine effortlessly. How can it move like that? The lancing squad panicked as their weapons got sliced like tissues before losing limbs. The soldiers needed to eject seconds later. So much for Britannian's finest. Colin scoffed as she looked around. It was a field of wrecked Sutherlands. Such a sight brought a smile. She finally has it. The power to oppose the strongest empire in the whole world. There you are. In the distance, Cornelia saw a dark purple machine with wings that had blue plasma. As she got closer, she realized that her cameras and fax spheres were experiencing some sort of issue. They can't show the machine properly. Eventually, she got close enough to jump towards the machine in the air. The mech was that high. It looked as if it was looking down on the world below, like it was a theatrical play or something close to it. My brother shall be avenged. The princess exclaimed as she tried to run a lance through the machine. But then, the mech turned around and faced her, catching the lance without any difficulty. Cornelia's eyes widened in surprise. Her top-speed lance was caught. Is that it? A synthetic voice coming from the enemy machine asked her. Chapter 38, Chapter 37, Heart to Heart with Dearest Older Sister. Princess. Cornelia's knights rushed over to assist the reckless princess who tried to stab the alien machine with her lance. But before they can do anything, the machine pushed the lance forward and then yanked it back, causing the Princess Gloucester to fly back. She recovered quickly before pulling out a rifle and opening fire at the flying machine. Her knights followed her and did the same. 6 nightmares began to rain bullets on the floating machine. Not that the opponent reacted to the incoming projectiles. Nothing, not even after using the whole magazine. Cornelia's eyes trembled, and a small amount of fear manifested in her gut. This thing, was it indestructible? Guilford. Dalton. Spread out. Look for weak spots. Cornelia's voice had a hint of fear as she ordered her soldiers. Understood. The squad of Gloucesters spread into smaller ones as they tried to circle the flying mech. But the princess was a bit naive to expect it to do something, as the moment they tried this, the dark purple machine rushed towards her followers. The towering machine appeared in front of Dalton and his 2 followers. The mech grabbed Gloucester's head and squeezed it. It turned into scrap metal before a kick into the chest caused the ejection system to prematurely kick in and send the commander flying out. Dalton. Cornelia nervously exclaimed as she realized that this was suicidal. Their machines can't do a thing. She hoped that she could damage it somehow, as in the videos, none of the Sutherlands tried anything. The machine was high in the air, and it was sniping them, but now she saw it firsthand that nothing worked. She needs stronger weapons. But all that can wait, because the alien machine dealt with her subordinates. Princess. Retreat. I will cover you. Her knight covered for her, but that moment, the blue beam erased her knight's Gloucester lower half, and the ejection system sent him flying away from the battlefield. It only left her and the alien machine. Her brain forgot the fear, and for a moment, as she processed the battlefield situation. This machine didn't kill any of her men, even most of St. Michael's men should be fine. The only thing that is wrecked is the nightmares themselves. What are you? Her battle instincts are telling her that nothing here makes sense. She doesn't sense any hostility from this mech. Then, her nightmare systems went haywire as notification windows began to pop up all over the screens before her mech turned off. What? They tried to move the control sticks and the power button, nothing. Her eyes darted around as she was about to use the emergency exit button. But then she felt that someone had picked her whole Gloucester. That machine has enough thrust to lift my whole unit. Her eyes trembled at the idea of the sheer power of this thing. Before long, she felt that the movement stopped. There was silence, the only thing she could hear was her breathing and heartbeat. Then, her machine's audio system was back on. Why don't you come out so that we have a heart-to-heart? Sister. Sister. Her eyes widen. It was a male voice, an unfamiliar male voice. Was he one of her siblings? Sure enough, her cockpit functions were back online, and she could leave her Gloucester. Once out, she realized that they were somewhere a considerable distance away. She can't see any city, and it was snowing. Her eyes eventually ended up in front of her nightmare. What she saw was a guy sitting on his machine's hand and looking at her. Cornelia looked back at him. The pair stared a bit at each other for a bit. Black hair, purple eyes, she looked longer and longer until she was able to put a name to a face. You are Lelouch. She realized that after a bit of pondering. What she recalled was a lanky boy with a proud face. This was a bit different. His gaze was a bit different, it's not pride, more like confidence. Or even arrogance. That short hair and a more robust frame caused her not to recognize her sibling. You have grown, Lelouch. She slightly relaxed, but was still on edge. HN. Well, in this situation, I would say that you, my dearest sister, became more heroic. He countered her flattery with his own. Flattery from my little brother. Well, you have grown, Lelouch. For a second, she sounded amused, but then she pulled out a musket and pointed at him. It was classic Cornelia. Tell me. Why did you kill Clovis? He was my brother just as much as yours. She demanded to know. I did not do such a thing. Instead of being angry, he was ready, he pulled out a memory stick. In here, you will find what our brother Clovis was up to. In fact, he did something behind our esteemed father's back. Not that he could hide anything from him. Lelouch sounded amused as he threw the memory stick at her. The princess caught it with her free hand. Midway, she lowered her gun. Then what did you do? You are the pilot of this machine, are you not? She can't call it nightmare as there is nothing nightmarish about it. Now that she saw it up close. A short version of the story will do in this situation. In the future, we can discuss this over a dining table. He shook his head, making her frown. It sounds like it's some sort of story for him. Simply put, our father got into something fascinating. Think of it as a legacy of ancient civilization that was around the whole world many, many years ago. These temples are all over the world, one of them is built right beneath Pendragon. Her eyes looked confused for a second. Never wondered why our capital is built in a desert instead of next to a coast or a river delta like most empires with a common sense do. For a second, his words got to her, why indeed was their capital in a desert? Because of an ancient temple underneath the palace. But that's not the point. The point is the true legacy of this civilization. 2 people in our world have it. This legacy comes in the form of a red tattoo of a bird. When one has this special tattoo, they become eternally young and immortal. Our dear brother stumbled upon this girl and began to run tests on her. He did that since he became Viceroy of Area 11. What he was explaining to her sounds bullshit, but for some reason she believes it. The only reason she doesn't brush it aside is the machine, because it was alien, like the story she was hearing. I know you won't believe it just because I am telling you. Lelouch sighed. That is why. He motioned at the memory stick. I gave you that. When you check it, have something to drink because you will see some serious torture and abuse. Clovis got drunk on this power. Hoping that he can crack the secrets of this supernatural power. Sadly, terrorists got wind of it and raided the secret facility. I eventually got wind of it and interfered, took the girl under my protection. To get her trust, I allowed her to do whatever she wanted to do with the person who captured her. He explained to her. So you allowed him to die? Cornelia realized what this meant. He had to answer for inhumane research. As a scientist and engineer myself, he crossed the line. I rarely get annoyed, but this is something I won't allow to happen in my area. Marcus looked angry. Tell me why you never resurfaced. I looked for you, Clovis did as well. I spent years trying to figure out what happened. Cornelia, all of a sudden, dropped her cold face. She did understand him. She doesn't accept mindless torture either, she has standards. If Clovis did all that he said, then she would accept Lelouch's explanation, not that he directly ended Clovis' life in the first place. Now that this was out of the way, she asked the next important question, where Lelouch had been the whole time. Because I could not. Why? Because Special Forces wanted my sister and me dead. Someone, very high up, someone who has the Emperor's trust, tried to kill us. Cornelia's eyes bulged out, it was like enlightenment. It made sense. She tried to figure out what happened to Marianne all this time. But it was the Special Forces. So you figured it out. He smiled at her. The second princess stiffly nodded. All of a sudden, she felt like watching over her shoulder. And this ridiculous machine? She asked after a couple of moments of processing information. Lelouch smiled at her as he stood up. Something I designed and made myself. If you are to join me, and my cause to make humanity interstellar, then I will handcraft one for you. She looked surprised and then even shocked. Even more ambitious than father. I will see you soon, Cornelia. I haven't seen my precious little sister Yuffie. I heard that she should be arriving in Tokyo in a few hours. He got into the cockpit of the mech. The mech's purple eyes glowed as it began to float. We shall meet in Tokyo. Until then I apologize for one of my girl's behavior. She lost friends and family to Britannians, so her anger is justifiable. With that said, the mech flew away, and Cornelia's machine powered up on its own. Lelouch, what is going on? She was more confused than ever before. As Britannians were thinking how to survive against this killer machine with clawed hands, all of a sudden, it stopped. Then turned around and flew away at absurd speeds. What is going on? No idea. The two remaining Sutherlands communicated with each other. They were the two remaining pilots from the entire group that were supposed to reinforce St. Michael's Order. The Order itself only had a few machines left. How are they supposed to continue the war now? Then, all of a sudden, the princess returned. She commanded her knights and soldiers to return to the plains and continue their trip to Area 11. The princess didn't say anything, simply told to move out, not that anyone can demand anything of her. Cornelia took a sip of whiskey as before her on the computer screen were videos, pictures, files, documents about something called Project R. She saw a bunch of notes that said, "For Emperor's eyes only." This is what you are working on. Immortality. Eternal youth. But, Pendragon is not a new city, it has been there close to 300 years. The princess' brain began to wander and question everything about her homeland. Is this some sort of old project that emperors have been working on for multiple generations? Princess, apart from your Gloucester, we have 2 functioning machines, the rest we had to leave behind for Britannia. Guilford gave a quick rundown of their situation. Cornelia lost close to 40% of her entire army that she was taking with her to Area 11, which only had meager forces after those machines appeared. I see. For a while, there was silence. Guilford. I meet the pilot of that winged machine. Her knight's eyes trembled when she heard that. To my complete surprise, it was my long-lost brother. His mouth opened wide. That's wild. It's not all, he is the maker of it, and he told me a secret so large that I am questioning the purpose of all of this. The princess explained in a resigned voice. This is. He had no idea what to say. I know, before this, I was fighting for Britannia. Now I learned that Britannia killed an empress consort and tried to kill my siblings. Her knights trembled, what he just heard was wild. He quickly put dots in his head. Cornelia was talking about Empress Marianne and her children. Then the one who is piloting that winged machine is Lelouch by Britannia. The 11th prince. What is going on? There is some sort of civil war going on. Chapter 39, Chapter 38, Taking Little Sister to the Moon. By the time it was evening in Area 11, Marcus was already back in his workshop with a successful raid under his belt. Not only did he wreck St. Petersburg's garrison, but he also took several tons of resources from the nearby Scandinavian peninsula. For now, his resources are in green, and he should have enough materials to begin his refinement factories and assembly lines kickstart. The only thing lacking is time. These were the last steps in his base construction. It was at the point where he would be able to move out of the workshop and to his base in the Solomon Islands. Though, those volcanoes are a bit worrisome. Marcus spun in his chair briefly as he wondered how to control that. He could use all that heat to power some stuff. But the power he has is not lacking. He developed fusion reactors with the idea that power would be a done and dusted idea. Hot springs, heat vents. Marcus already had some idea how he could industrialize volcanoes. But, then, he got notified that someone had arrived at the governor's building under the dark skies of Tokyo settlement. Cornelia is truly protective of her little sister. The inventor prince chuckled as he got up and walked towards his mech. We are taking a jog, prepare my tyrannies. He joked, his AI read him perfectly as the pedestal moved, and his machine walked out and took a few steps before folding into its plane mode. With a smile, he walked over. It was time to see how his sister was doing. He has not seen her for over 6 years. It has been a while. A pink-haired girl walked through the villa atop the government building. She was surprised that something like that was here. This place. I think I was in a similar villa before. The girl looked around for a bit, trying to recall where she had seen this place before. But then she decided to forget it and think about her sister. She just talked to her. What does she mean someone will visit me? Cornelia became strange. She pouted for a second but then brushed aside, walked out of the villa, and looked at the sky. Her eyes glistered. Regardless, where I am, the stars look the same. She said to herself. Incorrect, my dear Yuffie. The princess stared as she looked at the source. What she saw was a guy walking out from the shadows. He had black hair and purple eyes. Her eyes widened as she immediately knew who it was. Lelouch. He smiled at her. The princess dashed over and hugged him tightly. The prince's smile tightened a bit, he didn't expect her to hug him that tightly. Then she began to rub her head into his chest. The next second, she realized something. Her hands went to his arms, she started to feel them up, then she placed her hand on his chest, checking him. Lulu, did you start to exercise? She asked, her eyes looked innocent. A lot, apart from making things I love to train and practice swordsmanship. He explained, and she nodded, a satisfied smile forming on her lips. I see, so how did you get here? She asked, very curious. But then, her brain finally caught up, as she realized a bunch of things. And where is Nuna? And where have you been in this time? She began to look around him, making sure he had no injuries. That's the thing, when Britannia invaded, I was in Kuruji Shrine. Black Glasgows dropped on that place, thankfully, my gut feeling was right, and I ran away with Nunnally before they even arrived. You mean? Britannia and Special Forces. Euphemia gasped as she used her free hand to cover her mouth. Yes. After that, we spent a while homeless, going from place to place, until my mother's retainers arrived. Ever since then, I was with the Ashford family. Oh. The academy. But then you were that fancy inventor. I heard all about that. She got excited when he mentioned Anaheim and the work he does there. It's like the girls love that philanthropic stuff. Nina, Anna, and now Euphemia, who can't barely sit in place. Yeah, I wanted to fix Nunnally's legs. Sadly, she can't get over the trauma and open her eyes. Walking blind is more dangerous than using a wheelchair. He explained with a sigh. Don't worry, we can think of something. The pink princess squeezed his hand. She didn't let him go one bit. I know. He smiled back at her. But then he got serious. You didn't ask what I've been up to. He asked her, curious. I would say you've been doing something. Trying to get revenge. She replied, a bit nervous. Not quite. He looked away from her and gazed up at the clear sky, he could see all the stars. I dream of something far bigger than Britannia or EU or some other country. As he spoke, he got an idea. Say, Yuffie, do you want to see the best night sky possible? He asked her. There was a mischievous smile on his lips. Now. I mean. She looked a bit nervous. The girl was Sub-Viceroy. Don't worry. He pulled out his phone and pressed a couple of options. Seconds later, with a burst of speed, a machine was floating above them. Euphemia looked at it with wide eyes. This is what I've been up to. What you are looking at is a mobile suit. As he spoke, he led her towards it, the machine landed on the grass and offered its hand for her to stand on. The pink princess didn't resist, instead, she was curious, and before long, they were inside the cockpit. It was only enough space for one. As Marcus got in his seat, he motioned for her to come over. The pink princess didn't question, nor did she hesitate. The girl ended up sitting on his lap, and she even snuggled in, getting comfortable and leaning into his chest. Let's go. With that said, the mech launched from the ground and rushed towards the Pacific Ocean at absurd speed. The girl hummed in his lap, but after a few short minutes, she noticed that they were flying through darkness. Where are we going? Euphemia asked him. Solomon Islands, where I have a base. He replied to her. Is that place? No, it's a pit stop. Don't worry, I won't take much of your time, Sub-Viceroy. He joked when he mentioned her title. I only took this job so that I could look for you and Nuna. She replied with a small frown. Clearly, this was not the top job on her list. Good enough. He smiled as he looked at the map. Flying inside the atmosphere will take a lot of time, so he began to climb up. Her eyes slowly began to widen as she saw the change. Even in the darkness of the night, there was a difference. Before long, her hair began to rise, and she started to float. This is. We left the planet's atmosphere. He pulled her back to his land. Now hold on to me. Otherwise, you will fly around. Marcus instructed as he needed to push her hair away from his face. Oh, okay. She had no idea what was going on. But this was new. After organizing her hair, it was a bit hard in this situation, but somehow she managed to pull it into a ponytail. Though it only lasted a few moments, as they were back where her hair didn't fly all over the place. Before long, they were above an island. There are several walking lights and stationary ones. The machine landed not far from a large building carved in the mountainside. We are here. Come, we need to grab something before we can leave. Okay. He took her inside. It was a locker room. Marcus pulled out a pink suit of some sort. This is a pilot suit meant for space. The inventor prince explained to her. Space. I will take you to the dark side of the moon. Over there, you will see true space in all of its glory. Now go and change. He handed over the suit and took his, then walked to the changing room. Euphemia looked at the suit she was holding. A strange feeling washed over her. Was he expecting to meet her when he designed this kind of suit? Pink was her color, her whole life. Regardless, she changed a few moments later. In front of the mirror, she realized that it was a tight fit. Now take this. He placed something on her back and then handed her a pink helmet. You should comb your hair into a bun. The girl immediately tried to fix her long hair. I need something to hold it. She complained for a second, but soon enough she had a selection of choices. Euphemia looked at all of them. From my girls. He clarified the source of these. Girls. If it were one, then she would be super sad. Since but if he has that many, he was like the emperor. Yep. I got 5. He didn't to her. Womanizer. She puffed her cheeks. Her anger wasn't as bad as he could imagine from his other girls. Instead, he shrugged at her. It is what it is. I am not holding back my needs and desires. Sometimes control is a good thing. She replied as she took a hair ornament that could help her make a bun. Indeed. That is why I am trying to control when it comes to my technology development. He honestly nodded. She was right in that regard. I don't mean it like that. She sighed, there was a bit of frustration in her tone. Anyway. I got my hair under control. Euphemia said to Marcus. Good, then we can go. He handed over the helmet to her before the pair walked out of the base, which was being constructed 24/7. Once they were back in Tyrannies, the mobile suit blasted out and rushed towards space. It's so quiet here. The Pink Princess said via comms as the pair were walking through the gray wasteland. It was extremely alien to her. No sound. She could feel that she could fly off, and it was extremely dark. Yet, the sky. It was a sea of stars. She could rarely see anything like this. The stars are different here. Don't you think? He commented as he looked at the starry sky. It's beautiful. You still remember those times when we used to look at the night sky? Euphemia asked. Yes. However, back then, it was simply a beautiful sight to behold. Now, it's different. Now it's a challenge. I want to touch every single one of them. And each day I am closer to it. He honestly replied to her. The Pink Princess wasn't dumb, she was aware of some things. And Lelouch, next to her, was hinting at something. If he wants to go to the stars. Things are needed, resources, people, facilities. What is your goal, Lulu? Euphemia asked, already having an idea. To take over the world and unite everyone. Make everyone focus on the next stage in our civilization. He finally explained his goal. She wasn't shocked. It was a feeling she had. The princess felt that it was something like that. And I assume it won't going to be a peaceful one. She softly commented. Sometimes humans forget that we clawed ourselves to the top of the pecking order of nature, not through dialogue. That is why I created my mobile suits. Their power will make everyone take a moment to think before engaging me. He explained to her while looking at the Milky Way. The princess did the same. Here they were, on the moon, looking at one of the greatest sights in the whole of the solar system. The best part. There is no light pollution, no traffic sounds, and no annoying noises. Chapter 40, Chapter 39, New Viceroy. The next day, at an early morning, large planes began to land at the military airport in Tokyo settlement. They were a considerable size, big enough to carry multiple nightmares. Sadly, half of them were empty, and after changing energy fillers, they were back into the air and flying towards their homeland across the Pacific. It would seem the princess encountered our lord. Jeremiah overwatched the arrival of the Britannian troops. Yes. I checked the amount we are getting. Princess Cornelia lost 38 Sutherlands and 5 Gloucesters. Kewell checked the official documents. The pair were enjoying their last moments of power they had in the colonial government. The purists were removed from all the high positions, and Cornelia's officers took over. Thankfully, their lord has prepared good enough evidence that they didn't disgrace themselves to the point that they would lose ranks. Soon enough, the new viceroy's private plane landed, and the purists lined up to meet their new governor. They expected a stiff, no-nonsense woman, but what they got was a tired-looking woman who didn't get enough sleep. So you are my brother's followers. Cornelia looked at the lineup. Their reaction was priceless. Viceroy, my princess, we are at a loss. Jeremiah tried to explain himself. Snort. I met your sponsor in Russia. She replied, making the lined-up group pale for a second. You all know what this means, but my brother is still prince. By extension, I should strip rank for abandoning a viceroy. But the circumstances are a bit volatile. The princess tried to explain, as she massaged her forehead. Normally, she would just lock these guys up for abandoning Clovis in the midst of combat. But they abandoned him for another prince. Not for outsiders, so it's not outright treason. Another reason is that Marcus could appear with his machine at any moment and lay waste to her diminished troops. She doesn't want to ask Homeland for another 40 Sutherlands. And 5 Gloucesters. Especially Gloucesters, those are a bit more limited and more expensive. Instead, she has different ideas. Viceroy. I want a meeting with Lelouch. No, what is his public name? Cornelia looked at her knight. Marcus Goldman, Viceroy. Guilford reminded her. Right, him. I want to get back my Sutherlands and Gloucesters. She said with authority. As you wish, Viceroy. Jeremiah nodded. As she said that, she motioned for them to dismiss. After saying what she wanted to say, she went inside the governor's building. Where is she? Where is my sub-viceroy? Cornelia asked the governing officials. She is still asleep. We tried to wake her up, but she kept all the phones turned off. A sweaty-looking middle-aged man replied. In that case, I will check on her myself. The new viceroy sighed as she asked where to find her. Moments later, they were at the villa on the rooftop. Clovis, only he would build a manor on top of the governor's building. The princess shook her head as she walked around and finally found her sleeping in one of the rooms. The girl was hugging a pillow, and a smile was on her face. Princess, you should see this. Before Cornelia could wake up her little sister, her knight interrupted her. What is it, Guilford? She sighed, sounding even more tired. There are big markings on the grass, it looks like footprints. He explained to her. Should be obvious, my little brother was here, Cornelia replied. It was no surprise to her that he could visit the viceroy's government building without effort. I understand. Her knight understood, he didn't say a thing afterwards. With that in mind, she was ready to wake her up, but then her eyes ended up on the photos she had on the table. The new viceroy's eyebrows went up the moment she realized what it was. This is. In the photos, there were 2 people in suits. They were in a rocky, gray area, which was dark, and above them was a blue, round object. It took her a moment to process such photos. He took her to the moon. Her mouth twitched as she realized that. It was reckless. After checking the photos, she walked over to the sleeping girl and began to poke her. Wake up, Euphemia. The loud voice immediately brought the girl back from the dreamland. Ugh. The girl was confused. She turned around, seeing her older sister looking at her with an annoyed face. Cornelia. What are you doing here? The princess asked her older sibling. What am I doing here? Do you know where you are? She asked with a sharp, militaristic voice. Her tone made Euphemia catch up quickly as she looked embarrassed. All right. I completely forgot. She scrambled to get up. Fix up and get ready. We have meetings to attend and talk about things. With that said, she felt the room, making the pinkette sigh in relief. The princess took a breath before smiling. She walked over and checked the pictures. It wasn't a dream. The new viceroy was having her first meeting with the officials who were running the economic site of Area 11. All she was hearing was Anaheim this, and Anaheim that. So in other words, Anaheim has a monopoly in electronics, metallurgy, factories. I am hearing it right. Cornelia massaged her forehead. She realized that she was not needed here. Her brother is practically running the whole Area 11. Instead of being an open ruler, he was leading the area through his company. Outside Area 11, Anaheim is just a contracted company for military support. But in Area 11, it holds a tight grip on everything. I really need to talk to him. She was a general, her whole purpose was adding land to Britannia, not dealing with the economy, not that the economy was bad. Of all areas under Britannian rule at the moment, Area 11 is swiftly rising through the ranks of revenue that are being sent back to the homeland. Soon it will become a satellite territory. But all of that is because of Anaheim and NAC. Two companies that are transforming the whole of Area 11 and allowing secure transportation of Securidite. Why did you send me here? Father. The princess was annoyed at the emperor. She could be so much more useful in North Africa than in this place. Yes, well. Anaheim is offering us the opportunity to deal with 11s, and all they ask is basic tax deductions. Even then, we gain more than we spend in honorary Britannian assimilations. Anaheim helps us with that as well. In other words, you do nothing while collecting your money, typical lazy government official. Even a moron would see what is going on. I am too tired for this. I see. Her eyes went through other information. The more she read, the more she realized that Anaheim is the middleman between Britannians and 11s. Most of the industries that are related to that they deal with it. This lowers the interactions between Britannians in Tokyo settlement and 11s in the ghettos. But this means that Britannians are blind to what is happening outside the settlement. This could lead to many things, like, for example, creation of advanced military use technology. I see, well, you played well. The more she reads, the more she understands the overall picture. This concludes today's meeting. For now I will rest, we will have another meeting 2 days from now AF 0800 sharp. With that said, the princess ended the meeting with the people she despises the most. However, she was assigned here so that she would bear with it. For now, she needs to have a true meeting with the person who truly controls the economy of this place. Well, did you speak with him? The viceroy saw the blue-haired man approaching her in her new office. Instead, he offered her his phone. Cornelia rolled her eyes and took it from him. I heard you wanted to see me. Don't pretend. You took over the entire Area 11 and pretend that nothing is going on. She wasn't buying any of his excuses. Well, I do need to cover all of my bases. Good for you, Lelouch. The new viceroy replied, again not caring about that. You still owe me 40 Sutherlands and 5 custom Gloucesters. Since that is the case, why don't you come to see me, let's say tomorrow after you rest? The princess scoffed for a second. How kind of him. Letting her rest. Very well. My knight will take you to my workshop. I will show you some of my toys. He sounded excited. Excited to show her some of his inventions and creations. You'd better. If you want to win me over. With that said, she ended the call and gave Jeremiah his phone. The princess showed him a death glare. To think that this guy was Lelouch's knight. From the looks of it, everyone in the palace was Lelouch's follower. After the call ended, the blue-haired knight scrambled to leave. The princess didn't look that happy with him. Once he was gone, it was only her and her knight. Princess, are you sure? Sure about what, Guilford? She asked, still contemplating. If I understand correctly, you are planning to rebel against His Majesty. Depends. I don't understand the whole picture, yet. But I am leaning towards it. I must see for myself how serious my little brother is. Cornelia replied. If it's true that her father is obsessed with supernatural things and is pursuing a form of immortality and eternal youth for the sake of making himself eternal, then she is willing to switch sides. But for that, she needs to see her brother's true potential. Because she won't switch for the sake of switching, she still has her pride and her men to consider. I see. Regardless, my princess, I shall follow you either way. The goddess of victory smiled, looking second as she realized that fatigue was finally catching up to her. She was ready to sleep. Even was early morning, a black car with tinted windows drove into a road that leads directly under the Ashford Academy. This road is used by delivery drivers to bring in food and other things children would need for their studies. Isn't this Ashford Academy? Commander Darlton noticed that they were driving towards an academy. Isn't this obvious? Ashfords were Marianne's the Flash retinue, it's not surprising that they would assist Lelouch. Not that I made the connection either. The princess was a bit ashamed that she didn't look into small details instead of looking for a major clue. Most of the clues appeared to have been erased. It does make sense. And they did develop the first functioning nightmare. The men realized that this was the case. It makes sense that this is where those absurd machines were being made. As the black car got underground, they realized that this was some sort of loading bay. Then the car turned towards a wall. The wall moved the moment the car was close, making the princess and her group realize that there was a secret entrance of some sort. He built his base in the very foundations of the Tokyo settlement. A few drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. Not that she had time to think about the base, as soon enough she found robots, actual robots working at the hidden loading bay. These mechanical workers were taking refined metal from a truck. Impressive, could we get similar robots in logistics? The commander asked the princess. For that, you need to ask my little brother, Cornelia replied as she was thinking the same thing. While she doesn't want engineers and mechanics to be replaced, the heavy lifting, like this, they could take over. Even if older generation nightmares are used in similar situations, these things are smaller and more compact. Please, princess, follow me. Jeremiah motioned for them to follow him. The princess and 2 of her officers followed after her. Though they didn't expect to see such a sight the moment they left the loading bay. 5 alien-like machines are parked right before their eyes. Chapter 41, Chapter 40, showing off his workshop. Beautiful, aren't they? Marcus said to 3 people who walked over to his side. That is one way to put it, Cornelia responded as she looked at them. You didn't call me to show off, haven't you? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Not my intention. I am using them as inspiration. He clarified, making her hum. Eventually, she looked at him. Let's talk, Lelouch. We need to clarify things. He nodded and motioned for her to follow him. You two, at ease. I need to have this conversation with him. She motioned for her knight and commanding officer to relax. Yes, princess. Marcus looked at them for a second. Feeling that they are going to get bored. How about this? The inventor prince made a motion, and a pair of holograms appeared in front of him. He then made a motion and sent them to his sister's followers. While you wait, you can familiarize yourself with the technology one develop here. There is no need, Prince Lelouch. It's fine. I do have this feeling we will be fighting on the same side in the future. Marcus smirked for a second. Don't have your hopes up. Lelouch, I won't be bought over that easily. The princess frowned at him. We shall see. He smiled back at her frown. The pair went into a room. A lazy-looking green-haired girl perked up. She was eating a pizza. This. Marcus motioned towards the green-haired girl. This is the girl that I rescued from Clovis. The second princess looked at the girl with trembling eyes. It was that girl that she saw getting tortured and killed. But here she was. Lelouch, what did you bring this time? Cece looked at the princess for a bit. Cece realized that she saw her somewhere. You are that immortal girl, Cornelia stated. I am, what of it? The witch replied. She ended up lying on the couch, her legs going up, and she started moving them. What is our father, the emperor, planning with the supernatural? Cornelia asked, almost demanded to know. Why should I tell you that? Cece nonchalantly asked in turn. She then looked at Marcus for a second. How about this? Her behavior suddenly changed, as she got energetic. The promise you made to me, you shall keep it. In turn, I shall tell you about what your father is doing, and I shall give you a Geass. She showed him a grin. This grin was strange, it was like she was baiting him. Geass. What is she talking about? Cornelia looked at Marcus. I have something called code. It allows me to give people Geass. Like, for example, Marianne, I was the one who gave her such power. Why you know about Marianne? How did she die? Cece didn't say a thing. She looked at Lelouch, who was looking back at her. I will tell, but you have to keep the promise that you made when you rescued me, Lelouch. Or you are chickening out. She asked, with a cat-like grin on her lips. You are the first woman who wants a transaction like this. He was shocked by her actions. What kind of promise did you make? Cornelia asked, feeling a bit nervous. This was supernatural stuff, something about which she had no confidence. He said that I was his. In other words, he claimed me as his woman. Yet, now he is chickening out. Cece borderline mocked him for not taking responsibility. You truly are a strange woman. That's coming from you. I am hoping that you would keep it. Live long enough to be more than a flash in my life. She clarified to him. Cornelia looked at Marcus for a bit. He has interesting taste in women. Do it. Lelouch, we need to know. The second princess replied for him. I will, but you will give Geass to others. Cece's eyes narrowed. Why? Well, everyone should be useful in what I am building. So far, everyone has a role to play. He explained to her. And you can be one of the most useful of them all. Marcus ended up smiling at her while saying that. Flattery won't work. She crossed her arms, but there was a small blush on her cheeks. But you have a point. However, I will be the one to decide if I want to give that person a Geass. Cece ultimately agreed to the conditions. Fine by me. He agreed to her terms. Now that this is out of the, before Cornelia could finish her sentence, Cece ended up lunging at Marcus and then kissing him on the lips. Her action surprised the royals as the next moment, the witch's forehead glowed. And Inventor Prince began to see things. Pyramids, people with red tattoos, all sorts of strange things. Once the kiss ended, the witch pulled back and looked at him with a smug look. Unlike others, I can give something incredibly powerful. As she commented that she saw his right eye glow red, his pupil turned into a symbol of a bird. Tell me, what kind of Geass did you awaken? The green-haired girl asked, very curious about what kind of power he had. Instead of saying anything, he looked around. He saw things. He saw Cornelia's afterimages, like what kind of path she would take. It was like an order of sequences, like a window to the future, and maybe even the past itself. They were fluid, not stationary. The Inventor Prince saw her mouth move, as if she were talking to him. You are going to ask what is going on. What is going? You can predict her actions. Interesting. Cece looked at him curiously. No, it's more than that. It's like an order of sequences. It's not just my sister, but even items around me. The more he looked like that, the more his head hurt. In the end, he closed his eyes and covered them with his hand. What is going on? Cornelia couldn't take it anymore. Someone explain. I gave him the same power the Emperor has. Father has it. The princess asked with a surprised look. He has. But it wasn't me who gave him this power. Cece began to explain as she looked from Lelouch to Cornelia. It was you too, uncle. Uncle. We have one. She exclaimed in a small surprise. By this point, her sense of surprise is getting duller by the minute. He has the other code and gave Charles his Geass. Your father's Geass is very potent, he has had it for many years and was able to master it to a frightening level. The girl explained to the two royals. What can he do? Cornelia asked her. She was nervous. Charles has power, absolute power over memories, all he needs is to look at your eyes, and he turns one into a complete stranger. Make one believe that he is someone else or simply turn into an adult-sized toddler. He used this power to solidify his rule and reign unopposed for many years. Marcus already knew this, but Cornelia's whole being trembled. What she was hearing made her feel a sense of dread. Can I gain this Geass? She asked. By this point, she subconsciously decided that her father was a bad guy who needed to be stopped. For that, she needs power. I could give you princess, but... Cece looked at Marcus, who was testing his powers and trying to figure out the kinks of it. You want me to join his cause? Cornelia asked with narrowed eyes. The witch showed her a small smile. You are catching up quickly. My powers are his. She shrugged similarly to how Marcus was doing, making Cornelia feel that this was intentional. In that case... The second princess looked at Marcus, who was ignoring both of them, testing his Geass on items around him. Let's talk, Lelouch. Oh, right. He closed his right eye and looked at her. It would seem you can't turn it off. Cece noticed him struggling in that regard. I will figure it out eventually. He shrugged it off before looking at his sister. If you want me to join you, I need to know what I am getting myself into. I am a general of my army. My men depend on me. I won't sacrifice them for an unknown. His older sister explained honestly. I understand. He nodded before looking at Cece. Tell us what father's goals are. Cornelia looked at her as well. It was time to learn what their father was doing. For a couple of moments, there was silence, but then she sighed and decided to explain. He wants to kill God. It's what you think. Cornelia. She immediately continued to explain more. It's the collective unconsciousness of all mankind. When someone dies, his mind goes to this collective consciousness. In other words, he is planning to destroy the afterlife, disrupting the living and dead cycle. Marcus interrupted, and his explanation made Cece nod at him. As expected, you catch on very quickly. Is he mad? It would end the world as we know it. Cornelia looked horrified to hear that. You could say that. All the conquest you've been doing is related to this. The witch dropped a bomb that made Cornelia feel like shit. She was working towards ending the goddamn world. More reason for you to join me, Cornelia. Only I have the technology to oppose what our esteemed father is doing. The second princess looked at him for a second. He is right, even one of those things can stop armies. Internally, she agreed, but she still has her reservations. You need to tell me what your true goal is. The princess looked at him with narrowed eyes. To unite the world under me and then start the space age. Colonize worlds and bring a new era. Her eyes looked at him, watching from top to bottom. Her instincts are telling her that he was genuine in his desire. I believe you. She slowly nodded. But what will I get for helping you? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, whatever you want. You are a very good fighter, so I will personally develop a machine just for you. Then you can lead armies if you want. In the end, you could have 1 or 2 planets if you want. He shrugged, giving her some ideas. I see, if you are giving me this many choices, then I suppose. Several expressions went through her face. She wants one of those machines and space battles. Those are intriguing. Most importantly, she doesn't want their father to end the world as she knows it. Ridiculous. Destroying the concept of alive or dead. How could he? He is insane. After a few moments, she slowly came to a decision. I will join you. Though keep in mind that on the battlefield, I will lead the charge. Marcus chuckled. Battlefields are your forte, my dear sister. So do what you need. All I will do is bring bigger and bigger weapons for you to test out. He joked, making her thinly smile at him. In that case. The second princess looked at CC, who observed the interaction. I am part of Lelouch's faction. She said to the witch. Fine, you get one as well. The green-haired witch put her hand on Cornelia, and the witch's forehead glowed with red light. Cornelia's left eye glowed as it turned into a bird symbol. For a second, she stood in place. Marcus and CC looked at the princess, who stood still. Well. I saw something, and... She looked at her hands. This is Geass. What did you develop? The witch asked curiously. I have no idea. I think she developed a battle-related Geass. Marcus immediately concluded. Yes. You are right. Cornelia replied, her gut feeling told her that. Is that so? CC already had an idea when she saw the princess be so certain about her power. It could be a gut feeling. More chapters, chapter 98 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 42, chapter 41, Geass of Absolute Order of Sequences. The princess decided to test out her ability. Marcus gave her a suggestion, to run a simulation in one of the spheres. This is how you develop your machine. The inventor prince explained to his older sister. The more you spend time in it, the more data my artificial intelligence gets. With more data, the more personalized the machine will be. He explained to her. I understand. All I need to do is pilot a nightmare inside this sphere. She concluded. Marcus didn't respond as he looked at his simulation sphere. Lelouch. All right. He closed his Geass eye and shook his head. My power, I am still figuring out. He waved his hand motion so she would not worry. All you need to do inside is pilot a bedrock model of my KK units. The more you do, the more my Legion adjusts and eventually makes a blueprint model of your suit. Once we get that, we can start designing according to it. I see. Then I shall test my Geass inside of it. With that said, the princess got inside of it, and the cockpit sealed behind. Prince Lelouch, what is going on? Cornelia's knight asked. He was a bit concerned about that glowing eye the princess got. You should ask your princess, Guilford. She will explain things the way she wants. All you need to know is that we shall fight on the same side. He smiled at him while saying that. So. Princess has joined your faction. Pretty much. She will explain in her words. Marcus nodded as they looked at the holograms. Cornelia quickly got the idea of how the machine works. She did that extremely quickly before laying waste to Sutherland nightmares. Destroying my own machines is not what I find funny, Lelouch. The second princess complained as she began to move, like she was predicting their moves and attacking before they did. Marcus looked surprised. Even when there are that many Sutherlands, she is capable of dodging all of the bullets thanks to Luffy's heightened performance. Princess never moved like that. Her knight was impressed by that as well. She has absolute battle instincts, CC said from beside Marcus. She saw a similar Geass before in her long life. A very fitting Geass, you got lucky. The witch said to him. Marcus looked at her, he noticed she was oddly close to him. Yeah. The prince replied as he looked at the fight with his Geass eye. I can see their moves before they move, even the moves that they could do. There are also future possible paths. The more complex the item, structure, or person, the easier it is for me to understand its progression sequence. Marcus slowly realized that, to be sure, he summoned a holographic window and typed a single letter. The moment he looked at a single letter, he felt like throwing up as his head began to hurt. He quickly closed his Geass eye. Fuck. It hurts. The inventor prince felt like someone had cracked open his skull. To confirm this, he quickly coded a simple calculator and examined it. When he looked at the simple program, he saw the beginning and possible progression of this program. But he then looked deeper, and it became more complex. A simple calculator program evolved into a computer OS and even AI. Since he had done that before several times, it was extremely easy for him to understand and comprehend what he was looking at. The basis of this is my mind. Are you okay? CC hugged his hand and looked closer at him. I think I know what my Geass is. He replied to her. Do tell. The more complex the person, the more specific Geass can be. She explained as her golden eyes were looking at him. My Geass is orderly sequences, my logical mind comprehends everything in sequences. Oh my. Isn't that just perfect for your technology development? The witch looked surprised. I think it's more than that. Marcus looked back at his calculator program and focused harder and looking past the sequences he understood. What he saw made his head start hurting because it was like gazing at infinity itself. He gnashed his teeth for a second before closing his eye. Don't push yourself. Geass grows in strength the more it is used. Yours is particularly strong. You can't even turn it off. She sounded worried. I know. I am going to train it. He replied, making her slowly nod. Though that worried look didn't disappear. But first, my guests have to leave. Marcus thought to himself. He can start his training session after he satisfies his dearest older sister. We need a plan or a course of action. Something to work towards. Cornelia said to Marcus as they were sitting at a table. Her 2 followers were with her. By this point, she was satisfied with her new power, so her regular eye had returned. She could turn it off. When Marcus saw it, he was jealous. I know, I already have a plan. With a hand motion, world's map appeared on a hologram. According to CC, to start Dad's Ragnarok connection, he needs most of these temples under his control. The map got dotted with them, and a considerable number were under Britannia control. These were marked by the witch. To halt this, we will use our superior machines. He pointed at his KK units with a thumb. We shall level them to the ground. Marcus dropped what he would do. Cornelia nodded, it was exactly what she was thinking. Once he can't do his grand plan, he will retaliate. I expect mobilization to destroy my machines. It's where we declare rebellion. I shall bait him with my KK units. Once we destroy the bulk of the Britannian forces, the Empire will fracture due to internal strife, thanks to its enormous size. Once that happens, you will start your conquest. She nodded, understanding the basic idea. Ragnarok connection has been Charles's plan for decades. He won't be happy with all that failure. CC said from her seat. You should expect unreasonable behavior. She warned them. That's why I created my mobile suits. Their technology is something they have no means to deal with, Marcus replied as he looked back at her. The witch shrugged at him. It's a simple warning, expect the unexpected, who knows how he will respond. Maybe he will want to burn the whole world. No one knows his response to the failure of the Ragnarok connection. CC's casual comment about burning the whole earth made Cornelia and her followers look nervously. Marcus furrowed his eyebrow as one of his eyes was closed. He does remember the anime and the fury of the royals. They all have Charles's genes. That means the emperor is no different from his children. We might have a technological advantage, but we are severely lacking the numbers. Cornelia swiftly recovered from the thought of her father doing something reckless on a massive scale. I know. That is why I have been developing a mass production unit. The prince replied as he motioned at the light pink-haired girl who was waiting for them at the side. Anna, show us what you've been working on. The princess and her followers immediately knew who this girl was. She was the head of the W0 development program for the 7th generation nightmares. Yes. Please, pay attention to the hologram screen. The hologram shifted into a humanoid knight-like mobile suit. It looked like a human wearing medieval armor. This is KKS 0170. A mobile suit with the intention of being mass-produced. While it doesn't have ridiculous specs like KK units, it can be rapidly produced. I designed it with modular parts in mind. Similar to nightmares, its joints can be replaced swiftly. It incorporates all of Anaheim's technologies, albeit in a less extreme form, without ion thrusters or nanometal. Instead, I designed it using a titanium-carbon alloy that can withstand physical bullets with minimal damage. It features a state-of-the-art 360-degree panoramic cockpit, Anaheim's renowned robotics joints, and is powered by a new lithium saccharide energy filler. By initial calculations, this mobile suit is around 5 times stronger than any current nightmare in military use. Except whatever prototypes nations are building. The girl gave a rundown on the new mass-produced machine. Cornelia looked at the mech for a couple of moments before looking at her brother. I want those. You can forget the 40 Sutherlands you owe me. I want these instead. She borderline demanded before looking at Anna. Anna Clement. I request commander unit models for my commanders. Okay. She looked at Marcus, as if confirming with him. He nodded at her, telling her that it's fine with him. We shouldn't hurry. Cornelia, for now, we play the waiting game. To build an army, we need resources. My refineries are coming online as we speak. Once they are functioning, I will be bringing raw materials from space. Space. The princess was surprised. Isn't it faster to mine on Earth? Yes. My plane is designed for material gathering, and the asteroid belt is full of raw materials in a single place. It's faster to bring them to the refineries than mine from ground or refine from scrap. The thing was, his scrapyards are slowing down. All the junk metal from war has started to dry up. That is why he is switching to a different model. He will buy metals from Britannia to keep Anaheim's front company running, while behind the scenes, he will be bringing raw materials from space to feed his refineries. Once his factories are running, he will have an army in no time. Then, he will only need decent pilots. But that's not a priority, as he could switch to drone versions. With them, he could even out the odds. Interesting, so you reached that point. I assume you could do strikes from orbit. When Cornelia mentioned that, the glasses girl next to Marcus paled for a second. She recalled Marcus telling specifically just that. Do you want to? Orbital strikes are not the cleanest means of attack. From craters to dust clouding the sky, those kinds of things can happen. He didn't deny that he could organize an orbital bombardment. Yes, I understand that, but worst-case scenario, we must have means to erase in case father does something utterly reckless. Cornelia is not giving any chances after she learned that their father, the Emperor, wants to end the world. Just thinking about that makes her tremble with anger. She wants to pull out her musket and shoot it right into his mad face. In that case, I will make something just to make you have peace of mind. The second princess sighed in relief. She felt a bit relieved that they would have some sort of trump card. Only Anna was worried. While she didn't know all the details, it sounded like there was something major about to be decided. Good. Then it is decided. The next part is communications. I doubt father is in the dark about what is going on here. Oh, he does know. But he is using more supernatural means. For example, he can speak with the dead. Though I made sure Clovis was too traumatized to say anything. Cece chipped in, making sure no one was aware of what had happened there. Cornelia looked at her with a bit of anger. Cece didn't say anything else about Clovis as she switched to the said means. He interacts with the sea world. Or as you say, afterlife, the collective consciousness through the thought elevator underneath the Imperial Palace in the Pendragon. Thought elevators are the temples we discussed. She clarified to the ignorant. Though there are still more of them, for example, Anna, who is clueless about the supernatural. Marcus looked at her, smiling a bit. Don't worry, I will explain everything to you. He whispered as he stroked her back. The girl blushed when she felt his hand on her back. Oh, okay. She nodded with a small but very happy smile. The girl was extremely weak to his advances. Chapter 43, Chapter 42, Aftermath of Workshop Visit. The meeting with her younger brother was satisfying. That's putting it wildly. The second princess was finally going back to her viceroy building. She tried to gloss over the supernatural side of things and focus on the rebellion she is planning with her little brother. They might have a considerable advantage in terms of technology, but they lack manpower. She needs pilots. Darlton. When you have time, contact Glaston Knights. We need all the manpower we can get. The princess decided that she needed all of her assets with her. Understood, princess. If we are to rebel. Well. It's too much to process. The burly man complained, something Cornelia fully understood. I feel the same. However, we have to accept that His Majesty is doing something we can't accept. If I may, how do we know it is true? The burly commander asked her. It's a bit too much for someone who recently didn't believe in the supernatural. Code our project. While Clovis founded it and tried to gain the powers of the code, it was immediately classified by someone and made accessible only to the Emperor. This project was research of her powers, something Clovis wanted for himself, but my father knew of it the whole time, most likely. It explains why Cece told everything. If Charles knew that she was captured and did nothing, let her be tortured and tested, then it is obvious that she is holding a grudge. That is why Cornelia believed the witch's words. Her Geass power is another proof. The rest, why I believe in all of this, is this. She looked at the commander with her red Geass eye, making him slowly nod. Supernatural is real, and we must include it in our tactical considerations. If we have it, then I am sure His Majesty has more of these Geass users as well. Andreas Darlton said to his princess. I understand. That is why we must unite whatever forces there are in Area 11. We can leave that to Lelouch, as he already united some of the powers under him. What we need to do is take as many forces as possible from father before rebelling. That is a viable option, Commander replied. The princess nodded as she checked her souvenirs. A phone, another memory stick with data to study, and a laptop for video calls. Sadly, she will need to return to those simulation spheres to continue development for her machine. Using Geass allowed me to push that machine to a much higher level. To the point that the AI even consider upgrading some of the systems. She smirked. It proves that Geass is powerful enough to improve already ridiculous machines. Princess, since we need more manpower, there is a military academy, we can inspect promising talents there, Guilford said to Cornelia. Good idea. We can do that. The princess tapped the armrest in the car as she pondered how to do this. The Emperor has sent her to this place for some reason. Most likely to draw out Lelouch. But she got no specific orders. I can continue to pretend to improve the area and revenue stream. Are they finally gone? Colin asked as she poked her head from the other simulation sphere. Yes. Anna replied as she looked spooked. Did something happen? Did the Britannians threaten you? The crimson-haired girl asked and started to get aggravated by seeing the nerdy girl scared like that. And nothing like that. Besides, Marcus would protect me. She swiftly shook her head, making Colin calm down. Then what is it? Well, I heard some things that are hard to believe, Anna replied, fiddling with the edge of her skirt. Like? The pilot girl asked, curious what it was. Well, the Britannian Emperor can manipulate memories, and he is planning to kill something called collective consciousness. Colin looked at her, her gaze was like, what have you been reading? Or something like that. I heard this from CC, who gave powers to Marcus and Princess Cornelia. The crimson-haired girl perked up. She can give powers. What kind of powers? She asked the scientist girl. Well, Marcus didn't tell yet, but the princess has supernatural battle instincts. You can check her performance in the simulation sphere. Anna pointed at the sphere. Let me check. Colin swiftly got back into the simulation sphere and checked how well this princess performed. She only needed a few seconds of footage to see how absurd the reaction speed was. How can someone move like that? The girl gulped down, seeing her move before the gunshot. It was crazy. Like she was reading someone's mind. This is absurd. After she exclaimed, the girl rushed out of the sphere and went to look for CC. Anna looked at the rushing girl, adjusted her glasses, and returned to her work on developing the mass-production mobile suit Satanta. She might have all the technology to play with, but she wants to make sure the whole thing is perfected. Because she knows Marcus would praise her for a great job and then. At that moment, her fingers stopped typing, and she began to smile, a silly, almost giggling smile. CC, where are you? Damn it. Colin checked the relaxation room. She was 100% certain that this sloth would be in this room, enjoying another pizza from Pizza Hut. I can't believe he is funding her takeaways because of some plushie. The girl complained about the witch's habits. She was fairly certain Assembly Lines was making her pizza, but she switched to takeaways. Spoiled woman. She can't believe someone of her age would behave like that. Legion, where is that woman? In the end, she decided to ask the artificial intelligence. She is in the creator's room. Colin frowned as she strolled out and rushed to the corridor that would take her to his room. A very short trip later, she saw a stand of. Layla was looking at CC, who was in Marcus's bed. There you are. Give me the same power you gave to that Britannian princess. She demanded, causing the standoff to end. I can't. The Geass manifests according to your character, not what you want. CC replied as her gaze went to the intruder. Besides, I only give them to them when Lelouch asks me. CC shrugged as she got comfortable in his bed. What are you doing here? This is where I sleep with Marcus. Layla finally complained as she looked annoyed. The blonde spent most of the day working on the island. She even missed Marcus's meeting with Cornelia. That was annoying, she wanted to see one of the siblings with whom he has a cordial relationship. You forgot that we are all part of his life. The green-haired witch replied with a lazy tone. Not caring about the complaint. I am his first girl. I get priority. Layla replied, making CC look at her. Is that so? Then we need a bigger bed. Besides, I won't be leaving anytime soon. The immortal witch replied with a small smirk. Layla narrowed her eyes as she flicked her finger, and a hologram appeared before her. She did a couple of things. There was a map on the screen as she organized something. That is fine by me. CC, but you have no KK unit of your own, and you can't even travel to our base. I am going to order a house where I can live with Marcus. The blonde flicked her hair while announcing her plan to keep him for herself. I am the one with resources here. The beauty smoothly announced, making CC's expression morph into annoyance. The green-haired girl was impressed. Interesting. Very well, if this is what you want, we can play this game. It has been ages since she felt like that. I am more interested in knowing where Marcus is. Colin all of a sudden asked. The pair stopped competing and looked at her and then at the clock. He should be done with his evening training. Layla, who knows him the best, replied as she knows his schedule like the back of his hand. But he is late, Cece replied as she got up, her disposition changed, and as she got serious, she looked at the pair. He could be training his Geass. His Geass is very strong. I am worried that he could be overdoing it. The pair slowly nodded. Even if Colin had no idea what this Geass was, she got the overall idea. His power is strong, strong enough for a witch to be worried. Then we should check. Layla quickly agreed. She then looked at Cece with annoyance. I can't believe you gave him a Geass. The witch smiled sweetly at her. It's proof of his promise to me. She honestly replied, making the blonde frown. This witch is obsessed with Marcus' quirk of collecting whatever he is attracted to. He casually told this witch that she was his, and bam. Now this ancient witch thinks that it's some sort of weird marriage thing that's happening. Isn't this power dangerous? You kept talking cryptically about being the power of the king, and it leads to a life of solitude. Layla remembered what Cece said to her. Yes. That was before I met this crazy prince who made me realize that I was a bit of a stupid. He is even crazier than the powers I share. The witch shrugged. She realized that they were meant for each other. The more she thought about it, the more she was certain. Right. The blonde realized that she should ignore this witch and focus on looking for Marcus. Let's go, Colin. All right. The pair left the room and looked around the dark corridor. Doesn't Legion know? Colin reminded her about the super-smart artificial intelligence. No. He can only assist where cameras are. And in the clubhouse building, there are only cameras in key areas. Layla looked around. She immediately decided to check his dojo room. I feel that it's a poor decision. The pilot girl replied. I know, but this was built before Legion became self-aware. The blonde replied, making the crimson-haired girl frown at such news. Well, this place is like a palace. Colin commented. Britannians, what do you expect? Layla snorted. But I do know where he should be. That's a relief. The fellow pilot sighed in relief. Yes, it's his dojo. The crimson-haired girl perked up. That's a Japanese. She didn't expect him to have one of those. But then she recalled that he had a katana. At first, she thought it was something like a mockery, but it was a real thing. A real sword. I didn't think he was that into the whole thing. Well, he does have black belts. The pair arrived at one of the doors. It was considerably close to where Marcus is staying with his sister. Layla motioned at the door, and Colin nodded seriously as the pair slowly approached and then gently opened it. What they found on the other side was a room. Colin's eyes perked up. She hadn't seen an authentic Japanese place for years. This was it. From the flooring to the walls, everything was just like she remembered. But then their eyes ended up on an individual just staring at a mirror. Marcus was looking at himself in the mirror. Not moving, not blinking, just gazing at himself. That Geass bird symbol was glowing. What is he doing? The crimson-haired girl was confused. Maybe Layla knows more, because she has no freaking idea. It would seem he is using his power on himself. I mean, one needs to gaze at a person to activate the effect. That's how my one works. Layla explained, making Colin look at her. You have it too. That's not fair. The crimson-haired girl felt that she was falling behind in some sort of race. Yes. I got mine when I was young. Only learned recently that I have a power. She explained to the fellow pilot. It was not something important to her. So she doesn't put much emphasis on. Her response made the girl next to her relax slightly. Still, she is curious. After all, such powers give an edge. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, Abusing Geass until completely mastering it. Everything has a power source. Things magically don't happen. That's how it always was and will always be. If someone says magic, this individual is an ignorant fool. Because the sun is the source of all power in the solar system, the heat and light that it generates are what allowed humanity to appear on the third rock from the sun. It's the source of everything. So when someone would say Geass is magic, that it magically happens, it's pure ignorance. Because Marcus is ready to torture himself to find out how Geass works. Looking at himself in the mirror, using his Geass to dig into Geass. He looked deeper and deeper until he saw his nervous system and his brain, even deeper until he saw it. Energies that originated from his very soul, connected to collective consciousness. Marcus realized that this energy was feeding on him to give him this power and to grow stronger. Meaning that once it is at a critical point, it should evolve in some sort of form. After making all of the discoveries, he pulled back, but at the same time, pain washed over both of his eyes. He hissed from pain for a second as he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his vision changed. Both of his eyes were red now. Geass glowing in both eyes. This is crazy. How the hell does this work? For a second, he closed his eyes and took a breath. But then he heard a commotion. You idiot. CC blasted into the room. What is wrong with you? Your Geass already went out of control. She stomped into his dojo with righteous fury. You are the one who gave it to me. Now shut up and let me do my thing. He looked at her, but at the very least, she was not read to him. Ugh. She groaned as the girl dropped on the floor and waited for him. By this point, Layla and Colin walked in as well. The pair looked confused. What did he do? What happened? Why do both of his eyes have Geass? Layla asked CC. He overused it. I have never seen someone abuse their power this much. The witch replied, concerned with the speed of his Geass growth. Instead of saying anything, he kept watching himself in the mirror. 1 hour, 3 hours, then in the early morning, when all three of them were sleeping on the wooden floor, Marcus' eyes returned to their regular purple color. All I had to do was control the energy flow. This only worked for me when I had considerable energy. With a casual thought, both his eyes morphed and became Geass, then returned to their regular state, and he played around with them on and off. But then he looked at 3 girls sleeping on the floor. Silly women. He sighed and looked around. The sun started to rise. He could see through the window that it was time to sleep. So he strolled over, picked up Layla, took her to his bed, and fell asleep while hugging the girl, who woke up midway through being carried. The blonde smirked as she realized she had chosen her over the witch or the red pilot. She ended up hugging him back. Cece bit her nails as she looked at Marcus working with his new Geass, programming even faster than ever. He was improving the designs for Legion bots, adding new features to the plane's cargo hold. The reason why Cece was annoyed is that Marcus was someone who broke her understanding of Geass. He only had it for 3 days, but he already mastered it to the point that he can turn it on and off, and it spread out to the other eye. Damn him. I thought the new power would bring him closer to me, but he had already passed that point. All she could think of was how crazy he could be. She pondered for a second, then decided to invert her actions. Since she can't get him close with her powers, she can get him close with his powers. Lelouch. I want to learn how to pilot. She walked over and asked with her classic lazy tone. Your lazy tone is telling me that you don't care. He replied without looking away from his screen. She frowned for a second before getting a bit more serious. I might look lazy, but I am very serious. She explained to him, trying to get more of his attention. Fine. In that case, get into one of my simulation spheres and begin your training. I want to see you develop a machine just for yourself. If you can do that, I could build one for you. He looked at her, and his eyes returned to normal. You don't sound confident in my abilities. She complained, realizing it sounded different for her than for any other girl. That's because I am not. You lack motivation. When you lack motivation, it's pointless for you to try in the first place. He explained his lack of faith in her. We shall see. With a flick of her long hair, she walked to one of the simulators. She got inside without hesitation. After figuring out how this works, the witch began her training. If he needs proof, she will show him she can be very serious and even more useful. After all, she can't die. That's one of the greatest perks she has on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Marcus looked at her. He was satisfied to see that CC is becoming more proactive. With her inside the simulator, the Inventor Prince checked out the data he got. It would seem her sister's machine is far from ready. Cornelia only did the simulation for 2 hours. All Legion got that she prefers a lance, and that's about it. His AI requires more data to refine a model specifically for her. In that case, he sent a message to his Viceroy sister, telling her that she needs to simulate at least 24 to 30 hours to have a decent idea for her mobile suit. Once the message is sent, he returns to his work. Marcus realized that his new power is a bit absurd. He redesigned his Legion bots for space use in a matter of hours. Then he added special brackets for transportation. His inspiration for that came from Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, when B-1 droids dropped out of their transporters onto the battlefield. Same style for his Legion bots when it comes to storing and carrying. His cargo hold of the Blackbird was redesigned. At the same time, he created his first satellites. Instead of using the already busy Blackbird, he used his drone carrier. Replacing drones with small satellites proved to be quite easy. After doing some alterations to the carrier, Marcus got into his mobile suit and launched into space. The carrier followed him. The trip was short, as before long, he was overseeing the deployment of his communication satellites. These small satellites are considerably powerful, combined with strategic deployment around the planet. Marcus will never be outside the range of his base's AI. With these satellites, he could be even in the most remote desert in Asia or Africa or even in South America's Patagonia. He would get his mobile suit in less than 10 minutes. Simply put, it was a perfect foundational asset that he needed for the space infrastructure as well. Not that Marcus was paying much attention as his Geass eyes were glowing and he was processing information. His Geass, combined with eidetic memory, makes his brain work like a computer. That means he can continue processing what he saw even at a time like this. Midway, he concluded that he could use the Geass energy that powers Geass to copy brainwaves. If he could potentially do that, then he could imitate other Geass powers. That is, if he could get to look at other people's Geass. He wouldn't mind looking at his father's Geass. Charles, Geass would make conquest far easier than ever before. Rewrite memories? Hell yeah, he could cause chaos and unrest on a huge scale before invading. And that is just from the top of his head. If that could work, he could have any Geass. But that's assuming he can skin other people's brainwaves. As he pondered that, he checked his connection. A small smile appeared on his lips as there was a direct link to his base and his new island base. However, this was not the end, as he sent the drone carrier back to base to resupply with new drones before returning to space. As this was happening, something different was happening in the Tokyo settlement. So this is the 7th generation nightmare. Cornelia looked at the white machine docket at the back of a white truck. Please call him Lancelot. The nerd scientist commented as he looked at the viceroy. This is my brother Schniezel's new toy. I heard he spent millions of pounds on it. How did it fare against the alien machine? She asked, ignoring Lloyd's request. It was a sore spot for the Camelot's division as the pair of developers looked at the ground. I thought so. Regardless, what is it you want from me, Earl Asplund? Cornelia asked the creator of Lancelot. Well, I heard some rumors that Anaheim is supplying the Purist faction with experimental joints and robotics technologies. They don't sell that specific technology, so I am curious if you could get me any of that. He asked with a small smile. Lloyd. His assistant exclaimed in shock. That's the first time she has heard any of that. And what will I get for such a favor? Cornelia asked, curious for her part. Never before seen information on these alien machines. He smirked while saying that. Oh. I heard that Empire is actively hunting them. After all, Britannia lost entire Eastern Europe from the last alien machines intervention. Machines, there are at least 3 of them, and all of them have unique technologies. Cornelia revealed the information that Britannia knows not. 3. The first one we call the Winged One, the second one is the female Winged One, and the last one is simply the Beast. The Beast is the one who single-handedly wiped out almost the entire St. Michael's Order. That close to 100 Sutherlands. That's a lot. The nerd scientist and his assistant looked shocked to say the least. Indeed. So if you want me to help you, your information should be valuable. Besides, your patron is Schniezel, he is the one you should be talking to. Cornelia sighed as she felt that she was interfering in not her business. But she could use this to learn what these Camelot people know about Lelouch's machines. Well, His Highness is busy in the war effort, we can't easily contact him, and you, Viceroy, are the next best thing, Lloyd replied, causing Cecile, his assistant, to panic. It was rude. Is that so? It depends on whether this information is useful. Of course. Please follow me. Lancelot's creator motioned for Cornelia and her knight to follow to their truck. At the back, they had computers that were in use. Midway, they meet Suzaku, who was still working on Lancelot. The guy in the middle is becoming an expert in his machine, which is impressive to say the least. In a sense, it was like sharpening his sword. Sadly, the sword was a paper one when compared to the enemy. This is Suzaku Kururagi. He is Lancelot's pilot. An 11. Cornelia was surprised, a bit, but she recalled that the Beast is piloted by one as well. He has great compatibility with the machine, and he is an honorary Britannian. Is that so? As long as he's doing his job, it's fine with me. She quickly dismissed the brown-haired teen and looked at Lloyd. Now show me this data. I want to see if it's worth wasting my time helping you. She motioned to continue. Chapter 45, Chapter 44, Back to 6 Houses of Kyoto. Lloyd showed Princess Cornelia an almost perfect 3D model of the winged alien machine. In the core of the machine, there was a small sun generating some sort of field around the machine. The theory we have is that this machine has a miniature sun as its power source. It explains the heat of the beams and the blue plasma it uses for propulsion. It somehow uses the magnetic field as a method to hide from radar, and all the images we have come out blurry because of it. I believe this is the same thing that allows it to move so agilely, even keep up with my Lancelot, who has pure saturite joints and is smaller by half. Not bad. He is quite close. Cornelia was impressed, she already knew the specs of the KK units, and this guy theorized quite close to what a nightmare killer can do. These, of course, are speculations. But I do believe that the material it's built with can't be found on Earth, so we have no idea about its durability. You have no idea. The pair of princess and knight thought to themselves. If it has a sun for a power source, then the durability should be as powerful as that. She commented. Indeed. So to fight them, I need those Anaheim joints. Lloyd concluded, making Cornelia realize his angle. I will think about it. Most of this data was already shared by Schneasel. Only now I know who figured it out. The princess smirked as he turned around and left the scientist and his assistant. Why do I feel we just put a target on our back? Lloyd exclaimed in a worried tone. He felt that someone had just painted his back with a red marker. I felt similarly. The pair didn't even consider that their viceroy was in a different camp entirely. Princess, don't they know a bit too much? Guilford asked as the pair were getting back into their black car. I will inform Lelouch, but I do not worry about this even if they have a theory. It doesn't mean they have the means to oppose. She explained to him. It would be different if he were talking weaponry to oppose the KK units. She crossed her arms and pondered on something else. Like visiting the simulator again, she needs to put in those hours for her machine to develop. On top of that, I need to show father that I am doing something. Cornelia pulled out her phone and sent a simple message to Marcus. I will begin to clean the area. Do what you can to collect assets. That means she will be cleaning rebels, that's what she would do. Not doing this would confuse the Emperor, in her opinion. Did Anaheim modify our machines? She asked her knight. Yes. Most of them already have the new Anaheim joints. On top of that, we will be using purists, which the prince has been protecting. The knight replied. He shouldn't cuddle them that much. She snorted. By this point, it was looking strange that a group of 80 Sutherlands was pristine, while the rest of the garrison was a ragtag of disabled units that hadn't recovered yet. Once we are back, begin preparations, and we shall begin with rebel cleaning. I need reputation to keep. Understood. Sigh. What is it? Layla asked Marcus. She looked at him. The pair were at the beach enjoying their dinner. My sister is being her. She is planning to attack rebel cells. I kept Japan in status quo for months, and now she wants to start a purge. He commented that the only asset that he cares about is JLF, remnants of true military. The rest are true terrorists. What are you going to do? She asked him. Contact Kaguya and ask her to arrange a meeting with JLF. He replied before taking a sip of his ice-cold drink. I doubt they would easily join. She had this feeling that it won't be that easy. They had no choice. JFL had no funding, and Kyoto houses are mine. He replied. In other words, you will strong-arm them into following you. She concluded. It was so him. He shrugged at her before pulling her into his arms. Maybe we should enjoy this moment since you took me here. Marcus grinned as he pocketed his phone midway and focused on the blonde who invited him to the base, but it was fake urgency. Instead, she wanted a date at the beach. Well, you've been delving into so many things at once that I needed to distract you. She pouted. The guy was building communications infrastructure, finalizing Blackbird for space mining, working on new technology to improve KK units, then his Anaheim cover that needs to be maintained, and assisting Cornelia with her cover. So much stuff. Most of them can only do one thing, but this guy juggles several projects simultaneously. Good, I like these distractions. He hugged her more before closing his eyes. Before Layla realized he had fallen asleep, it had surprised her. He didn't mention her, but he has been working on something even scarier. Bio interface, computer upgrade for the next generation of KK units. An interface that would boost the pilot and the machine's response time. Theoretically, it would allow the KK unit to use Geass of the pilot and get exposed to the fusion reactor's field. Again, in theory, this could boost pilot's spatial awareness. Then again, all of these are theories that he needs to test when the prototype is finished. Marcus took his mobile suit and Colin with her mobile suit to MT Fuji, at the classic Japanese-looking compound. The only girl of the 6 houses rushed over to the prince. I am so happy that you contacted me like that. Kaguya excitedly clapped her hands. Even Samurai is all over him. Colin, who was with Marcus, was having a hard time watching how this girl was fawning over the Inventor prince. Well, I do have my reasons. Please, Prince, come inside, we can discuss such things over a cup of tea. Kaguya took his hand as she guided him to the main house. Colin quickly realized that this was a legitimate Japanese manor in the middle of Britannia-controlled lands. It was impressive how they were able to have it with how ruthlessly the Britannians were stomping out other cultures. Very well, show me how great a hostess you can be. He chuckled. Since she wanted to do that, he encouraged her to go the whole way. The rest just played along. Not long after Marcus got his porcelain cup with a drink, the bald man started the conversation. I can assume you are here because of your sibling taking over as the viceroy. Taizo Kirihara asked him. Yes. Well, my dearest older sister is in a tight spot. I was able to pull her to my side, and now, in a way, I control the whole of Japan. The issue is my father. Marcus explained. The emperor is watching, and you two need to make sure she is doing her job as viceroy. The bald man realized that this was the case. Indeed. My sister notified me that she will begin her campaign of cleaning the house. That means she is aiming for resistance groups. Even if there were no activities from resistance groups for weeks. There were small skirmishes, but they are far away from Tokyo settlement. The Kyoto heads began to speak as they got worried. She will erase anything that could pose even the smallest of risks. She needs to play her character. He commented while swirling his tea. That is why I want to meet JLF. The remnants of the army, I want them to join me. He revealed his intentions. This caused them to look at him with a bit of surprise. You want to recruit the Japanese army? Taizo looked surprised. You do know you are a Britannian prince. While we are flexible, they have their pride. Taizo wasn't sure. It's one thing if he were rebelling, then they could join hands. But this kid wants to rule the world, from one overlord to another. The JFL won't accept it. They don't have many choices, Kirihara-san. The prince replied as he closed his eyes for a second. I have upgraded my sister's forces. Their Sutherlands have Anaheim joints, making them even more deadly. You know what this will mean to them. I am here to offer an alternative and survive. Allow them to continue to spread their culture of Bushido. He shrugged. If they don't want, then it's their choice. I see, then I will contact them and schedule a meeting. Great. Then let me cook some of the traditional dishes for you to taste. Kagaya clapped her hands as she found a great opportunity to spend time with Marcus. When he heard that, he perked up for a second. That does sound great. It has been ages since he ate anything remotely Japanese. See, can I join? Colin asked from the side as her whole body trembled. Just like Marcus, she hasn't eaten anything Japanese since the invasion. Sure, she might have had some chance to eat some basic stuff from Ogi's group, but that's the scraps they can put their hands on. I guess. She looked at the prince, asking him. Sure, Colin's mother is Japanese, she didn't have the chance to enjoy her homeland's food for a while. Oh. You are half Japanese. The group perked up, all the attention she was getting caused the girl to get self-conscious. She was with the resistance in Shinjuku. I picked her up before her Glasgow blew up. He smiled while looking at Colin. I am not some toy that you can pick up. The girl exclaimed in embarrassed anger. Depends on the definition, Colin. He winked at him. Ugh. Don't embarrass me in front of other people. She puffed her cheeks, complaining to him. Cute. He replied with another tease before looking at the hostess. Well, Kagaya, show me where to go. The girl nodded a couple of times before motioning to walk towards a specific destination. The trio left the main compound and went to another house built in a similar style. The whole place is meticulously upkept. Colin gawked around. The poor girl had never seen such a traditional Japanese manner before. From your expression, I can tell that you have never seen such a garden before. Kagaya noticed how Colin was looking. No, I was raised in a Britannian manner. This is the first time I've seen such a garden. The pilot girl's eyes ended up on the fish in the pond. They were multicolored ones. Her eyes sparkled for a second. The girl's strong fighting spirit was like that of a little girl. These are the koi fish, they are part of any Japanese manner. Sadly, the Britannian castle-like style doesn't suit them that much. Kagaya explained while shaking her head. Colin scoffed the moment Britannia was mentioned. Don't mind her, she gets angry when Britannia get mentioned. Marcus casually commented, making Colin roll her eyes at him. Oh, and yet she follows a Britannian prince, Kagaya replied, a bit confused. Ugh. We humans are strange beings. The prince shook his head, making Colin groan. Now he wants to be philosophical. Can we just drop these details? The girl complained, not liking the idea that they were talking about her problems. Sure, I want to see how Kagaya cooks. When Marcus said that, the black-haired girl blushed a bit. Who said that I will cook? She replied with an embarrassed blush. Marcus looked at her, a disappointed look was evident in his eyes. I thought I found someone with great talent, but... She shook his head. His acting prowess was on full display. I can think of something. Surely. Kagaya wasn't able to mention that she was a very good chef. But his expression is making her not able to explain herself. Chapter 46, Chapter 45, Absorbing JFL. Chapter 45 So they stop all of the communications and then all of a sudden they want to arrange a meetup. I don't buy this, a bit round man with a sharp mustache declared after hearing the message. Enough case, Cabe. An aged man replied. The leaders of JFL have gathered to discuss their dire situation after finally hearing from Kyoto 6 houses. We don't have options. First, those machines, and then Kyoto goes silent. On top of that, we are running low on resources. The highest-ranking officer continued after silencing the unruly lieutenant. What do you think, Toto? The man asked the silent man sitting at the back. He was holding his katana on his lap. Like you said, sir, we don't have options. If we try anything, those things can return, and if we stay like this, we will waste away. The man replied to his officer. Sure enough, the meeting was arranged by the leader of JFL and the Kyoto 6 houses. This didn't take long, Marcus replied as he coached Kagaya on cooking. He just heard the news. JFL is ready to talk. Do remember that I haven't said a thing about you, Taizo said as he looked at the prince cooking. It was a bit strange to say the least. The Inventor prince was good with their traditional food. Which is strange to him. Otherwise, they would have never agreed to see you. The bald man clarified. Indeed. It's good enough. You have my thanks, Kirihara-san. Marcus thanked him as he returned to coaching the heiress, whose whole focus was on the pot before her. Meanwhile, Colin was the most confused of them all. She never imagined him to be this good in the kitchen and know Japanese dishes. It was a very pleasant surprise for her. They will be here in several hours. For a second, the prince stopped and looked at the old man. Several hours? You made it for today. Yes. It was their choice. Not to mention it's a good time to settle this, right? Your sister is preparing to attack. True. Very well then. He nodded before returning to his cooking. He took a small cup and tried out the sauce. Not bad. Let me try it. Kagaya scrambled to his side. Me too. Colin followed after the black-haired girl. The smell was making their stomachs rumble. Marcus rolled his eyes at their excitement. The bald man shook his head. This was supposed to be important, yet, this is happening. After watching this, he wonders if they have idea what is happening. Or they just don't care, or maybe he cares too much. Several hours later, after teaching Kagaya cooking and eating their fill, Marcus waited for the men of JFL to arrive. Inside a black car with dark-tinted windows, the men gawked at two kneeling machines. These are. A multitude of emotions washed over the freedom fighters. They wondered what this meant. Why were the machines that laid waste to freedom fighters here? As the car arrived, the doors opened. Please follow me. A black-suited butler motioned for the uniformed men to exit the car and follow him. The officers of JFL got out one after another. There were 4 of them. The top-ranked men were here. It shows how much they trust Kyoto 6 houses. I do hope we are here to discuss alliances. One of them commented. Doubtful, Toto replied as his instincts were telling him something else. Those machines are insanely strong. An alliance is something machines like this don't need. Gentlemen. It's good to see you. Taizo Kirihara and another Kyoto had greeted the men at the manor entrance. It has been a while, Kirihara-san. The leading old man walked over and shook the bald man's hand. Likewise, Major General Kates. I have a very important guest who wishes to see you and discuss important things. The bald man slightly turned to the side and looked at the 2 machines kneeling. He gave them an idea of what it was. I see. Well, we shouldn't keep him waiting. The Major General nodded as the group followed the bald man inside the house. What they found was Kagaya Sumaraji fawning over a teenager. It was at that moment that Toto made a connection in his mind. He put a name to a face. Prince Lelouch v Britannia, I wasn't expecting you to be the CEO of Anaheim, and the pilot of one of those machines. Britannian Prince. The sharp mustache guy snapped in shock as his hand went for his katana. Toto swiftly blocked him. He is not the enemy. The men sharply declared. Toto. The Major General looked surprised. It has been a while, Toto-sensei. The no-nonsense man slowly nodded. He quickly noticed that the prince had his sword with him as well. It made Toto smile a bit. It would seem the boy he trained kept those lessons to heart. I already had the idea that it was you who was running Anaheim. You kept Japanese people alive with your company. Well, I kept it flexible. Marcus smiled a bit. Regardless, people didn't starve, and it allowed us to keep resisting the empire. Marcus' teacher slowly nodded before he looked at his general. The reason I am here is because my sister is going to be on the move. Princess Cornelia. The new viceroy. The general looked nervous. Indeed. While I was able to persuade her to join me, she needs to keep her face of a loyal Britannian princess. You mean to say she is part of some sort of rebellion you are planning? Major General Kates realized. In a way. You have seen my machines? Marcus asked instead of replying. You mean? Designed and created by me. The prince smiled while saying that. You created them. Indeed. My sister will be getting one soon as well. He dropped the news before focusing on the matter at hand. You see, my machines are not built to fight nightmares specifically. More like kill them, he thought that part to himself. They have been created with interstellar travel in mind. To immediately prove it, he pulled out an envelope and opened it, showing pictures to them of space, Earth from a distance and the moon. My goal is to put humanity to the next frontier. The conflicts of Earth don't interest me. That is why I will use these machines that can fight armies to end the current status quo swiftly. Once we rebel, my machines will lay waste to Britannia, the EU, and the Chinese Federation, and whatever other independent countries exist. With them gone, I will make humanity focus on the next stage, and that is to become a multi-planetary civilization. As if. The sharp mustache guy snorted. Lieutenant Colonel Jajui Kusakabe, why do you think it's a joke? Marcus asked, not angry or anything like that. One shouldn't be mad when an idiot is being an idiot. At that moment, one of the machines looked at the idiot through the window. WHE saw that he paled. As you can see, my tyrannies, finds your lack of faith disturbing. If you wish to test, I can take you to the moon. It will only take 25 minutes. Faster than my cargo plane. Marcus smirked, his eyes were gleaming with a bit of sadism. That won't be necessary. The Major General took a step forward and motioned for Kusakabe to stop. The question is, what will happen to Japan? We, JFL, fight for Japan's freedom. That's our only goal. The Major General Kates asked the prince. My goal is unification of the world, or conquest of the world if you are feeling dramatic. But as I promised, Kyoto houses and my pilot over there. Once this land is under my control, you will be able to call yourself Japanese if you want to, or practice whatever cultural practices you have. My issue is that I don't want to turn back and get back to Earth because a small island nation decided to go rogue. For a moment, no one was talking. That was until Marcus Sensei took a step forward. Todo. I trained the prince in the way of Bushido. He respected our traditions and culture. The no-nonsense man explained before looking at the inventor prince. Show me your katana. The prince smiled as he handed over his sword. The man inspected the craftsmanship. He didn't expect a prince to wield an Eastern sword, not after seeing firsthand that Britannians love their Western-style double-edged ones. Once he pulled out and checked the blade. There was a small reaction in the sensei's expression. This metal is not regular steel. These ripples. Damascus steel. I thought a bit of touch from the Middle East would make it perfect. Marcus explained as he made his sword multicultural. The weapon style is Japanese, the metal is Middle Eastern style, and the wielder is a Britannian. It makes it perfect for him as someone who wants to rule the whole earth. One's weapon can tell a person's character. You kept your blade in pristine condition, extremely sharp. Todo inspected the weapon before sheathing it and giving it back to the prince. I have seen enough. You have my support. Major General and the rest of JFL, even the heads of Kyoto houses, looked surprised. The first one to swear allegiance was Todo himself. In that case, you have my support as well. Major General swiftly caved in. After all, Kyo's hero Todo was the only one capable of fighting Britannia in the eyes of the JFL leader. The only one who struggled with this reality was Lieutenant Kusakabe, who was gnashing his teeth and barely controlling his anger. This is not the end. Then let's talk business. Marcus began explaining their plan. He didn't go into full details of what Geass is or any of that. But he did hint that the Emperor is planning something bad. Bad enough that the Witch of Britannia joined him. Regardless, what he explained in detail is mobilization and his mass-produced mobile suit, the KKS-01 Satanta. The Inventor Prince wants to take their Narita base and change it into one of the production factories. The more production sites he has, the better it is for military deployment. The JFL was more than excited with all the fancy tech they would get to use against the Britannians. After getting the JFL to join him, now Marcus had several hundred soldiers with great military discipline, a bedrock for a future army. Once business had concluded, the prince went back to his work. But before that. Well, did any of these so-called freedom fighters join you? The first thing Marcus heard the moment he picked up the phone was his sister's authoritarian voice. I am doing great, my dear sister, thanks for asking. For a second, he joked, but then got a bit serious. I got JFL. The rest don't mean anything to me. The remnant of real military is head above any of the rest. Good. Then I can begin my purge. Cornelia sounded happy to say that. A good battle is what I need after hearing what the witch said. Marcus chuckled, hearing a witch calling another woman a witch. It's a bit hilarious. He looked at his hologram screen, designing the next model of satellite. It's a wave-based telescope, something he needs to find out which asteroids to bring back into mine. She did reveal some concerning things. The Inventor Prince replied. Don't remind me, I am still feeling sick that I know that I helped him in his goals, Cornelia commented with an annoyed undertone. But she quickly changed the theme of the conversation. I will be going on my purge. I heard from Euphemia that she will be visiting some sort of expo in Lake Kawaguchi. Keep an eye on her. Marcus' eyebrow perked up. An expo, huh? Don't worry, I might join her, it has been a while since I did anything like that. He commented while checking the data on this expo. Good. Then take care. With that said, she ended the call. The prince smiled a bit. His big sister is having a hard time between her stoic face and caring sister act. It makes her cute to watch when she is trying to juggle between those two characters. More chapters, chapter 99 is up, and other stories on my PAT.